I set up a fortune-telling stall on the roadside, but I have never been accurate. Yet every day, there is a line of people waiting to have their fortunes told. Even the crown prince offering 10,000 taels of gold just for one reading. It's because I claim that I cannot predict one's fate in this life, but I can predict the next 600 years. At this moment, a merchant walked over. Young man, can you give me a fortune-telling? But I shook my head and pointed to the flag, saying, I am known as the 10 not counting. What I calculate is destiny. Within destiny, there is no mention of your name. The merchant was stunned upon hearing this. I have not appeared in 600 years. Could today be my time of death? In a panic, he quickly introduced himself. I am Li Sandan, just a small business person in Yingtian Mansion. He then threw out 10 taels of silver. Please, sir, kindly instruct me. The people around were amazed, as 10 taels of silver were enough for a family of 4 to live on for a year. Li Sandan's generosity made everyone envious, but I pushed the silver back. Mr. Li, please don't misunderstand. I am not the kind to deceive for fame or profit. I have no intention of using scare tactics. Li Sandan smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Merchants, after all, seek good luck. He had been tricked by fortune tellers before and this time just sought some peace of mind. My words hit the mark with him. 10 not counting, calculating destiny, only waiting for the destined one. I continued. Mr. Li is obviously not that destined one, so there is no need to calculate the fortune. And I won't take the money. Let's all take it as a joke. Little did I know, in the long river of history, Li Sandan was just an insignificant speck of dust. How could I truly predict his future? A mere passerby in Yingtian Mansion with no connections or background, struggling to move forward due to the strict Ming Dynasty household registration system, with no references, no identification. Every step was difficult. To avoid being mistaken for a vagrant and arrested, I had to come up with this strange trick to attract attention, because I knew that this place was full of Zhu Yuanzhang's spies. The Jinyui were everywhere, 10 not counting, but can calculate worldly matters. By hanging up such a sign, I was sure to attract the attention of the Jinyui. In these past few days, I had already felt the Jinyui quietly observing in the crowd. The next step was crucial. Whether I could use the Jinyui to pass the message to Zhu Yuanzhang depended on this move. Li Sandan not only did not get angry after listening to my sincere words, but instead showed a regretful expression, sighed lightly and said, so I am not destined to be the gentleman's benefactor. It seems fate plays tricks on people. Will the gentleman really not read a fortune for me? I nodded vigorously, a hint of determination flashing in my eyes. Indeed. Mr. Li, please take back the silver. Li Sandan's eyes flickered, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The gentleman is truly a man of character. It is Li's misfortune not to be connected with you. I will not take back this silver. Consider it as a token of appreciation for the gentleman. With that, he bowed, saying loudly amidst the admiring voices of the crowd, fellow villagers, my shop is located in the south of the city, specializing in selling various small goods from all over. If you are interested, please visit. I will provide the warmest hospitality. The people secretly noted down the location of Li Sandan's shop upon hearing this, their eyes shining with curiosity and anticipation. I gazed at Li Sandan with a slight smile, silently admiring his shrewdness. Li Sandan cleverly handled the situation, returning the silver while maintaining his composure, and also indirectly advertising his shop for free. All for just 10 taels of silver. Truly a clever move. I calmly accepted the silver, cast a meaningful glance at Mr. Li, then lowered my head to pick up the bamboo cup, leisurely sinking into contemplation. At the corner at the end of the street, 2 guards were whispering about me. This person took 10 taels of silver without telling fortunes. What is he up to? Is Li Sandan his accomplice, deliberately helping him gain popularity? No, we have been investigating him for several days. His background is unknown. As if he suddenly appeared in Yingtianfu overnight. Suddenly appearing, could he really be a hidden master? At this point, the two exchanged a glance. It's better to report this to the commander. At this time, the commander of the Genie Wei, Xiao Hu, sat in the yamen, listening to his subordinates' reports with a furrowed brow. There is no clue about Sang Biao's background. Captain Zhang Chang replied, Sir, we really haven't found anything. This person's background is unknown, as if he appeared out of nowhere. Even these days, we have been rejected when seeking fortune-telling in front of his stall. I even offered him 5 taels of silver to just make something up, but he refused, insisting that only those destined can be served. Zhao Hu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he looks down on your mere 5 taels of silver. Zhang Chang rubbed his forehead and smiled innocently. Sir, this fortune-teller is as poor as can be. We followed him for several days, never saw him eat a meal, just surviving on water. For him, 5 taels of silver is a large sum. Hearing this, Zhao Hu's expression turned serious. To be in such poverty yet refusing to tell fortunes casually, claiming no faith with anyone. Such behavior is intriguing. Zhao Hu suddenly stood up. This matter is mysterious. I must report to His Majesty in the palace. In the magnificent hall, Shu Yuanzhang listened quietly to Zhao Hu's report in silence for a long time. At that moment, the chief eunuch Wang Jinghong came over silently. Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, his face gradually softening. Let the eldest come in. Shortly after, the crown prince Zhu Biao entered the hall, slightly surprised to see Zhao Hu present. Zhu Yuanzhang casually told Zhu Biao about my situation. Zhu Biao frowned after hearing it. Father, the son thinks that this San Biao is probably just a bunch of market rogues, 10 not counted, but can count the world's affairs. Dare to speak such arrogant words, must be a swindler. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed even more happily after hearing this. With a deep light shining in his eyes, he neither agreed nor disagreed with his son's words. I heard that the embroidered uniform guard has been secretly following him these days, but he has never revealed himself. He didn't even offer fortune-telling services when his stomach growled from hunger. Is this also considered swindling? Zhu Biao was stunned when he heard this. The meaning in the emperor's words puzzled him, as if he really believed in me, which surprised him. Zhu Biao thought carefully and asked cautiously, Father, you don't really believe that there are people in this world who can predict the world's affairs, do you? Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent, but a figure appeared in his mind, Lu Bowen. This person was mysterious and particularly skilled in fortune-telling. If there were such masters, Lu Bowen would definitely be one of them. Unfortunately, the workings of fate are unpredictable. Lu Bowen once said that fate cannot be revealed. Even if he were pressured as the emperor to inquire about the fate of the Ming Dynasty, he would only leave behind an ambiguous prophecy. My appearance stirred ripples in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, reigniting his curiosity. He knew that there must be experts hidden among the people, and Zhang Haoyue might be one of them. Shu Biao could not guess his father's mind, thought about it, and took the initiative to volunteer. My son is willing to run a trip for my father to explore the truth, and see if this Haoyue has the ability to calculate everything under the sun in the end. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head in agreement. All right, you take Zhao Hu with you. At the side corner of the bazaar, that familiar place, Zhang Haoyue's fortune-telling stall was set up again. The 10 taels of silver given by Li Sandan last night was like a gift from snow to him, allowing him to have a nice meal and alleviate the hunger he had felt for a long time. If there weren't other customers in the tavern, he might have been moved to tears. After crossing over these days, the pressure of survival had finally eased a bit, and after eating and drinking enough, Zhang Haoyue began to think about long-term plans again. To make a name for himself in the Ming Dynasty, and even win dignity, it was vital to hook up with that high and mighty emperor. Zhang Haoyue estimated that Zhu Yuanzhang's side would have a recent action, but he did not expect that on this day. The one who came in front of the trigram stand was Zhu Biao, and he could not help but laugh bitterly. This Zhu Yuanzhang is really careful. Zhu Biao had a great instrument, although he wore simple clothes, but he could not hide his aristocratic temperament. Elegant and extraordinary, at a glance, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. He bowed politely. Little brother Zhang, I'm here today and would like to tell a fortune. Is that all right? After saying that, Zhu Biao quietly stood aside, his eyes fixed on Zhang Haoyue. Xiao Hu, on the other hand, was following closely behind him, his eyes sharp and alert as a hawk, his hand already quietly placed on his waist, ready to protect his master's safety. Zhang Haoyue looked up and saw that Zhu Biao looked calm and collected, vaguely revealing confidence, as if he was determined that he would definitely help him with his fortune-telling. He gently shook his head and refused, a refusal that almost made the always steady Zhu Bei mess up. As the crown prince, he is so honorable, but he can't even make it to Zhang Haoyue's faithful people list? Feeling incredulous, Zhu Biao pursued, could it be that I don't meet the conditions of little brother Zhang's faithful man either? Zhang Haoyue said frankly, it really doesn't fit. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhu Biao held his breath in his heart. And who exactly do you run your trigram stand for? I heard that you didn't open for a few days in a row. Is this fated person you say you have just a figment of your imagination? Zhang Haoyue smiled and said leisurely, there are naturally people with destiny, just not you. Zhu Biao listened in awe and became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of person could be related to Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue raised his hand toward the sky, a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were so far-reaching that it seemed as if they could go through the clouds straight to the 9 heavens beyond. That far-reaching mood is so evocative. Zhu Biao's heart clenched violently, feeling as if he was blown by a cold wind. His body shivered involuntarily. Could it be that the fated person Zhang Haoyue spoke of was the son of heaven? It's crazy. He closed his eyes slightly, his flowing eyes seeming to harbor a million thoughts, both profound and elusive. Chapter 3 It's so ridiculous it's piggish. Zhang Haoyue's every move stirred up an ever-widening circle of ripples. He sensed Zhu Biao's subtle change in mood and a deep, meaningful smile curled up along the corners of his mouth. Although you are not the fated one I seek, you have an extraordinary temperament that is very much to my liking. After saying that, he nodded his head gently. Therefore, today I am willing to make an exception and tell your fortune. Hearing this, Zhu Biao's heart lake once again rippled with surprise mixed with anticipation. Finally a chance to see what this mysterious warlock can do? Little brother Zhang, could it be that you can calculate my future? Zhu Biao asked with hope. Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head, a glint of wisdom in her eyes. No, it is not so, since there is no destiny, it is not convenient to speak of the future. Turning the conversation around, he added, still, I know a little about reading people's faces, so I might be able to parse some of it out for you. Zhu Biao straightened his back, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Zhang Haoyue with interest. How dare the other party be able to probe their destiny through their facial features? Just as he was secretly speculating in his heart whether he could read the secret of the emperor's face from Zhang Haoyue's eyes, Zhang Haoyue slowly spoke. Your Excellency's facial features show that the connection to the orthodox bloodline appears to be weak. When these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, causing Zhu Biao's entire body to be shaken. As for Zhao Hu, the attendants standing behind him, his eyes widened in anger, expressing his indignation at Zhang Haoyue's bold and outspoken words. What a dog's guts! How dare you! A small warlock dared to say with a straight face that the orthodox bloodline karma of the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty was weak. This was not only an insult to Zhu Biao personally, but also a question to the future of the entire royal family. Whether it was an early death or an early death at a young age, it would bring shame to the Daming royal family. Facing Zhao Hu's press, Zhu Biao stopped him with a look and tried to maintain his composure as he pursued his question to Zhang Haoyue, the so-called from the firstborn to the concubine, the life of the son of the grandson. Can you explain this in detail, little brother Zhang? Zhang Haoyue replied frankly. Literally, it means that the bond between you and the orthodox children is very shallow. As a father, it's rare enough to be able to enjoy a few years of father-son bonding, and all the rest is not humanly possible to force change. The words hit his heart like a heavy hammer, and Zhu Biao's thoughts turned over, thinking that his beloved son Zhu Xiongning, who was only 7 years old and highly favored by the emperor and himself, had already been internally designated as the successor of the great Ming Dynasty. Zhang Haoyue's words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. After some weighing, Zhu Biao decided to probe deeper. Little brother Zhang, is there a way to crack a situation like mine? Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. Naturally. These words, like sweet dew in a long drought, instantly stirred a spark of hope in Zhu Biao's eyes. Please instruct me, Your Excellency, whatever is needed. Even if it is 10,000 taels of silver I am willing to give it away, and I will never go back on my word. 10,000 taels of silver? Zhang Haoyue secretly pondered in his heart. When the great Ming was first built, the treasury was not abundant. Even as a crown prince, such a generous commitment is very rare. In the face of Zhao Hu's astonishment, Zhang Haoyue continued. There shouldn't be only one heir in the Zuanfu. All I suggest is to make sure you scrutinize every nook and cranny of your home when you get back to your house, including where you live with your parents, and don't spare any details. After listening, Zhu Biao was shocked and more puzzled and uneasy. As for Zhao Hu on the side, he could only remain silent as he watched the crown prince being so anxious, even going so far as to ask for a solution. Prince, do you remember the purpose of this trip? Originally, he wanted to expose Zhang Haoyue's true colors, but he didn't expect to be led by the nose by him now instead. It's so true that the authorities are in the dark, but the onlookers are in the dark. Regardless, in Zhao Hu's eyes, this person Zhang Haoyue was by no means a simple character, and the purpose behind him required even more vigilance. But given the crown prince's eagerness, Zhao Hu could only hold back for the time being and wait and see what happens. On the contrary, Zhang Haoyue's words were not implying that Zhu Bei had to turn the entire palace upside down to find it again. Murphy, in the depths of this tall and solemn palace, there is something unknown and dangerous hidden? Zhu Biao just wanted to ask in detail. A look at Zhang Haoyue, eyelids lowered, like carrying 1,000 pounds. Obviously do not want to say more. Zhu Biao had 1,000 doubts in his heart, but he could only suppress them for the time being and brought Zhao Hu back to the palace gates once again. The Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study, Zhu Yuanzhang listened to Zhu Biao's words, his eyebrows wrinkled into lumps, thought for half a day, and finally waved his hand violently and decided majestically. Check. Don't miss a single nook or cranny in the palace, especially the East Palace. Every piece of land, every corner, must be scrutinized. Not a single bit must be left behind. We'd like to see with our own eyes what secrets can be searched out inside this deep palace. At the emperor's command, the entire palace was suddenly tossed like a tidal wave. And even the harem where Empress Ma lived did not escape. Empress Ma looked at Wang Jinghong, who was supervising the search. Her eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a low voice, "Wang Jinghong, what is the big deal that has caused such a big scene?" Wang Jinghong is clear that in front of this harem lord, do not have to worry about the taboo of the harem interfering in dynasty politics, so he said the details one by one. After hearing this, Empress Ma's face was calm, and she only nodded gently. In that case, it's important to find out what's going on and not leave any hidden dangers. On this day, the palace was like a bowstring drawn to full strength, and every palace was gripped with tension and fear, and no one knew what it was for. By the time Wang Jinghong returned to the imperial study with the results of the search, Zhu Yuanzhang's patience was almost at an end and he asked eagerly, "Well, any luck?" Wang Jinghong was lying on the ground. His face was not too good, but his voice was loud. "Your Majesty, we checked each palace one by one, and the results. In the laundry room, 2 courtesans with smallpox were actually found. Once this word is exported, like a bolt from the blue, Zhu Yuanzhang hand teacup did not hold steady, fell to the ground and shattered. Smallpox, this plague, how did it spread silently within the palace walls? When did this happen? Why didn't anyone report it?" Zhu Yuanzhang was horrified in his heart and questioned loudly, "Someone in the palace has smallpox, why don't you report it?" Wang Jinghong heard, the body shaking badly. As the chief eunuch in the palace-made eunuchs should have been under his control. Out of this big event, certainly his dereliction of duty, Wang Jinghong did not dare to argue. Can only tell the truth, it is because the eunuch Yang Fu privately hid the palace girls, did not send them to isolation. It's too ridiculous. It's worse than a pig or a dog. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. "Come on people, immediately pull Yang Fu out to be executed by lynching." At this time Zhu Yuanzhang, the heart is surprised and afraid. If not today, so check that hidden epidemic will not be quietly spread in the palace. Chapter 4. The big fish that was waiting finally took the bait. Smallpox is most likely to victimize children, and once it breaks out, I'm afraid that even the prince's few little dolls won't escape. When Zhu Biao heard the news, he was also shocked by a cold sweat that quietly flowed down his spine. Zhang Haoyu's previous comment about going from the first to the concubine and the fate of the son's grudge seemed to have unfortunately been fulfilled at this time. Had it not been for this investigation today, would it have been his eldest son, Zhu Xiongying, who got smallpox? Thinking of this, Zhu Biao's hands shivered slightly. Well, only the laundry room 2 palace maids are sick, far away from the East Palace. According to the reason should not affect to get. However, Wang Jinghong, who was kneeling on the ground, hadn't gotten up yet, like he still had unfinished words. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. "What else?" Wang Jinghong raised his head to sneak a glance at Zhu Biao and said in a deep voice again, "During the search of the Eastern Palace, in an empty room that no one has lived in for a long time, 2 pieces of clothing were found. The very same intimate apparel of the 2 courtesans who got smallpox." When Zhu Biao heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. His body swayed and almost fell. Fortunately, the resourceful Zhao Hu hurriedly helped him to stand still. Zhu Biao barely calmed down, pulled Wang Jinghong up, and asked with a trembling voice, "Are there any clues on the clothes?" Wang Jinghong shook his head, his face heavy. "Your Highness, that room hasn't been visited for a long time, and no one up and down the Eastern Palace has been there. So checking it out, it's very troublesome." After the words were said, Wang Jinghong bowed his head and was quiet on the side, while Zhu Biao fell into deep thought. He had understood what Wang Jinghong hadn't finished saying. This wasn't an investigation that was difficult. It was clearly a secret of the palace that was not easy to talk about. Clothes inexplicably appeared in the East Palace. Obviously someone behind the scenes intentionally get ulterior motives. Who's the killer? How could it have gotten this far if there wasn't collusion between inside and outside the East Palace? Thinking of this, Zhu Biao's whole body trembled, so excited that he couldn't hide it, and his mouth muttered, she, the rest of the words, Zhu Biao swallowed back hard and hid them deep in his throat, not saying them again, but everyone present, in their hearts, understood without pointing it out. Emperor's eldest grandson Zhu Xiongying's mother, Chang, perished in the 11th year of the Hanwu reign, leaving behind a trail of sorrow. To this day, there has been no news of the renewal of the Eastern Palace. While the Crown Prince Zhu Biao's house, Lu is single and newly sad. She raised the grandson Zhu Yunzhu. The child has a lot of merit in the Ming. Logically, Lu should have been naturally promoted to crown princess and filled the empty seat in the Eastern Palace. But things change, and who can say? Now, the clothes with epidemic disease were found inside the East Palace. If not found early, the emperor's eldest grandson might have suffered a great disaster. This smallpox disease, the source is unknown. Small children are particularly easy to catch. Once you get, according to the current medical technology, basically no way, can be saved back to the hope is slim. Behind this matter, the dark current, who benefits without having to say no, but just no one dares to directly say the harm, because it involves the Eastern Palace, the face of the royal family, the slightest mistake, you become a sinner in history. Prince Zhu Biao's face was cloudy and his heart was mixed, while Zhu Yuanzhang looked extraordinarily calm. Not only did he immediately order the burning of the dangerous clothes, but he also carried out a full-scale disinfection of the palace in a clean manner. Things are done. Zhu Yuanzhang, eyes deep, looking at the crown prince, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Crown Prince, your father has always been unwilling to interfere in your family affairs, but Lu's lowly birth does make it difficult for her to bear the burden of being the crown princess." As soon as these words were uttered, the prince's heart was half-cooled, and his feelings and reason were entangled in bitterness. There is no definitive proof of Louis's behavior, but the suspicion is so great that it is self-evident. The crown prince replied heavily, "Don't worry, father, I'll take care of this matter myself." Then he brought up Zhang Haoyue again. As for this person Zhang Haoyue, he does have his own strengths. Today, when my son asked him about his destiny's good fortune, Zhang Haoyue pointed his finger to the sky as if he had something to point to, and my son thought that it might be pointing to you, father. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he laughed and laughed. His eyes sparkled and he looked very interested. In that case, let's go and meet this person in person tomorrow and find out how skillful this 10 not counting has to be. The next day, Zhu Yuanzhang took Zhao Hu and personally went to Zhang Haoyue's place. When he was almost there, he didn't immediately come forward to recognize him, but quietly observed from the side. Zhang Haoyue is still as leisurely and comfortable as ever, the signboard hanging high, the bamboo chair gently swaying, humming a little song in his mouth, a look of enjoying life. Thanks to Li Sandan's help, he didn't have to worry about his life for the time being, and could enjoy this tranquility and peace. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw the scene, his heart was inexplicably sour, as if an indescribable jealousy was quietly spreading. I heard Zhao Wu say that Zhang Haoyue used to be so poor that he couldn't even get enough to eat, but now it's good that he has enough wine and food, and he can even bask in the sun, especially the rocking chair, which seemed to be of simple construction, but made people sit very comfortably. Even he, the emperor, envied it. So many skilled craftsmen in the palace, and not one of them can make something like this? Standing in the street, Zhu Yuanzhang heart thoughts rise and fall. The East Palace epidemic is like a big stone in his chest. He was full of doubts about the throne, which he had never trusted anyone else to touch so easily. Zhang Haoyue's behavior would not have been trustworthy, but the results of the investigation surprised him, and the plague of smallpox was a real thing. The Chamberlain Yang Fu, even if he borrowed a few guts, would not dare to do this kind of bad thing in private. There must be someone behind the instruction. Originally, I wanted to investigate thoroughly, but when I heard that there were infected clothes in the East Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to punish Yang Fu severely, and did not want to go any deeper into the rest. Alas, let's hope that the crown prince can manage his own household affairs. Zhu Yuanzhang mumbled something, and Zhao Hu stood aside, sweating. Although he didn't dare to answer, he knew in his heart that there was a problem in the Eastern Palace, and it was obvious. So Zhu Yuanzhang this, say who, without explicitly say everyone has a clear idea. The fights in the royal family have always been bloody, making people shudder when they hear about them. If this matter had not been discovered, and Zhang Haoyue had not warned Zhu Biao, the imperial bloodline of the great Ming Dynasty was afraid of suffering a great loss. In that case, Zhang Haoyue's fortune-telling to the crown prince was simply a feat of pulling everyone out of deep water. Xiao Hu, come with us and see what's going on. After Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, his footsteps were steady as he walked straight towards Zhang Haoyue. The sun was so hot and harsh that it was almost impossible to keep your eyes open. Zhang Haoyue slightly closed his eyes and pretended to doze off when he suddenly felt a light in front of his eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see an imposing old man blocking the scorching sunlight, smiling like a spring breeze and looking at him with a kind face. Zhang Haoyue was instantly energized. The big fish he was waiting for had finally taken the bait. Chapter 5 Prince? It's just pity for him. This time, unlike when he sat still during Zhu Biao's visit, Zhang Haoyue stood up and bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang with courteous manners. After all, The one standing in front of him was Zhu Yuanzhang, the one who recreated China. And this etiquette was not for show. Zhu Yuanzhang accepted it openly, but Zhao Hu beside him skimmed his mouth, secretly sarcastically criticizing Zhang Haoyue for this ass-kissing. On the contrary, Empress Ma stood aside, not saying a word, like an amiable nobleman. Why weren't you so respectful when His Highness arrived? Once the emperor came, the courtesy was well thought out. Really a master who can read the situation. Zhang Haoyue, I've heard that you can calculate everything under the sun, and only for those who are destined to do so. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and asked, are we, in fact, considered karmic? Zhang Haoyue nodded. Yes. Zhu Yuanzhang was satisfied, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently showed a hint of smugness. Zhu Biao said when he came back and asked what people were considered karmic, and Zhang Haoyue pointed to the sky. So, the fated one is the son of heaven. Then do you know who we are? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. Zhang Haoyue smiled gently. If I didn't know your identity, how would I dare to tell your son's fortune? Hey, is this showing off? Zhu Yuanzhang's smile tightened and his face grew serious. Zhang Haoyue, how did you know that there was a smallpox epidemic in the palace, and you even told the crown prince to go back and investigate carefully? Zhang Haoyue secretly sighed in his heart. The doorway of this is not known without reading history. The emperor's eldest grandson Zhu Xiongning died in the 15th year of Hangu, although the history books did not clearly record what kind of disease. But after scholars' research, the most plausible theory is that he died of smallpox. Inside the palace, there should not have been such a malady. Palace maids eunuchs slightly uncomfortable, cannot continue to duty. Sick Sirius will definitely send out of the palace treatment. If someone hadn't deliberately concealed it, how could those two courtesans with smallpox have been hidden? Wanting to harm the emperor's eldest grandson is never a whim. It must have been planned long ago. Zhang Haoyue concluded that now, as long as he made a good investigation in the palace, he would definitely be able to find clues to harm the royal grandson. As for directly pointing out the smallpox patient, Zhang Haoyue also felt surprised, which was enough to see how deep Lu's heart was. The layout is early and the tactics are ruthless, like a poisonous snake, silent, lurking in the East Palace for many years, simmering away Chang's, and even Zhu Biao, and finally letting his son sit on the throne of the crown prince. In the face of Zhu Yuanzhang's question, Zhang Haoyue said bluntly, naturally, it is calculated. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, didn't you say that you don't count the trigrams of the unattached? Zhang Haoyue replied calmly, your son is indeed unattached, but he is a pitiful man, which is why I sent him a fortune. Bold. The anger in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart is rising up, and Zhao Hu is also furious. So belittling the current crown prince is really bold. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger came from the bottom of his heart. Hanwu Emperor's love for Zhu Biao is far more than an ordinary father and son. In Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, Empress Ma was his chaff wife, while Zhu Biao was his heart. The other concubines are nothing more than tools to pass on the family name. The children they gave birth to were only to make the royal bloodline more prosperous, and they were not even on the same level compared to Zhu Biao. He could even raise other emperors as livestock. Only Zhu Biao he saw as a dragon and phoenix. Zhang Haoyue saying that Zhu Biao was pitiful was like slapping Zhu Yuanzhang in the face, making Zhu Yuanzhang so angry that he laughed out instead. If it wasn't in a crowded place, Zhu Yuanzhang was afraid that he had already told Zhao Hu to take Zhang Haoyue's head immediately. How can the crown prince of the Ming Dynasty be left to the mercy of others? It should be admired and loved by all the nations. Zhang Haoyue, how dare you? Zhao Hu's eyes were sharp and his voice was loud. Usually when they heard this kind of aura, they would have been scared and begged for mercy on their knees. But Zhang Haoyue just smiled and didn't say anything. Her expression was self-effacing. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger. Zhang Haoyue's heart like a mirror. Saying that the crown prince is pitiful is tantamount to insulting the emperor's dignity. Zhu Yuanzhang did not immediately get angry, which is already very big and rare. He took a deep breath and said in an icy tone, what do you mean by that? Why should we sympathize with our son? Since you know who we are, if you can't come up with a reasonable explanation today, you should know the consequences yourself. Zhang Haoyue said frankly without fear on her face. To put it bluntly, I say he's pathetic because if I hadn't intervened yesterday, the omens of his precarious position as heir are coming true. I sympathized with him and blocked that misfortune. As soon as these words fell, Zhu Yuanzhang's face changed violently. Zhang Haoyue's meaning was self-explanatory. If he hadn't warned Zhu Biao yesterday and told him to return to the palace for a closer inspection, maybe soon, Zhu Biao would be facing the loss of his heir. This heir is not the eldest grandson Zhu Xiongning? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang breathed heavily and his heart rippled. You mean, If you hadn't intervened, our first grandchild would have gotten smallpox? Zhang Haoyue nodded in affirmation. Fortune-telling. The affairs of the afterlife. Zhu Xiongning is naturally no exception. This time, Zhu Yuanzhang put away his contempt and took it seriously. After all, the palace did search for courtesans with smallpox. The Eastern Palace is still hiding the infected clothes, and if they are not found, the youngest son of the royal family will be in real danger. Still, it's all still something that could happen that. Who can say for sure that it will become a reality? Zhang Haoyue wasn't a real immortal. How could he calculate the future? After weighing all the details, Zhu Yuanzhang was more inclined to think that behind Zhang Haoyue, there might be accomplices inside and outside. There is no more reasonable explanation than this guess. Just who is that man behind the curtain, pushing Zhang Haoyue out and stirring up such a big storm just to show his presence? In front of the emperor? Who the hell is this guy? Li Sunchang? How could you do such a thing to get back into the court? Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes revealed a ferocious light, and a killing opportunity arose. Li Shanchang, we wanted to forgive you, but you're just going to step on it? The Prime Minister's seat, the temptation to go so far as to put life and death behind you? The obsession with power is really hard for Zhu Yuanzhang to understand. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, he looked at Zhang Haoyue again. In Zhu Yuanzhang's opinion, Zhang Haoyue's loopholes were really quite a lot. There are only two possibilities for this smallpox thing. Coincidence, or maybe Zhang Haoyue colluded with someone else and did it on purpose. As for Zhang Haoyue's claim of not counting 10, counting all the world's affairs, Zhu Yuanzhang is now not at all on the mind. Apart from Lu Bo 1, Zhu Yuanzhang did not believe that there was anyone else in this world who could be so capable. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang asked directly to the point, "Are you sure that, because of your intervention, Zhu Xiongning will be able to avoid the smallpox disaster?" Zhang Haoyue froze for a moment, but then he nodded firmly. Chapter 6, Mr. Zhang, can we discuss something? Avoiding the calamity of the 15th year of Hangu, with Zhang Haoyue by his side, even if Zhu Xiongning would die, it would not be because of smallpox. Zhang Haoyue nodded, acquiescing to all of this. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang let out a loud laugh, with sarcasm in his words. "We thought you had some real talent. I didn't realize it was no different than a street fortune teller. Forget it, it's our waste of time. Xiao Hu, arrest this guy and send him to the Jinui's prison." Hearing the order, Xiao Hu immediately arched his hand and led the order, holding the embroidered spring sword and closing in on Zhang Haoyue. The situation was critical, and in the nick of time, Zhang Haoyue shouted, "Slow!" Zhu Yuanzhang had already lifted his feet and was ready to leave when he turned back at the words and said coldly, "There's no need to beg for mercy. Pretending to be a god and slandering the crown prince and the royal grandson, leaving your body intact is already a special favor." Zhang Haoyue smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Your Majesty, it doesn't quite make logical sense for you to act this way. Is it wrong to say that it will keep Zhu Xiongning from suffering from smallpox?" Zhang Haoyue's rhetorical question made Zhu Yuanzhang laugh in anger. "What's wrong with it? Think for yourself. Smallpox is an incurable disease with an unpredictable cause. Even if Xiongning escapes for now because of your reminder. And what makes you so bold as to say he'll never get smallpox in his life? Even if the medicine king Sun Xinyo were to be reincarnated, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to talk such nonsense." Zhang Haoyue shook his head slightly, a trace of imperceptible depth sweeping through his eyes. He sighed softly, then his deep gaze fell on Zhu Yuanzhang, and he said firmly, word for word, "Who says that what the medicine king doesn't dare to undertake, I, Zhang Haoyue, can't do?" Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment, his brow furrowed with confusion, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "What does that mean? Could it be that you have a cure for smallpox?" Zhang Haoyue shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with a determination that could not be doubted. "Can't, but it can be guarded against. Keep the descendants of the royal family, from now on, away from the threat of smallpox." The air around them seemed to freeze at those words. Hiss! Zhao Hu unconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, both eyes glaring round, looking at Zhang Haoyue with a face full of shock. The hands that originally wanted to grab the man trembling slightly at this shock. Prevention without cure? Does Zhang Haoyue know the weight of his words? That's smallpox, a terminal disease that people are scared to death of and can't avoid. Once the plague spreads, it's rare for 1 in 10 people in the village to survive. Since Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne, smallpox epidemics have been reported every year, and when an outbreak occurs, often entire villages are consumed. A disease with such a high mortality rate relies not on a doctor's miraculous hands, but on waiting for death until the disease goes away on its own. Cruel and hopeless. This is the world's approach to smallpox. Throughout history, no one has escaped its shadow, be it emperors, generals or commoners. Most of the people who have contracted this disease are sitting ducks, and there is no cure in the world. In the face of smallpox, even the emperors and generals could do nothing but struggle in despair. And now, Zhang Haoyue even said it could prevent smallpox? The news was like a thunderbolt from the ground, catching Zhao Hu off guard. If what Zhang Haoyue said was true, then it would not only be on par with the Pill King, it would simply be beyond the Pill King, it would simply be a god. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu breathed heavily, and his outstretched hand quietly retracted. If Zhang Haoyue's words were true, where did he get the qualifications to dare make a move against such a strange person? The slightest carelessness. I am afraid that my head will not be protected. After all, this is about the safety of the royal family and the happiness of all the people. Zhao Hu turned his head to look at Zhu Yuanzhang, his heart full of scorn, not daring to move. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes stared like bronze bells, staring at Zhang Haoyue with both disbelief and ecstasy in his eyes. Smallpox, surprisingly preventable? Zhu Yuanzhang felt like his breathing was about to stop. His whole body felt like it had been struck by lightning, and his blood seemed to flow backwards. What a brilliant achievement it would be if it could really prevent smallpox. How could the people of the whole world not prostrate themselves on the ground and extol the wisdom of his butcher Zhu? The highest standard for evaluating emperors and kings is their civil and military achievements, and eradicating the plague is undoubtedly the most remarkable display of civil and military governance. For this emperor who fought the world on horseback, this boost in prestige was unrivaled. More importantly, it is significant to ensure that the royal children and grandchildren will not be affected by this disaster, greatly reducing the chances of children dying early. Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his mind and looked at Zhang Haoyue again, his voice revealing an expectation that was hard to hide. Zhang Haoyue, have you really mastered the method of preventing smallpox? Zhang Haoyue gently pushed Zhao Hu's hand away, straightened her clothes, and slowly said, Your Majesty is overstating the case, not for treatment, but for prevention. If it's someone who's already infected with smallpox, there's really nothing I can do at this point. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart tightened, keenly catching the subtlety of Zhang Haoyue's words, currently unable to do anything. Does it mean that there is a possibility of treating smallpox in the future? Zhang Haoyue's words were actually realistic. In this day and age, the smallpox virus has long been extinct, and no special drugs have been developed. When faced with smallpox, people usually have to rely on drugs like penicillin to reduce fever and rely on the patient's own immunity to fight it off. It is true that he cannot cure smallpox now, but there is a glimmer of hope left in prevention. Zhu Yuanzhang's body straightened up, his face solemn, and he even suddenly bowed to Zhang Haoyue. This move not only surprised Zhang Haoyue, but also caused Zhao Hu to stare wide-eyed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It was unheard of for His Majesty the Emperor to make such a great salute to an obscure young man. Among the civil and military personnel of the whole dynasty, the only one who can make Zhu Yuanzhang so respected is Li Shanchang. Zhao Hu's gaze turned to Zhang Haoyue in horror, his heart turning over. Empress Ma on the side was also slightly surprised. She didn't expect that the emperor of the great Ming Dynasty bowed and made a big salute towards a fortune-teller. At that moment, Empress Ma's eyes narrowed slightly and landed on Zhang Haoyue's body. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, didn't move after a brief moment of surprise. Preventing smallpox is an immeasurable merit. This butcher Zhu wants to worship, so let him. After Zhu Yuanzhang finished paying his respects, he once again looked at Zhang Haoyue, his tone filled with sincerity. Little brother Zhang, let's discuss something. Please make sure to teach the secret method of preventing smallpox. Zhao Hu's mouth was open when he heard this, and what surprised him even more was that Zhu Yuanzhang had addressed Zhang Haoyue differently than before. Zhang Haoyue nodded gently, no longer making a pretense. For Zhu Yuanzhang to treat him with such grand courtesy is simply a rare thing in history. In fact, the prevention I'm talking about is planting pox. Planting a pox? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but show disappointment on his face. I thought that Zhang Haoyue could unveil some secret and miraculous prescription, but it turned out to be just an ordinary acne planting technique. Chapter 7, Covered with Scruples? That's what Zhu Yuanzhang is. Hey, it's true that all you do is talk. Zhu Yuanzhang secretly sighed in his heart and blamed himself for being too eager to get things done, that he had made a kneeling bow to such casual nonsense. If this were to reach the court, the civil and military officials would not know how to laugh at him. A great king from a grassroots background. He should have come to his senses sooner and seen through it all when he saw the 10 not counting plaque. Zhang Haoyue is nothing but a liar who wants to be famous. Zhang Haoyue saw Zhu Yuanzhang's face change slightly, and in his heart, he already understood what he was thinking. Are you wondering what's so unusual about planting pox? A method that's been around for ages, and thinking I can come up with some amazing method? To this, Zhu Yuanzhang frankly said, isn't it? The technique of planting pox was recorded in the Song Dynasty, but this method is not good enough. Inoculating your body with human pox is like actively inviting smallpox to infest it. The illness is fierce, like a landslide, and many people have high fevers right away. Of course, if we can survive the fever and stabilize our condition, we won't be afraid of smallpox coming back to haunt us later. But very few people survive the pox planting. Otherwise, why was this method not widely popularized in both the Song and Yuan dynasties? Zhang Haoyue listened and nodded slightly. This emperor, who had climbed up from the bottom of the hierarchy, had unusual insights despite his poor background, and he knew about the planting of pox to prevent smallpox. However, Zhang Haoyue's reference to planting acne is clearly something else. What I mean by planting a pox is a little different than what you know. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang's curiosity was completely aroused, and even the usually steady Empress Ma listened with her ears sideways, afraid of missing a word. Zhang Haoyue said slowly, the kind of pox planting you're talking about in the Song dynasty is human pox inoculation, a method that is very risky and has a death rate that makes it unbearable. And what I advocate is cowpox inoculation. Not only does this method have a much higher success rate, but it's also very safe. Those who are in good health need only endure a slight fever for a few hours and pass through unscathed. From now on, there will be no fear of the threat of smallpox for the rest of my life. Zhang Haoyue's last sentence was like a thunderbolt. Zhu Yuanzhang finally couldn't control himself and sucked in a breath of cool air. Queen Ma's breathing became heavy as well. The temptation to say that is too strong. Not having to fear smallpox for the rest of your life. Isn't that the same as wearing armor that is impervious to swords and spears? Who in the world can say that with such certainty now? Only Zhang Haoyue, who spoke decisively without any hesitation. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Zhang Haoyue, if there really is such a thing, you'll have to tell us in detail about this cowpox method. Zhang Haoyue agreed, detailing the key step by step. Empress Ma was on the side, and also pricked up her ears to listen carefully for fear of missing any details. Waiting for Zhang Haoyue to finish, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly said, the effectiveness of this method still needs to be verified. So let's call it a day. Zhang Haoyue froze for a moment, then realized and couldn't help but smile. Zhu Yuanzhang's prudence is true to its name. To this day, it still didn't fully trust Zhang Haoyue. An ordinary person would definitely be impatient to peek into the future if he knew that someone could calculate the future. But Zhu Yuanzhang was different. The first thing he checked was Zhang Haoyue's ability. Since you say you can calculate the future, you must act beyond the norm. The law of cowpox is the litmus test. Only when cowpox did prove effective would Zhu Yuanzhang continue to listen to Zhang Haoyue's subsequent words. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang had already come to a conclusion in his heart, and no matter how much more Zhang Haoyue said, it would be regarded as demonic words. Soon, Zhu Yuanzhang took Queen Ma back to the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang heart that anxious with the fire like, hurry to the hospital up and down or shouted a piece. By the time all the doctors are crowded inside the palace hall, everyone can be in the heart like a river churning. Waves, full of question marks. This scene, it must be extraordinary. It can't be an ordinary treatment to save people's lives, right? People arrived. Zhu Yuanzhang only slowly paced in, walking slowly, but every step is like carrying a mountain. Pressured people panic. As soon as he came in, he threw a question over at Gunglongjin, the head of the Imperial Hospital. Gunglongjin, we've heard that there are no methods to prevent smallpox in this mortal world? When these words fell, it was like a sledgehammer hitting the chest, and the doctor's hearts thumped. The palace has recently found out that 2 courtesans have smallpox. Who doesn't know about this? Outsiders may be in the dark, but to the eunuch, the secret is as plain as a mirror in the sun. For these 2 courtesans, Zhu Yuanzhang also specially picked 2 doctors out of the palace to cure. Gunglongjin which cannot know. Now that he heard the emperor ask this question, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. I'm afraid that the courtesan's condition has alarmed the emperor, making him worry that the dragon's son and grandson have also contracted the disease, so he is eagerly looking for preventive tricks. Thinking of this, Gunglongjin did not dare to guess wildly. Respectfully said, back to the emperor, folk indeed have planting pox this trick. Specifically, take the pox water of a smallpox patient and plant it on a good person, actively letting smallpox come to you, and if you survive it, you'll never be afraid of smallpox in your life again. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. What Gunlanjan said was right on par with what he knew. There are plenty of folk who grow human pox, but it's a scary risk, and it all depends on the individual's constitution. The royal golden bough, which can casually try this. In case of a failure, that is not a joke. Have to find a more reliable way to become. Gunlanjan finished speaking and quietly observed Zhu Yuanzhang's face. See Zhu Yuanzhang silent. Gunlanjan heart 7 on 8. Is the emperor intends to let the little grandson also try this human pox? So a mess. The imperial hospital is afraid to encounter never seen a big trouble. Even if the medical skills are superb, the human pox is not a cure for all diseases of the immortal art. If it fails, it's a matter of life and death. Just as he was thinking 7 thoughts in his mind, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his mouth, his voice calm and steady. Dr. Gung, someone who understands has told us that there is a more brilliant method of planting pox in the world than this method of human pox. When Gunlanjan heard this, her curiosity whooshed upwards and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhu Yuanzhang went on to say, this man said that the method of human pox is actually particularly dangerous, because it means actively inviting the smallpox virus, relying on the body's own resistance to do battle with the virus, and hoping to be immune from then on. The pox water from smallpox is a little less toxic, but it's still treacherous as many people don't have enough resistance in their bodies to block it. Zhu Yuanzhang's words are very profound, although Gunlanjan is a doctor. At first also a little confused. Chapter 8 This means, unheard of nah. But Gunlanjan carefully smack inside the virus. Immunity these words, although fresh, but is just right. As if to the imperial hospital opened the door to a new world. The people who say these things must have their own set of ideas about medical science. Gunlanjan respectfully replied, back to your majesty. This is really true. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. His tone was firm. Because of this, he told us that the human pox is not a long-term solution, and that he has another method that is safer and more effective. At this statement, the palace hall exploded, full of marvelous sounds from the doctors. It's amazing that someone can come up with a better way than human pox and report it to the emperor. It's not just being super confident in their own methods, but there's also so much energy that's not afraid to die. Who dares to let the emperor know without full certainty? If it turns out badly, it's a head-scratcher, and it involves your family. To the doctors who were talking, Gunlanjan did not move and couldn't wait to ask, Emperor, quickly say what method? In the end, how God? Zhu Yuanzhang spoke nonchalantly. That man said that once you figure out how to grow pox, you can find another way. According to him, it was discovered that so many animals get the pox disease too, with symptoms similar to those of humans. And finally a pox disease was picked out of a whole bunch of things that was particularly similar to the smallpox virus, that's cowpox. For cattle, the pox kills, but for people, it's basically harmless. If a person is planted with cowpox, they will have a small fever at best, and their immunity will drive the cowpox virus away, and it will also keep them from being afraid of smallpox in the future. Dr. Gung, do you think this move will work? Gunlanjan listened and fell into deep thought. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others waited quietly on the sidelines. No one dared to disturb. After a short silence, Gunlanjan folded her hands into fists and said in a firm tone, Your Majesty, I deeply agree. This idea is really subtle and brilliant. The person who proposed it must have had an in-depth study of medical science. As for the effectiveness of cowpox, only practice can verify the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slowly, his eyes twinkling. Seeing that Gunlanjan had no objections to Zhang Haoyua's words was enough to prove that this method was not just empty talk, but an approach worth exploring. So, he decisively gave the order. Gunlanjan, we order you to lead the Imperial Hospital to verify the effectiveness of cowpox. If we can really achieve remarkable results, it will definitely benefit all the people. Not only can we console our ancestors, but the living people will also feel the imperial favor. We will definitely notify the whole country of your achievements, so that your names will be passed down through the ages. As soon as these words were uttered, Gunlanjan was so excited that she could hardly contain herself, and for a moment she was unable to speak. All the eunuchs were also excited inside. If they could really get such an honor, it would not only be a glory to the ancestors, but also become a folk tale. Maybe building a life shrine is not impossible. I, for one, will obey your majesty's will. Gunlanjan replied loudly. After the arrangement was completed, Zhu Yuanzhang gently rubbed his brow. The day's labor and fatigue were written on his face. At this time, the witty Wang Jinghong spoke at just the right moment. Your Majesty, the Empress has just sent someone to invite, hoping that your Majesty can go over and have dinner together. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. His mind had already made up its mind that it should be time to go see Empress Ma. Yesterday's storm in the palace must have filled her mind with questions that were quietly waiting to be answered. And the Empress, always considerate, waited until he was a little free, which is when she sent an invitation. Go to the Queen's palace. In Empress Ma's chambers, a cozy atmosphere overflowed. Zhu Xiongning, with his younger brothers Zhu Yunin and Zhu Yunqiu, was greeting respectfully. Xiongning is 8 years old, Yun Braised is 5 years old, and Yun is 4 years old. With their childish gestures, they display well-thought-out etiquette. Is grandmother feeling better? The grandchildren have come to greet you. Empress Ma was full of smiles as she looked at the children, especially favoring her eldest grandson, Zhu Xiongning. At a young age, he showed extraordinary courage and talent in both literature and martial arts, and was often praised by his teachers in the study, combining both the elegance of Zhu Biao and the courage and strategy of Zhu Yuanzhang, and was loved by all. After saluting, Zhu Xiongning also carefully helped up his 2 younger brothers, fully demonstrating his elder brother's demeanor, amusing Queen Ma with a smile. Xiongning, didn't you go to the great main hall to study today? Zhu Xiongning respectfully replied. Father said that Imperial Grandfather told everyone to take a day off today and use it to adjust. Empress Ma secretly pondered in her heart. I am afraid that this is related to yesterday's smallpox inspection, and Zhu Yuanzhan wanted to protect the children from being frightened. So, you brought your brothers to see grandmother? Xiongning replied earnestly. It is the grandson who misses his grandmother, and it is also at the command of Empress Lu. Louis, Queen Ma knew it all in her heart. Lu must have seen Xiongnings's filial piety and took the opportunity to let him bring his brothers, both to fulfill his wish and to increase his impression points in front of herself. How could Empress Ma be unaware of Lu's desire for the position of crown princess? Since Chang's death, the East Palace Lu's monopoly on power has long been eyeing that high position, just waiting for the opportunity to be ripe. We'll have to let Queen Ma intercede on her behalf. However, Empress Ma has not taken a stand so far, which makes Lu anxious. So she frequently brings Zhu Yunju to brush up his presence in the palace. Empress Ma, as a wise queen of her generation, knew the delicate balance between the harem and the former dynasty, and there were some things that she understood without having to be told. As for the position of the crown princess, Lu still needed to be patient. In the middle of the conversation, Zhu Yuanzhang walked in, and as soon as he saw his grandchildren, he immediately smiled. Zhu Xiongning leads his younger brothers to greet their grandfather. Zhu Yuanzhang smiles and asks about their studies. Zhu Xiongning is quick to answer and Zhu Yunju is also very resourceful. Only Zhu Yun looks a bit ignorant. His natural talent is slightly inferior, but his innocent look also makes people pity him. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not feel angry about it. Zhu Yuning and Zhu Xiongning, they're blood brothers. As long as Zhu Xiongnings's position as the crown prince is secure, even if Zhu Yuning's talent is slightly inferior, his future days will be peaceful. It's just that things in the world don't all go as planned. Zhu Yunju. These 3 words weigh heavily on Zhu Yuanzhan's heart. As soon as he thought of Lu, Zhu Yuanzhan's eyes couldn't help but fall on Zhu Yunju with an extra measure of scrutiny. This scene made Zhu Yunju's heart turn over with excitement that was hard to hide. In that deep light of the Eastern Palace, Lu often whispered to Zhu Yunju to do his best to please Zhu Yuanzhang, to show himself in front of the emperor, to make that high and mighty grandfather look at him differently. Unfortunately, in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, there was always only the shadow of Zhu Xiongning, and as for the other 2 grandchildren, they didn't seem to make much of a ripple in his heart. Chapter 9, What's the point of this money? But this time, when Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze became deep, he suddenly realized that compared to Zhu Yunju was not an idle person either. If it wasn't for Zhang Haoyue's warning yesterday, the palace hadn't been able to detect the scourge of smallpox in time, allowing the eldest grandson, Zhu Xiongning, to suffer. Of these 2 imperial grandsons, Zhu Yunju may be better suited to bear that burden. Thoughts like a wild horse out of control, Zhu Yuanzhan's imagination flew into the distance, until Empress Ma softly called to him, Heavy 8, the night is already very late. Let the children go back to rest. Zhu Yuanzhang snapped back to his senses and nodded slightly. When only the 2 of them were left in the room, Queen Ma opened her mouth to ask, Shigehachi, what were you thinking just now? So out of it. To his married wife, Zhu Yuanzhang never hid anything and told the recent events in his head. Between the words, full of emotion, just now, a closer look. Yunzue, that child, in fact, is also a piece of good material. So I thought, if what Zhang Haoyue said is true. Xiongning, ugh, a long sigh, full of helplessness. Who else can assume the role of the crown prince? When these words came out, Queen Ma was surprised. Xiongying was still fine. Why was he having such strange thoughts? Chu Chongbei, what the hell are you thinking? Why would you be thinking about finding a successor to Jubilee? Empress Ma was secretly worried, thinking that Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit bewitched lately. Geez, you're always thinking about those vain things. She chided. That cowpox method hasn't been verified yet. How can we conclude that what Zhang Haoyue said is true? Besides, even if what Zhang Haoyue said is true, hasn't he already prevented the disaster from happening? Yuanying will be fine for sure. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently, his heart slightly comforted, but another thought crept up. Without Zhang Haoyue? If there was no Zhang Haoyue in this world to stand up and block that disease to Zhu Xionying, where would history have sailed to? Is it possible that Zhang Haoyue had counted on all this? Just by thinking so casually, Zhu Yuanzhang felt dizzy, as if his mind was about to collapse. Zhu Yuanzhang, who knew nothing about the mysteries of parallel universes, was completely troubled by this brain-teasing question. Empress Ma, however, did not take it to heart and ordered the people to prepare the meal. The emperor and empress, just like a normal family, have dinner together and talk about family matters. Heavy 8, how have you considered Lao Si's marriage? Have you discussed it with Sude? Zhu Yuanzhang hastily swallowed a mouthful of rice and replied. Mentioned it, and that old codger actually disagreed. Queen Ma froze. Is it Su De who doesn't agree? Or is it Myun who doesn't want to? Su family's eldest daughter Su Miaoyun and Judi age similar. Queen Ma has long wanted to facilitate this marriage. I did not expect. Zhu Yuanzhang just mentioned this. Su De said unpleasant words. Of course it's Su De. He couldn't look at Lao Si and just said no. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Empress Ma smiled hopelessly. I see na. Su De is not completely disagreeable. You still need to ponder over it. Zhu Yuanzhang was confused. What did that mean? He had only just mentioned it to Su De, when the other party began to swear, not giving this emperor any face at all. How else can such strong opposition be explained? If not by disagreement? Do you still want Zhu Yuanzhang to beg in a low voice? After thinking about it, Zhu Yuanzhang said, in a few days, you should let the Su family's eldest girl come to the palace and probe her. These children all study at the Great Hall of Honors and know each other. Old Four is a bit naughty, but he is also valiant. So how come he won't catch the eye of the Su family's daughter? Queen Ma listened and laughed even more helplessly. No matter how bad a son is, he is still a treasure in his father's eyes. But how can someone else's daughter be so easily recognized? Alright, we'll ask the Su family's daughter in person. Between the emperor and the empress, the conversation turned elsewhere. Meanwhile, by the Qinhuai River, Xiao Hu, the brocade guard, had a bitter look on his face as he looked at Zhang Haoyue, who was leisurely enjoying the mutton soup cake. With a complex expression, Zhang Haoyue slowly said, you mean, the one above ordered you, the commander of the brocade guards, to be my follower? As soon as Zhao Hu heard this, his heart turned over like a river, and he was filled with grief and anger. Who would have thought that just because he had honestly reported the existence of Zhang Haoyue, a strange person, he would instantly fall from the scenic and infinite commander of the brocade guards to the position of running errands for people? Is there any justice in the world? Who can one cry to about such grievances? But the emperor's orders can't be disobeyed. Even if it was the emperor's deeply hidden mind that wanted him to secretly keep an eye on Zhang Haoyue, this sudden shift in status was still like a thorn stuck in his throat, leaving Zhao Hu disheartened and disillusioned. Good. That's exactly what the emperor had in mind. Zhang Haoyue finished her meal. The corner of her mouth quirked up and she gently shook her head, her eyes shining with a light that saw through the world. He certainly understands Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions behind this, and by appointing him as the commander of the brocade guards, he is actually placing an invisible monitor on himself. However, since there is free labor available, how can one not accept this great gift with a smile? As she got up, Zhang Haoyue pointed at the things on the ground and said indifferently, pick it up. Zhao, whose heart of that resentment is tumbling, has not yet slowed down the blow of this identity change. Who knew that this will start to be made to do so? But when he struggled to pick up the package on the ground, the air seemed to freeze in his throat at that moment, and the scene before him made his eyes widen. A glittering piece of gold, as if a little sun had popped out of a cloth bag. All gold. Zhao Hu shivered as he uncovered the cloth bag, and the light flared so brightly that it almost blinded him, and that heavy weight told him unmistakably that his heart wasn't racing for no reason. A whole 10,000 taels of silver. For Zhao Hu, this weight was usually not even in his eyes, and he could easily pick it up with one hand. But when he thought that this was real gold and silver that was worth a lot of money, his arm couldn't help but shake. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyue looked disgusted. Look at your unseen appearance. Zhao Hu momentarily speechless, secretly muttered, you say easy. A few days ago you cannot eat, now come to laugh at me? So much gold. Where did it come from? Zhao Hu blurted out. Zhang Haoyue downplayed the situation. The crown prince gave it to me. He said 10,000 taels of silver in reward. How can it be a joke? When Zhao Hu heard it, his tongue almost tied. His Highness the Crown Prince actually really sent 10,000 taels of silver. It wasn't just a casual remark. After all, the Eastern Palace wasn't very wealthy. Holding these gold, Zhao Hu felt like the people around him looked like thieves, and his vigilance skyrocketed. Zhang Haoyue snorted. You're a Jinui commander. For such a small amount of money, as far as that goes? Chapter 10, no. That name, does it sound familiar? So little money? Zhao Hu heart like a pinch. The imperial city that's salary Zhang Haoyue no? That's like throwing salt on dry ground. And that's 10,000 taels of silver. Enough to spend a year on the Jinui. Although Zhao Hu knew it was useless to argue. As a fierce general under Zhu Yuanzhang, he had to maintain political sensitivity at all times. So he didn't say anything more. Zhang Haoyue hummed. Don't show that pitiful expression. Since you've become my follower, you'll naturally be rewarded. First, I'll give you 300 taels of silver per month. And in the future, if I earn more, your pay will naturally go up with it. 302? Zhao Hu's heart shook tremendously, and his fingers holding the cloth bag were bruised from excitement. This monthly legitimate income, although not as much as the 10,000 taels of silver in his hand, but it is the root of a secure life. Not to mention that it is from Zhang Haoyue's mouth. It is really an unexpected joy. That's true? It's not a tease? Zhang Haoyue glanced at him and said disdainfully, what do you have that's worth teasing me about? A body of strength that might still be of some use to me. 300 taels makes you excited like this? Zhao Hu cursed in his heart. Such conditions, put in the capital. Do not know how many people rush to do. How can he not be moved? Knowing that his current monthly salary was less than 50 taels, he would have starved to death on the streets if he hadn't relied on those gray incomes from the brocade guards. You still have some conscience. If I hadn't told the emperor about you, would you have a chance today? Zhang Haoyue laughed coldly. You're still complacent after praising you twice. Take the stuff and come with me. Just like that, Zhao Hu carried the heavy cloth bag in his arms and followed closely behind Zhang Haoyue. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the bustling Yingtianfu territory. The sun shines obliquely on those old and simple green stone roads, reflecting a few busy and earthly smell of fireworks. In Yingtian Mansion, the small official who was in charge of the house sale, his eyes swept Zhang Haoyue like an eagle, as if he wanted to see something from this young man. By the Qinhuai River, a two-story deep mansion for 5,000 taels of silver. His voice was flat and cold as he spoke. After a pause, he continued, buyer and seller, any comments? The seller was a small businessman as thin as a bamboo pole, with a face that made it clear that life was not easy. Apparently business was not going well and he was desperate to sell his house for some turnover money. Neither side had an opinion, and the atmosphere seemed a bit subdued. The little official nodded slightly. His words had a more than a hint of business-like rawness to them. In addition to the deed to the house, the two of you will have to show your proof of identity as well. The little merchant rushed to hold everything out with his hands and feet. By the time the young official's eyes shifted to Zhang Haoyue, the air felt like it had frozen. Zhang Haoyue, however, was not in a hurry to make a move, but instead looked sideways at Zhao Hu, the rather ordinary-looking attendant next to him, and a hint of resourcefulness that was not too easy for people to notice flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hu secretly screamed in his heart, why is this guy so bold? Zhang Haoyue obviously has no identification, but even dared to engage in real estate transactions in this place, but also pulled him as a tiger skin, clearly want to borrow his light. At Zhang Haoyue's slightly amused smile, the discontent in Zhao Hu's heart grew wild like weeds, but he had to make a strong effort to suppress it. The emperor's words were still echoing in his ears. Keep an eye on him, and protect him, too. Zhao Hu cleared his throat and pretended to speak to the little official as if nothing had happened. Please have your lord step in and let's have a chat. The young official looked up sharply, and once he saw the token hanging on Zhao Hu's waist, his face changed slightly. Oh, so it's the lord of the brocade guard. I will immediately go and invite our lord Quang to come. It didn't take long for Yingtian prefect Quang Yi to be hurriedly invited. At first, his face was full of displeasure, but as soon as he saw Zhao Hu, the expression on his face changed violently. He stepped forward quickly, politely, with a hint of nervousness in his tone. Commander, why are you here in person? Zhao Hu pointed at Zhang Haoyue, his words dripping with a non-negotiable meaning. He wants to do a real estate transfer. But there's a shortage of things, so I'll have to ask you to take care of that. Kuang Ye's eyes rolled, and he looked Zhang Haoyue up and down twice. In the past 2 days, there has been a rumor circulating in the palace that the Emperor and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince secretly received a young talented man, although the details are not known. But now that Zhang Haoyue was followed by Zhao Hu of the Jinui, his identity background was definitely not simple. Kuang Yi immediately reacted. His tone was gentle and not rude. Did this gentleman accidentally lose his identification? Zhang Haoyue raised his eyebrows, secretly praising the other party's acumen. That's right, accidentally lost it. That's okay, just redo a copy. After Kuang Yi finished, he ordered Zhang Laosan next to him. You take this person. Zhang Haoyue arched his hand and introduced himself. I am Zhang Haoyue. Kuang Yi's face was full of smiles. Good. Zhang Laosan, immediately help Mr. Zhang to fill in the household registration, but also complete the real estate transfer as soon as possible. Don't procrastinate. The little official Zhang Laosan received the order and was so busy that he didn't dare to delay at all. By the time Zhang Haoyue and Zhao Hu came out from the government office, not only was Zhang Haoyue's identity and household registration problem solved, but she also had a small house of her own by the picturesque Qinhuai River. The good life looks like it's slowly drawing to a close. Now, waiting for Zhu Yuanzhang's side cowpox experiments successful, his fortune-telling career will be able to set sail again. Zhao Hu couldn't help but be sarcastic as he looked at the smug Zhang Haoyue. You're really playing the fox and the tiger quite well. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. It's just conforming to the situation. Isn't it a waste to have resources in hand and not use them? Besides, you're my follower now, so you need to speak up. Zhao Hu was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. This person, Zhang Haoyue, really grasped the key. Thinking about Zhang Haoyue's generous spending behavior, Zhao Hu couldn't help but remind Haoyue Zhang. Zhang Haoyue turned her head sideways, her eyes sharp, and Zhao Hu hastily changed his words. Master, His Highness gave you 10,000 taels of silver. You spent most of it at once. How will you live in the future? Do we always expect a reward from His Highness or the palace? Zhang Haoyue smiled and didn't say anything, then said, You're really a bit of a worrywart for your master. However, in the matter of making money, I, Zhang Haoyue, am unrivaled in the great Ming Dynasty. Zhao Hu laughed in his heart. Who wouldn't say that? Zhang Haoyue looks like a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, who has experienced the world's great winds and waves and the world of business. However, what Zhao Hu didn't know was that sometimes, miracles quietly blossomed in these unappreciated people. Zhang Haoyue waved her hand and told Zhao Hu to get ready. In a moment, you go buy some pastries and we'll go to the south of the city to see an old friend. Zhao Hu wondered, who is it? Zhang Haoyue spoke in her usual tone. Li Sandan, a grocery merchant. Li Sandan? Zhao Hu heard, cannot help but reveal a surprised expression. This name sounds like a little familiar. Chapter 11. From now on, keep them mother and son apart. Could this person be the guy who had approached Zhang Haoyue not long ago to ask for a fortune, and still insisted on sending 10 taels of silver after being rejected? Zhao Hu's heart was like a wave, secretly pondering. It can't be. This time Zhang Haoyue's invitation is actually, Li Sandan is actually a pawn in the whole layout, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Hu felt a chill run down his back. If this was really the case, Zhang Haoyue's actions were undoubtedly a blasphemy against imperial power. As if Zhang Haoyue had read Zhao Hu's mind, she said in a resolute tone, Don't speculate. I'm looking for Boss Li, just to talk about some business matters. As the old saying goes, sitting on your ass is not a permanent solution, and money must still be taken in the right way. Eastern Palace. Within Zhu Biao's retreat room, he had been alone for most of the day, and no one around him dared to disturb his tranquility. After a long time, Zhu Biao finally exhaled softly and shouted, Come on man. Just as the words left his mouth, a eunuch hurried in and bent down to ask, What are your highness's orders? Zhu Biao said in a deep voice, Wang Lin, go and make arrangements. From today onwards, the layout of the palaces in the East Palace will be adjusted, and the royal grandchildren will all move to the West Court. When these words came out, Wang Lin was shocked in his heart, staying away from Nian Lu's residence. Such an arrangement was too sudden. In the past, the royal grandchildren lived near Louis for easy care, and Louis often visited them. As a veteran minister of the Eastern Palace, Wang Lin summoned up the courage to speak. Your Highness, won't this make the royal grandchildren and Empress Lu even further away from each other? Zhu Biao did not change his face and replied lightly, I understand. Although Wang Lin's heart was filled with questions, he didn't dare to ask more. Then, Zhu Biao added, In the future, unless I personally agree. LV cannot visit the imperial grandson in private. Wang Lin's heart jolted as he looked at Zhu Biao with a grave expression. Once this was said, Zhu Yunju was naturally among the restrictions, which meant that mother and son might be forced to separate. I'm afraid Louis will be in pain once word of today's order gets out. However, Wang Lin didn't dare to talk too much, so he could only promise to follow his orders and then withdrew to make arrangements. Sure enough, in just one incense stick's time, Lu had already rushed in with tears streaming down her face. As soon as she entered, Lu clutched Zhu Biao's sleeve and cried her heart out. Your Highness, what did my concubine do wrong to have to endure the pain of being separated from Yunju's flesh and bones? Facing Lu's crying, Zhu Biao was annoyed in his heart and asked loudly and rhetorically, do I need to be reminded of one thing you've done? Lu's cries came to an abrupt end, leaving only the sound of sobbing, looking very pitiful. Of course Lu understood Zhu Bei's intention in doing so. Ever since the day the smallpox thing was discovered in the Eastern Palace, she knew something bad was going to happen and was afraid the plan would leak. Under the fear, she barely managed to keep her composure until everything seemed to be calm again. Thinking that this had been hidden from her, thinking that Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao did not have solid evidence and could not do anything about her. Since this was the case, she naturally would not easily bow her head and admit her mistake. After all, as a concubine of the Crown Prince, accusations without evidence were undoubtedly a smear on the Crown Prince's face. She knew clearly that Zhu Biao was concerned about the family scandal and would not act easily in order to maintain the reputation of the Eastern Palace. Originally thought that the storm had subsided, but did not expect Wang Lin's sudden notice today, not only to move the royal grandchildren, but also to restrict her visitation rights, which undoubtedly drove her to a dead end. Lu said aggrievedly, Your Highness, even if I have no merit these years, I have suffered a lot. I have looked into my heart and treated all three of these children of the Eastern Palace as if they were my own, and I have never favored anyone. Last winter, both Yunzue and Yunzue got cold at the same time. My concubine even ignored Yunzue and stayed with Yunzue day and night. If she really had a selfish motive, why would she do that? Even if I ignore the children of my two sisters, what can your Highness blame me for? Now that your Highness is going to have Yunzue move out, isn't this digging into my concubine's heart? If I do this, what face does my concubine have left to live? I might as well go with my sister. After saying this, Lu was about to slam into the pillar, but fortunately the big palace maid next to her was quick and held her tightly. Your Highness, please don't do this. Think about the grandson. At this time, Zhu Yunju violently broke in, flung himself on his knees in front of Zhu Biao and begged, Father, please don't let child and mother be separated. Father, Yunzue begs you. Yunzue doesn't want to leave mother. Seeing this, Lu also jumped up and hugged Zhu Yunju tightly, and the room burst into tears. Zhu Biao had a splitting headache and shouted, Enough! Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Zhu Biao was silent for a while and finally said, That's just it. Yunzue doesn't need to move to the West Garden, but Xionying and Yunyun must go over there. When he finished speaking, he stood up and looked at Lu condescendingly, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Lu, you know in your heart, heaven knows you know and I know. I hope you behave yourself. Having said this, and without waiting for an answer, he resolutely departed, leaving a room of astonishment and sorrow. After the footsteps in the room slowly disappeared, Zhu Yunju and Lu's arms cried even more painfully. She, with tears glistening, yet in that determination revealed a strength that could not be questioned. Yunju, the insults you received today should be memorized in your bones. Lu's words passed through the curtain of tears, each word heavy as a hammer blow. If we can't climb above others, you and I, mother and son, can only end up like weeds, to be trampled on. Lu's words were as cold as ice. Words and phrases were sharp and incomparable, directly poking Zhu Yunju's heart. He looked in the direction his father had left, and a wave of anger raged out like a volcano erupting. Just because he wasn't born of the rightful family, he had to suffer such shame? For the first time, Zhu Yunju deeply appreciated the uncrossable gap between the main house and the concubine, and the innocence in his eyes was gradually replaced by toughness. I vow to be better than my brother. He made a vow in his heart. A few days rushed by. In the Eastern Palace, Lu suddenly heard a hurried report from the household servants. The maid by her side, Ronger, lowered her voice and said, Your Highness, a letter from the young master. Lu hurriedly asked, What did the letter say? The young master said that people have been sent to scrutinize it in the past few days. Ronger said softly, The palace was suddenly searched that day because His Highness the Crown Prince met someone in private. The doubts in Lu's heart became heavier. What kind of person was so capable of making the emperor make such a big fuss? Even now, it's still like a drum beating in her heart. wondering if that storm, inadvertently, rippled through her, or if it came directly at her. Living in a deep palace, the news was closed. Everything about Zhang Haoyue was in the hands of the emperor's cronies, and she knew nothing about it. He had no choice but to ask for help from his father, Liu Ben, the Minister of Rights. Chapter 12, Spoiling My Big Plan. Damn it! I didn't expect to make an amazing discovery. Who is it that is seen? And what's changed? Liu asked in hot pursuit. After Ronger slowly told Zhang Haoyue's story, Liu's face turned pale all of a sudden. Can you count the future? Is there really such a strange man in the world? If Zhang Haoyue really had this kind of magical ability, wouldn't her every move be in his calculations? Was it he who foresaw the danger and sent the crown prince back to the palace early to hide? Thinking about this, Liu broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Haoyue's ability was frightening. Zhang Haoyue really has heavenly abilities? The question in Liu's mind was left unspoken. Ronger shook her head. At this point, the slave girl is not sure. But I have heard that Zhang Haoyue only tells fortunes to those who are destined to do so, not even counting the crown prince, and has yet to truly show his means up to this point. Liu was just about to nod, but suddenly her face sank and her voice trembled. No! Why does your highness say that? Ronger was surprised. He's already done it. Wasn't the last search of the palace evidence? Not only did he do it, but he did the math and ruined my whole plan. Liu slammed the table, her eyes round. Zhang Haoyue, damn it, spoiling my big plan. Ronger whispered with a twinkle in her eye. Your Majesty, if the smallpox thing is really what he calculated, will there be more in the future? The words were like cold water thrown on her back, and Liu snapped out of it. This person must not be kept, or there will be endless trouble. Liu gritted her teeth and made up her mind to kill. Inside the palace hall, Gunlanjin was full of joy and was reporting the results of the cowpox test to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was in a hurry. Imperial Dr. Gung, do you mean that this cowpox really works? Zhu Yuanzhang asked impatiently. Gunlanjin arched his hand and bowed. Your Majesty is wise. The person who proposed this method is truly a pillar of the great Ming. From a medical point of view, although the micro-minister tried to use pox vaccines from other animals as a substitute, it was finally confirmed that cowpox was the most superior choice. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes sharp. Are all the people who did the test indeed okay? Gunlanjin understood that what Zhu Yuanzhang actually wanted to ask was whether the death row inmates who were used as test subjects had actually come into contact with smallpox patients, an act that was unethical but self-evident. Gunlanjin replied, Don't worry, Your Majesty. It has been infallibly proven that cowpox does prevent smallpox. There were naturally many voices of opposition in the imperial hospital. However, this is not an uncommon occurrence. After all, lives are at stake. Gunlanjin took a step into the grimy Ministry of Punishment prison, where the air seemed to have condensed, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds with each breath. He only spoke softly, recounting the cowpox proposal, but the words were like thunder, rippling through the hearts of those desperate death row inmates. In an instant, the desire to survive spreads like wildfire. Many shackled prisoners responded, willing to give their lives, to make the attempt. For them, even if what awaited beyond the prison was another trial of death, it was better than waiting for the end alone in this place where they could not see the light of day. Facing opposition within the imperial hospital, Gunlanjin demonstrated a determination beyond the norm. He knew that the only way to quell these controversies was to take the lead himself, so he made a decision that shocked people. That would be to allow his young grandson to participate in this life-or-death experiment as well. When the news spread, the family exploded, and the daughter-in-law almost broke down. And in the blur of tears was the struggle and helpless acceptance of the injustice of fate. But Gunlanjin's determination was as hard as steel, and his voice revealed unquestionable firmness. Even if the decision made him a sinner in the family and subject to a million accusations, he was determined to go through with it, because he deeply understands that this is for the safety of the emperor, but also for the happiness of the people of the world. In the middle of the imperial city, when Zhu Yuanzhang learned that Gunlanjin's grandson had also been inoculated with cowpox, his eyes were so deep that he seemed to have gained insight into everything. I heard that Dr. Gun's grandson also tried this method? The words could not hide the curiosity and anticipation. Gunlanjin bowed her head respectfully, each word thrown out. Back to the emperor. Grandson Gung did inoculate against cowpox, and recovered from a slight fever a few hours later, and was even able to stay in the same room with smallpox patients, with mixed clothing, and was unharmed. There was conviction and pride in his tone as he said this. This cowpox, it's really the best idea. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his dragon face was delighted and he nodded his head in praise. Dr. Gung, Your loyalty is evident to all, and we are deeply pleased. Thereupon, he gave another gracious decree. After this is accomplished, let Gung Ko enter the palace as a companion. Hearing this, Gung Lanjun was moved to tears, kneeling down and kowtowing, her heart welling up with unspeakable excitement. He succeeded in this endeavor. He had paved a bright future for his children and grandchildren, while those onlookers, the eunuchs, had nothing but a mixture of remorse and jealousy in their eyes. The effect of cowpox has proved to be miraculous, and Zhu Yuanzhang has even more ambitious plans in mind. He began to realize that Zhang Haoyue was by no means ordinary, and to be able to master such a peculiar method was by no means human. The miracle cure for cowpox, even if someone gets an occasional revelation, is nothing more than talk without practical verification. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, is clearly not only a visionary, but also someone who dares to break the mold. The efforts made by Gung Lanjun and others, trying a variety of animals to finally identify cowpox, are evidence of this. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang decisively issued a command. Wang Ginghong, immediately convey the holy decree. All palaces and mansions, noble families, must carefully take care of the children at home. 3 days later, the palace will focus on cowpox inoculation, completely eliminate the aftermath. This is not only a good expectation for the future, but also the greatest trust in practice of Zhang Haoyue's marvelous method. Lu is living within the East Palace, suddenly heard the news of Wang Jinghong. The heart is like being struck by thunder. Waves of ups and downs, cannot be calm for a long time. Only 3 days later, the emperor's grandson came to the palace on the emperor's order, and his purpose was to try the art of planting pox? It's really a messy situation that has come to this. Within the deep palace, the threat of smallpox disease first appeared. The emperor then ordered the dragon's son and grandson to be inoculated. Such a coincidence. Could it be aimed at me? Louis's mind was reeling with worry and she was having trouble calming down. That resourceful grand courtesan, Rong had quietly gone to the palace gates to find out the truth. Louis spends her days like years, expecting her to return sooner. Finally, Rong returned dusty and pale, almost deflated. Your Highness, the slave girl has inquired clearly. Before the words were finished, Lu's heart was already tight. This time the planting. It's not just any pox. It's cowpox. Chapter 13 This time, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned. Rong continued. I also heard that it was Zhang Haoyue who was behind the push, and the Imperial Hospital also strongly proved that this method was effective. So the Emperor decided that none of the royal grandchildren should be left out, and all of them should be inoculated with cowpox. Cowpox whirred into the ear. For Lu was like a thunderbolt from the sky. Amazement and revulsion are intertwined. The heart is surging. How can the diseases of livestock be transferred to humans? Our imperial grandson, who is a man of heavenly destiny and honorable status. How can we condescend to accept this vulgar art? Lu secretly blamed Zhu Yuanzhang, thinking that the emperor was confused and it was absurd to listen to the words of someone of unknown origin like Zhang Haoyue. What made Lu even more furious was that in the past few days, when she wanted to visit Zhu Xionying and Zhu Yunyun in the West Garden, she was repeatedly stopped by the guards, who said that she had to have an order from the crown prince in order to be released. With her dignity damaged and her anger burning, Lu's heart was filled with hatred. In the midst of her anger, Lu's face sank and she vowed sternly, "No, I must do something, or else I will only be at the mercy of others." Ronger looked worried. Your Highness, what else can we do? Lu was silent for a moment and made up her mind. Go, bring Yunju to me. As time went by, the effect of cowpox was gradually recognized, and Zhu Yuanzhang was pleased and overjoyed. The promotion of the new method should naturally be preceded by the royal family, and once the heirs to the throne had all adopted the cowpox method, the people would certainly scramble to imitate it. His Majesty dreamed that he might become the first monarch in history to eradicate smallpox, and such 1,000 years of greatness is exciting to think about. Just as he was getting complacent, Wang Jinghong reported urgently, Your Majesty, Empress Lu is seeking an audience with her royal grandson. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned gently. LV came at this time. The time is not right. In the end, what do you want to do? However, LV brought Zhu Yunju along, so Zhu Yuanzhang could not refuse directly. Send them in. Soon, Lu led Yunji into the magnificent hall. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could speak, Yunji had already thrown himself on his knees and cried all over his face. Imperial grandfather, Yunzue begs you to allow my mother to go and see my elder brother and younger brother. Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment, listening to Wang Jinghong's detailed explanation, only to understand what is going on. The heart cannot help but sigh. Yunhua is young and his cries are heartbreaking and compassionate. Yunju, Come here, come to Imperial Grandpa. Zhu Yuanzhang beckoned. Yun staggered over to him, and Zhu Yuanzhang personally wiped away his tears and said in a serious tone, as the imperial grandson of the great Ming, with his father as the crown prince and his grandfather as the emperor, how can a boy cry so often when he must have tears? You are a descendant of the Zhu family, honored beyond measure, and you can't stop crying at the slightest thing. What will others think of our Zhu family members? Yun's eyes sobbing stopped a little and looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in confusion. Imperial grandfather. But father won't let mother go to see elder brother and younger brother. Instead of answering immediately, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, and have you ever been there? Yun Zhue froze for a moment and slowly nodded. Sun Air has been there. Have you been inside? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. Yunchen nodded his head and continued. When I went in, my big brother let me stay and play, and we even ate together. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled slightly, his tone soft. See, what Imperial Grandpa said is right, right? You are the flesh and blood of the Zhu family. Big brother and little brother. Their bloodlines are connected. When they miss each other, they can naturally get together. No one can stop them. Yunzhu seemed to be impressed by his grandfather's words and turned his eyes to Lu, only to see his mother's face gloomy and full of resentment. Remembering his mother's advice, he turned to Zhu Yuanzhang again and was about to speak. Royal grandfather. But my mother. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't wait for Zhu Yunzhu to finish. His eyes were as sharp as eagles and he stared directly at Lu. Lu shuddered and blushed, just about ready to kneel down and then stopped. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's calm voice rang in his ears. My eldest daughter-in-law, we've always thought you were an understanding person. Did you bring Yunchun here today? Did you come specifically to greet us? Zhu Yuanzhang's words had a serious expression. Lu, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to complain about Zhu Biao's unfairness, was pressurized by this aura and couldn't help but feel scared in her heart. Those words reached the edge of his mouth and swallowed back hard, barely squeezing out a little smile. Yes, father, Yunzue cried for you every day, so I had to bring him here to see you. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't intend to go deeper, and the topic changed to something else. In a couple of days it will be time to plant cowpox, so you'll have to take the trouble to condition the children. Zhu Yuanzhang said in a calm tone. This method of cowpox is very skillful. Once inoculated, you don't have to worry about getting smallpox in your life. As soon as it came to cowpox, Lu's mind turned fast, feeling that if she didn't say anything at this time, she might not have a chance. She thought carefully and took her time to say it. Father, I've heard that this cowpox method was invented by a fortune teller named Zhang Haoyue. I wonder if it's true. The Imperial Hospital's research on cowpox had long been rumored, and Zhang Haoyue's matter was no longer a secret. Many people knew about it, and it was no surprise that Lu said so. Zhu Yuanzhang gently nodded and confirmed. The technology of cowpox was indeed invented by Zhang Haoyue. Lu looked a bit hesitant and then said, Father, although planting acne has benefits, but after all, it harms the skin, plus Zhang Haoyue's origin is unknown. Shouldn't this method be considered more carefully? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face sank slightly, the meaning in his eyes deep. Lu's fingers unconsciously twisted together, but she insisted. Father, I'm not against planting cowpox, but I think things need to be done more carefully. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows. Oh, then how do you think you can be considered careful? Lu fixed his mind and spoke slowly. I heard that Mr. Zhang Haoyue is very confident in the effectiveness of his cowpox, but his identity is mysterious. So, why don't you let him grow it himself first, and test it on his own body to prove that cowpox is safe? And wouldn't that be better? She spoke softly, but there was a sharpness hidden within. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Lu, on the surface of the wind and waves, but secretly sighed in his heart. The eldest son married this wife. The depth of the heart is surprising. What kind of children can such a woman raise? It was a wise decision to think that Zhu Biao let Zhu Xiongning and Zhu Yunin live separately. Zhu Yuanzhang originally wanted to refute Lu directly, but on second thought, it wasn't unreasonable to check on Zhang Haoyue's background, and now that he had this suggestion, he might as well go along with it. The eldest daughter-in-law is worried about the health of her royal grandson, which is really well-intentioned. Zhu Yuanzhang said in a calm voice. In that case, let's summon Zhang Haoyue to the palace and let him be the first to receive the cowpox. Soon, Zhang Haoyue received the decree to enter the palace and was still confused. Zhao Hu followed him and together they walked into the Hangu gate. Chapter 14. Are you going to disobey the decree? Zhang Haoyue asked curiously. What is it that the emperor is looking for me for? Could it be that the cowpox experiment was successful? Zhao Hu was almost helpless. The effects of cowpox had long been a fact, and Zhang Haoyue had been told a few days ago. At that time, Zhang Haoyue was listening to music and drinking wine in the pavilion by the Qinhuai River, enjoying himself so much that he didn't even put this matter at ease. Young master, I told you about this a few days ago, Zhao Hu reminded. Dean Gonglanjian of the Imperial Hospital has confirmed the effectiveness of cowpox, and in 3 days the Emperor will order all the royal grandchildren and noble children to be inoculated in the palace. Zhang Haoyue came to a realization, and was then confused. If I'm to be inoculated in 3 days, then what did you call me here for today? Zhao Hu is also puzzled by this problem. He is Zhu Yuanzhang given to Zhang Haoyue's followers. A lot of things in the palace cannot keep up with. The information is naturally not well informed. Why should young master worry? You're so smart. How could the emperor blame you? Zhao Hu joked. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Would Zhu Yuanzhang kill him? Of course not. Even if the winds and clouds change in the future, this unique contribution alone is enough to make Zhu Yuanzhang think twice before acting. So how can he lay his hands on it? Into the solemn palace hall. Zhang Haoyue's eyes into the majestic and calm Zhu Yuanzhang sitting on the dragon chair. He made a respectful arching bow. A gesture that was simple but full of respect. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't mind, for the great Ming. Arching hands was formal enough, and only at major celebrations would kneeling be used to emphasize the grandeur of the ceremony. Your Majesty, I wonder what is so important about summoning the grasshopper. Zhang Haoyue's words carried a bit of spontaneity, but she couldn't hide the caution underneath her words. Zhu Yuanzhang had a smile on the corner of his mouth and his eyes sparkled. Zhang Haoyue, I heard that you've been lingering in the pavilions along the Qinhuai River lately, enjoying yourself, and living a life that's more pleasurable than that of an immortal. There was a hint of flirtation in his words, but his eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue sidled his head, just in time to see Zhao Hu's cowering appearance on the side, like a scared little quail that didn't dare to meet his eyes. Zhang Haoyue laughed softly. What Zhao Hu said is not untrue, but I didn't go there to indulge in beauty, but rather with a heart of condolence. To express a little care for those damning women who were unfortunate enough to fall into the dust, a small kindness on my part. Just after the words were said, Zhao Hu almost laughed out loud. Such a grandiose reason. Besides Zhang Haoyue, who else could say it so frankly? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang froze for a moment, then smiled helplessly. I heard that all your expenses are provided by the crown prince? While Zhang Haoyue's face became intriguing, he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with complicated eyes. Your Majesty, what the crown prince has given me is actually not much. If I only relied on that silver, I'm afraid I would have long been driven out beyond the gates by the girls in those buildings. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his surprise was overflowing. Zhang Haoyue actually thinks the prince gave too little money? That's a whole 10,000 taels of silver. Even as the emperor, taking out so much money at one time can't help but feel heartbroken. Zhang Haoyue not only didn't appreciate it, but instead thought it was too little. Really bold to the sky. Zhang Haoyue, do you know what you're saying? That's 10,000 taels of silver. And you still think it's too little? Zhang Haoyue calmly replied. Indeed. What the crown prince gave was all that was left after the residence was set up. Your Majesty, you have not been to the gentle land on the banks of the Qinhuai River, where the flower queens look at people. To see the flower queens, without hundreds of taels cannot even touch the door, if you still want to go further. To drink and sing together, to enjoy the dance. 1,000 taels of silver in the twinkling of an eye is gone. As for deeper interactions, 10,000 taels of silver is just a starting point. A mere 10,000 taels of silver is as worthless as rain in that kind of place. Zhu Yuanzhang almost blew his lungs out from Zhang Haoyue's words. Such profligacy, gold mountains and silver seas are not enough to fill. What sane person would soak by the Qinhuai River every day just for a smile from a beauty? Even someone as wild as Blue Jade wouldn't dare to act in such a reckless manner. And isn't silver hard-earned? How can such squandering not be heartbreaking? The crown prince's 10,000 taels of silver isn't enough for you to spend. So where did you get your money? Zhu Yuanzhang's curiosity was mixed with probing. In response, Zhang Haoyue just smiled and didn't reply. This made Zhu Yuanzhang even more annoyed. Originally he had promised LV to let Zhang Haoyue try to plant pox first. He still had a few apologies in his heart. But now it seems, they are not willing to tell us the way to make money. So there are no rules and no respect. It was actually Lu's intention for us to announce you to the palace. She was skeptical about your acne planting method and didn't want to directly test it on her royal grandson. So she wanted you to try the effects first. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Zhang Haoyue. Louis's move was insidious to the core. This is not a simple test of planting pox. It is simply a ploy to kill people with a borrowed knife. Planting the pox itself is not risky. Once Louis gets involved, things get complicated. in case she bribed the imperial doctor and switched cowpox for the more toxic human pox without anyone knowing. The consequences would be unimaginable. And how can the average person distinguish between cowpox and human pox? With Lu's status as a concubine of the crown prince, it was easy to bribe one or two eunuchs. Zhu Yuanzhang had been keeping an eye on Zhang Haoyue's reaction, and at this moment, his doubts about Zhang Haoyue had not diminished. Zhang Haoyue's behavior is always out of the ordinary, spontaneous and uninhibited, and sometimes it does show wisdom beyond the ordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang secretly thought, this Haoyue for is not there any other ability? Zhang Haoyue, since you said that planting pox is absolutely safe, then the first attempt shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Zhu Yuanzhang asked tentatively. Lu loves her children, a motherly heart, you should understand one or two. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly, having a plan in mind. He would understand, except that behind this understanding was a battle of life and death. However, Lu's move had already been pronounced a death sentence in his heart. This woman's life has come to an end. She has a heart as vicious as a snake's, but she pretends to be a loving mother. The character is paranoid and narrow-minded, and it is difficult to get rid of the suspicion of small-mindedness in the children they raise. Historically, Emperor Jiangwen was not inherently evil, but having been born into the environment of a woman in a deep palace, he eventually strayed from the right path. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty has a broad mind, and I also understand the deep love that Empress Lu has for her children. I'm just sorry that there's really nothing I can do about this. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile gradually tightened. Oh, are you going to disobey an imperial decree? Chapter 15 Possibly. The fortune of the great Ming kingdom is only 300 years. Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head. Not really, only because I've been inoculated against cowpox a long time ago, and it would be a waste of effort to do it again. Zhu Yuanzhang was surprised to hear this. Zhang Haoyue has been inoculated with cowpox? When? Where? Zhu Yuanzhang was incredulous at this claim. Even the Taishu Hospital, which has only just achieved initial success, is carefully promoting the cowpox inoculation technique. Zhang Haoyue, however, said that he had already been inoculated. And even if this method came from Zhang Haoyue himself, Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly believe it. Who could learn the results of the experiment before he, as an emperor, did? Seeing that everyone was looking at him in surprise, Zhang Haoyue rolled up his sleeves without panic and pointed to the scars on his arms, saying, Your Majesty, please see, anyone who has been inoculated with cowpox will be left with marks like this on their arms. If you don't believe me, you can ask eunuch Gunglongjin. I was inoculated a long time ago. Zhu Yuanzhang was half convinced and immediately ordered Wang Jinghong to go and call Gunglongjin. Gunglongjin listened to Zhu Yuanzhang's question and replied respectfully, Your Majesty, it is true that those who have been inoculated with cowpox will have scars on their arms. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Zhang Haoyue. Look at his. Is it the same? Gunglongjin lifted Zhang Haoyue's arm and examined it carefully, then replied, Your Majesty, the scars on the arm of this little brother Zhang match the characteristics of the person who received the cowpox. But, curious, Zhu Yuanzhang followed up, what's the problem? But according to my minister's speculation, this scar of junior brother Zhang's has been there for at least 10 years, judging from the degree of healing. Gunglongjin was shocked herself when she finished speaking. This means that Zhang Haoyue's inoculation of cowpox was at least 10 years ago, and no one was studying cowpox in Daming at that time. Where exactly was Zhang Haoyue inoculated? More importantly, it hints at a fact. Somewhere along the line, someone has successfully developed cowpox and it has been widely used. If this place was within the boundaries of the Great Ming, it was absolutely impossible for Zhu Yuanzhang not to know about it. That's a great achievement against smallpox. Any official with such a capped credit would do his best to report it, even if the letter was tattered and torn. But, Zhu Yuanzhang was quite sure that he had never heard of the cowpox method before this. Gunglongjin, as the imperial doctor, was also confused. 10 years ago, Zhang Haoyue was just a little kid, so someone else must have done it for him. Where is that mysterious place? Exactly? Gunglongjin's heart gave birth to infinite yearning. It must be a country where medicine flourished. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered the signboard of Zhang Haoyue. 10 doesn't count. I've got it all figured out. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart shook as he jerked his head up and gazed at Zhang Haoyue. He seemed to have some sort of guess about Zhang Haoyue's identity, but the speculation was so outlandish that even he wondered if he was delirious. How could such a miracle come true? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhang Haoyue, only to see Zhang Haoyue waiting with a smile on her face, and the two of their gazes met and, the heart is in the right place and no words are needed. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a straight face, Dung Lanjun. You should step down first. Everyone in the Great Hall. Exit as well. Wang Ginghong and Zhao Hu exchanged a look full of shock. The emperor, after all, wanted to have a long talk with Zhang Haoyue alone. Not a moment too soon. After the crowd in the hall dispersed, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped down from the dragon chair and stared at Zhang Haoyue, asking seriously, Zhang Haoyue, with the respect of an emperor, let's ask you something. What you said about fortune-telling, is it true or not? Zhang Haoyue replied with the same solemnity, naturally, it's 1,000 times true. Although Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, he still had doubts in his heart. But the matter of cowpox was not something he could take lightly. Zhu Yuanzhang realized that he had to find a break in Zhang Haoyue's words. You claim to be able to calculate things in the future. But do you know that hardly anyone dares to say such a thing so easily? Zhang Haoyue nodded. Why didn't he understand? Anyone who dared to say that, with the exception of that one, has been turned into the dust of history. After all, is the death of Lu Bowen in history related to Zhu Yuanzhang? It remains an unsolved mystery of history to this day. Zhu Yuanzhang opened his mouth again. His words mixed with a hint of provocation. When Lu Bowen was still alive, we asked him to predict the fate of the state of Daming. Do you want to know what he prophesied? How could Zhang Haoyue not know about this kind of thing? It's been rumored for a long time, and almost everyone knows about it. However, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's intentional sellout look, Zhang Haoyue's heart was as clear as a mirror. This old emperor was putting up a show. In that case, let's go along with it. It's just a show of force. Zhang Haoyue's face was unperturbed as he asked lightly, oh, how? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled confidently. Lu Bowen said that there are 650 years of statehood for the Great Ming. In other words, the foundation of the Great Ming will last for at least 650 years. That's what counts as being able to peer into the afterlife for 600 years. Dare you compare yourself with Lu Bowen? Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's complacent appearance, Zhang Haoyue's heart was so mixed that it was hard to describe. Can there be 650 years for the Great Ming? This mudblood-born emperor is really daring. Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head. How can I be compared to Lu Bowen? Zhu Yuanzhang was satisfied, and his laughter echoed out. That's a bit of self-awareness for you to say that. After all, Lu Bowen. Not waiting for Zhu Yuanzhang to finish his boastful words, Zhang Haoyue had interrupted him. The reason I can't stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Bowen is because he does have the ability to tell fortunes, and I don't have that skill. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his eyes fell on Zhang Haoyue suspiciously. It seemed to be confused by Zhang Haoyue's words. It wasn't calculated? And where does that data come from? On Zhang Haoyue's signboard, it is clearly written, counting all the world's affairs, not the result of a prediction. And you dare to talk boldly about counting all the world's events? Don't you dare tease us? Zhu Yuanzhang's face sank, his anger faintly visible. Zhang Haoyue, however, remained calm and collected. Not that I projected it, but I do know the details of the next 600 years of the Great Ming. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his sneer became even more pronounced. Noticing the contradiction in Zhang Haoyue's words became more and more prominent, Zhu Yuanzhang said disdainfully, Lu Bowen said that the state fortune of the Great Ming has 650 years. Then tell me, just how long can the state fortunes of the Great Ming continue? Zhang Haoyue's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a complicated gaze. You really want me to tell the truth? Zhu Yuanzhang hemmed and hawed. Speak up. We'd like to hear your high opinion. Chapter 16. All this is in accordance with the laws of history. Zhang Haoyue nodded. Your Majesty, but you told me to speak. Don't be annoyed later. The statehood of the Great Ming is until 276 years, 2 months and 3 days. When these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang froze as if he had been struck by lightning. Originally, I asked you to predict the fate of the country. How come you're still accurate to the day, even with 0? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard Zhang Haoyue say that the national fortune of the Great Ming was only 276 years and 2 months and 3 days, he was shocked and stayed on the spot for a while. He mulled it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Where in the world did such a specific time come from? This kind of fragmentation is nonsense. The key was Zhang Haoyue's careless expression after he finished speaking. This has affected Zhu Yuanzhang's judgment in no small way. A person may initially be confused for a moment when confronted with incomprehensible information. But what often follows is anger. Zhu Yuanzhang is no exception. He snapped, unbridled. This roar scared Zhang Haoyue to the core. Even Wang Jinghong and Zhao Hu, who were waiting outside the door, couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Hu nervously whispered, Eunuch Wang, this will be fine, right? Wang Jinghong gently shook his head. signaling Zhao Hu to wait and see what happens first. According to Zhu Yuanzhang's temper, I'm afraid this situation will escalate next. Inside the palace hall, Zhang Haoyue impatiently rubbed his ears and complained, Your Majesty, this isn't fun. You're the one who had to tell me, and then you threw a fit when I did. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhang Haoyue's appearance, his heart itching with hatred, the muscles on his face twitching vaguely. Well, we are the king of a country, with a golden tongue. We cannot be easily angered. So tell us, where did this number, which even has a date on it, come from? If we can't tell you what's going on, we'll get your whole family killed. TSK. Zhang Haoyue's heart was extremely disgusted. LOL. This is the limitation of feudal imperial thinking. Can't accept that their dynasty will end one day. Slightly offensive words are like pins and needles in the back. In fact, Zhang Haoyue did not deeply understand Zhu Yuanzhang's feelings. Zhu Yuanzhang, the diligent emperor, not only worked day and night, but also always concerned about the well-being of his children and grandchildren. In order to stabilize the kingdom of Daming, he formulated a series of exhaustive systems and rules, from the ruling strategy of the imperial power down to the division of life among the common people. All were carefully recorded by Zhu Yuanzhang one by one. These, too, became the ancestral family rules of the Great Ming, and became an insurmountable chasm for the Ming emperors of later generations. Though heaven and earth are large, the ancestral system is honored. Zhu Yuanzhang was convinced that as long as he was diligent enough and left behind enough experience in ruling the country, he would be able to ensure that his descendants would be able to sit on the throne and enjoy peace. The Shu family of the Ming Dynasty, surpassing the 800-year foundation of the Zhou Dynasty, had no problem at all. However, while dreams are colorful, reality is as harsh as ice. Not 800 years, not 650 years, not even 300 years. Imagine how Zhu Yuanzhang could accept such a result with a straight face. Therefore, when Zhang Haoyue that exact and undoubted year figure was said, Zhu Yuanzhang was furious on the surface, but in his heart, he was scared to death, because that number is too real, too precise, and inside the details, there is often the deepest fear buried. This is even more shocking than Lu Bowen's prediction of 600.5 years out. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was afraid, he couldn't show it on his face. He's the great Hongwu emperor. His majesty is not to be underestimated. How can I let this kid Zhang Haoyue see the slightest hint? So, only anger became his only cover. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Zhang Haoyue with rounded eyes, anxious for him to give a statement. Zhang Haoyue, however, asked in turn, Your Majesty, why are you angry? Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and said slowly, In the old days, Lu Bowen said that the national fortune of the Great Ming was only 650 years out. When we asked him what exactly was going on, the gentleman kept his mouth shut, saying only that heaven's secrets could not be revealed. We thought that the Great Ming monarchs and ministers were working together, and the people were living in peace and happiness. How is it that we ourselves, since we became emperor, have diligently governed the country and loved our people? And how is it that we have not seen the fortunes of the country for 650 years? Zhang Haoyue nodded slightly. He knew that Lu Bowen's words had become Zhu Yuanzhang's heart problem. If Zhu Yuanzhang is given the choice of trusting Zhang Haoyue or Lu Bowen was definitely the first choice in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. After all, Zhang Haoyue's origins were unknown, making it difficult to trust him wholeheartedly. Zhang Haoyue continued, Has your majesty ever thought of another possibility? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze turned to him, curiosity shining in his eyes. Mr. Lu Bowen said 600.5 years out, not 654 years, but half of 600 years. Wouldn't that make more sense? Boom boom. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, it was like being hit by a bolt from the blue, and his mind buzzed. Fragments of the past, coming in like a tidal wave. Every detail of Lu Bowen's prophecy became exceptionally clear at this point. His pensive look and meaningful words seemed to have answers. The original 600.5 years out does not mean 650 years. Instead, it's half of 600 years. 300 years? Zhu Yuanzhang's fingers couldn't help but tremble. If Zhang Haoyue had not been beside him, he would have long ago looked up to the sky and sighed, asking himself where he had gone wrong. Allowing the Great Ming to have only 300 years of national fortune? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhang Haoyue with both anger and incomprehension in his eyes. According to you, what Lu Bowen counted that day was actually an act of deception? Zhang Haoyue was shocked and thought in his heart, this Zhu Yuanzhang, directly removing the honorifics, is quite straightforward. Lu Bowen really knows you well. He counted the luck of the country but didn't dare to say it outright. I'm afraid he's afraid that saying it outright will lead to thunderous anger, right? It is only 600.5 years old that is vague. This man, what a wit! Your Majesty, whether it's bullying or not, it all depends on how you interpret it. In my opinion, Mr. Lu Bowen's words are not false. It's just that the emperor failed to comprehend them thoroughly. The meaning of 600.5 years out is all in how it is interpreted. It is, at least to me, the harbinger of 300 years of national fortunes. It also fits the life cycle of a feudal dynasty into a pattern. Zhu Yuanzhang heard this and his curiosity was piqued again. The life cycle of a feudal dynasty? Where did this come from? Tell me in detail. What is the law? Without thinking, Zhang Haoyue wrenched his hand and counted. You see, the Han dynasty was divided into two sections, east and west, adding up to just 400 years. The three kingdoms, the two Jin dynasties, and the northern and southern dynasties, totaling no more than 500 years. The Tang and Song dynasties flourished for a while, and not more than 300 years or so. It's a law of history that changes every 300 years. The fact that the Shu family of Daming did not cross this 300-year mark fits right in with this historical pattern. Chapter 17. What? You're from the future? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his face was very sulky and obviously moved with anger. This calm analysis by Zhang Haoyue made him burn with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. As is often the case with people, the more the other person downplays it and doesn't take it seriously, the more powerful the hurtful power of those words becomes. It shows that what is dear to your heart may just be unusual in the eyes of others. The current Zhang Haoyue is like this. Zhang Haoyue felt his legs tingling at the moment, and running to the Qinhuai River every day to drink heavily had become a major test of his physical strength. The girls looked like painted fairies, spoke softly, and laughed with a delightful, mesmerizing voice. Wang Jinghong stood quietly outside the palace hall, but there was just no one to move a stool for Zhang Haoyue to sit on. Zhang Haoyue didn't care if Zhu Yuanzhang was already on fire in his heart, and spoke directly. Your Majesty, the herb is a little tired of standing. Let me rest a little. Then, without any ceremony, he just sat down on his but so casually. As Zhu Yuanzhang watched the scene, his eyebrows furrowed, and in his heart, he felt that this Zhang Haoyue fellow really had quite a personality. He does things as he pleases, not tied up by those mundane rules. There is no difference between high and low in his heart. He only cares about his own comfort. This style of handling things was not something that ordinary people could do. Even in the Great Hall of the Great Ming, one could not find a second person like Zhang Haoyue. Zhu Yuanzhang himself was a beggar to the emperor, and did not care much about these details, simply followed Zhang Haoyue's example, and sat on the ground with one buttock as well. It was a different way to see the dragon chair from this angle, and usually you could only see such a perspective when you were kneeling. Zhang Haoyue just sat down, took a breath, and then said, the historical track, it's not something we can push, especially since we're all still in the circle of the feudal system, and the big picture is already set. No one can escape. So Your Majesty, to sit on the throne for 300 years is quite enough. However, Zhang Haoyue's words didn't seem to make Zhu Yuanzhang feel better in his heart. Such comforting instead made him feel even more helpless. Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit unconvinced and said, the laws of history that you speak of, we see that they are all empty words. Why don't I see you saying that the Zhou dynasty still sits for 800 years? Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's exasperated yet sitting still, although Zhang Haoyue sympathized with him a bit in her heart, her mouth was unforgiving. Gee, Your Majesty, that's your limitation. That's a classic double standard on your part. It's like those parents who want their children to be the best, always comparing them to the best in their studies, but the worst in their living conditions. You have eyes only for the splendor of the Zhou dynasty. Why don't you compare yourself to the short-lived Sui dynasty? The Sui dynasty was only 10 years old, and you, Daming, lasted 300 years, so isn't this a big profit? As soon as this was said, Zhu Yuanzhang froze. Is there such a cunning method of debate in the world? Of course, we should compare with the good ones. How can we be so stupid as to compare with the Sui dynasty? When he thought of the Sui dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Luckily, Daming didn't die in 3 generations like Sui dynasty. It seems that Daming has its own way of ruling the country. Zhang Haoyue's seemingly nonsensical words actually lightened the burden in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Yes, although it can't be compared to the Zhou dynasty, but when compared to all the dynasties, where is Daming worse? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered these words carefully, and could not help but purse his lips and secretly shouted. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's face changing, Zhang Haoyue smiled in his heart. Mr. Lu Sun's spiritual victory method is really the peak of wisdom in life. However, although Zhu Yuanzhang felt more comfortable in his heart, he was still half convinced by Zhang Haoyue's words. If someone casually told him that the great Ming could only have 300 years and he believed it, then he wouldn't have to sit on this throne. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang changed the subject and returned to business. Zhang Haoyue, if you're so sure, how can we be sure you're not talking nonsense? What to do if what you've calculated is a little different from the latter 600 years? In the face of Zhu Yuanzhang's questioning, Zhang Haoyue's face did not change. He had planned to find a suitable opportunity to tell Zhu Yuanzhang his true identity, but he just hadn't found that opportunity yet. How can he impulsively say, I traveled here, I know everything about the future? You have to take your time and pique someone's curiosity before you can talk in depth. Rushing to show your cards right off the bat will only make people suspicious and look unsuspecting. Your Majesty, you don't have to suspect me at all, because I tell the truth, and the truth stands the best. As I said before, I'm not as good as Lu Bowen. Lu Bowen can tell fortunes. That's the real deal. As for me, when Zhang Haoyue said this, she purposely stopped, her hot eyes staring straight at Zhu Yuanzhang, as if she wanted to see through his mind. For some reason, at this instant, even Zhu Yuanzhang, who had experienced countless lives and deaths and climbed out of the piles of the dead, actually felt a trace of inexplicable nervousness, which even he himself found unbelievable. How many times life and death competition? Stepping on tired white bones, it is not easy to sit on the 9 or 5. And now, facing a young man who speaks casually, Zhu Yuanzhang actually felt an unprecedented tension. That uncontrollable physical trembling made his upper and lower teeth knock gently against each other. Zhu Yuanzhang adjusted his sitting position, trying to ease the sudden tension. Zhang Haoyue's words lilted as he said, I am from the future. Looking back at this past history, his voice was firm, not allowing for any questioning. What has already happened in these times is real history to me. History, where is the need for speculation? For it is itself the answer already given. His words were like piercing arrows in the cold wind, plunging straight into the heart. And as I have traveled from the world 600 years later, even today's daming is only a moment in the long river of history as far as I'm concerned. The words were like thunder. Boom dash. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard it, his eyes were round, and his ears were buzzing, like the thunder beating drums in the 9 heavens, shaking his mind. Seeing the past through the lens of the future? History does not need to be speculated upon, for it is itself an ironclad fact. Every word of Zhang Haoyue's was like cold ice, causing Zhu Yuanzhang's blood to flow backwards and his scalp to tingle. He had tried to weave Zhang Haoyue's identity into the midst of various speculations. It was thought that he was a descendant of some clan that had shunned the world and was hiding in the chaotic world of the late Yuan dynasty, waiting for the right time in order to help the Ming lord. Now that the kingdom is settled, young scions are sent to test the character of the emperor in a tiny capacity. He treated Zhang Haoyue with such courtesy precisely out of this consideration. Thinking that he had encountered that potential abyss, the sect disciple poised to fly. I didn't realize that all my assumptions were so absurd. Chapter 18 Your Majesty. In the future, none of this will matter. Zhang Haoyue, unrelated to any hidden sect, actually claimed to be from the future? This truth beyond imagination was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up endless ripples. It was a good thing that both of them were now sitting on the ground. Otherwise this sudden cognitive upheaval would have been enough to make Zhu Yuanzhang feel the heavens spinning. At this moment, for the first time, he profoundly realized what is called demonic words to confuse the masses. Those incredible words, but also has a magic power that is difficult for people to resist. Zhang Haoyue ignored Zhu Yuanzhang's shock. His words were not yet finished. Precisely because of coming from the future, there is no need for calculations, and history will naturally reappear before me. Just like you, Emperor of the Great Ming. If you stand in the perspective of the Great Ming and look at the old Tang dynasty, do you still need divination? Everything has long been established beyond doubt. I came here from 600 years ago, so my powers can only reveal the future of those 600 years. As for the age after my crossing, it is yet to come, beyond my sight, and that too is a future I do not know. This self-revelation by Zhang Haoyue made Zhu Yuanzhang's mood unable to be calmed for a long time. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was in turmoil, Zhang Haoyue's heart resounded with a voice that invigorated him. Ding! Temporal disturbance detected. Temporal system binding successful. Hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Haoyue almost cried tears of joy. After traveling for so long, the system finally showed up. Apparently, his bet had won, and the system did require specific triggers. This time and space disturbance was not due to Zhang Haoyue's act of crossing over, but rather, After he revealed the future to Zhu Yuanzhang, the different dimensions of space and time reacted and echoed to this. This system is a time-space transportation system. The main function is, the host can carry others to a specific historical node in parallel time and space. Points are required to redeem for the chance to be placed, and the points come from temporal and spatial perturbations. The joy in Zhang Haoyue's heart grew even more when she learned of this news. Being able to take someone through a different time and space? Even the parallel world was enough to ease his homesickness. Thinking of her distant family, the corners of Zhang Haoyue's eyes were slightly moist. The sudden appearance of hope in the midst of despair stirred his heartstrings. It is detected that the disclosure of information about Zhu Yuanzhang has triggered a temporal and spatial disturbance, and the host is rewarded with 500 points. The system mall has been unlocked, and the points can be used to exchange for goods. Zhang Haoyue immediately opened the mall in his mind, ready to see the purchasing power of these 500 points. However, reality poured cold water on him. The cost of exchange was frighteningly high. A mere 10 potato seeds would consume 100 points. Anti-inflammatory drugs that only cost a few dollars on the market actually start at 500 points here. As for the cost of the temporal spotting, he was dumbfounded. He took a closer look and realized that the prices showed a brutal step increase. The closer the point in time and space to the Hangwu Daiming, the fewer points were needed instead. And the cost of traveling to the Zhangwen Emperor's era was only 10,000 points. But as the timeline progresses, the number of points required grows geometrically and is brutally breathless. It's really black, shady business. Zhang Haoyue deeply felt the preciousness of points. Originally, he had naively fantasized that since Zhu Yuanzhang was right in front of him, if he could be taken to a parallel world at the end of the Ming Dynasty, he might be able to see Zhu Yuanzhang's bravado as he saved the day and pointed his sword at the border. But look at the number of points needed. 1 million? The thought was immediately discarded by him. If he could really save up that many points, he would rather save some just to get a glimpse of his own time. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, who was still immersed in shock, Zhang Haoyue's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Zhu Yuanzhang is the source of his points, continuously revealing the future to him. The greater the temporal and spatial disturbances triggered, the more abundant the points harvested would naturally be. But on second thought, Zhang Haoyue felt that this was not enough. The mere revelation of Daiming statehood did not seem to be enough of a shock for Zhu Yuanzhang. He needed a more powerful medium to stimulate this emperor's most sensitive nerves and cause stronger temporal and spatial fluctuations to win more points. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's mood slowly calmed down. His gaze locked onto Zhang Haoyue, which was mixed with unspeakably complex emotions. He resisted trusting Zhang Haoyue from the bottom of his heart. How he wished he could see this man as a babbling madman, a delusional person who claimed to have spanned 600 years of time, to know the future history, and even bluntly stated that the Great Ming had only 300 years of national fortune. However, Zhang Haoyue's every move and word was too loud and clear, making it difficult for this emperor to simply attribute it to the fantasies of a madman. Take the cowpox technology that Zhang Haoyue proposed to fight against smallpox. This matter was enough for Zhu Yuanzhang to be unable to ignore Zhang Haoyue's beyond ordinary origins. Such a method was unheard of, known only to Zhang Haoyue, which obviously meant that the technology came from the wisdom of the future world. Otherwise, how could it be explained that as young as Zhang Haoyue, he was in possession of such profound knowledge? Not to mention the scars on Zhang Haoyue's arms, which seemed to be branded through time and space. Indisputable evidence. In Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, he was certain that within the boundaries of the Great Ming, if such research results really existed, how could he, as the emperor, be unaware of them? Only Zhang Haoyue's hypothesis from the future could make sense of it all, because in that future world, inoculation for cowpox was common knowledge, and every child had to go through the process at an early age as a precautionary measure. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask out, Zhang Haoyue, in the future you're talking about, isn't it true that in the future, everyone will receive cowpox after birth? Zhang Haoyue froze for a moment, not expecting Zhu Yuanzhang to be interested in this. He nodded and affirmed, indeed, in our time, children were inoculated at a very young age against diseases as deadly as smallpox. The vaccine, yes, something similar to cowpox, we call it a vaccine, is promoted by the state, and the people only have to pay a little bit of money to be inoculated. I myself have had more than one vaccination, such as hepatitis B, leprosy, meningitis, all of which are required by the state. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard the words leprosy, he was particularly sensitive, and the shock in his heart was even greater. In the future, leprosy can be prevented in advance? What kind of era this was filled him with curiosity. Zhang Haoyue continued. In fact, By the time I grew to adulthood, many people already felt unfamiliar with smallpox. Curious, Zhu Yuanzhang pursued. Why? Is it because there are fewer people getting the disease? Zhang Haoyue shook his head and denied the idea. No, it's because this virus has been completely eradicated by humans. Only 2 strains of samples for scientific research remain, kept in the lab. A virus that can be completely eradicated? Chapter 19, Old Zhu, you really don't believe me? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, marveling at this incredible achievement. The concept of virus, after Zhang Haoyue's previous explanation, had already taken root in his mind. It's a tiny creature barely visible to the naked eye. As the Buddhist scriptures say, a drop of water contains the life of the Ganges, and a virus is one of them, intangible and invisible. So a disaster like smallpox can't be prevented. The method of cowpox introduced by Zhang Haoyue made Zhu Yuanzhang think that he was simply a genius. And now, Zhang Haoyue is saying that mankind has already defeated the virus that has made people talk about it throughout history, and that the virus is kept only for scientific research. Could it be that the people of the future already possess powers close to those of the gods and can play with these invisible disasters? Looking towards Zhang Haoyue, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were intertwined with horror and awe. Zhang Haoyue, in the future, will each of you possess this power that can be compared to gods and ghosts, to be able to control these so-called viruses with ease? Zhang Haoyue was momentarily speechless and replied with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, where is this happening? We are still mortals, not gods. Smallpox is just one of the many viruses we've defeated, and there are countless others in nature that have not been fully explored. Talk of random manipulation is an exaggeration. The study of viruses, that is a field that only extraordinary people can get involved in. Just like the scholar of the ancient imperial examinations, it requires the combined efforts of all people and a very high level of intelligence to make a difference. Zhang Haoyue recalled those histories that had caused countless people heartache, and secretly lamented in his heart, human beings are actually very small. How dare they talk about control? We are merely, in the trials of life and death, demonstrating a tenacious will to survive. As Zhu Yuanzhang listened, his heart gradually settled down and his understanding of the future became clearer and clearer. Compared to the bewilderment he felt when he first heard that Zhang Haoyue was from the future, he now seemed to have found his footing and was no longer so clueless. Is this points? Zhang Haoyue froze in place, waves rippling violently in her heart. He found it surprising that passing on knowledge of the future could cause a subtle vibration in space and time in exchange for valuable points. The present age is glorious and full of wonders. Every detail is enough to shake Zhu Yuanzhang to his core, and every single thing is a precious treasure. Zhang Haoyue secretly calculated that he would give this Xu Tufu a good lesson to make up for his knowledge before doing so. Zhu Yuanzhang's exterior remained serious, his brows locked, revealing prudence, but deep inside, Zhang Haoyue's words were like a storm, pounding his mind, and without realizing it, he had already subconsciously trusted Zhang Haoyue. This trust, although unspoken, has quietly taken root in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, as if the morning light had first appeared. However, the emperor, who came from a poor background, used his characteristic suspicious mind to skillfully conceal his doubts, as if he was engaging in a subtle psychological battle with Zhang Haoyue. The traveler in front of him, he thought, was still a 15 or 16-year-old after all, no matter how precocious his mind, easy to manipulate and easy to seduce. The words dividend of the times mentioned by Zhang Haoyue caused ripples in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. This is not only an accurate representation, but a symbol of a deep understanding of opportunity and destiny. Zhu Yuanzhang knew well that the term suited every mortal who had ridden the waves of history's flood, and he himself was one of those very few who had become a hero by virtue of the times. During the days of waiting, Zhu Yuanzhang did not waste any time. He utilized his keen observation power to weave an invisible net, taking in all of Zhang Haoyue's moves, with every detail being carefully analyzed and repeatedly scrutinized. The judgment in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind became clearer and clearer. Zhang Haoyue might just be a simple and sunny teenager in the future world, so innocent that he was almost transparent, but because of that, he became the easiest pawn to manipulate. Knowing Zhang Haoyue's origin, Zhu Yuanzhang's mind became more active. He was eager to dig up more secrets, and every bit of future information from Zhang Haoyue's mouth was extremely valuable to him. And to Daming, 300 years of national fortune? Joke. Zhu Yuanzhang firmly believed that with Zhang Haoyue as a heavenly blessing, the great Ming would surely prosper for 1,000 generations. In order to keep Zhang Haoyue talking, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to play that half-hearted role. He understands the psychology of people. and even a powerful minister like Hu Weiyong can hardly look up to him. He believed that through constant questioning and ambiguity, it was enough to inspire Zhang Haoyue's arrogance and stubbornness as a teenager to reveal more. In the face of Zhu Yuanzhang's deliberate sneer, Zhang Haoyue felt a wave of cool air rush straight to his back. The mind of this Zhu Yuanzhang is really elusive. However, such a challenge instead made Zhang Haoyue more vigilant and more curious about what kind of bureau this peasant-born emperor was setting up. Hey, Emperor, are you okay? Just as Zhang Haoyue's thoughts rose and fell in his mind, Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts seemed to be violently pulled back to reality by Zhang Haoyue's call. He waved his hand, a playful and deep glint in his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang slapped Zhang Haoyue's hand away unhappily. What's the matter? Zhang Haoyue asked rhetorically. Your Majesty, what is on your mind? Zhu Yuanzhang coughed gently to hide his inner turmoil. Nothing, just thoughts drifting away. Although Zhang Haoyue was surprised, he didn't look deeper. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang began his layout. Zhang Haoyue, although you've said quite a bit, we still can't fully believe it. When these words came out, Zhang Haoyue was surprised and his heart tumbled. What kind of a show is this? The system clearly showed that Zhu Yuanzhang had believed where he came from, so how come he was now pretending? Just as Zhang Haoyue was surprised, he keenly noticed Zhu Yuanzhang's unquiet fingers, tapping his knees from time to time. That was the unintentional little gesture of the thinker that revealed the secret of his heart. Zhang Haoyue understood in her heart, but didn't say anything. He chose to meet Zhu Yuanzhang's test head-on. Why doesn't your Majesty believe me? Everything I say is true and logical. How would I know about growing cowpox if I wasn't from the future? Even Gung Lanjin, whom you sent, verified that it worked. Isn't that enough to convince you? Is there a higher standard? The corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth rose slightly as he put on a condescending look. The planting of cowpox may have been a coincidence, specifically crafted to win our trust. This alone is not proof of your identity. Even if you speak of the fate of the great Ming, we will have to consider it again and again. Unless, of course, you can give more evidence. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's expression of feigned disdain, Zhang Haoyue came to a realization. Chapter 20. Don't be in a hurry. Let's talk to you slowly. This old fox, who outwardly expressed skepticism but in reality craved for deeper understanding, was testing his bottom line in this way, trying to inspire him to be competitive. Zhang Haoyue laughed coldly in his heart. Apparently Zhu Yuanzhang really believed in his seemingly boyish 15 or 16-year-old appearance. I don't know. In this otherworldly body is an old fox. Well, if the emperor wanted to set a trap, then he would just pretend to be a little white for the time being. What's the big deal even if you end up becoming a bait fish in the palm of someone's hand? After all, for him, the game might as well be a contest in which both sides could profit. Zhu Yuanzhang's amazing desire for knowledge even went so far as to fabricate lies just to get his words. Zhang Haoyue was naturally happy to cooperate. After all, in his calculations, this Zhu Yuanzhang was the best person to help him accumulate points. Wool gathering, of course, is about catching a person and making the most of it. Thus, Zhang Haoyue deliberately pretended to be angry and spoke sharply. Gu, your Majesty, you are so paranoid. He put on a look of hopelessness. Never mind. You don't believe me even if you don't. And you have to make me say more to prove it. Then I'll be polite and straight. But when the words come out, you have to catch them. Don't turn your back on them then. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his beard almost flew up in anger, and his round eyes almost burst into flames. How dare you? Are we the kind of monarchs who are so stupid and brutal? Go ahead. Let's see if we can stand it. Zhang Haoyue sneered in his heart. If he were in modern times, he would have plenty of ways to deal with this kind of stubborn old man. But in this day and age, he has to take his time. Then let's talk about the prince. When these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang's body shook, and when he heard that he wanted to talk about Zhu Biao, he couldn't help but straighten his back, and his eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible tension. Zhang Haoyue turned his words around and continued. Last time, I posed as a fortune teller and gave the crown prince a fortune. Do you remember what the trigram said? I say that your son, Zhu Biao, despite his honorable status, has had an ill-fated life. Speaking here, Zhang Haoyue patted his thighs and intensified his tone. That's right, that's what it means. Do you know why you say that? Because in the annals of history, your eldest grandson, Zhu Xiongying, will die prematurely from smallpox on the first day of the 5th month of the 15th year of Hanwu, the same day next year. If I hadn't told you in advance and brought the cowpox method of preventing smallpox, that orthodox eldest grandson of yours, his life would have been taken by that smallpox. Zhang Haoyue's words were like thunder from a clear sky, instantly shocking Zhu Yuanzhang into blindness. I had only wanted to hear where the future was going, but I didn't expect to receive such a heavy prophecy. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up violently, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Zhang Haoyue, half speechless. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, had an innocent look on her face, looking up and locking eyes with Zhu Yuanzhang, as if her eyes were silently asking, "You were the one who insisted that I say it, and it was difficult for you to accept it after saying it, so what should I do?" This Zhu Yuanzhang, it's still twisted as hell. Zhang Haoyue tried to comfort and gently tugged on Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve, trying to get him to sit down and calm down, but he didn't expect Zhu Yuanzhang to violently shrug it off and angrily ignore it. Zhu Yuanzhang heart rage, but nowhere to vent. This mouth can only swallow back. Even if he began to believe in Zhang Haoyue's ability to predict the future and acknowledge that Zhang Haoyue came from the future. Suddenly, such a direct and naked prophecy about Zhu Xionying's death was still hard for him to accept, especially since Zhang Haoyue's time was stated so precisely. On the first day of the 5th month of the 15th year of Hangu, that date seemed to be engraved on his heart and could not be erased. Zhu Xionying, as the firstborn son of the crown prince Zhu Biao, was carefully nurtured from the moment of his birth as the third successor of the great Ming Dynasty. He had a prominent maternal family behind him, and even though Chang Yuchun was no longer with us, as the leader of the most important faction in the Ming army, those connections and influence naturally became Zhu Xionying's solid backing. Even a fierce general like Lan Yu was only one of Zhu Xionying's potential helpers in the army. Not to mention Zhu Xionying himself, who at a young age showed extraordinary intelligence and talent, surpassing the norm in both literature and martial arts. How could such a perfect heir to the throne not be filled with anticipation? Even if Zhu Yuanzhang could not see the exact character of his great-grandson yet, he could already foresee the prototype of a bright ruler just by the performance of Zhu Biao and Zhu Xionying. To be able to produce 2 generations of Ming rulers, Zhu Yuanzhang felt worthy of the Ming Dynasty and the people of the world. He even personally involved in Zhu Xionying's education, a little bit to instill the emperor's art to the first grandson, and even decided to wait until Zhu Xionying full 8 years old. Next year will officially register him as the emperor grandson. But now, Zhang Haoyue's words were like pouring cold water on his head, extinguishing all the good imaginations. The royal grandson, who has been cultivated with great care for many years, will actually wither next year, before this flower of hope has time to bloom? This cruel reality led Zhu Yuanzhang how to bear it. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang's mood was about to be unable to hold on and was about to collapse, Zhang Haoyue hurriedly opened his mouth and tried to find ways to stabilize his mood. Your Majesty. Nah, don't let yourself get caught up in grief. What I'm talking about is what's written in the history books. That Zhu Wongyang who didn't manage to escape the smallpox calamity, not what's happening right now. Oh, in the past, smallpox, the disease, ruthlessly took away Zhu Xionying's young life. But now, I'm here, and the cowpox vaccine has been researched, and that sadness from before won't be repeated. Xionying's life path has completely changed. Although Zhang Haoyue's words were spoken firmly and forcefully, they still did not completely blow away the hurdle in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, because in the world of that time where Zhang Haoyue was, Zhu Xionying's misfortune was still like what was written in the history books and could not be changed. That was an ironclad fact that could not be disputed. Zhu Yuanzhang heard the concept of parallel worlds for the first time when he heard Zhang Haoyue explain it like this. It is also understood that in this boundless universe, there is still a Daming without the appearance of Zhang Haoyue, where Zhu Xionying still can't hide from tragedy. Just next year, as if it was destined. The sinking realization made Zhu Yuanzhang close his eyes tightly, with both pain and fear in his heart. Even if such a thing won't happen in the current Daming and won't be reproduced in the future, the gouging out of the heart's pain and the fear of the aftermath, it's as if it's following oneself and can't be shaken off. If Xionying really died early, Zhu Biao would be left with only 2 sons, and within these 2 children, who would be able to pick up the heavy burden of the future of the great Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang thought of Zhu Yunzhang first, then shook his head helplessly. Chapter 21, Zhu Yuanzhang's Little Peace of Mind. Although Yun was born of the Chang clan and was of orthodox blood, he was timid, didn't talk much, and his natural talent was not particularly outstanding. He was neither as steady as Zhu Bei, nor as decisive as Zhu Yuanzhang. At the gatherings of the royal grandchildren, Yun was always the quietest one. Such a person is obviously not the material to be an emperor. Emperor is to stand on 10,000 people. From childhood is not love to talk. In the crowd does not stand out. Grow up the character is very easy to become paranoid extreme. This is not good for the country and the people. Besides, if the emperor appeared to be weak, those ministers with power in their hands would rise up and make things happen. and the strength of the army left behind by Chang Chochun might become a stone on the head of the imperial power, instead of a help. If Yun really became the emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang was afraid that he would have to weaken the capable generals in his regular family. When you think about it, the only suitable person is Zhu Yunju. Although Yun Jue has a gentle nature, his brain is smart and his learning is not inferior to Zhu Xiongning. If it is just a quiet character, through education and conditioning, coupled with careful cultivation of the emperor's art, it may not be impossible to be a good emperor in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang, with this deep thought, finally gave a sigh of relief to the damning of that parallel time and space. Fortunately, even if Xiongning is unfortunately gone, there is still hope for Damien over there. This peace of mind also gave Zhu Yuanzhang himself a little comfort. After all, no matter where, Daming is the root of Zhu Yuanzhang's family. Zhu Yuanzhang's insistence on the family world has gone to the extreme. He hates official corruption with a passion. More so because the money that should be in his pocket has been pocketed by others. How can an official tolerate corruption? Which to him is like taking money directly out of his pocket. However, if the same thing happened to his son, Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude would be completely different. In his opinion, his son's use of the people's money is just a change of his own family's money from his left hand to his right hand. So what kind of corruption is it? In order to lay out the future of Daming well, Zhu Yuanzhang heart of that big stone finally put down. Looking at it again, Zhu Yunju is actually a talented person. Zhang Haoyue had been staring at the change in Zhu Yuanzhang's face, from the initial surprise to the later worry to the final relief, and in his heart, he understood that Zhu Yuanzhang had already figured it out on his own without realizing it. Zhang Haoyue was also quite interested in how Zhu Yuanzhang convinced himself. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang as he resumed his seat, he asked directly, "Your Majesty, have you already figured it out?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied triumphantly, "Indeed, we have been enlightened. The prince has 2 other sons to count on, even if Xiongning. Hey, it's not completely desperate." When Zhu Yuanzhang said this, Zhang Haoyue listened carefully and her curiosity was all aroused. It's rare to see firsthand the choices Zhu Yuanzhang made when his grandson Zhu Xiongning was safe and sound, and Zhu Biao was also healthy. The decision at this point in time, with less of those messy changes in the future, is undoubtedly purer and truer. Zhu Yuanzhang's brows gently furrowed, flashing a touch of imperceptible heaviness as he slowly said, "Zhang Haoyue, there's something in what you're saying, and we'd like to hear your insights." Zhang Haoyue narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth took on a few flavors that kept people guessing. Zhu Yunju was naturally gentle and refined, full of bookishness, but in the position of an emperor. Without a heart of stone he cannot stabilize the kingdom, and without extraordinary wisdom he cannot set the country. I'm afraid that Yunshan's benevolence will make it difficult to control those intricate situations in the court. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flickered, obviously touched by these words, and he asked in a deep voice, "Are you saying that Yunju is too soft-hearted and easily led by the nose?" "More than that," Zhang Haoyue said word by word, deliberating, surrounding Yunshu's side, such as Huang Zicheng, Qi Tai. These people are only talk about theories, and actually have no ability to govern the country. But the ability to stir up the political situation is not small. A country's monarch who is surrounded by such characters can be dangerous for the country. Zhu Yuanzhang's face looked good and bad for a moment. Zhang Haoyue's words were like a sharp knife, cutting through his fantasies of a beautiful vision of his successor. He couldn't help but ask himself in his mind if his expectations of Zhu Yunju were too idealistic and ignored the harshness of reality. Do you think that there is a better candidate other than Yunshan? For the first time, there was a hint of hesitation in Zhu Yuanzhang's voice. Zhang Haoyue sighed softly. The tracks of history roll on, and every choice may lead to a different outcome. Although Yun Yun is young, he has the temperament to become a bright ruler. Perhaps he can take a different path from Yun Yun. Zhu Yuanzhang was silent for a long time. His eyes seemed to penetrate the present and look into that unknown future. Yun, is it? Perhaps we really should reconsider. At this moment in the palace, the air was very heavy, and the collision of the wisdom of 2 different worlds from 2 different worlds caused a subtle change to float around. Zhang Haoyue's heart, however, set off waves, understanding that even the slightest interference in history by himself could cause a huge storm. Ding! Due to the host's words affecting Zhu Yuanzhang's consideration of his successor, triggering an important historical change warning, rewarding 2,000 points. The system beep broke the silence of the palace and reminded Zhang Haoyue that every move he made in this time and space could rewrite history, and where the great river of history will eventually flow is anyone's guess. Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's fading back. His heart was both excited and a little apprehensive. Once the trajectory of history is shifted, Only time will reveal whether a straight path or a cliff awaits ahead. Perhaps, because of this, Zhang Haoyue's approach has quietly touched the strings of Zhu Xionying's destiny. The method he taught for planting cowpox was so ingenious that it allowed Zhu Xionying to avoid the shadow of smallpox and did not let this life die early. Therefore, even if the unfortunate outcome of Zhu Xionying in the history books clear, in Zhu Yuanzhang heartwaves, but also just a little ripples on the surface of the pond, far from touching the depths of the heart. But, Zhang Haoyue looked at the smug Zhu Yuanzhang and secretly calculated in his heart, possibly, it's time to throw a big rock into these calm waters and cause a huge wave. What he's going to show will be an even more shocking prophecy of the future. But before that, Zhang Haoyue had to make mental preparations. Zhu Yuanzhang, the moody and uncertain emperor, although he is now laughing and joking with Zhang Haoyue, not caring about the death of his son and the prophecy. In reality, it was because he thought it was just some empty words from Zhang Haoyue. If you don't believe it's going to happen, where's the reason to be angry? The thunderous fury of the emperor was still hiding underneath the calmness at this point. Zhang Haoyue had a plan in her heart. Once those truths that hadn't been told yet were mentioned, Zhu Yuanzhang must be furious. Even a traveler can't escape. In front of the true dragon son of heaven, life and death are just a matter of his thoughts. Chapter 22. In fact, Empress Ma will die next year in a princely manner. Luckily, his system gave him something to fall back on, accumulating enough points to protect himself. For the sake of these scores, Zhang Haoyue was willing to take a risk and put everything on the line to try. Your Majesty, Zhu Xionying's misfortune is only the opening prelude. For Daming, the early death of the emperor's eldest grandson is like a shaky foundation. A cascade of influences followed, changing the path of destiny for countless people. As soon as these words were said, Zhu Yuanzhang's attention was instantly gripped tightly. Tell me in detail how Xionying's untimely death caused a furor? Zhang Haoyue's eyes were far-reaching as he looked towards Zhu Yuanzhang, and the other party was completely unaware of the shock he was about to face. He said in a deep voice, Emperor's eldest grandson Zhu Xionying died on the first day of the 5th month of the 15th year of Hongwu, and it was just 3 months later. Empress Ma, the state mother of the great Ming, has died. Bang! Zhu Yuanzhang stood up violently, his eyes like fire, looking straight at Zhang Haoyue, his face trembling slightly. Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction confirmed Zhang Haoyue's thoughts. It's the fear of not knowing that's the worst. If you can't stop that inevitable future, fear becomes an abyss of despair. Zhu Xionying survived because Zhang Haoyue intervened. What about Queen Ma? Zhu Yuanzhang was agitated, pointing at Zhang Haoyue, and it took a long time before he could ask one word at a time. You give us a clear explanation. Our horse queen, why is she gone? Zhang Haoyue wasn't scared at all and replied, Empress Ma died. The history books didn't write it clearly. Some people guessed that after Zhu Xionying got smallpox, she took care of it herself, so she was infected too. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's mood relaxed a little. If it's smallpox, there's a turnaround. Immediately plant acne and the problem will be solved. However, Zhang Haoyue's next words made Zhu Yuanzhang's heartstrings tighten again. But more people disagree with this. They feel that Queen Ma did not die of smallpox. Rather, the disease of consumption. Consumption. A sentence that sent a shock through the heart. Zhu Yuanzhang's body swayed, almost unable to stand. Consumption, like smallpox, was an incurable disease in ancient times. There is no special medicine to cure, only to rely on conditioning to delay the time. The pain is constant. Not only the patient suffers, the family is more difficult. Zhu Yuanzhang was in an uneasy mood and barely controlled himself as he asked Zhang Haoyue, is there a way for future generations to crack consumption, like growing cowpox? Zhang Haoyue nodded. Yes, there is indeed a way. But then added, there is a way, but it's nothing like growing cowpox. The medicine for consumption requires very fine refining and synthesizing, a troublesome process. With Daming's current technology, it's hard to make it. Even if you barely go through with it, the effect is less than 10%. Less than 10%. This number was like a knife to the heart, making Zhu Yuanzhang feel breathless. Even if the medicine could be made, there was only a slim chance of saving Queen Ma. What's the difference between that and waiting to die? Zhu Yuanzhang absolutely cannot accept it. He looked up and shouted, we don't believe in heaven. We don't believe in fate. Who dares to take her life unless we mean it? Even if it's God's will, don't even think about it. Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head. Zhu Yuanzhang had obviously lost his mind a bit. The loudly shouting emperor suddenly turned back to stare at Zhang Haoyue, his eyes intertwined with anger, hatred, and a hint of a vague murderous aura. That resolute and ruthless Zhu Yuanzhang finally showed his true colors at this time. However, Zhang Haoyue remained seated, calm and unhurried, until the silence was broken by Wang Jinghong's urgent call from outside the door. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Empress has fainted. Hearing Wang Jinghong's urgent report like an ant on a hot pan, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as if his brain had been hit by a sledgehammer and buzzed incessantly. Even his legs were so weak that he could barely stand and almost fell on his butt. Thanks to Zhang Haoyue's quick reaction, he steadily held this emperor's shaking body. Wang Jinghong, come out right now. Zhu Yuanzhang almost gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. When Wang Jinghong heard this, he almost rolled and crawled into the room, lying on the floor, speaking with an uncontrollable shiver. Your Majesty, something big has happened. Princess Linen has sent a message in 100,000 times of urgency. The Empress suddenly became acutely ill and passed out. Lord Gunlunjin has already rushed to Kunning Palace. As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if the surroundings froze at once. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shaking Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, and the usual firm mouth showed a trace of imperceptible pallor. How could his sister, who had always been in robust health, suddenly fall ill? Doubt and unease gnawed at his heart. Zhu Yuanzhang walked around the room angrily, his eyes burning like fire, especially when he looked at Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue had just finished saying that Empress Ma might have died due to lung disease, and the Empress had really collapsed. Was this not some evil curse? This idea makes Zhu Yuanzhang's heart twisted. After all, he would have liked to engage in the serialization of that. But the most important thing at the moment is Queen Ma's well-being. Zhu Yuanzhang made a strong effort to suppress the tumultuous waves in his heart and tried to calm himself down. Wang Jinghong, you stay and arrange Zhang Haoyue. We're going to Kunning Palace to see for ourselves how the Empress is doing. With that, he took it in stride. As Zhu Yuanzhang's back walked further and further away, Zhang Haoyue gently flicked the dust on the corner of his coat and turned his head to Wang Jinghong. His words were implied, but his tone was relaxed. Eunuch Wang, the cleaning of this palace hall doesn't seem quite up to par. Look, if you sit on this floor, your clothes can get dusty. Zhang Haoyue's words sounded like a joke, but they actually meant a lot. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Jinghong's forehead, and he wasn't in the mood for Zhang Haoyue's jokes at all. In his heart, he couldn't shake off his worry about Empress Ma like a shadow. And more than that, he was afraid of Zhu Yuanzhang's violent temper. In this Ming, only Queen Ma can stop this emperor from killing at will at the right time, and she is generous to her subordinates, never punishing them heavily for small mistakes. Her safety involves not just personal feelings, but the lives and deaths of all. Wang Jinghong's heart was in turmoil, and he perfunctorily replied, Little brother Zhang, there are strict rules for cleaning in the palace, and this kind of negligence is rare. Zhang Haoyue gently patted Wang Jinghong's shoulder, his eyes flashing with a cunning light. Eunuch Wang, I'm just reminding, when the emperor left just now, did you notice the conspicuous piece of gray on the back of his dragon robe? His Majesty doesn't have time to pay attention right now, but I'm afraid he won't be happy if he thinks about it. Wang Jinghong's face changed, and he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Thanks for reminding me, Your Excellency. It is indeed time to rectify the culture of laziness in the palace. Chapter 23, Your Majesty, Empress Ma has fainted from illness. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly and nodded. This seemingly careless little action of his set off a huge wave in Wang Jinghong's heart. From the small things to see the big problems, Zhang Haoyue's nitpicking about the cleanliness of the palace hall is not nothing, but is reminding Wang Jinghong that Zhu Yuanzhang is now emotionally unstable. So don't do anything wrong and provoke the dragon's anger. The consequences of such an obvious oversight can be dire if it is not remedied in a hurry. Wang Jinghong was shocked at the delicacy of Zhang Haoyue's mind. How could such deep thoughts come from a 15 or 16-year-old? It's no wonder that he was honored by the emperor and the crown prince. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Haoyue, and with a smile on his face, he proposed, Junior brother Zhang, would you like to take a break? I'll serve you a cup of tea? Zhang Haoyue shook her head. No need. I've been sitting for half a day. I want to go outside to get some fresh air. It should be fine, right? Behind the palace hall was a garden with flowers in full bloom, and Wang Jinghong accompanied him, walking casually. Walking up to a flower bed, Zhang Haoyue vaguely heard a conversation. Sister, what's wrong with the Empress Mother? Why did she summon us to the palace and then people disappeared? This voice was delicate and clear, obviously a little girl. Mao Jin, you can't talk nonsense about things in the palace. The voice that answered was soft, a young girl of similar age. Zhang Haoyue's heart stirred, and he had already recognized the identities of these two women, the two daughter-in-laws of Duke Su Da's family, Su Miaoyun and Su Miaojin, being summoned by the Empress at this time. It must have been to inquire about Su Miaojin's marriage. As for Su Miaoyun, she had long been married to Judi. However, with the Empress' sudden illness, the interview did not take place after all, and the two sisters had to leave the palace for a while. Zhang Haoyue's eyes passed through the crowd and gently swept over Su Miaojin's figure. The woman's skin was white as snow, her black hair was like a waterfall pouring down, and her body was graceful, as if it was a work of art carefully carved by nature. With such a beautiful woman in his company, Judi is truly blessed with 3 lifetimes of cultivation. Looking at the two sisters who were at a loss in the garden, Zhang Haoyue turned to Wang Jinghong and said, "Eunuch Wang, why don't you lead the way and escort Duke Su's daughter home? I'll return to the palace hall first." Wang Jinghong glanced in the direction Zhang Haoyue was looking, and the beautiful figures of the two Su Miaojin women caught his eye, then nodded soberly. "I'll get on with it, slave, and be right back." Zhang Haoyue watched Su Miaoyun get farther and farther away with Wang Jinghong's figure before he turned around and took a step towards the palace hall. At this time, Su Miaojin had sharp eyes and instantly noticed Zhang Haoyue's departing back, gently pulling on her sister's sleeve and whispering, "Sister, look at that man." Su Miaoyun followed the direction of her sister's finger and froze. Su Miaojin lowered her voice and said with some certainty, "Isn't this the boastful brat we met by Macho Lake?" Su Miaoyun glared at her sister, signaling her to stop talking nonsense. Where would someone who could walk freely in the palace be an ordinary person? Recalling a few days ago, the sisters were walking around Macho Lake, when they heard the lake management inadvertently reveal that someone wanted to buy the lake and mountains from the Su family. Following the direction that the lake steward was pointing, what Su Miaoyun saw was a teenager around 15 or 16 years old, followed by a tall and imposing servant, the two of them walking and chatting in a leisurely manner. Regarding this matter, Su Miaoyun felt a little funny in her heart. On the side, Su Miaojin also covered her mouth and snickered. Macho Lake. But the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, in order to recognize the achievements of Su Di, given to the Su family, it is not only the glory of the Su family, but also often open to the common people of the capital, so that they can fishing, boating, even if they do sell. How can such a young guy afford such a big deal? You know, just the transfer of the right to use it would cost hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, which is not something a small child can afford. At that time, Su Miaoyun just smiled faintly at the lake pipe and said, "It's just a kid who likes to brag. Don't pay any attention to him." Thoughts returning to reality, Su Miaoyun looked at the direction Zhang Haoyue had left, which was precisely the honorable palace hall. She thought in her heart that it was not a place where ordinary people could just go. This person was definitely not simple, never the frivolous teenager that day. In Koan Ning Palace, Queen Ma has not yet woken up, her brows locked in her sleep, seemingly with unspeakable pain. The palace eunuchs all knelt on the ground, led by Gung Lanjin, their faces sad. "Dr. Gung, are you sure? Is it really consumption?" someone asked. Gung Lanjin nodded heavily and sighed. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's illness is still in its early stages, and has not yet reached the point of danger. It's probably because I've been working too hard lately, and my body couldn't handle it, so I suddenly fainted," Gung Lanjin added. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was enraged. "Since you have consumption, why didn't you realize it when you took your pulse before?" That eunuch who was responsible for taking Empress Ma's pulse was lying on the ground, his whole body trembling in fear. Gung Lanjin hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, consumption is a chronic disease. When it doesn't strike, it's no different from a normal person. It's just that it's easy to feel tired, so it's not easy to notice." Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and slapped the side of the bed. "A bunch of quacks. The Empress's illness has been delayed, and it's all your fault." Gung Lanjin could only lie down on the ground and ask for forgiveness, and in front of the Emperor's wrath, any defense would seem superfluous. Perhaps Zhu Yuanzhang's slap was so hard that it actually woke Empress Ma up, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the room on its knees, she probably understood in her mind what had happened. Empress Ma tightly grasped Zhu Yuanzhang's hand and gently comforted, "Changba, it's none of their business. I know best about my own body." Feeling the gentle strength of his wife, Zhu Yuanzhang's tears almost fell, and he had to barely hold them back because there were people around. "Why didn't you say so earlier if you weren't feeling well?" Queen Ma laughed softly. "It's just some old ailments, left over from my youth. I didn't even take them to heart myself, so why should you blame them?" When the imperial doctors kneeling on the ground heard this, it was as if they had been granted amnesty. Empress Ma's kindness was like the warmest sunshine to them. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted, his heart not really rippling much. In his opinion, as long as Empress Ma is fine, it's good. Otherwise, I'm afraid that none of these imperial doctors will be able to get off the hook. Thinking that Empress Ma had consumption, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was like a knife. He stared at Gung Lanjin and said in a deep voice, Imperial Dr. Gung, hurry up and go dispense the medicine. The Empress's illness depends on you. Gung Lanjin crouched on the ground and responded, I will do my best. Every word was full of sincerity, and his concern for Queen Ma was genuine. When all the people in the room had withdrawn, Zhu Yuanzhang personally picked up Empress Ma and patiently fed her the medicine one spoonful at a time. The medicinal soup went down, but also warmed into the heart. Unconsciously, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes reddened. Chapter 24 This Zhang Haoyue is really like a god. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, a gentle smile curling up at the corner of her mouth. Shigehachi, now that you're an emperor, why are you still shedding tears like a child? Her voice was soft but carried a sense of strength. A complex emotion swept through Zhu Yuanzhang's deep eyes as he took a deep breath, wiping his thick hand on his face as he tightly grasped Empress Ma's delicate hand. Sister, it's us who have wronged you. His words were full of guilt. In the past, I had to fight in the east and west, letting you follow us around the world, not having a single day of peace, and even causing you to fall sick. Now that you are sitting on the throne, but the great Ming is just starting out and poor, you still have to be allowed to take the lead in scrimping and saving. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone is getting heavier and heavier. We are the emperor, when not qualified, as your husband, but also have more than enough to take care of the place. Hearing this, Empress Ma's showy brows frowned slightly. She knew that Zhu Yuanzhang had always been stoic, and it was rare to see such vulnerability in revealing his heart. The Zhu Yuanzhang in front of him looked a bit helpless and confused. What had touched his heart? She gently put down the bowl of medicine at the edge of the bed, looked firmly at Zhu Yuanzhang with firm eyes, and softly asked, Heavy 8, what happened? You might as well tell me about it. Zhu Yuanzhang's brown hands touched his face and shook his head in denial. It's fine, sister, just get well, a small consumption. We will definitely find a famous doctor to cure you. These words, however, made Empress Ma laugh softly, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Heavy 8, I know what's on your mind, and I know in my heart that consumption is a disease. It's a difficult disease to cure. Don't make it difficult for the imperial doctor. It's destined to be so. My heart is at peace. There was a transcendent serenity in her smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his teeth, his voice low but firm. You are the empress of the great Ming, the empress honored by all the people. How can you just give up? We will never let you leave us. The words were decisive, highlighting the emperor's hegemony and unwillingness to give up. Queen Ma raised her head, her eyes as gentle as water, looking at this old companion who had weathered the storms together. Those fingers, slightly rough from hard work and homemaking, gently stroked across his brow, as if they had traveled back in time to when they first met. Shigehachi, both of us have gray hair. Her tone was full of emotion. Those days in the uprising are like yesterday. Do you remember? You could eat a dozen cakes at a meal back then. Now, the amount of food is not as good as before, and even the gray hairs at the temples have added a lot. Empress Ma's eyes were gentle and far-reaching, causing an indescribable sourness to flood Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. He barely managed to squeeze out a little smile. We may be old, but you're still as beautiful as you were back then. Sister. Empress Ma laughed and gently patted him, sweetness hidden in her reproach. This oily mouth of yours, it hasn't changed half the time. After a bit of parenting, Empress Ma once again asked seriously, Chong Ba, what are you hiding from me? We've been a couple for so many years. Can I still not guess what's in your mind? Zhu Yuanzhang thought about it and decided to tell all about Zhang Haoyue. After all, in this world, the only one who could let him confide in peace was this married wife in front of him. Sis, let's say it. You're going to have to hold up. He sighed. Empress Ma smiled and nodded her head with a look of understanding. After so many years of stormy times, as a founding queen, what else was there that she hadn't seen the ups and downs of? Heavy 8, the Zhang Haoyue you're talking about is the one who made Standard search the palace and said that Standard was not destined to be with the firstborn son? Empress Ma's eyes became sharp. Yes. It's amazing what this guy says. Zhu Yuanzhang told Zhang Haoyue's self-proclaimed 600 years later, as well as his story about the true cause of Zhu Xionying's death in history, all in one go. After hearing this, Empress Ma was astonished, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. After a moment of silence, she asked, Heavy 8, do you believe in this Zhang Haoyue? Zhu Yuanzhang looked confused and slowly shook his head. We don't want to believe it. Empress Ma pondered. The wise and intelligent empress sensed an unusual message in Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Heavy 8, Zhang Haoyue, did he mention my lifespan? This question was like a sharp dagger that pierced Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. He pounded on the side of the bed, full of rage. We don't believe him. It's a lie. Sis, let's cooperate with the treatment and we'll definitely get better. His tone was firm. At this moment, Queen Ma's heart was also covered with dark clouds. Zhang Haoyue from the future. In this game of chess, in the end, what kind of role did he play? Empress Ma tightly grasped Zhu Yuanzhang's hand. Her words were gentle but carried an irrefutable power. Shigehachi, don't ever do that. In any case, Zhang Haoyue has done great service to the great Ming, and his method of cowpox has saved countless lives, so it's not too much to build a living shrine for him. This person, you have to treat him well. Don't let the common people say that our royal family is heartless. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, did not think so, and said coldly, humph, that the method of cowpox was not his own invention. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of the descendants. He was just lucky to know, and used it as a personal favor. The corner of Empress Ma's mouth revealed a gentle smile. People often say that people are like children when they get old. Zhu Yuanzhang in front of her, really a bit of childish stubbornness, make people angry and laugh. Knowing that her days were numbered and not wanting to see Zhu Yuanzhang worry, Empress Ma pretended to be curious and said, Heavy 8, I'm quite curious about that Zhang Haoyue. I heard that you sent Zhao Hu to be his attendant. Why don't you let Zhao Hu tell me more about it? Seeing that the Empress was so interested, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally agreed and immediately called Zhao Hu in. Zhao Hu entered the hall and saluted. His heart was in a state of confusion. He had long known from the eunuchs that the queen's condition was not light. The emperor's mind was hard to guess, and a wrong step at this time could lead to big trouble. Zhu Yuanzhang opened his mouth and asked, Zhao Hu, we've asked you to keep an eye on Zhang Haoyue for a few days now. What do you think of him? The secret that Zhang Haoyue had traveled from another world was only known to the emperor and empress in the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to hear from other people's mouths what Zhang Haoyue was like in everyone's eyes. To see this person from a different time and space with the perspective of a bystander. Zhao Hu's heart drummed straight. Tears almost fell. This job is much more difficult than imagined. Zhang Haoyue is by no means an ordinary person. Originally wanted to use the prestige of the commander of the brocade guards to press down, but the result was countered by this teenager's easy to deal with. And he didn't even know how to express his apologies to the emperor. After thinking about it, Zhao Hu fixed his mind and slowly said, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I think that Zhang Haoyue, he is truly extraordinary, almost like a god. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma glanced at each other, full of surprise. Chapter 25, Breastfeeding. Humph. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with her eyes, signaling if he had omitted Zhang Haoyue's identity. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head firmly, equally shocked. Regarding Zhang Haoyue's matter, he would not easily tell others, even his close friend Zhao Hu was no exception. This matter is related to the great secret of the heavens. The fewer people who know the better. Even the crown prince Zhu Biao has not yet said it. Empress Ma understood in her heart. Zhao Hu said this. It must be the sincere feeling of spending these few days with Zhang Haoyue. At first, it might have been to divert Zhu Yuanzhang's attention, but now, her interest in Zhang Haoyue was genuine. The Zhang Haoyue in Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth was but a teenager, and his knowledge of cowpox was mainly due to knowledge from the future. Now, Zhao Hu's worldly superior, exaggerated too high, not ordinary. Queen Ma smiled and asked, Zhao Hu, what does that say? Zhao Hu respectfully replied, Your Highness, Zhang Haoyue has an aura about her that ordinary people don't have. It's not the lofty arrogance of royalty, but rather a calmness and composure that people admire from the bottom of their hearts. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he laughed. Convivial? A brat. Where is the composure? Zhao Hu looked a little embarrassed, but didn't dare argue. Empress Ma gently glared at Zhu Yuanzhang and said to Zhao Hu, Don't worry about it, tell the truth. Zhao Hu nodded his head with a compensatory smile and said word for word, Your Majesty, the calmness I'm talking about isn't the kind of nobility's pomposity, but rather the kind of intimacy and naturalness that he exudes when he treats others. Zhang Haoyue is relaxed and at ease when dealing with anyone, and the other party's status seems like nothing at all to him. For example, that time, when I accompanied him to Yingtianfu to deal with real estate, the third-ranking official, Lord Kuang Yi, the Yin of Yingtianfu, met him in person, and he didn't even salute him in the usual way. Hearing this, Queen Ma was first surprised, then even more curious. Third-grade officials, in the eyes of ordinary people is already unattainable characters. Officials may have rules, but Zhang Haoyue treated Kuang Yi as equal as ordinary people. The meaning of this is thought-provoking. Empress Ma gently frowned and said with a few deep thoughts in her words, "This Hao Yue boy, is he even so hard-boned and unyielding?" Zhao Hu hastily shook his head, anxious to explain clearly. Back to Empress Mother. It's not that he has hard bones, but he racked his brain and finally remembered what Zhang Haoyue had said, and continued. Zhang Haoyue said that he thought Lord Kuan Yi was just as mortal as we are. It's the same nose and eyes. What's there to be afraid of? After speaking, the corners of Empress Ma's mouth rose slightly, as if she was quite interested in Zhang Haoyue's words. After thinking about it, Queen Ma asked again, "Do you think Zhang Haoyue comes from a distinguished background?" Zhao Hu pondered for a while, and slowly shook his head. "In my humble opinion, it is not. Could it be from a poor family?" The Empress pursued. Zhao Hu looked puzzled and shook his head once again. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was impatient, saw this situation and said unhappily, "It's either this or that. What is it?" Zhao Hu, 2 days away from the palace. "Have you forgotten all the rules? How dare you let the Empress guess what's on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu hastily knelt down. The humble minister doesn't dare. He just thinks that Zhang Haoyue is neither. Zhu Yuanzhang suppressed his anger and sternly questioned, "Neither a rich and powerful family nor a commoner. Then what is he? Popped out of a stone? Oops." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Hu suddenly came to a realization and actually slowly nodded his head. The sight amused Queen Ma. "Zhao Hu, how in the world is anyone born from a stone? All beings are born from their parents, and Zhang Haoyue is no exception." Zhao Hu lay on the ground, touched his head and thought for half a day, and said, "Empress Mother." After careful thought, the microcosmic minister felt that Zhang Haoyue seemed to be born and bred to transcend the world. Prominent families could not raise him with the kind of sprightly and dusty temperament. Poor families, too, could hardly cultivate in him the kind of attitude that is indifferent to fame and fortune, and at ease with himself. I think that the words outside the square immortal are the most appropriate to describe him. Zhang Haoyue is like the kind of man outside the world spoken of in the talking books. This kind of man does not venture easily into the world, but once he sets foot on earth, his every move is like a game on earth, at ease. That calmness from the inside out is not something you normally get. Zhao Hu poured out his heart and finished in one breath, but in his heart he was in a state of confusion, not knowing whether the emperor and the empress could accept this statement. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma glanced at each other, equally surprised in their hearts. Empress Ma smiled and asked Zhu Yuanzhang, "Heavy 8, how is Zhang Haoyue treating you?" At the mention of this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked slightly embarrassed. Zhang Haoyue's attitude towards him seemed no different from that of Yingtian prefect Kuan Yi, except for the first time they met, when Zhang Haoyue guessed his identity and opposed him with an arching hand. Other times, Zhang Haoyue didn't seem to put this emperor in his eyes at all, especially that time. In order to beg for the method of planting pox, Zhu Yuanzhang even bowed to Zhang Haoyue. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang was quite unhappy. How dare a brat be so rude? Sightless monarch. And one's own surprisingly did not look deeper. It is really strange. Upon careful consideration, what Zhao Hu said was true. Zhang Haoyue did have a relaxing aura about him, and one would forget the difference in status when interacting with him. Why is that? Zhu Yuanzhang was puzzled. Are people this spontaneous in 600 years? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed dryly and said, "Zhang Haoyue is considerate to us, courtesy-wise." Ha ha ha. Queen Ma covered her mouth and laughed. How could she not understand what he meant? My partner is just doing this to save some face. Having been a couple for many years, Empress Ma did not reveal it and turned to Zhao Hu. "Zhao Hu, you said that Zhang Haoyue is a god outside the square. The word outside the square is still reasonable. And how do you speak of a god? Is it because of the skill of planting pox? Get up and answer. You don't have to keep kneeling." Hearing this, Zhao Hu immediately straightened his body, slightly bending down. His respect was evident. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I think that Zhang Haoyue is outstanding not just because of his knowledge of cowpox. It's actually Zhang Haoyue's magical and unpredictable techniques that make it difficult to figure out. And it's difficult for my minister to see through the whole picture. Does Your Majesty know that a few days ago, the micromanager accompanied Zhang Haoyue on a trip to the Macho Lake in the Su Mansion? He actually got the idea to buy a Mocho Lake." When these words came out, Empress Ma's eyes lit up in unusual surprise, and Zhu Yuanzhang stood up even more violently, astonished. "Buying Moxie Lake? Him? Is that true? Does he know the vast expanse of Lake Mochizuki? Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver are not enough to fill a corner of this lake. How dare you talk about buying it? Milky and self-important." As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed in anger and disbelief. Chapter 26. What? You made hundreds of thousands of taels? And Zhao Hu, with a bewildered look on his face, muttered, "But, Your Majesty, he really has hundreds of thousands of taels of money." What words? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhao Hu in surprise, thinking he had heard wrong. Hundreds of thousands of taels? Are you kidding me? Zhu Yuanzhang was violently furious. How dare you? In front of me? How dare you talk nonsense? Zhao Hu sniffed and hurriedly knelt down again, his heart in agony. Today's niece seemed to be subjected to endless trials and tribulations. Your Majesty, I don't dare to deceive Your Majesty. Zhang Haoyue does have this huge amount of money. Queen Ma was also shocked. As a virtuous queen of her generation, she was well aware of the emptiness of the treasury of the great Ming Dynasty. Therefore, in the palace, she set an example by promoting frugality, and the clothes she wore, even difficult to mop the floor. Hundreds of thousands of taels. Queen Ma knows all about this astronomical figure. Empress Ma had wanted to organize next year's wedding for Zhu. The marriage of King Yin, naturally, could not be hasty. She specifically sent someone to ask the Ministry of Rites how much overhead a royal wedding would require. The Ministry of Rites replied that it was about 300,000 taels. This includes the cost of rebuilding the Yin Palace, the expenses required for the various complex ceremonies of a wedding, and the cost of purchasing supplies and labor. And that's 300,000 taels. And that's with extreme budgetary savings. If you really follow the royal wedding rehearsal, the cost is simply incalculable. According to the list submitted by the Ministry of Ceremonies, Queen Ma repeatedly weighed the situation, but it was still difficult to significantly reduce the expenditure. The first thing to be done was that a new Yan Wang's residence had to be built. This is Zhu Yuanzhang's promise to Judi. The place where Zhu lives today is just a house left over from the previous dynasty. Far from being a prince, it was shabby. Judi thus pleaded with Zhu Yuanzhang many times, crying for a new home. This enraged Zhu Yuanzhang, who accused him of not knowing how to sympathize with the emperor. 300,000 taels of silver is already the size of the prince's wedding after careful calculation. For this amount of money, can actually make this emperor of his own anger towards his own son. Slip of the tongue. But after all, it's not a small amount. If Zhu Yuanzhang can easily come up with hundreds of thousands of taels, and why bother to perfunctorily comfort your son day after day? Once the silver arrives, I'm afraid that all these princes and princesses would have been sent off to their respective fiefdoms long ago. Zhu Yuanzhang, in fact, is shy. As a matter of fact, not only Zhu Yuanzhang, but the whole Ming dynasty was facing a money shortage. From the prince's wedding to the salaries of minor officials, all were stingy and could not make ends meet. Throughout the early Hangwu period of the Ming dynasty, from top to bottom, there was an air of poverty everywhere. It is not that Zhu Yuanzhang has not considered ways to increase his income, but most of them are dim-witted policies. For example, the issuance of the Diaming Baoji. What was meant to be a good way to facilitate circulation has been devalued by overprinting and turned into a rubbing of dirt. Nowadays, there are few people in the market who are willing to accept treasure bills. Zhu Yuanzhang took great pains but still could not find a way to make money. Therefore, as soon as I heard that Zhang Haoyue could take out hundreds of thousands of taels of silver with his hands, it was easy to understand why the emperor and empress were so shocked. Zhu Yuanzhang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly asked after him, "Xiao Hu, where exactly did Zhang Haoyue get this money from? Do we remember a few days ago when he was poor and had nothing to eat? Could it be the work of the 10,000 taels of silver rewarded by the crown prince?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that something was wrong again. A mere 10,000 taels of silver. I heard that the mansion Zhang Haoyue bought by the Qinhuai River cost 5,000 taels. It's a throwaway that's almost squandered. So calculated. It seems to be just as Zhang Haoyue said. Silver 10,000 taels. Can do what? Money, always unspent. Zhao Hu hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, the crown prince rewarded 10,000 taels of silver. Zhang Haoyue spent it all the next day. What? Zhu Yuanzhang stared in disbelief. Empress Ma looked at Zhao Hu with the same shock. 10,000 taels of silver. Gone in 2 days? How is this possible? It's simply the behavior of a loser. So profligate. Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that the fire in his words was almost roiling out. This dog Zhang Haoyue, spending money like water. What an asshole. So big a pile of silver. Just 2 days' work. All given to the hokum. This practice. Who cannot be dazzled? Xiao Hu. You say, he wouldn't have thrown all these gold and silver treasures to those flirtatious places along the Qinhuai River, right? When he thought of this, the fire in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart could not be suppressed even more, and he cursed his mother in his heart. Ouch! Qinhuai Riverside of the flower girl style. He Zhu Yuanzhang has not been that blessed to see it. It's good that this kid is so lavish and extravagant. How thick does one's family have to be to support such a loser law? Zhao Hu hurriedly explained. Emperor, rest assured. In fact, Zhang Haoyue went to the Qinhuai River, those pavilions, and not just pleasure-seeking. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered and retorted. Don't excuse him. Young people are bloodthirsty. Like to have fun, this is right. But this kind of wastefulness really should not be. Your Majesty, that is true. Zhang Haoyue walks around the Qinhuai River and spends most of his time talking business. As for the source of funds you questioned, Your Majesty, they are all business gains. Business? Zhu Yuanzhang's ears felt like they were pulled by an unseen hand, and his entire body was refreshed. In this world nowadays, what kind of business can be so lucrative? Allowing Zhang Haoyue to earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver in just a few days? That's fast. Robbing the Chamber of Commerce isn't that fast. Zhu Yuanzhang was impatient and urged. Quickly tell me, what kind of business is Zhang Haoyue doing? Hey, if it was a good deal, Zhu Yuanzhang would have to take it under his name. Young people, what's the point of having so much money? It's still the right way for him, an old man, to laugh at it. What could Zhang Haoyue do even if he was really a traveler? Since he had come, he was at peace, and naturally he had to honor him. The 9 to 5. Zhu Yuanzhang has always been self-confident and guiltless about taking by force. How could Zhao Hu not understand the emperor's mind? He gave a bitter smile and slowly said, Your Majesty, there is nothing secret about Zhang Haoyue's business. In Empress Ma's palace, Zhao Hu looked around, then pointed to the pile of white as snow on the case. Look, this is where Zhang Haoyue's trade is. Upon hearing this, Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a surprised expression, and Zhu Yuanzhang still didn't know what was on the table. He paced up and down, picking it up and sniffing it. Fragrant and honeyed but not oily. Gently twisted a bit and put it in your mouth and tasted it. Slurp and sweeten to the core. This is actually a fried cake? Zhu Yuanzhang was shocked and even more disbelieving. Palace, how did you get such pure oil? Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head and asked Empress Ma. Empress, where did this oil come from? Queen Ma replied. It is the 2000 gene of Suda's family who came in today. Chapter 27. This kid, he's simply a god of wealth. Unfortunately, I was unconscious and didn't see the two girls, who only left this gift. I heard from the Rapunzel that it's called Little Oil Cake, and it's only recently come to prominence in the market, with a value that can rival that of gold. Only the rich and powerful can afford to consume it. Worth more than gold? Zhu Yuanzhang held the plate of oil cakes. I'm afraid the bit I just casually tasted is already worth several taels of silver. Right, boy? This stuff is so precious? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze turned to Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, this oil cake is Zhang Haoyue's business? Zhao Hu nodded his head and confirmed. Your Majesty still remembers the merchant who went to Zhang Haoyue's trigram stall that day, Li Sandan? This man is a grocer in the capital, and Zhang Haoyue's oil cakes are the result of cooperation with him. Zhang Haoyue is in charge of providing the oil cakes, Li San Egg is in charge of selling them, and the two of them split the profits on a 37 basis. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows. Who's 3 and who's 7? Zhao Hu replied. Naturally, Zhang Haoyue takes 70%. Your Majesty, the oil cake is made in a unique way. The secret recipe for this oil in particular is held by Zhang Haoyue alone. With this kind of exclusive business, it's reasonable to say that Li Sandan would be happy to split it even 2 weights. But Zhang Haoyue downplayed the situation, saying that it was just a district oil cake and that there was no need to be too concerned about profit sharing. Hey, what a big mouth. Just a cake? Zhu Yuanzhang was not only angry at this point, but more than that, the fire of jealousy was burning. Does this Haoyue know the value of the oil in this oil cake? Right now the oil in Daning is either black or yellow, with many impurities and bad color. It wasn't cheap, but the real aristocrats didn't have a problem with it. The oil cake, on the other hand, is a whole different story. So crystal clear, it's simply the most upscale gift choice. Whether you are giving it to someone or entertaining guests, it is a great way to save face. The rich and powerful are bound to compete for it. The market potential of fried cake is hard to estimate. What surprised Zhu Yuanzhang the most was that Zhang Haoyue was able to sell the oil cake at such a high price. No wonder in just a few days, Zhang Haoyue was able to pocket a lot of money and even put out the word to buy Macho Lake. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were filled with the fire of envy and jealousy. This kid, what a traveler! In Zhu Yuanzhang's opinion, it would be more apt to say that he is the god of wealth descending to earth. Such a money-making gateway is simply faster than outright robbery. In the face of such lucrative profits, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were too hot to hide, like a wild wolf that had been starving for a long time, and that look of greed made Zhao Hu, who was watching from the side, tighten his heart. The emperor wouldn't be hitting on Mr. Zhang's livelihood, would he? How is this going to work? As the supreme emperor, what's the point of arguing with a teenager over this small amount of money? Although Zhu Yuanzhang is usually not too concerned about face, but if this kind of thing is known by the ministers, I am afraid that his reputation will be full of holes. Zhao Hu secretly wondered how Zhu Yuanzhang, who usually thinks highly of himself, would bow down for this vulgarity. Besides, the urgent matter at hand was not to make money, but the safety of Queen Ma. The queen has an incurable disease, and if her condition worsens, she may not even be able to count the days. When the time comes, no amount of gold, silver, and treasure can comfort Zhu Yuanzhang's pain. Queen Ma knows Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts clearly in her heart. Seeing that his eyes are red as blood one moment, and staring at the plate of oil cakes on the table the next, she knows that he is torn in his heart. She gently held Zhu Yuanzhang's hand and said gently, Changba, a gentleman loves money. There is a way to take it. Although you are not considered a gentleman, you are still a great man among men. How can you hit your idea on Zhang Haoyue's family's property? Zhu Yuanzhang listened, half a day before he sighed and said, Nazi this temptation. It's really awesome. Zhang Haoyue is only 14 or 15 years old, and in a few days he made hundreds of thousands of taels. It really makes people envious and jealous, and their hearts are turning over. It's really true the old saying, money moves people, even for us. It's hard to resist the temptation of these hundreds of thousands of taels. Empress Ma smiled faintly and said in a gentle voice, this is not a small amount. Behind this oil cake trade lies a long-lasting opportunity to make money, a constant stream of wealth. There is nothing wrong with such a family business. Enough for future generations to enjoy and for the family to prosper from generation to generation. And there is nothing wrong with you being attracted to its deeper charms. It is not your fault. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Empress Ma's words were warm and made him feel slightly better inside. After all, as the king of a country, how can one be easily swayed by money? It's just that Zhang Haoyue's oil cake trade, its lasting earning power is too amazing. Who in this world can resist that taste? Once you've tasted it, it's hard to forget. If this oil is not only tasty, but also looks pleasing to the eye, then it will be unstoppable in conquering the hearts of all. After all, it is human nature to like beautiful things. And this oil cake is so pure that just by looking at it, you have a head start. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed, but his eyes couldn't help but drift toward the plate of oil cakes. Seeing this, Empress Ma felt both amused and a bit heartbroken. She knew that Zhu Yuanzhang was not a greedy person, but only because the country's money bag was empty and in urgent need of financial resources. The reasoning behind running a country is really the skill of managing money. With money, many difficulties are naturally solved. Unfortunately, the treasury of the great Ming is now empty. Queen Ma thought for a moment and turned her head to ask Zhao Hu. Xiao Hu, you've been following Zhang Haoyue for so many days. Have you seen how he gets his goods? Zhao Hu froze, then replied, Empress Dowager, Zhang Haoyue's method of refining oil is roughly like this. Li Saneg is responsible for buying the raw materials for the oil and giving them to Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue makes the oil into oil cakes in his own home, and then the final product is then for Li Saneg to sell. Queen Ma nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. Zhu Yuanzhang wondered, Sister, is there a doorway here? Queen Ma said, the key is this process that Zhao Hu is talking about. Zhang Haoyue is the key person in making the oil cake. I guess he must have mastered a secret to turn the original dark-colored oil into this, which is the soul of the oleo cake. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was a bit disappointed. He had thought that Empress Ma had discovered some big loophole, but it turned out to be just these superficial things. These are details that he, in his intelligence, can also see. Seeing him like this, Empress Ma gently patted the back of his hand and glared at him. What? Think I'm talking nonsense? Zhu Yuanzhang hastened to smile. How dare you? How dare you? What sister said is just like a holy decree. We naturally believe it. Empress Ma gently wrung Zhu Yuanzhang's hand, signaling him that Zhao Hu was still beside him and to watch his words. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, does not care. The brocade guards are just the royal minions. Why should they be concerned? Zhao Hu lowered his head in silence, his eyes fixed on the ground, and scratched his head as if all the clamor around him had nothing to do with him. Chapter 28, Mr. Zhang, you are only allowed to go in alone. Empress Ma gently opened her mouth and continued. It wasn't from Zhao Hu's words that I found the slightest clue to Zhang Haoyue's secret formula, but rather, I saw through the courage and audacity hidden behind him. Her eyes were sharp and deep. Zhang Haoyue dared to invite others to do that together. He must be completely unafraid of that secret recipe of his leaking out. Therein, perhaps, lies the opportunity for us to intervene. Her words were meaningful, subtle and profound. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was immediately interested, his eyes twinkling. What does the sister mean by participation? Queen Ma smiled like a flower. Her words were witty. Think about it. Zhao Wu said that Li Sandan supplied Zhang Haoyue with oil raw materials, whether it was butter, black oil, or unprocessed, it all came from the market. A small merchant selling groceries has limited ability to do nothing more than collect from the east and buy from the west. Her voice rose gradually, with an unmistakable firmness. But you, Heavy 8, do you need this? You can cultivate fields near the capital to grow oilseed rape and supply it exclusively to Zhang Haoyue, with low costs and a stable source. This will be beneficial to both parties. So how could Zhang Haoyue not be willing to cooperate? After listening to Zhu Yuanzhang, his body shook violently, immediately sat upright, thought about it, his eyes flashed, and secretly thought to himself, it is indeed a good way. And Queen Ma was not yet satisfied, and added, there is quite a lot of wasteland outside the capital. Use it to grow oilseed rape. Not only does it not affect the people's lives, but also find a way for veterans who have been discharged from the army to live. Hearing this, Zhao Hu raised his head to look at Empress Ma, his eyes filled with gratitude. This empress, worthy of being a good empress honored by all the people of Daming, is broad-minded, always thinking of the country in her heart, and does not consider private interests. What Queen Ma really cares about is the general situation of the country, and the issue of resettlement of those discharged veterans has always been a major problem in the army of Daming. The threat outside had not been eliminated. The remnants of the northern Yuan were still around. The Mongol cavalry made trips to the south from time to time, and there were many veterans wounded each year because of the war. The country's pocketbook is also not generous. Compensation often fails to do everything, and many heroes, retired from the army, become unattended. If this idea of planting rape works, even if it only helps a little bit, it will put some veterans out of their misery, which will be a great good for Daming and for the soldiers. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu's heart surged with indescribable sadness. Such a good queen, but she was seriously ill. Really, the world is a mess. In the meantime, on the other hand, Zhang Haoyue was leisurely sipping tea in the magnificent palace hall at this time, when he suddenly heard the voice of the heart system ringing like thunder. Ding! Zhu Yuanzhang revealed the secret of Empress Ma's death. A small ripple was created in the timeline, and the host was rewarded with 5,000 points. Ding! Queen Ma predicted Zhu Xionying's death and her own end. The timeline fluctuates even more, and the host is once again rewarded with 3,000 points. This series of unexpected rewards made Zhang Haoyue surprised and excited. It seemed that Zhu Yuanzhang had confessed his identity as a traveler, and also shared some snippets of the future. As expected, to say that the closest person in Zhu Yuanzhang's life, it is not Queen Ma, even his oldest son, Zhu Biao, was no match for this level of intimacy. Only with his wife, Ma, could they share those unspoken secrets, and the path of points grew wider and wider, growing as fast as the mood took them. Zhang Haoyue strolled through that mysterious mall. The number of commodities in front of him was dazzling, and the points required to redeem them were clearly visible, and this look opened up his mind. Even if he were to exchange 500 points for the pleasure of a glass of Coke, he didn't think it was a waste. Not to mention, once that 10,000 point threshold is crossed, the door that allows you to travel through time and space at a fixed point will instantly open. When checking the timeline, Zhang Haoyue realized that the closest to the Hanggu period and the one that consumed the least amount of points was the time of Emperor Jiangwen. However, although there was a plan in mind, the points had not been saved up yet. So was it worth it to visit Emperor Jiangwen at this time? Just as he was thinking, Wang Jinghong hurriedly came into the room, his face full of difficulties. Zhang Haoyue asked with concern, Eunuch Wang, the Su family girl has been safely sent out of the palace, right? Why is it so difficult? Wang Jinghong looked up, hesitated, and finally spoke. Mr. Zhang, the slave just sent the two girls out of the palace, and on the way back, I ran into the great aunt of the East Palace, and she said that Nyangyan Lu would like to ask you to go over and have a chat, and it is about the matter of planting cowpox. Louis? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Haoyue's brows gently furrowed. This invitation is certainly not a good one. Eunuch Wang, can you not go this time? Wang Jinghong nodded. Of course you cannot go. Just, a look of struggle showed on his face, and Zhang Haoyue understood it in her heart. If Wang Jinghong refused, the person who would be offended would be himself. Mr. Zhang, this matter could have been reported to the emperor by my slave, but the empress is not feeling well right now, so my slave does not dare to bother the emperor. Zhang Haoyue nodded, already having an idea in her heart. You can't embarrass the old king, and he's always done things properly. In that case, I'll take a trip. It's not like the Eastern Palace is a dragon's den. Wang Jinghong agreed. Minion is willing to accompany your excellency. The two of them, led by Wang Jinghong, arrived at the heavily guarded gate of the Eastern Palace and were about to inform to go in, but were stopped by the guards. Eunuch Wang, Empress Lu has said that she will only invite Mr. Zhang in alone. Wang Jinghong took a deep breath. The situation was a bit delicate. Yang Umbrella, we have known each other for so many years. This, Yang Umbrella looked around, pulled Wang Jinghong aside, and lowered his voice. Eunuch Wang, this is my duty. I really have no choice. Otherwise, how dare I not give you face? Empress Lu specifically ordered that only one person be allowed to go in to meet with him. And now that the crown prince is not here, the Eastern Palace, Wang Jinghong understood that apart from the crown prince, the actual power of the Eastern Palace had been firmly held by Lu. The rumors outside have been flying around for a long time, and it is said that Zhu Biao might make Lu the crown princess. So naturally people don't dare to easily offend her. If Lu really rises to be the empress in the future, the mother of the world, who else would dare to disrespect her? Yang Umbrella is loyal to his duty, and Wang Jinghong has nothing to say, so he can only ask politely. It should be fine, right? Yang Umbrella whispered. The royal grandson is there, so there should be no problem. Wang Jinghong is relieved. Lu, even if she is bold, she would not dare to fool around in front of the royal grandson. After arranging everything, he pointed the way for Zhang Haoyue to go in alone. Sir Zhang, please come in. I'll wait for you here. Zhang Haoyue nodded faintly and walked into the Eastern Palace. The great aunt greeted them with a cold face and silently led the way to Lu's residence. Chapter 29. It was he, Zhu Yunju, who was unworthy. In the room, a beautiful woman was sitting in the main seat, looking around 30, followed by a 4 or 5-year-old child, who was none other than Lu's son, Zhu Yunju. Zhang Haoyue made a salute. Heretic Zhang Haoyue, I wonder what Aunt Lu is looking for me for. Lu's face showed displeasure, while the great aunt snapped. How dare you? How dare you not kneel down when you see the empress? Kneel? Zhang Haoyue sneered inwardly. Just Louis, why should she make me kneel? Even if it is an emperor who receives the obeisance of his ministers at a grand ceremony. But in daily life, when the king and the people meet, they don't need to kneel down, which is the traditional etiquette of China. Where is the comparison to the Gentile nations who only know how to bend the knee? Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly and cupped his fists in salute, his words tinged with sharpness. May I ask Aunt Lu, by what honor do you make me bend my knees and bow my head? Even in the face of the emperor's dragon face, I only perform the bow of the arch. Is it hard to believe that Empress Lu considers herself to be of a higher status than His Majesty? Unbridled. What audacity! The great aunt shouted a rebuke, her anger evident. As for Zhang Haoyue, his face remained unchanged, and a hint of contempt showed in his eyes. Where did a little courtesan get such a big bully? Lu's face sank like cold water as Zhang Haoyue used the emperor's name to block her mouth, leaving her speechless for a moment. One could only hold back his anger, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to speak out. Great aunt, you must not be rude. Since Mr. Zhang has received His Majesty's appreciation, this palace should naturally treat him politely as well. The great aunt hastily agreed and stepped aside. Zhang Haoyue secretly laughed in his heart. This red face and white face, is he acting? He turned his head to look at Zhu Yunju next to him, his boyish face full of hostility and jealousy, as if the future king's dignity was not to be offended. Mr. Zhang, I've heard that you're knowledgeable about things past and present, and that you're ambitious, especially that the cowpox technique, coming from you and benefiting all the people, is really a blessing for the great Ming. From now on, the disaster of smallpox is far away from the people, and you have, for the great Ming, the merit of recreation. Louis's words were earnest and complimentary. Zhang Haoyue coped on the surface, but scoffed in her heart. How could such praise be casually said by a concubine of the Eastern Palace? Who is she to talk about national issues? The law of cowpox, although he himself feels ordinary, but in the great hall of the Ming Dynasty, it is a major event that shook the dynasty. The success of the inoculation of royalty and nobility, and the nationwide promotion, must be written by the Ministry of Ceremony to inform the ancestors in heaven, which is a great merit that can be recorded in the history books. LV, who is but a concubine in the harem, has presumed to comment, which is abominable and improper behavior. After a few compliments, Lu got up, with a dignified demeanor and courteous words. Mr. Zhang is so talented that this palace has the audacity to make a request. Zhang Haoyue raised her eyebrows slightly and said faintly, "Your Highness, please speak. This palace would like to ask your son to be Yunzui's teacher and teach him the principles of governing the country." "I wonder what your son would like to do." Zhang Haoyue shook his head, arching his hand in rejection. "I really don't dare to take the goodwill of the Empress." Lu's face changed, surprise mixed with disbelief. "No, indeed not." Zhang Haoyue's tone was firm and unchangeable like a rock. Lu froze for a long time. "There's no need for Mr. Zhang to be modest, even if you don't have a title to your name, and on the surface you don't seem qualified to be the emperor's grandson's teacher. What this palace looks for is talent, not vanity. Such a good opportunity. The male should not miss it." Hearing this, Zhang Haoyue was surprised but also found it funny. "It's not that I don't think I'm qualified enough, but I thought that the qualifications of the royal grandson, I'm afraid, are not enough. The implication is not that I don't want to teach, but that Zhu Yunju is not worthy." Wang Jinghong stood outside the door of the Eastern Palace. His heart was like a rabbit hopping, taking a step and jumping in panic. Suddenly, a small, fragmentary trot broke the dreary atmosphere. A small palace maid ran out from the depths of the East Palace with a nervous face, and before she finished speaking, the face of Yang Umbrella standing next to her brushed white, like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. "Lord Wang, something big has happened." Yang Umbrella hurriedly approached Wang Jinghong, unable to hide his worry in his tone of voice. "Zhang Haoyue seems to have annoyed Empress Lu. This is not a small matter. You must quickly think of a way to deal with it." Wang Jinghong's heart was violently tightened, although he was not clear about what exactly Zhang Haoyue came from, nor did he know what Zhang Haoyue and Zhu Yuanzhang secretly chatted about in the palace hall. But seeing how Zhu Yuanzhang valued Zhang Haoyue so much, he knew that this person was not simple. "If anything happens to Haoyu, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my head." After his mind flew around, he gritted his teeth and decided to go straight to Zhu Yuanzhang. Whether it was for his own sake or for the sake of this unknown crisis, he had to find a way out. On the other hand, in Cunning Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was thrilled with Empress Ma's idea. According to Empress Ma's method, it was the best of both worlds to work with Zhang Haoyue without appearing to grab benefits from the common people. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang had already determined in his heart that cooperation with Zhang Haoyue was a trump card in his hand. After dismissing all the people around him, Zhu Yuanzhang's face slowly became serious, and this subtle change was captured by Empress Ma, who asked gently, "Shigehachi, what's giving you a headache again?" Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a while and finally poured out the fluctuations in his heart. "Maisie, Zhang Haoyue told us that in their time, tuberculosis could already be cured." As soon as those words came out, Queen Ma's face was covered in disbelieving shock. The future of medicine can cure such a terminal disease? If it did, wouldn't her life be saved again? The lake in her heart, which had already accepted her fate, was stirred up by this sentence. The light called hope. Seeing the longing shining in Empress Ma's eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart ached, but he was forced to speak of the cruelty of reality. However, Zhang Haoyue also said that curing tuberculosis is much more complicated than planting cowpox, and requires medicines and techniques that are beyond what we can come up with in daiming. So even if we harden our hearts to it, it may only be 1/10 as effective. 1 out of 10 is pretty much a no-go. Queen Ma's body shivered slightly as she leaned against the bedrail, her heart full of hope feeling like it had been washed away by cold water. But it didn't take long for Queen Ma to fight her way back up and smile with tears in her eyes. "Shigehachi, do you remember when you first joined the insurgent army? Did you ever think that you would be able to wear a dragon robe and sit in a dragon chair? How is that possible?" Zhu Yuanzhang recalled the past. At that time he, not to mention the dream of being an emperor, even as a minor officer is not even dare to think about. "The only thing I wish for is to have enough to eat every day. Who knows that God loves to joke?" A cowherd boy finally became the emperor. Sometimes he woke up in the middle of the night. He himself felt that all this is like a dream is unreal. Chapter 30 Who Dares to Touch Me? Queen Ma continued. "What were the chances of you being able to wear a dragon robe when you participated in the uprising back then? Wasn't it less than 1 in 10? Since I was able to do it in the first place, why don't I put up a fight now? If I succeed, it's my destiny. If I don't, it's also my fate." Zhang Haoyue said that historically I won't live long. If that's true, then I'll just ma showy and go with the flow and have no regrets. Zhu Yuanzhang heart sour, no longer want to hear the mouth of the love of such words as life and death, firmly said, "If that's the case, what do we have to be afraid of? In case something bad really happens, we'll take a gamble. We don't believe that since God gave us Zhang Haoyue an array of hope, he would be cruel enough to take it away." Having made up his mind, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to ask Zhang Haoyue to develop a good medicine for lung disease, and he was willing to give everything even if there was little hope. Just as his heart was racing and he was planning to go to the palace hall immediately, Wang Jinghong's anxious voice broke the calm. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something's happened in the East Palace. Empress Lu is going after Zhang Haoyue. What? Zhu Yuanzhang stood up mischievously, his beard trembling along with his anger, his eyes glaring like two lamps. Lu actually dares. If she dares to touch a single hair on Zhang Haoyue's head, we will kill her by 1,000 cuts and skin her. Zhang Haoyue carries all of our hopes now. No one is allowed to touch him. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's determination was rock solid. He must protect Zhang Haoyue, because this was about the future of the great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't have time to ask more questions, so he followed Wang Jinghong in stride. It's very creepy to walk that way. Zhao Hu took a look at the situation and also hurriedly followed up. Although he wasn't in much of a hurry in his heart, he felt quite certain about Zhang Haoyue's skills himself. How smart and calculating is this man? How could he be so easily put on the spot by Louis? Perhaps the one who should really be worried about this time when the wind is rising is actually Lu herself. Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's back as he left. The ruthlessness that said he would do it was almost overflowing, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. So, she gently called out to the grand palace maid next to her, Aunt Lu, follow and take a look. And if things don't go right, remember to persuade them. Lu's role as Yunzue's mother means a lot to Yunzue, and she's the only one in our Mark's harem. Always remember, don't let Zhang Haoyue take the wrong path and do things impulsively. Aunt Willow listened to the order, took the Empress token, ran in small steps, and soon disappeared behind the pillar. Inside the East Palace, Lu was so shocked by Zhang Haoyue's words that she couldn't speak for half a day. She shook her head in a daze, unable to believe her ears. How dare Zhang Haoyue say that Zhu Yunju is not qualified? Lu's fingers clenched together, almost pinching into her flesh. Her emotions could no longer be controlled, and she finally stormed out, unbridled. How dare you, a hillbilly village boy, insult the dignity of this palace's son? Her anger was like explosive thunder, scaring the surrounding maids into shivering. Only Zhang Haoyue, unchanged and with sharp eyes, stared straight at her. Just a few words and her disguise is broken? With a heart like that, what's the point of talking about being as deep as Empress Lu? Lu's anger had also affected Zhu Yunju, a 5-year-old who, although his mind matured early, was most susceptible to the emotions of his parents. Seeing his mother so angry, he assumed that Zhang Haoyue had bullied his mother's mother, and furiously rushed forward, his little foot slightly raised, wanting to kick Zhang Haoyue. Arrogance! Those who bully my mother will be punished. The tender voice was tinged with resentment, making people shiver at the sound of it. Zhang Haoyue pushed calmly, and Zhu Yunju's body swayed and fell to the ground. At this scene, Louis erupted like a storm, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Come on people! This man dares to hit the royal grandson! Treasonous! Catch him for me and beat him hard!" In an instant, a group of guards rushed in, trying to press Zhang Haoyue to the ground. However, Zhang Haoyue's aura was in full swing as she coldly drank. "Who dares to touch me?" When the leading guard, Yang Umbrella, heard this, he stopped and looked at Lu. Since he had already gained Wang Jinghong's favor, he naturally had to stall for time, and now that Zhang Haoyue was resisting, pushing the boat with the water was the best way to do it. Lu was so angry that she laughed back and said coldly, "Just by yourselves, you dare to spread wildness in the Eastern Palace? I let you teach Emperor's son. It's your honor, even if you're not thankful. You even insulted my son Yunju. If I don't get rid of you today, I can't swallow this breath in my heart." Zhang Haoyue stood calmly in the middle of the guards, smiled lightly, and said, "Lu, when I said that Yunju couldn't learn my things, that's a fact. Where's the insult?" Lu looked up to the sky and laughed, saying disdainfully, "Nonsense. My son Yunzue is gifted and intelligent. What is there that he cannot learn? What kind of a thing are you that you dare to tell the royal grandson what to do?" Zhang Haoyue's cold smile intensified. "Oh, the emperor's technique. The method of decapitating the dragon. He's worthy of learning it too? I don't understand. When did the rules of daming change? The first eldest grandson is still around, and a little commoner's son dares to covet such learning?" His words were loud and deafening, and outside the door of the Eastern Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted Zhao Hu's shoulder, stopping his urge to rush in. Zhao Hu said in surprise, "Your Majesty, Empress Lu wants to harm Zhang Haoyue." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes rolled and silently warned him, and Zhao Hu immediately broke out in a cold sweat, secretly regretting that he had spoken too much. When the emperor came, he would naturally protect Zhang Haoyue, He was really worrying blindly. But if I do this, will the emperor suspect me of being too loyal to Zhang Haoyue? However, I really don't blame Zhao Hu for this, only because Zhang Haoyue was too good to him, previously agreed to 300 taels of silver a month. Since Zhang Haoyue developed in the shopping mall, he even increased his salary to 500 taels. For this favor, Zhao Hu was privately happy and swore to be loyal for the rest of his life, where these can be understood by outsiders. Of course, as a genie way, the first loyalty is still to Zhu Yuan Zhang. Zhu Yuan Zhang stood outside the door, his ears echoing with Zhang Haoyue's harsh questioning of Lu, each word like a sharp needle poking straight into his heart. The eldest grandson of the main house is still in good health. How dare a son born of a side room presume to think of such learning? After the words were said, the room immediately resounded with a burst of fragmented rattles. Obviously Lu was so furious that the things in her hands turned into fragments and scattered all over the place. Zhang Haoyue's words had undoubtedly touched the most sensitive part of Lu's heart, the sore spot of identity. Just because Chang was the crown princess, her child was labeled as the son of a sidekick. Where is justice in this world? Chapter 31, Humiliation? Zhu Yuanzhang is here. Luckily, God always favors people, and Chang passed away, paving the way for himself. As long as one day the name is right, Zhu Yunju will no longer be a child born of a sidekick, but a full-blooded son of the hall. If there was another opportunity, in case anything happened to Zhu Xiongning, Zhu Yunju would become the first son in name only, and it would not be impossible to compete for the position of the imperial grandson. Now, Zhang Haoyue actually poked through this layer of window paper without mercy, both stepping on Zhu Yunju's identity and degrading his learning into something useless, seeing it as a dragon-slaying technique in the art of emperors. In Lu's opinion, Zhang Haoyue was nothing but a roughneck. How could he understand such profound knowledge? It was obviously a deliberate attempt to humiliate the mother and child. Anger blazed in Lu's chest, itching to break Zhang Haoyue into pieces right away. What imperial science! The art of slaying dragons! She gritted her teeth, each word cold as ice. Today I will take your life in the name of this palace. You go to the netherworld to discuss your dragon-slaying techniques with the king of Hades. Someone, give this palace. Before the words were finished, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open violently, splinters of wood flying everywhere, frightening Lu's entire body. He was about to have a fit, but when he saw that the visitor was wearing a bright yellow robe, Lu immediately shut up and dodged to the side in panic. Zhu Yuanzhang walked in with a steady pace, his eyes looking straight ahead, and sat directly on the upper seat. His brow furrowed as he scanned the cluttered room. Where is the prince? Wang Jinghong replied in a hurry. Your Majesty, the crown prince is at the Ministry of Households today to handle political affairs. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly nodded his head. The crown prince Zhu Biao has been learning to manage government affairs since he was a child. The household department is now under his control, and from time to time, he will go over there to work and listen to his subordinates' reports. Then, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes fell on Lu, eldest daughter-in-law. I heard that you summoned Zhang Haoyue. How is it that the matter of the Eastern Palace is being labored over by Zhang Haoyue? Lu's heart tightened, sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's tone of voice was not kind, and she answered with special care. Father, my daughter-in-law is worried about the pox rash, so I've asked Zhang Haoyue to come and ask for advice. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at her and slowly said, We've already made a decision about the pox rash. Eldest daughter-in-law, is there something in your heart that upsets you and doubts our decision? The words were like a heavy hammer. Lu couldn't bear it and hurriedly bowed her head to admit her mistake. Father, daughter-in-law absolutely do not have that meaning. Just because daughter-in-law pregnant with Yunshu 10 months to give birth to him. Really not easy. On Xiaoying and Yunshu also particularly worried. Especially the body of the weak Yunshu. Daughter-in-law afraid. Lu said, secretly winking at Zhu Yunju. Zhu Yunju's eyes instantly moistened as his heart was in the right place. The subtle cries caught Zhu Yuanzhang's attention and he reached out to greet them. Yun Chun, why are you crying? Come over to Imperial Grandpa's side. Zhu Yunju came over and huffed. Royal Grandpa. Yun Chun just got pushed down and his body hurts. So he cried. Zhu Yuanzhang's face did not change, but he turned to his great aunt and rebuked loudly. Dog slaves. Yunju said it hurts. Are you deaf? Why don't you go get the imperial physician? The great aunt by Lu's side was scared out of her wits and hurriedly agreed to leave with a trembling voice. Lu, on the other hand, was turning over in her heart, always feeling that the scolding she had just received was actually directed at herself. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Yunju, his voice gentle. Yunju, manly man, a few falls are nothing. Learn more about horseback riding and archery from your big brother in your free time, and exercise your body. Zhu Yunju nodded his head as if he understood. After Zhu Yuanzhang comforted Zhu Yunju, he didn't pay too much attention to him, which made Lu's mind startled. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't even ask who pushed Zhu Yunju down. Normally, this kind of thing would definitely make Zhu Yuanzhang furious and pursue the matter to the end. But this time, he had no reaction. Instead, he asked Zhu Yunju to strengthen his physique. Doesn't this mean that it's the royal grandson's own fault for being pushed down instead? Lu's heart was filled with doubts and it was difficult to guess what Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, was still looking relaxed and at ease, as if all this clamor had nothing to do with him. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were sharp as eagles, staring tightly at Zhang Haoyue's body as he spoke word by word. Zhang Haoyue, what you just said is still echoing in our ears. You said you studied the science of emperors and the art of slaying dragons? This question was like a bolt from the blue, and the air around him froze. Lu's eyes flashed, like shooting stars in the dark night, momentarily illuminating the calculations in her heart. The emperor's science? That was a sacred text that only the emperor and the crown prince could access. The art of slaying dragons. Having never even heard of it, the name alone was enough to scare people. The dragon, naturally, symbolizes the emperor. Doesn't this word dragon slaying imply rebellion and betrayal? Without waiting for Zhang Haoyue to reply, Lu had already snatched the words up, her tone urgent and firm. Father Emperor is wise. My daughter-in-law is here to assure you that Zhang Haoyue did indeed arrogantly say such a thing. Not only did he boast of his talent, but he also looked down on Yunju, saying he wasn't qualified enough to inherit all that learning. There was a sly glint in her eyes. Father, this kind of behavior of committing crimes below and having ill intentions. Zhang Haoyue is really ill-intentioned. My daughter-in-law pleads that he be put on strict trial immediately to preserve the royal face. Zhang Haoyue squinted her eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The irony hidden in that smile almost spilling out of her words. Louis' cleverness, the fact that she hadn't missed a beat up to this point, was actually luck rather than actually being able to strategize. Fate made Zhu Biao lose his beloved wife and first son, and even he himself passed away early. Otherwise, with these tactics of Lu's, she would have long ago driven her own children to the brink of extinction. In the face of Lu's accusation, Zhu Yuanzhang's face didn't change. He just glanced at her lightly, his voice smooth but with unquestionable power. Is that so? Eldest daughter-in-law, are you sure there's something wrong with Zhang Haoyue's words? If you want Yunzue to learn the science of emperors and the art of slaying dragons, do you think that we have no one left in the Zhu family? Or is it because this old man of ours is already halfway into the ground? Zhu Yuanzhang's words, like an icy cold wind, made Lu's whole body cold. She didn't think too much. Her knees were weak, and she fell on her knees with a thud. Her forehead touched the ground, and she kept kowtowing. Father Emperor, rest his anger. My daughter-in-law never meant that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Father. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not respond. His steady figure was like an immovable mountain, making the heart of Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, even heavier. Zhu Yunju saw the scene and blanched in fear. This was the first time in his memory that his mother was so embarrassed. His mother knelt humbly, and the indifference of his imperial grandfather caused an unprecedented fear to well up in his heart, and his small body could not help but tremble. Following his mother's example, he also knelt down and begged for mercy from Zhu Yuanzhang. The tiny head, thumping against the ground, each time seemed to stir waves in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Although Lu's behavior was not worth mentioning, Zhu Yunju was his own grandson after all. Chapter 32, This person needs to be removed as early as possible. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and said, all right, get up. When Lu heard this, she stood up trembling as if she had been pardoned, and silently retreated to the side, not daring to say another word. Zhu Yunju tried to wipe Lu's tears but she stopped him. In Lu's mind, fear had begun to take root. She always felt that there was something in Zhu Yuanzhang's words, as if he was secretly referring to the old story of the discovery of smallpox clothes in the Eastern Palace. Originally thought that the matter had passed, but today it was brought up again by Zhu Yuanzhang. Lu couldn't help but feel a chill, experiencing the unfathomable majesty of Zhu Yuanzhang. As for Lu, Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to punish immediately, but in the way of Zhu Yunju's presence, coupled with the fact that Aunt Lu, the personal maid beside Empress Ma, quietly came over and conveyed the Empress's silent plea, that bit of severity in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart finally turned into a helpless sigh. After all, Empress Ma had a compassionate character and was suffering from an illness that made her mood even more fragile, so Zhu Yuanzhang could not bear to go against her wishes. As for Lu, let's leave it to Zhu Biao. However, the matter of Zhang Haoyue made Zhu Yuanzhang have a lump in his heart. If Zhang Haoyue hadn't said it, how would he have known that Zhu Xiongying would die soon? And how could one think of the possibility of having Zhu Yunju as a replacement for Zhu Biao? These thoughts made Zhu Yuanzhang pay deeper and deeper attention to Zhu Yunju. In his opinion, if what Zhang Haoyue said was true, then Zhu Yunju would become the third emperor of the Great Ming, a fact that had been nailed down in that long period of already doomed history. Since Zhu Yunju can sit on that 9-5 position, naturally, there is beyond the ordinary talent. Otherwise, how would we choose to support him in the future? The same blood is thicker than water relatives. Others may have favoritism, but he will never allow anyone to treat Zhu Yunju with half a bit of negligence. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face sank as he coldly asked, Zhang Haoyue, do you think there's anything wrong with Yunju? Ha? Zhang Haoyue froze for a moment, full of doubts. After staring at Zhu Yuanzhang's face and thinking carefully, he snapped out of it. So this Zhu butcher had a lot of doubts in his heart. I'm afraid that in the dust of history he mentioned stirred his pride. C2 grandsons are equipped with the emperor's style, so the protection of grandchildren eager to think that he should not underestimate Zhu Yunju. Ha! Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but laugh lightly. If Zhu Yuanzhang had known how bumpy Zhu Yunju's path to becoming an emperor was, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been impossible for him to abolish this grandson with his own hands. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's questioning, Zhao Hu and Wang Jinghong were worried, and Zhao Hu even kept winking, implying that Zhang Haoyue should bow down and admit her mistake to the emperor. After all, Zhu Yunju is a descendant of the royal family. Lose even if there is more than not. Yunju is also the bloodline of the royal family. Zhang Haoyue was after all an outsider, and Zhu Yuanzhang naturally would not turn his arm outward. But Zhang Haoyue didn't seem to see it. There wasn't a single ripple on her face, and she didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. You want him to bow down and admit he's wrong? How is that possible? Instead, he asked rhetorically, Your Majesty, do you really want me to tell the truth? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. What? Looking down on our grandson, and there's still no reason? Zhang Haoyue huffed slightly and said faintly, It's not that I despise it. I'm just afraid that if I say it, you won't be able to stand it. Your Majesty. When these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart trembled violently, thinking about what Zhang Haoyue had revealed before. The empress had said the same thing before she died. There's something else behind Zhu Yunbao's ascension to the throne? Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was pondering, Lu came forward, and from Zhu Yuanzhang's words, she heard his favoritism towards Zhu Yunju. Otherwise, why would he accuse Zhang Haoyue so harshly? And Zhang Haoyue's answer made Lu feel even more incredible. What arrogance to dare to openly challenge the authority of the monarch. Lu looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's silence and serious face and thought he was furious. He was calculating how to punish Zhang Haoyue, so he spoke again. Bold Zhang Haoyue, a commoner, how dare you insult the royal family? Father, Zhang Haoyue comes from an unknown background and doesn't know the difference between honor and inferiority. Not only did he dare to rough up and insult the royal grandson, he was unrepentant in the face of his majesty. In my daughter-in-law's opinion, this kind of traitor should never be condoned. Otherwise, the face of our damning royal family will all be lost. Zhu Yuanzhang, whose thoughts were interrupted, squinted his eyes and forced back his anger. LV's chattering bored him to death. Looking up, Lu's neck stiffened as she glared at Zhang Haoyue like a cockfight. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head, disappointed in Lu. Standing up, he slowly said, Wang Jinghong, return to the palace. Zhang Haoyue, come with us. Lu was puzzled. Why did Zhu Yuanzhang have to leave before the matter was resolved? The stick in his hand, lifted in mid-air, was neither in nor out, and his heart was bitter. Not waiting for LV's anger to erupt, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and slowly said, From today, LV is grounded in the Eastern Palace for a good introspection, and is not allowed to go out without a decree. Yun Chu, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Yunju, who had fear welling up in his heart, remembering the time when Zhu Bei asked them to move to the Western Garden. Zhu Yunju pounced on Lu and hugged her tightly, clenching his teeth, unwilling to part. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and said, Yunju, forget it. As Zhu Yuanzhang left, Lu collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Banned from soccer? Why? Is there something wrong with what was said? No way. Zhang Haoyue had violated his superiors and spoken out against the emperor. How could the emperor tolerate such a madman? Zhang Haoyue, who the hell are you? Zhu Yunju finally couldn't help but bawl his eyes out, his fear showing. Today's imperial grandfather felt unusually strange to him. It was as if Zhang Haoyue was imperial grandfather's relative, while he and his mother, on the contrary, had become outsiders. Mother, Zhang Haoyue pushed me and caused me to get hurt. Why doesn't royal grandpa care? Lu clenched her teeth, her heart full of resentment. All of this is because you're not the firstborn grandson. Zhu Yunju's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction and anger. If it was Big Brother who was humiliated today, would Imperial Grandpa have punished Zhang Haoyue? After saying that, Lu slowly lowered her eyelids, and a tear of humiliation quietly slipped down. Of course he will. What an exalted position he holds as the Emperor's eldest grandson. Lu's words were tinged with helplessness and heartache. In the future, he will become the crown prince, and the entire Ming Dynasty will belong to him. A mere Zhang Haoyue, how dare you mess with him? These words were like sharp arrows that pierced deeply into Zhu Yunju's heart. Jealousy was like wildfire, spreading rapidly in Zhu Yunju's heart. Just because Big Brother is the first eldest grandson, he can enjoy such special treatment? Why can't he be that unique firstborn grandson? He clenched his fists and gripped Lu's sleeve tightly, each word determined and strong. Mother, I want to be the first grandchild. Chapter 33 in later times. Indeed, Zhu Yunju became the emperor. Such words were both bold and against common sense. But Lu didn't stop them. Instead, she revealed an almost crazy smile and gently patted Zhu Yunju's head and said, "My son has such lofty ambitions. Even if my mother puts her best foot forward, she will pave this path for you. Zhang Haoyue, Zhu Xionying, one by one, I will get rid of the obstacles for you." On the way back to the palace hall, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger loomed large. Zhao Hu and Wang Jinghong didn't dare to make a sound for fear of saying the wrong thing and angering the disgruntled emperor. Only Zhang Haoyue, who commented along the way, was unapologetic. This pillar is too thin. How can something royal be so perfunctory? By all rights it should be made of golden nanmu, which is comparable to this ordinary mahogany. Then he pointed to the garden, his words all but critical. The layout of the flowers and plants in this garden is too narrow and just plain. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned, forcibly resisting the urge to teach Zhang Haoyue a lesson. But in reality, Zhang Haoyue was not intentionally picking a fight, because he came from an era where the imperial palace of the Ming Dynasty had long been reduced to ashes, and everything in front of him was a precious historical witness to him. Enough! Zhu Yuanzhang finally couldn't help but chime in. Zhang Haoyue looked at him in disbelief, and Zhu Yuanzhang explained, "The palace construction has already cost a great deal of money, and you still have the luxury of using gold nanmu. Do you want us to carry the reputation of a dim king?" Zhang Haoyue, however, did not think so and smiled without saying anything. Using gold nanmu as a dim-witted ruler? Over in Sichuan, there is a lot of gold nanmu, hidden in the deep mountains. If you really need it, it is inexhaustible. Zhu Yuanzhang helplessly retorted, "The road to Shu is difficult." Even Li Bai said it was harder than the sky. How to transport such a big wood to the capital, consuming so many people, money and material resources? Isn't this the behavior of a fainting king? Zhang Haoyue gently shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "Has your majesty forgotten the waterways? The Yangtze River's water system is well connected, so put the Nanmu in the river and go downstream, straight to Nanjing. Besides, are the great Ming sailors not only used for combat? After the Battle of Poyan Lake, it was left idle, and the talent of maritime Marquis Zhang he was only used to transport grain. How unfortunate is that?" Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Zhang Haoyue, thinking in his heart, Zhang Haoyue is afraid that he is not only talking about the gold nanmu. He mentioned the Daming Navy. What is the deep meaning? When Chen Yulian fought with him at Poyan Lake, there was no regular navy, and the warships at that time were just some simple fishing boats. It was only after the victory that Zhu Yuanzhang began to establish the Daming Navy. But by now, there were not many great battles on the water or at sea, and the navy had to retreat behind the scenes to take charge of transportation, because Zhao Hu and Wang Jinghong were present. It was inconvenient for Zhu Yuanzhang to say more, but he just coldly grunted and returned to the main hall. When they were alone together, Zhao Hu and Wang Jinghong outside the door were relieved and smiled at each other. Wang Jinghong wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised Zhao Hu. "You can follow Zhang Haoyue for so long, it's really something. The man is bold and daring, but the troubles are one after another." Zhao Hu deeply shared that fearless temperament of Zhang Haoyue's, who was not overbearing even in the face of the big businessmen in the capital. Zhao Hu thought to himself that after following Zhang Haoyue for a long time, he might be able to be affected by this fearlessness as well. In the Great Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang could not think of anything else, but first asked after Empress Ma's condition. "Zhang Haoyue, we just went to visit the Empress. She does have consumption." Zhang Haoyue nodded, his face filled with regret. Empress Ma's life was full of misfortunes. The country had just been stabilized, and it was the time when she should have been enjoying heavenly pleasures. But she suffered from this incurable disease. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. I once heard you say that although the medicines for treating consumption are complicated to make, there is still hope in Daming. We are willing to put our heads down and plead with you, as an emperor, to save my Queen Ma. Speaking here, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were filled with pleading and expectation. After Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, he bent deeply towards Zhang Haoyue. This second salute, just like when he pleaded for smallpox therapy before, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was filled with admiration and conviction. Zhang Haoyue didn't hesitate too much. Before the system was activated, the development of effective and good medicines was indeed a test of both technology and opportunity. But at this point in time, the corners of his eyes rose slightly as he lightly swept the system interface. Redeeming a special medicine for treating lung disease for only 1,000 points was not an unacceptable price, although it was not. However, Zhang Haoyue was smart and resourceful, so how could he casually display his treasure? Since it had already been said that the medicine was rare, the play had to be done in full, so as to show the preciousness of the thing. Just like the Tang Sanzang who went to the west to get the scriptures, he went through 981 difficulties before he returned with the true scriptures. Your Majesty, I can help you formulate the medicine, but let's be clear, the effect may not be 100%. I can only do my best. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head repeatedly and mouthed, naturally, as long as you are willing to help, we will never blame you for how the medicine works. Zhang Haoyue felt a great sense of relief in his heart. An emperor's promises could perhaps be empty words, but the sincerity displayed behind him was crucial. Also, the pharmaceutical process is complex and requires manpower to help. Zhu Yuanzhang said with great pride. What's so difficult? No matter what people you need, we can gather them immediately. Zhang Haoyue slowly said. The requirements are not high. Firstly, I want to borrow the 100 skilled craftsmen from the craft supervisor. Secondly, the Longjiang shipyard has to be at my disposal. And lastly, Marquis of Navigation, Zhang Hyuk, I also need to borrow. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he froze for a moment. The need for artisans was still understandable, perhaps making pharmaceutical instruments, but Longjiang shipyard in Jianghe, he couldn't figure out what these two had to do with pharmaceuticals. Just as he was about to ask in detail, Zhang Haoyue interrupted. Don't ask if you believe me. If I get this help, I guarantee that the medicinal effect will reach 50%. 50%. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart shook and his breath caught. If it really works like this, what is a shipyard in Jianghe in the district? Good. We promise. After some negotiations, Zhang Haoyue felt slightly exhausted. After a day's labor, the sky was already flooded with the color of night, and being in a deep palace, the thought of going home became stronger and stronger. Your Majesty, that's it. I'm tired and want to go home and rest. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. Not making medicine now? Hey, whoever heard of crossing over and having to work overtime as a laborer? Zhang Haoyue's position on refusing to work overtime is rock solid. It's not too late tomorrow. There's still plenty of time. The implication is that there is still time on Empress Ma's side. Hearing this, the big stone in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart fell to the ground, and Empress Ma's matter was temporarily resolved, and the pressure on his shoulders was reduced by a lot. Turning to think of Zhu Yunzhu, Zhu Yuanzhang proposed, Zhang Haoyue, how about resting in the palace tonight? Let's talk about the future of the great Ming again. You seem to have some opinions about Yunzui's attitude. This is a misunderstanding on your part. History records that the wise grandson, Zhu Yunzhu, eventually ascended the throne as the emperor, doesn't it? Zhang Haoyue replied frankly. Indeed. Chapter 34 Old Zhu, if you want to know, come and visit me. These words made Zhu Yuanzhang laugh. Zhu Yunzhu can become the emperor, enough to prove that his vision is unique. The position of the imperial grandson is not easy to get. Need Zhu Biao's approval, and even more need the approval of the group of ministers. The fact that Yunchun was able to sit on the throne meant that he had already won the approval of the first and second generation of emperors. Such a grandson, where would Zhang Haoyue come up with a reason to despise him? Yunbai's ascension to the throne as emperor confirms his ability without a doubt. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was filled with irrefutable firmness. Even now, he has not been able to master the dragon slaying technique you mentioned, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have potential. His words turned, his eyes as sharp as a torch. As for the imperial science, the art of slaying dragons, have you mastered it in your hands again? Before boasting, aren't you worried that Yunzhu won't be able to learn? Zhu Yuanzhang gasped for air and asked questions in rapid succession. He sized up Zhang Haoyue, his eyes filled with doubt. Until this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang still had difficulty in his heart to fully believe that Zhang Haoyue was really proficient in those imperial studies in dragon slaying techniques that were only found in legends. These secret skills have always been the royal secret, especially the mysterious and unpredictable dragon slaying technique, which Zhu Yuanzhang had never heard of, and his inner curiosity was very strong, but at the same time, it was also mixed with the suspicion that Zhang Haoyue had overstated his case. After all, going after the roots seems too degrading. How could Zhang Haoyue not understand Zhu Yuanzhang's mind? After these days together, he already knew this Zhu Yuanzhang who had a twisted character and was extremely good at saving face. Zhang Haoyue smiled frankly and said directly, I naturally know it like the back of my hand. I'm proficient in the techniques of pox planting and medicine making. So what's so difficult about the science of empire and the art of slaying dragons? His words were full of confidence that could not be questioned. Zhu Yuanzhang was about to retort, but was stopped by Zhang Haoyue waving his hand. All right, Your Majesty, I'm exhausted. Any dragon slaying technique is worthless in the face of sleep. Zhang Haoyue continued. I'll start making medicine tomorrow, so if you want to know the truth about Zhu Yunzhu, come find me at my small courtyard by the Qinhuai River. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave, regardless of how Zhu Yuanzhang retained the intention to go resolutely. Before he left, he turned back to me, and his words held deep meaning. One more thing, Your Majesty, don't summon me to the palace for nothing. If there's a real emergency, meet me in the small courtyard. Well, then, so long. Zhang Haoyue spilled out and left, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang alone frozen there, both shocked and angry in his heart. Zhang Haoyue's guts are really delusional. How dare you make the king of a country pay a visit to your door? Whose kingdom is this anyway? Zhu Yuanzhang's anger was hard to quell, and even Wang Dinghong, who entered the hall later, was affected, his face grim to the core. Wang Dinghong, tell me, does this Haoyue not have the emperor in his eyes? We left him to spend the night in the palace and he was actually rejected. He really doesn't know what's high and what's low. Wang Dinghong secretly grumbled in his heart, but he didn't dare to show half of it. He knows too well the position of Zhang Haoyue in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, and has never seen anyone as favored as Zhang Haoyue in all these years of serving. In Wang Dinghong's opinion, as long as Zhang Haoyue did not pose a threat to imperial power, Zhu Yuanzhang was willing to fulfill almost all of his demands. Thus, Wang Dinghong carefully replied, Your Majesty, Zhang Haoyue is a rare and exceptional talent, and geniuses have been accompanied by eccentric temperaments since ancient times. Your Majesty is so wise and powerful that he is naturally able to tolerate what others cannot. Wang Dinghong does some flattery, just right to appease Zhu Yuanzhang's emotions. Yes, as a wise monarch, how can one be catty with a young scion? What does it matter if I go to Zhang Haoyue's house? Think of it as a break from the palace. After thinking about it, Zhu Yuanzhang commanded again, summon the crown prince here. On the other hand, Zhu Bei received news from the East Palace at the Ministry of Revenue and was shocked to hear that Zhu Yuanzhang had personally visited the East Palace and was furious. When he hurried back, Zhu Yuanzhang had already disappeared. Learning what happened from the guards, Zhu Biao fiercely slammed his fist on the desktop. Louis, it's just nonsense. Yang Umbrella, the head of the guards, hurriedly reported, Your Highness, Empress Lu has been grounded by His Majesty and ordered that the Empress is not allowed to leave the Eastern Palace if she is fine. Self-inflicted. Zhu Biao sternly reprimanded. How dare she lay her hands on Zhang Haoyue? Although Zhu Biao hadn't completely figured out Zhang Haoyue's true identity, he had long sensed that this person was extraordinary. The successful popularization of the method of planting pox will bring great benefits to the royal nobles. And the person who can offer such a secret formula is by no means a fool, which is why Zhu Yuanzhang is so highly valued. Lu, on the other hand, relying on the power of the Eastern Palace, dared to kill Zhang Haoyue, which was really stupid. If Zhang Haoyue really met with misfortune in the Eastern Palace, Zhu Bei really didn't know how to talk to Zhu Yuanzhang about this. Louis' situation is as dangerous as a candle flickering in the wind. Thinking of this, Zhu Biao was enraged and said angrily, LV is too arrogant. Why didn't Great Aunt persuade her? They are all a bunch of dogs that only kiss ass. Men, give all those serving around Lu 10 strokes. Show no mercy. Yang Umbrella received the order and privately sighed secretly that the crown prince was too kind. Just hit 10 boards. For those small eunuchs of the East Palace execution, but just for show. This group of palace maiden, I'm afraid that the skin and flesh will not hurt a little. But the prince's character is like this. If it is not touching the bottom line, will never easily heavy punishment. This is also the court inside and outside the court are praised his benevolence and virtue of the reason. As soon as the prince ordered, the Eastern Palace immediately turned into a sea of cries, and none of the people around Lu could escape being beaten. Lu was locked in her room. The hatred in her heart was like wildfire. She not only cursed Zhu Yuanzhang for being cold, but also dragged Zhang Haoyue and Zhu Xionying into the scolding together. The more she cursed, the hatred in her heart grew stronger, until she heard her maid's great aunt's agonizing screams, and Lu had an idea in her heart. Zhang Haoyue insulted me like this, and you guys actually dare to bully my palace maid. Is there such a thin-skinned man in the world? Lu's every word was tinged with hate. The initial hesitation was gone, replaced by a full-blown hatred. Time is running out. If we delay any longer, Zhu Xionying will be sitting firmly in the position of the imperial grandson. When Xu Bei walked into the palace hall, he saw at a glance that Zhu Yuanzhang was frowning and kept rubbing. Zhu Yuanzhang saw him coming and said faintly, "Sit down." There was only father and son in the room. Zhu Yuanzhang said slowly, "Your mother was suddenly unwell today and fainted." Zhu Biao knew in his heart that he wanted to go to Cunning Palace to take a look, but he heard that Zhu Yuanzhang was at Empress Ma's place and told everyone not to disturb. Therefore, Zhu Biao decided to meet Queen Ma again the next day. "I know, and I will definitely go and serve mother tomorrow." Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Zhu Biao and sighed again. Your mother Queen Shi. Chapter 35, The Su family, is begging me na. Before the words were finished, Zhu Yuanzhang's face was filled with sadness. Zhu Biao was shocked in his heart and stood up violently, asking anxiously, "Father, what happened to mother?" "Your mother has consumption." Consumption? These two words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Zhu Biao felt the sky spinning and his ears buzzing, and for a moment he was so agitated that he coughed. Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly comforted, "Don't be anxious, Crown Prince. There is Zhang Haoyue who can cure consumption. You're not well either, so don't ever worry too much." As soon as Zhu Biao heard this, his coughing stopped violently, and he was surprised and confused. Consumption, an incurable disease since ancient times, and Zhang Haoyue can cure it? First smallpox, now consumption. What kind of god is this Zhang Haoyue? Looking at Zhu Biao's surprised expression, Zhu Yuanzhang understood in his heart. I was going to mention the history of Zhu Xionying and Empress Ma, but considering Zhu Biao's weak body, I ended up not saying anything. The heart silently thought, wait for tomorrow. First ask about Yun Zhuai. We are not sure about the historical Xionying, but Yun Zhuai did become an emperor. Wait to ask Zhang Haoyue and understand how Yun Zhuai became a bright ruler. Then tell Biao to put his mind at ease. Zhu Yuanzhang was calculating in his mind, planning thoughtfully and carefully, hoping that everything would go smoothly tomorrow. The next day, at dawn, Zhang Haoyue had already gotten up. Breakfast couldn't have been simpler. Just a few slices of soup cake hastily bought from the street, but it became a background tune for the two of them to talk while eating. How are things progressing? Still no word from the Su family? Zhang Haoyue asked casually, her eyes flickering to Zhao Hu unobtrusively as she did so, with a spark of anticipation as well as hidden apprehension in them. Zhao Hu held half a cake in his hand and swallowed it with little chewing, shaking his head helplessly. Not a chance. People look at me like I'm crazy when I mention the Moxie Lake thing. Zhang Haoyue put down her bowl and shot her gaze like a sword at Zhao Hu. Her heart was a mixed bag of emotions. How can such a person sit in the position of commander of the brocade guards? A wave of hatred for his lack of success bubbled up uncontrollably. Could it be that the Su family doesn't recognize you? Zhang Haoyue asked in hot pursuit. Recognize? And because I do, I don't bother to pay attention to me. Zhao Hu smiled bitterly, a few self-deprecating hints coming out of his eyes. You think that reputation of the brocade guards out there will make people flock to us? Zhang Haoyue laughed coldly. It's too late for people to avoid us. Zhao Hu was just about to open his mouth to argue, but Zhang Haoyue had already laughed it off, clearly not taking it seriously. In Zhang Haoyue's eyes, although Zhao Hu is loyal, he lacks a bit of flexibility and can only do some straightforward work. Did the Su family mention me? Zhang Haoyue asked again, this time with a few more weight in his tone that could not be underestimated. Zhao Hu was surprised when he heard this. How did you know they asked you? But it was just a casual mention. Didn't delve into anything. I didn't think it was important, so I didn't tell you. Zhao Hu's tone carried a bit of innocence. Zhang Haoyue pointed at him, a bit of a joke in her words. You don't need this head. Donate it to the needy. Zhao Hu heard unconvinced, retorted, Lord, words cannot be said so. In order to Mocho Lake thing, I run around. Even if there is no great merit, but also should be a little bit of hard work. Zhang Haoyue blankly glanced at him. Who cares about your hard work? Is this how you usually do things for the emperor? Tell me, the matter of planting pox, does everyone in and out of the palace know about it? Zhao Hu quickly nodded. That's for sure. Once the emperor ordered that the royal grandchildren and nobles must be inoculated within 3 days. Who doesn't know about this? Even your honor's name has become a topic of private discussion for many people. When he said this, Zhao Hu suddenly gave a start, as if he realized something, and his face changed all of a sudden. Zhang Haoyue stared at him, her eyes filled with a blandness that saw through everything. Which one of the dynasty and the countryside doesn't know about me? Zhang Haoyue? And how could the Su family not know about me? But why is it that no noble official has dared to take the initiative to approach me until now? It's not because I don't dare, Zhao Hu replied in a low voice. The emperor's attitude towards you. Where would the people below dare to guess casually? Those people are as refined as monkeys. They definitely won't act rashly. Zhang Haoyue stood up, patted her slightly protruding stomach, and walked up slowly in the courtyard, digesting her food while mentally calculating. Not daring to act rashly doesn't mean you don't want to, especially the Su family. I heard that Duke Su's old problem is back? When Zhao Hu heard this, he was shocked and stunned. Could it be that? Time and time again, I've been getting shut out, and I'm actually taking this opportunity to talk to you? With a mixture of fear and shock, Zhao Hu finally understood why his identity didn't bring him the respect he deserved, but instead made him a frequent visitor to pry for news about Zhang Haoyue. It was obvious that the Su family had other plans for Zhang Haoyue. Since the Su family has something to ask for, why don't you just say it? Zhang Haoyue's eyes were sharp and went straight to the heart of the matter. If you ask for help, you will be led by the nose if you don't have capital. And Zhang Haoyue's interest in Macho Lake just allowed the Su family to find an opportunity to push the boat out. This is no longer a simple request for help, but a transaction. Zhang Haoyue didn't explain any further and directly commanded, you send a post to the Su family for me and invite them over to talk more. Zhao Hu blurted out in surprise, inviting the Su family to come, but you don't go yourself? Zhang Haoyue certainly wouldn't set foot in the Su family's door. After all, there's always a time to beg. He had already given enough face, and it was up to the Su family to choose whether or not they were willing to take this step. Just as the two were still discussing, there was a sudden sharp and forceful knock at the door. Zhao Hu got up at the sound and went to open the door to greet him, and not long afterward, he let in a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dark complexion, but his eyes were unusually godlike. My lord, this is Maritime Marquis Zhang He. Zhao Hu introduced. Zhang He saluted respectfully. Zhang He pays his respects to your excellency. The moment Zhang He received the holy decree at home, the surprise in his heart was simply hard to express in words. A noble marquis like himself was actually assigned by the emperor to assist a commoner like Zhang Haoyue? Zhang He was quite unhappy in his heart at first, but after some inquiries, the doubts in his mind became clear as if he had opened the clouds to see the sky. Zhang Haoyue, where is this person merely a commoner? Simply a god sent from heaven. He had saved countless suffering people by planting cowpox, and now he was going to make medicine for the empress and write a good story on earth. And he himself, Zhang He, was fortunate enough to become a small pawn in this salvation recipe? Or Zhang Haoyue himself made it clear to the emperor. Chapter 36 Since we've promised you, we'll toss you around as much as you want. Once the medicine was made, it would be a matter of honor for him. Thus, without saying a word, Zhang He showed his firm loyalty. My lord, I heard that you are developing a special effect medicine for the Empress Dowager. Do you need me to go and look for rare and precious herbs in the world? After saying this, he had a determined look in his eyes, vowing that even if he had to travel far and wide, his mission would be accomplished. Zhang Haoyue nodded slightly, satisfaction hidden in her smile, at least in terms of attitude. Zhang He was beyond reproach. The pharmaceutical matter is indeed urgent. So, I'd like to send you on a trip to the shipyard. When these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, making Zhao Hu and Zhang He both freeze. Shipyard and pharmaceuticals. What is the relationship between these two? Is it possible to build a ship before making medicine? Zhang Haoyue coughed softly to hide her laughter. I heard that the shipyard is hiding the design plans of a large ship. Marquis Zhang, you're going this time to firstly find that drawing, and secondly to examine the current production level of the shipyard to see if you can recreate the splendor of the ancient great ships. Zhang Yi's heart turned over a huge wave. Building a big ship? That's a symbol of the ambition of the Song people who once sailed far and wide. What's in Zhang Haoyue's gourd? Now that the emperor has strictly forbidden going to sea, and large ships are not allowed to go out to sea, Zhang He, as the Marquis of Navigation, his position is almost tantamount to a sham. Zhang Haoyue, however, wanted to find ancient ship designs and build big ships. Wasn't this against the emperor's will? Zhang He asked cautiously. Sir, what is the purpose of building such a large ship? Zhang Haoyue, however, said in a serious manner. Of course it's for the Empress Mother to go out to sea to collect rare medicinal herbs. Zhang he secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. By the time the big ship was completed, the Empress Dowager would probably be long gone. However, Zhang Haoyue spoke with a firm and unchanging face, and under the banner of the Empress, even the Emperor was too embarrassed to say anything more. Zhang he still had questions in his mind. My lord, after this big ship is built, there is no place to sail it according to the current sea ban. Zhang Haoyue waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to worry. Whether or not you can go out to sea is not something you have to consider right now. You just have to find the drawings, map out the shipyards, and more importantly, collect all the nautical charts. Shipyard craftsmen are mostly passed down from generation to generation, and their ancestors lived by the sea, so naturally, nautical charts can't be missing. When these words came out, cold sweat broke out on Zhang He's back. Zhang Haoyue's purpose was already obvious. What did he need the navigational charts for if he wasn't going out to sea? Zhang He's heart is like a rabbit in his pocket, fearing that if the emperor pursues the matter in the future, what should he do? Zhang Haoyue saw through his mind and said directly, don't worry about it, I'll take all the consequences. The sea ban will be lifted one day. We're just preparing in advance now. Timing determines everything. You'll understand later. Faced with Zhang Haoyue's firm attitude, Zhang He had no other choice. What's more, with Zhao Hu here, the emperor will definitely know about today's matter sooner or later, and in case something goes wrong, the emperor will come to him. Thinking this way, Zhang He's heart was solid and decided to follow Zhang Haoyue's instructions. Okay, I'm on it. Zhang Heuk turned around and left with a firm step. Zhao Hu frowned as a questioning voice rang out. What exactly are you calculating? Doing this is definitely not just to find medicine for the empress. Under the sea ban, it costs a lot to build a big ship. Can you afford the responsibility? I must report this to the emperor today. Zhang Haoyue, however, didn't think so. How many people could understand his plan? The real chess game is just now kicking off. How could he give away the reputation of sunset on the sea? Even if Zhu Yuanzhang knows, what's the big deal? If a little bit of the edges of modern history were revealed, Zhang Haoyue guessed that Zhu Yuanzhang was afraid that he would be so furious that in a fit of rage for the sake of his beauty, he would lead the fleet himself to flatten all those countries. Just as the two men were in the middle of their verbal sparring, a solemn voice suddenly rang through the air like thunder. Is there anything important that you need to report to us? Zhu Yuanzhang, come on. When Zhao Hu heard the voice, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to take another bite of his meal and hurriedly stood up, his back straight. Thinking of Zhang Haoyue's plan just now, he couldn't help but cold sweat. If this was heard by Zhu Yuanzhang, wouldn't the move to build a ship privately lead to thunderous anger? However, Zhang Haoyue was acting like nothing was wrong, and frankly stated her plans with Zhang He. Zhao Hu quietly retreated to the side while Zhu Yuanzhang sat down graciously. Want to build a big ship? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Zhang Haoyue nodded, his words carrying a deep meaning. There is indeed this idea, but right now it's just a test to see how deep the water is. How is the shipbuilding technology of Daming? We have to find out first. Besides, it is still unknown whether the design drawings of the big ships are still there or not. If not, I will naturally find another way myself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang scanned around the courtyard, looking at the good place that had been transformed by Zhang Haoyue's hand, becoming green with trees, stone tables and wooden chairs, and leisurely sipping tea. His heart was soothed. Then looking at the soup noodles on the table, his stomach rumbled with hunger. His eyes gently swept over Zhao Hu, who immediately understood and quickly went out to buy breakfast. As soon as Zhao Hu left, Zhu Yuanzhang's words became more casual. This matter of building a big ship doesn't seem to have much to do with the sister's illness. Could it be related to what happens later? Zhang Haoyue said frankly, saying it doesn't matter. It actually does matter a little. The rubber in the South Seas is of great use to us, needed for refining medicines. Shopkeeper Li has already gone to look for it, and if he can't find it in the capital, Zhang He will naturally go elsewhere himself. And more importantly, what I have in mind is to build this great ship. Since it involved pharmaceuticals, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't pursue it any further. Zhang Haoyue's intention to build a ship is definitely closely related to the future, and Zhang Haoyue will naturally slowly talk about these details. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed cheerfully. We won't stand in the way of shipbuilding, but you'll have to figure out the funds yourself. Since you've been given the Longjiang shipyard, just toss it around as you please. The court won't allocate any additional funds. Can you carry this heavy burden? Is it enough just to sell oil cakes? Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's curious eyes, Zhang Haoyue smiled and said, Does your majesty want to meddle in the oil cake trade as well? Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit embarrassed, adjusted his sitting posture and pretended to be relaxed. What are we meddling in? How can a mere oil cake get into our eyes? It was the Empress who said that she was worried about the instability of your oil source and was willing to help you out by reclaiming land near the outskirts of the capital to grow oilseed rape, which would solve the problem of the oil source as well as find a way out for the veterans. Zhang Haoyue secretly praised Empress Ma's wisdom, but the choice of rape was ultimately no match for Oil Boy. The latter produces more oil and is particularly suitable for cultivation in Yunnan. Chapter 37. What? Zhu Yunju is not the third emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang's approach was a stopgap measure that also avoided the constraints that Li Saneg might encounter in his acquisition. After all, this is beginning to show. 2 days ago, Li Sandan was in a hurry to report that the price of oil on the market has soared. Businesses have joined together to manipulate it, and the oil cake market is hot, with tantalizing profits, and everyone is craving for it. Zhu Yuanzhang did so, in fact, is a two birds with one stone, to solve the problem of the oil source. More clever as oil is not just to eat. The future of society, oil will become a strategic material. Early layout. Just in case, Zhang Haoyue joked, my oil cake business is just a few small dollars in His Majesty's eyes? You don't know that when this business is made, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with salt and iron. So rich that it can rival the country. Zhu Yuanzhang was surprised to hear this. The donut market. How could it have grown to this extent? Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang didn't believe it, Zhang Haoyue didn't explain more. Oil, this innate temptation, tastes so good that it satisfies the heart, just as spicy flavors are addictive, stimulating a sense of pleasure that makes everyone fight for it. And once tasted, it's hard to let go. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to get involved in this business, it would not only solve the immediate problem, but also be a long-term solution. The oil cake, however, is just the tip of the iceberg. In this zeitgeist, it will become a key cornerstone of industrial upgrading. Someday in the future, this sweet business will be like the sun, supporting the whole food industry, that lofty building, shining brightly. The shock in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was like thunder in the calm sky in the dead of night. He had originally thought that Zhang Haoyue was just making a small fuss, and that the freshness of the oil cake could only temporarily attract the attention of the capital's nobles. But I didn't realize that the real intention behind this was the slow unfolding of a huge business blueprint, both complex and far-reaching. He was eager to learn more. At this time, Zhang Haoyue was looking disinterested, because he was clear that Zhu Yuanzhang was not overly gifted when it came to the way of doing business, and that talking more would only confuse him even more. At this time, Zhao Hu came back with a hot soup cake in his hand, and Zhu Yuanzhang took a big bite, enjoying this ordinary and cozy breakfast time. Zhang Haoyue, however, said snidely, does the palace have no rice to cook? Why did you come here early in the morning to rub rice? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and joked that the emperor's arrival was really fluffy. Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head and asked Zhao Hu to go to the Su mansion to deliver a post. Zhao Hu smiled bitterly and laughed at himself like a horse that keeps running, busy for the two masters, not able to spare a moment. When Zhao Hu left and Zhu Yuanzhang finished eating, Zhang Haoyue marveled at his eating speed and joked with a bit of care. Zhu Yuanzhang wiped the corners of his mouth and spoke faintly of those hard days in the past, the years of famine, the days when he was a monk, and even in the days of war, when every meal came from a scramble. Eat quickly to survive. Now the habit became imprinted and the years could not erase it. Looking at this old man in simple clothes, who would have thought that it was he who saved the day, drove away the invaders and revitalized the land of China? And his name, Hangu the Great, was carved on the stone tablet of history. Zhang Haoyue was in deep thought, but was interrupted by Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Haoyue, we waited for dawn to rise immediately and arrived. Not to see you days. Okay, it's also time to talk about Yunchun. Zhang Haoyue stretched and sat back, an old man and a young woman, quietly looking at the blue sky of the small yard, as if the whole world is condensed in this small space. Okay, if the emperor wants to hear it, I'll say it, but I have to say it first, so don't get too excited when you hear it. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed softly. I know, the history books say that the valiant Xiongning and the princess will pass away next year. We have already prepared ourselves psychologically. What else? What else can make us distracted? However, things change. Although Zhu Xiongning escaped as a child, and although Empress Ma was the original wife, this was not enough to shake the foundation of the Ming Dynasty. Can Zhu Yuanzhang afford it if there is really a change that affects the fundamentals of the country? Don't worry. We, can handle it. Zhu Yuanzhang was eager to know. Then tell me, how did Yunju perform as the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty? Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang strangely. Who said Zhu Yunju was the third emperor of the Ming Dynasty? What? Yunchun isn't the third generation? Zhu Yuanzhang was surprised, like he was struck by lightning. If Yun Biao is not the third Ming emperor, then who is it? The question echoed in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind like the sound of a drum, making him fidgety. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, still looked relaxed, lying on the rocking chair and enjoying a moment of tranquility. Zhu Yuanzhang already had a vague answer in mind, but was afraid to confirm it. His voice trembled slightly. Could it be that Yunzhang did not succeed his father? Zhang Haoyue swayed leisurely, looking straight at Zhu Yuanzhang and no longer beating around the bush. No, he inherited your position. Prince Yuan Zhu Biao, who followed your order to tour Shaanxi in the 25th year of Hangwu, fell ill on his way back and unfortunately died. He was buried in the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum in August and given the posthumous title Yuan. After Zhu Yunbao ascended the throne, he was posthumously honored as Emperor Shao Kang, with the temple name Xingzong. It would be fine to say that Yunzhu is the third emperor, but in reality Zhu Biao has never been emperor for a single day. When these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang was like being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. And even though the sun was shining brightly, he felt that his whole body was freezing cold. His beloved eldest son, Zhu Biao, actually died in the 25th year of Hangwu, the crown prince who carried his countless hopes, before he could put on the crown. Let him taste the congenial pain of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person in advance. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was in turmoil and could not be calmed for a long time. After a long time, there was a heavy thud and a heavy hand slammed down on the wooden chair. Chen Yulian the thief. Anger, sadness and resignation mingled as the shocking sound echoed through the small courtyard in the early morning. Zhu Yuanzhang, this voice of anger, like a gust of wind caught in the fury, gnashing teeth in indignation. 2 eyes seemed to be on fire. Zhang Haoyue deeply felt that if Chen Yuliang stood in front of him at this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang would definitely bite him off with his teeth, itching to chew his bones and flesh. Instead of being surprised at Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden emotional outburst, Zhang Haoyue secretly understood in her heart, those grudges and feuds, which are recorded quite a lot in the official history, are like a deep scar across the heart of Zhu Yuanzhang, only to see him hold back, his face instantly looking as if he had aged 10 years. He slowly spoke. Zhang Haoyue, do you know why we are like this? Berating Chen Yuliang? Zhang Haoyue, heart clear. More know that now. Zhu Yuanzhang, heart waves surging, urgently need a vent, release the anger accumulated for a long time. So he was silent and waited for Zhu Yuanzhang to say it himself. Chapter 38, Our vision is not bad, is it? Zhu Yuanzhang's words were filled with hatred. That Chen Yuliang, the cunning villain, once cursed maliciously, saying that we will certainly suffer the pain of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired person in the future, lonely and unsupported. As for Lu Ji, halfway through his words, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly stopped, as if unwilling to bring up that sad episode again. Zhang Haoyue was as clear as a mirror in his heart and knew what Lu Bowen was talking about. Back then, Lu Bowen told Zhu Yuanzhang's fortune and said straight out that he was from a humble background and that the Zhu family had already overdrawn the luck of several generations of his offspring because of his rise alone. And Zhu Yuanzhang's longevity foreshadowed the Zhu family descendants. I'm afraid it's difficult to enjoy the blessings. The palace is constantly fighting. Ming will fall into the chaos of the 5 dragons to seize the throne. The country's fortunes will not be more than 5 generations will be in decline. Zhu Yuanzhang naturally did not believe in Lu Bowen's words, but this is exactly why he was dissatisfied with Lu Bowen in his later years. Only Zhang Haoyue knew clearly that Lu Bowen's prophecy was so accurate that it was almost bizarre. If he hadn't crossed over himself, the future of the great Ming would really be as he said, step by step towards decline. Now that I heard Zhang Haoyue mention that Zhu Biao would die in the 25th year of the Hanwu era, how could it not make Zhu Yuanzhang's feelings complicated? It's not just Chen Yuliang. Which one of them, Zhang Shichang, Han Shantong, or Little Ming Wang, didn't speak coldly to him? But in the torrent of history, they all became dust, and only Zhu Yuanzhang stood to the end. Thinking of the past, he couldn't help but sigh and say, Zhang Haoyue, this disease of wind chill, can you cure it? In ancient times, wind chill was almost tantamount to a terminal illness. There were no antibiotics, no specific drugs, and countless people died every year because of it. Even now, the flu still claims many lives. Though humans seem to be on top of everything, they are often easily robbed of their lives by a little bit of cold. Zhang Haoyue nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry, I have a solution for this kind of disease. Wind chill. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes tightly and let out a long breath. Zhu Biao is of extraordinary significance to him. Unlike the emotional solace of Empress Ma, Zhu Biao is concerned with the rise and fall of the Ming Dynasty. The court is bound to be shaken once the hard-earned crown prince dies. In the 25th year of Hangwu, Zhu Yuanzhang appeared more vicissitudes and his heart became more fragile. Zhu Biao's passing away left him as if his heart was dead, and he had no intention of choosing another heir, but only wanted to transfer his deep feelings for Zhu Biao to Zhu Biao's children. This favoritism has moved even history. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were distant, as if he could penetrate the river of time and stare at his future self. When I think of Zhu Biao's death, my heart hurts like being cut by a knife. If he could do it all over again, he would have made the same decision to make Zhu Biao's son the imperial grandson. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang in deep thought, Zhang Haoyue added, "Your Majesty, although I can cure the wind chill, there is one more thing that needs to be clarified." Zhu Yuanzhang replied seriously. "You said it was." Zhang Haoyue slowly continued. "People often say that life and death have a destiny, and I don't completely agree, but sometimes destiny really isn't something that can be changed by human hands. For example, Zhu Xiongning, Queen Ma and Zhu Biao. History records that they all died of illness, but disease is only one of the many causes of death. Accidents, disasters, and physical decline can take a life. Zhu Xiongnings's young age. Let's leave it aside for now. In the case of the crown prince, his own physique is weak, and even in the era I come from, organ failure and loss of function are incurable conditions." Zhang Haoyue's words were sincere and genuine, and Zhu Yuanzhang understood them. This means that there are some diseases that he can cure, but there are others that even he can't do anything about. In the end, everything is still up to God. Zhu Biao is weak. If he doesn't take care of his conditioning, even if he escapes the wind and cold, other illnesses will be enough to kill him. Zhu Yuanzhang solemnly promised, "We'll take note of what you said." At that moment, he decided that Zhu Biao must be strictly required to maintain his body, and must never allow the crown prince to go ahead of himself. And Zhu Xiongning did the same. The heavy heart was like a big stone pressing on his chest, making Zhu Yuanzhang feel a sense of suffocation. He desperately needed a ray of light, a bit of good news, to soothe his soul. Zhu Yunzhu was able to defeat his own brother and be made the emperor's grandson after Zhu Biao's death, so he must have his superiority. If such an excellent grandson becomes emperor, it should be an excellent choice. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang especially need to find some power from the later generation of Zhang emperor's radiant political achievements, so as to give themselves a shot in the heart of the cardiac injection. So he impatiently pursued. "We picked and chose, and finally picked Yunzheng. I'm sure that Yunzue did a good job when he was the emperor, didn't he?" Zhang Haoyue glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang and was more or less intolerant in his heart, but for the sake of the points, he still said without hesitation, "Awesome indeed." As soon as he came to power, he made a move to weaken the power of the feudal lords, and hardened his own uncle to the brink of extinction. And in just 4 years, he's lost the kingdom, and he can't be found. Although Zhang Haoyue said this easily, but like a bolt from the blue, shocked Zhu Yuanzhang's heart buzzing. Half a day to return to God. Zhu Yuanzhang's face became that fast. A moment of doubt, a moment of anger, a moment of absurdity. Yun Chun, the one who would let his own uncle go off the deep end? Thinking of the scene of assessing Zhu Yunzhu's learning 2 days ago, Zhu Yuanzhang had a hard time connecting that well-mannered image with the cold-blooded and heartless emperor that Zhang Haoyue had spoken of. It was only after half a day that Zhu Yuanzhang said something. "Zhu Yunzhu actually dares to cut the clan? Where did he get this nerve?" Zhang Haoyue explained. "Because those vassal kings were just uncles to him, not his sons. For you, Emperor Zhu, letting your sons go out as vassal kings will enable you to defend the country as well as guard the borders, creating an iron barrel for the great Ming. But Yunzhu or those civil officials around him don't think so. In their eyes, vassal kings have traditionally been destabilizing factors, especially those who are not under your control and hold heavy armies are simply big trouble." Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. How can you look at the issue of vassal kings so superficially? How can you see only the superficial threat and have the foresight that an emperor should have? The words were full of deplorations for his juniors. Zhu Yuanzhang himself was a firm believer in the vassal system, and felt that the rebellion of the 7 kings in history was due to the fact that the kings treated their relatives with indifference and arbitrarily deprived them of their vassal lands, rather than a problem with the vassal system. In order to make the great Ming solid, he carefully designed to divide his capable sons to the frontiers, and placed members of the royal family in various parts of the country, with the aim of decentralizing the military power of the founding fathers. He also personally revised these statutes of the ancestral records to bind the feudal lords with laws, hoping to build a power structure of daiming that was bonded by kinship. Chapter 39: The Afterlife. It's miserable. Beginning in the Hangu years and continuing until his sons were all grown up and the 27 vassal kings were crowned one by one, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that he had built a brick wall for the Ming. As a result, Zhang Haoyue said that the wall did not take long to be seen as a burden by Zhu Yunju and was easily torn down. By doing so, Yunju dealt no less a blow to Zhu Yuanzhang than the sudden death of Zhu Biao, who threw away his proud conception as if it were a broken shoe. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and blurted out, "Reverse son." But Zhang Haoyue could understand Yun Jue's choice. In his place, he probably would have cut the clan as well. The clan system not only goes against the tide of history, but also challenges the deepest desires and insecurities of the human heart. What's more, for Zhu Yunju, who was a generation removed and did not inherit the throne directly from a vassal king, how could he have peace of mind? How can the emperor's security depend on the loyalty of others alone? People's hearts are fickle, so Zhang Haoyue confessed. This is something that can't be blamed entirely on Zhu Yunju. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Zhang Haoyue with wide eyes, very dissatisfied with his unstable attitude. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, Zhang Haoyue sketched a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and slowly opened his mouth. The position of the emperor is no joke. If you think from Zhu Yunju's perspective, his considerations are naturally different from others. Let me ask you, oh old Zhu, if you were him, would you be willing to cut down the power of those feudal lords? Zhu Yuanzhang didn't even think about it and answered directly. Of course not. Zhang Haoyue sighed softly, his eyebrows furrowed, and he said in his heart, it seems that I still underestimated the heart of being an emperor. He went on, speaking without haste, to Zhu Yunju. Those vassal kings who hold heavy armies are not something that can be explained away by simple uncle and nephew friendship. They are in fact a great danger to the heart. Individual feudal lords may be fine to deal with, but if all of them unite and become aggressive, how can one sleep in peace? Zhu Yuanzhang, you think that royal relatives should ride out the storm together, which is just bound by traditional family concepts, but when viewed at the level of the entire daemon, this idea is no longer appropriate. In our line of work, even the common folk know that there is no such thing as pure kinship in an imperial household. How can a little bit of land be fought over, let alone the lure of the pinnacle of power? Zhang Haoyue's eyes lit up like two fires, looking straight at Zhu Yuanzhang, her words getting sharper and sharper. Let me ask you, do you think your imperial sons are all dragons and phoenixes among men? Speaking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were full of confidence. In his opinion, in addition to Zhu Biao, the other sons, although they were not trained according to the emperor's standards, but they are all able to fight and manage the country. So how can we say that they are not dragons or phoenixes? The children we've taught and raised are 1 in a million. So they're naturally extraordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang said proudly. Zhang Haoyue's smile deepened, but with a bit of coldness, since he is a dragon and phoenix talent, how could he not have ambitions to fight for the world? Men like Lu Bu have said that a great man lives in the world. How can he long be subjugated to others? Have your sons no fiery ambitions? Zhu Yuanzhang's face showed a tangle, as if his inner faith was being tested like never before. After half a day, he barely composed himself and said, although the dragon and phoenix among men are outstanding, there is a difference between honor and inferiority. And there is a difference between a firstborn son and a concubine's son. Not being the firstborn son but presuming to get an unusual position is against the rules and a great disrespect. Zhang Haoyue was clear that these words were just Zhu Yuanzhang's way of maintaining face. In Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, he probably never really considered the feelings of his sons other than Zhu Biao. After all, compared to Zhu Biao, the desires of the other emperors seemed minimal. You're just lying to yourself when you say that, old Chu. Zhang Haoyue's words hit the nail on the head. When it comes to honoring the young and the old, what makes Zhu Yunju rank first? Since the crown prince is gone, according to seniority, wouldn't the king of Qin have a better name for succession? You crossed over the other princes and chose Zhu Yunju, and from that moment on, the antagonism between the vassal king and Zhu Yunju was already doomed. An outbreak of clashes of position, rank, and power. Zhang Haoyue analyzed the situation in such a way, calmly and objectively, not taking sides, just stating the facts, making Zhu Yuanzhang look confused, as if it was the first time he had looked at the problem from this perspective. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were complex and asked curiously, where did you get such insight? To be able to rationalize these relationships so clearly, weighing the gains and losses, and analyzing the pros and cons, it's surprisingly so thorough. In Zhu Yuanzhang's cognizance, a person with such vision is comparable to Zhuge Liang, the wise man. But where in this world are there so many Zhuge Liangs reincarnated? Looking at Zhang Haoyue's young but deep eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but wonder what kind of amazing talent was hidden in this seemingly ordinary teenager. Zhang Haoyue smiled and didn't say anything, looking up at the clear blue sky above the small courtyard in a flat tone. This doorway is a little bit of what I call the art of slaying dragons. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was so surprised that he could hardly hide it. My heart turned upside down and I wondered how I could call it the art of slaying dragons just by analyzing history and evaluating characters. Seeing this reaction from him, Zhang Haoyue let out a soft laugh and said sincerely, "Old Zhu, don't underestimate it. This dragon slaying study is vast and profound. It's not ordinary. What I just described is just one of the genres with a specialized name, the study of the rise and fall of dignitaries through the ages. This kind of study specializes in the study of emperors and generals throughout the ages, grasping the direction of history and seeing through the deep secrets of the human heart by dissecting the way they acted and the choices they made at critical moments." When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was shocked to the core. Such learning, in daiming, is only accessible to those who are readers. Add to that the fact that books are scarce and information is closed, and you often can't find solid historical information to support a point of view. Even if someone wanted to organize all this into a systematic set of studies, it would take a lot more than just gathering information, and it's really hard to comment on historical figures and analyze important political events without deep thought. How can a shallow argument make it to the great halls of academia? Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but fantasize. If he had mastered this skill in his early years of uprising, why would he have to kind of stumble? Probably a lot of detours can be gotten around. So, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "Was this art of dragon slaying, in your time, the topmost learning?" Zhang Haoyue shook her head and sighed softly. "Back in our days, we started learning this at the age of 12 or 13, because of universal education. Children and teenagers who are just starting out in this field make up almost 90% of the country." Zhu Yuanzhang was even more surprised to hear this. Such precious learning, and the popularity rate has reached 90%? And, with enlightenment beginning in adolescence, is it surprising that dragon slaying is so common? Chapter 40, Is Zhu Yunzhu a hot person? We don't believe it. If everyone learns to slay dragons, then wouldn't everyone be able to slay dragons? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Zhang Haoyue thought for a moment, remembering the situation in the latter days, and laughed bitterly while shaking his head. Everyone can slay a dragon. How can it be that easy? Curious, Zhu Yuanzhang pursued. Why not? Think about it. If we had known this earlier, when we were involved in the uprising, we might have done it on our own, raising our arms and calling out to everyone that the Mongols are bullying us Han Chinese. And since we have learned the art of dragon slaying, we must carry it forward. Zhang Haoyue smiled and didn't say anything, thinking in his heart, times are different. Lao Shu, the truth will always come out. Then, Zhang Haoyue changed the topic and brought up Zhu Yunzhu again. About the art of dragon slaying. Let's talk about it slowly and in detail later on. It's a huge system that can't be finished in a few words. Let's talk about Zhu Yunzhu first. At the mention of Zhu Yunzhu, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. This grandson really makes his heart ache. It's not like a grandson to cut the power of a vassal king so ruthlessly and mercilessly. We chose Yunzue as the heir. It's not like we didn't teach him about cutting down on the vassal kings. Did we explain that? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Zhang Haoyue nodded. Of course I have. Many times I advised Yunzhu that the vassal kings are the pillars of the country, and that cutting the clan is absolutely not an option. Yunzhu is also a filial child and promises to treat all his uncles well, even up to the time of your death. Your Majesty, you were still hung up on this. Yunbiyu wept before his sickbed and swore that he would never cut the power of the vassal kings. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled bitterly, wanting to laugh when he thought of that image of the master's compassion and filial piety, and Yunzhu's oath. But the reality is that not only has the clan been cut, but the means are also particularly cruel. We now want to know, how long did Yunzhu's oath last? Zhu Yuanzhang asked directly. Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and saw that his temples were graying and his face was filled with a complex expression of hatred and pain as he slowly spoke. Zhu Yunzhu, historically known as Emperor Jiangwen, succeeded to the throne in the leap month of May of the 31st year of the Hangu era, and in the following year changed his yearly name to Jiangwen. And the cutting of clans began quietly as early as August of the 31st year of Hangu. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed coldly. His heart was full of mixed feelings, and a wave of sadness arose. It's only been 3 short months. It's only 3 months. Our bones are still cold and the dust is still settling. Zhu Yunzhu's oath to us, the former emperor, is surprisingly thin as a cicada wing, and will fall apart when blown. No, that's not even a promise. Perhaps from the very beginning, Zhu Yunzhu's words were deception. He silently waited for the moment when our dragon harnessed the Bintian, and then proceeded to cut down the power of the vassals. What an insidious and poisonous mind trick. It's just to pull the wool over everyone's eyes so that he can ascend to the throne in peace. On the surface, he caters to everyone's expectations. But secretly, He is calculating how to push his own uncles and aunts step by step. Zhu Yuanzhang forced himself to hold back his anger and asked in a deep voice, Zhang Haoyue, tell us carefully how exactly this unfilial grandson treated his uncle and laid such a cruel hand on him. Zhang Haoyue continued, Leap May of the 31st year of Hanggu, after your death, your majesty, Zhu Yunbao immediately assumed the throne, and issued a decree forbidding all vassal kings to return to the capital for mourning. What a shock! Zhu Yuanzhang stood up indignantly. Zhu Yunzhu actually did not allow the vassal king to return to the national capital to give his father, who was the closest to him, a last ride? How cold-blooded! How cruel! Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his hands into fists and breathed heavily. Zhang Haoyue added, since the feudal kings could not return to the capital, they had no choice but to set up a memorial service in their respective royal residences. Kneeling far in the direction of the capital, weeping bitterly and blaming himself, that cry of unfilial shook everyone's heart. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's tears slipped silently. He had never imagined that behind him was such a bleak picture of the end. Those sons who were once as ambitious as hungry wolves, it is also now bound and unable to do its last duty for its father. Humph! With all the glory in life, why care about those false names after death? Zhu Yunzhu, the emperor, has done a really ruthless job. What an absolute thing to do! Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Zhang Haoyue did not pause and continued. In August of the same year, under the planning of Huang Zicheng and Shi Tai, former courtiers of the Eastern Palace and now important ministers of the six ministries, Zhu Yunzhu formally began to implement the strategy of cutting down the clan. In August, King Zhu Sa of Zhou was abolished as a commoner on charges and exiled to Yunnan. In the 4th month of the 1st year of Zhangwen, King Zhu Biao of Xiang was falsely accused of rebellion, and unable to defend himself, he eventually set himself on fire to prove his innocence. The King of Qi and the King of Dai were also demoted and relegated to civilian status. In June, King Min was convicted, relegated to the status of a commoner, and exiled to Zhangzhou. As Zhang Haoyue stated word for word, the list of feudal lords who were either depreciated or died as a result of the cutting of clans was enumerated one by one, and Zhu Yuanzhang slowly closed his eyes as tears slid down his cheeks. His sons, surprisingly, were driven to such a desperate situation by Zhu Yunzhu. In particular, King Zhu Biao of Xiang, who burned himself to death, was only 10 years old when he was crowned king, and it has only been 11 years since then. This child, too, was loved by Zhu Yuanzhang. The world says that Zhu Yuanzhang favors Zhu Biao and doesn't care much about his other children, but love is strong and light, not heartless. Zhu Biao carries all the hopes and efforts of Zhu Yuanzhang, and is the future pillar of the empire, which is of great significance. But blood is thicker than water, and ultimately, it's a deep love between father and son. Whoever has the blood of the Zhu family in his veins, how can he not be treated as a close relative? From a political point of view, Zhu Yuanzhang may not have been able to give his children too much care, but as a father, he did his best to pave the best path for them. The pinnacle of power may be hard to reach, but when it comes to living and loving, no one can do more than he can. Jubal was made king 11 years ago, and did not leave the capital until he was 18 years old to go to Jingzhou to become a vassal. In the days of the capital, he studied diligently, day and night. His talent has long been revealed. Occasionally, he lifted his pen and waved it, sending poems for instruction, filling Zhu Yuanzhang's heart with joy. Don't look at Zhu Bai is only 10 years old. His strength far exceeds that of children of the same age, and his horseback riding and archery are even more outstanding. Although Jingzhou is not a major border town, it has always been a place of war. He who gains Jingzhou gains the world, as the old saying goes, and its importance is self-evident. It was such a son who was forced by Zhu Yunzhu to the desperate path of self-immolation. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was unable to witness it with his own eyes, he was already able to imagine Zhu Bai's despair and helplessness at that time. We ourselves teach our children and grandchildren to obey the law, to know the proprieties, and to distinguish between the inferior and the superior. Why did Jubal choose to kill himself? It's just that there's no way to file a complaint. It's hard to prove your innocence, and you're desperate. Zhu Yuanzhang's teachings made him not dare to act rashly and deviate from the right path. However, Zhu Yunzhu pressed step by step. Seems to have to be the name of rebellion, like a brand generally carved into his bones. On the edge of the abyss of despair, Xiang Wang was ruthless and a blazing fire turned his royal residence into ashes. Hand in hand with his wife, he marched together to the Yellow Springs, proving his innocence by death. Behind this determination, how much helplessness and sorrow is hidden. Chapter 41, the emperor's eldest grandson has become a vegetable? Zhu Yuanzhang heartwaves. Thoughts between the ups and downs. Hate the teeth. Hate Zhu Yunju thousand cuts. Ding. Due to Zhu Yuanzhang learning of Zhu Biao's death and the Zhang Emperor's cutting of the feudal lords triggering a spacetime tremor, the host receives points, 20,000. In the deepest recesses of consciousness, a voice whispered. Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but secretly sigh. Just a tiny bit of drama had caused Zhu Yuanzhang's mind to be hit hard, and his points skyrocketed, which was quite an impact. The points had already accumulated to a sizable amount, enough for Zhang Haoyue to plan a trip through time and space. That recent point in time happened to be during the reign of Zhang Emperor Zhu Yunju, and with 10,000 points, it would have allowed Zhu Yuanzhang to witness the scene of the cutting of the clan, and it might have even happened to coincide with the crucial moment in history when Judi rose up to pacify the country. Such an arrangement may slightly alleviate the suffocation in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. After all, the Zhang Emperor who forced his uncle to die is now just a childish child. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang's heart of vengeance is as hot as fire, it is impossible to lay hands on Zhu Yunju now. Moreover, Zhu Biao is still alive. More Zhu Xiongying is the heir, the future blueprint of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yunju simply has no place to put pen to paper, and the matter of cutting the feud is even more impossible to talk about. Just as he was about to tell Zhu Yuanzhang about this plan, there was a sudden sound of stumbling footsteps coming from outside the door, and Zhao Hu looked so flustered that he almost fell in. This scene, Zhang Haoyue remembers very clearly. Last time it was because Empress Ma was sick. Can't it be that something else has changed in the palace? Without waiting to stand still, Zhao Hu fell to his knees with a thud and said with a trembling voice, Your Majesty, something has happened to Changsun. Please return to the palace to take a look. The moment these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhang Haoyue's faces changed greatly at the same time. Zhu Yuanzhang was shocked and unable to speak for a moment. Zhang Haoyue was filled with surprise. Something happened to Zhu Xiongming? You haven't even gotten your vaccine yet and disaster strikes early? Had he helped him escape smallpox? But not all the crossroads? Do young lives really have to die? Zhang Haoyue's heart was filled with questions. Xiao Hu, what's wrong with Changsun? Is he sick? Zhang Haoyue asked anxiously. Xiao Hu shook his head. No. The news from the palace said that Changsun accidentally fell from a high place while playing in the East Palace today, and has been unconscious since then. An accident? Coma. Zhang Haoyue's heart was flooded with an ominous premonition. Zhu Yuanzhang was anxious, especially after seeing Zhu Yunju's ineptitude in ruling the country. Zhu Xiongming, the first eldest grandson, was even more cherished. Facing the sudden change, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists and his voice was like thunder. Is this a natural or man-made disaster? Xiao Hu, explain it to me. Xiao Hu was at a loss. The East Palace was in a mess right now, and the information he got was only that the Crown Prince was verifying it, so he could only report it as it was. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Zhang Haoyue, you return to the palace with us. We need you now. Zhang Haoyue nodded solemnly, understanding that Zhu Yuanzhang had placed all his hopes on himself. A childlike body is as fragile as a candle in the wind, and the slightest misstep could be goodbye forever. A group of people quickly rushed to the East Palace and walked into the West Garden, only to see the scene in a mess. Inside the house, Zhu Xiongming's face was pale and he was lying quietly. All around, the eunuchs were lying on the ground, and Zhu Biao was sitting on the sidelines, his eyes red and swollen, tears welling up in his eyes. When I saw Zhu Yuanzhang, I couldn't help the tears coming out of my eyes. Father, Xiongming he. The rest of the words stuck in his throat, unable to be said. Zhu Yuanzhang barely composed himself and summoned Gung Lanjin to inquire about the situation. How is Changsun doing now? Gung Lanjin answered truthfully. Your Majesty, Changsun's situation is very strange. Although he fell from a high place with only some bruises on his body, he has been unconscious, not even responding to the stimulation of the golden needles, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Hearing this, Zhang Haoyue's heart sank, silently praying that Zhu Xiongming would never really meet this calamity. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze turned to Zhang Haoyue, who sighed softly. Let me try, said. He walked toward the bedside, gently flipped open Zhu Xiongming's eyelids. Pupils have been signs of diffusion. Get the needle. Gung Lanjin hurriedly delivered the golden needles. Zhang Haoyue pinched Zhu Xiongming's delicate fingers, and without thinking, a needle pierced into the nail seam with pain and precision. Next to him, Zhu Biao couldn't bear to look at him and turned his head away in pain. Gung Lanjin wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes filled with emotion. This Haoyue is really brave. He secretly thought in his heart that he actually had this idea, but Zhu Xiongming's noble status tightly bound his hands and feet, keeps him from making a move. Zhang Haoyue shot. not only stuck in, but also gently rotated. However, Zhu Xionying's body still didn't respond at all. That face was very pale and seemed to have fallen into the abyss of despair. He turned sharply, his eyes sweeping over the courtesans present, his voice low. Did anyone see how Tai-sun fell down in today's incident? A small courtesan, her body trembling, slowly stood out. Nu saw it with her own eyes. Zhang Haoyue asked immediately afterward. How did the crown prince lose his footing? The little palace maid swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a low voice, because of the need to plant pox seedlings, schooling was suspended. And in the morning, when the crown prince was playing kuju with his second and third grandsons, the ball accidentally flew to the wigwam in the west garden, and the crown prince was going to climb up to get it all by himself. By the time the slave girl arrived, he had already slipped on his feet and fell heavily head first. Having said that, everyone's heart tightened, knowing that the spine is fragile, and with a fall like that, fate could very well be lost. A person's spine is the most important place, and even an insignificant fall can leave a person paralyzed for the rest of their life. Zhang Haoyue recalled a documentary he had once watched, in which an energetic high school student suffered a cervical spine injury just because of a slight bump on the court, resulting in a lifetime of paraplegia. I am afraid that Zhu Xionying, who is in front of me, is also in the same situation. If not, how could he be unconscious? I'm afraid that the head has also received a heavy blow, and in this situation, even if it's Zhang Haoyue, there's not much that can be done. The vegetative state still had a silver lining, but paraplegia, in this day Ming, and even in later dynasties, was a terminal disease that could not be cured. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flickered with the last glimmer of hope as he looked towards Zhang Haoyue. However, he only saw Zhang Haoyue gently shaking her head, a gesture that was like a cold wind blowing across the room, causing Zhu Yuanzhang's face to instantly turn pale and his hands to keep trembling. To Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhang Haoyue was the last hope, and now even he was shaking his head, which meant it was all over. Zhu Biao still didn't understand what was happening and asked anxiously, Mr. Zhang, how is Xionying doing? Can he still wake up? Without waiting for Zhang Haoyue to reply, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand for everyone to retreat. Chapter 42, Could it be an intentional infliction? In the room, only 3 people remained, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao and Zhang Haoyue, and the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. Zhu Yuanzhang held back his grief and said with a hoarse voice, Zhang Haoyue, just say it straight. We can afford it. Zhang Haoyue knew how strong Zhu Yuanzhang was. After all, historically Zhu Xionying died early, and Zhu Yuanzhang had already experienced a heavy blow to his heart in advance. But Zhu Biao was completely unaware of this. To him, Zhang Haoyue was the benefactor who brought the method of planting pimples, and now when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude towards Zhang Haoyue, his heart was not only surprised, but more confused and nervous. Zhang Haoyue frankly said, Xionying is afraid that he will be paralyzed for life. The word paralyzed was like a boulder thrown into calm water, sending waves through the water. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao stared blankly. Zhu Biao shook his head repeatedly, the denials from his mouth almost turning into shouts. Impossible. Yesterday Xionying was still riding with me on the hunt. How could he? He turned to Zhang Haoyue, full of pleading. Did you make a wrong diagnosis? Xionying is just unconscious. He'll be fine. Zhu Biao rushed to the bedside and called out with a loud voice, as if trying to wake up his son. Xionying, open your eyes and look at your father. Xionying. The heartbreaking cries made Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes redden, and he forced himself to hold back his grief and asked Zhang Haoyue, what the hell is going on here? Zhang Haoyue gently touched his neck and said in a heavy tone, the cervical vertebrae and spine, the most fragile parts of the body. When injured, paralysis is almost inevitable. You who are experienced on the battlefield should know that if you cut an enemy in the head on, that person can still hobble forward with his hand over his neck, but if you cut his neck from behind, he will immediately fall to the ground. The nerves here are so dense that once they're damaged, they can't recover. Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes in pain. Deep down inside he had trouble accepting this cruel fact. He couldn't help but ask himself, was it really meant to be? He escaped smallpox but could not escape paralysis after all. Even if life had survived, the path to empire would have been out of reach. After calming down a little, Zhu Yuanzhang asked again, if the whole body is paralyzed, why is it still unconscious? Zhang Haoyue replied heavily, the biggest possibility is brain damage. Whether he wakes up or not is up to his own will. But really, speaking here, Zhang Haoyue's gaze shifted slightly and met with Zhu Yuanzhang's, and all those unfinished words were exchanged silently at this moment. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, a few hints of helplessness in his words. Go ahead, it's okay, we've got it all worked out in our minds. Zhang Haoyue nodded, each word seeming heavy. Actually, it might be a good thing if he never wakes up again. A child who, once he wakes up, realizes he's going to be stuck in bed for the rest of his life. How cruel that must have been to him. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. With his last bit of strength, he asked about the struggle in his mind. Zhang Haoyue, can this disease be cured? Zhang Haoyue shook his head, his words revealing the powerlessness of the medical community. There is no cure, mankind is still in the stage of plotting exploration of the mysteries of the nerves. The nerve damage, the pain of the break, is irreversible for us. There is no technology in the world that can touch this area of restoration. If nerves can be reborn, only a god can do it. Divine. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed softly, his heart mixed. In Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, Zhang Haoyue's medical skills were almost close to those of an immortal god. Now, even Zhang Haoyue was unable to do anything, and Zhu Xionying's illness seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Zhu Xionying, who was once regarded as the hope of the royal family, and who carried the countless heart and soul of Zhu Biao. Now, all that effort has come to naught. After the grief, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes instantly became sharp. He vowed to find out how his precious grandson had ended up in such a state. Turning his eyes to Zhu Biao, who was softly calling out to Zhu Xionying by the bedside. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was soft with an unquestionable determination hidden in it. Crown Prince, let Xionying rest well. You come with us. Zhu Biao gently stroked Zhu Xionying's face, carefully covered him with a blanket, and reluctantly followed Zhu Yuanzhang to leave. Before Zhang Haoyue left, his gaze rested tenderly on Zhu Xionying for the last time, and a low systematic whisper seemed to echo in his ears, but he failed to hear it over the noisy crowd. It's not too late to explore this in more detail after this is over. Outside the house, the night was getting thicker. Within the bedchamber, a group of servants, palace maids, and eunuchs, all apprehensively awaiting the verdict of fate. Zhu Yuanzhang sat in the upper seat, his eyes like torches, looking around. A dignified chortle rang out. The servants who served Nagasun today, kneel down. There was a loud noise, and several courtiers and eunuchs fell to their knees in response. Zhu Yuanzhang questioned in a deep voice, why aren't you guys around to protect the royal grandson when he's playing? Nian Fu, the eunuch beside Zhu Xionying, answered with a trembling voice, Your Majesty, the royal grandson dislikes us for being in the way and won't allow us to follow. Snap! A teacup flew out violently, hitting Nian Fu right on top of his head, and blood immediately flowed out. The little eunuch forced himself to endure the severe pain. His head was like pounding garlic, not daring to make a sound. Incompetence! What face do you have to stand here? How dare you neglect your duties? How can the honor of the royal grandson tolerate your slackness? Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth and could not wait to cane these lackeys immediately. He took a deep breath and asked to Zhu Biao, where are Yun Jue and Yun Yun? Zhu Biao hurriedly replied, Father, the two brothers are in shock. I've already sent them down to rest. Conning, their brother is still unconscious, obviously because of playing koju, fell from a high place. Where is the talk of shock? The imperial grandson of the great Ming can't bear such a trifle? Bring them here so I can ask them myself. The people were pale, knowing that Zhu Yuanzhang's anger had been ignited, and they would not even give face to the imperial grandson. Tonight, I'm afraid someone is going to suffer. It didn't take long for Zhu Yunqing and Zhu Yunqing to be brought to heel. Zhu Yunyun cried uncontrollably and howled even more when he saw Zhu Biao. Father, big brother, he's not moving. Zhu Biao wrapped his arms around his infant son and after some comforting, Zhu Yunyun calmed down a little. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze, which had not left Zhu Yunju from the moment he came in, made Zhu Yunju feel scared in his heart. This unprecedentedly stern gaze left him at a loss for words. Zhu Biao also felt strange that his father, today, seemed a bit off. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't let his two grandsons sit down, but ordered, you two, step into the center. Zhu Yunju walked forward ignorantly and stood side by side with Zhu Yunju. Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Yunzhang first, Yun, who suggested Kuju today? Zhu Yun answered honestly, Imperial grandfather, it is Yun who wants to Kuju. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and asked again, who kicked that ball up the wigwam? Zhu Yun thought for a moment and said, it was big brother, he kicked himself. When Zhu Biao heard this, he looked at his father in surprise, his heart rippling. Why would father ask about this? Could it be that he suspects Yun Yun or Yunbek has harmed Xiongming? Absolutely not. These two kids, they're only 4 or 5 years old. Where did they get this kind of math? Chapter 43 Such a mind. It's horrible. Father. Zhu Biao tried to advise Zhu Yuanzhang not to get angry or lash out, but was stopped by Zhu Yuanzhang's sharp eyes. Prince, don't say anything yet. Amidst the surprise, waves rose in Zhu Biao's heart. This look of Zhu Yuanzhang made him feel unprecedentedly strange, seeming like the calm before the storm. Zhu Yunju was even more scared and shivered, his heart frantically calling out Lu's name, not understanding how His Majesty's master had become so terrifying. Mother, where are you now? Come and help the child. Zhu Yunzhang had answered honestly, but Zhu Yuanzhang did not look at him anymore and turned his head to Zhu Yunju. Yunju, you don't live in the West Garden. Who asked you to come and play soccer today? Zhu Yunju answered and replied, Your Majesty's master. It was Big Brother who called me. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes shifted to Zhu Yunzhang, and seeing that he did not respond, he pressed again. When you played soccer, your mother did not object, did she? Zhu Yunju lowered his head and replied in a small voice, Your Majesty's master, mother is grounded and cannot go out without an imperial decree. So, Big Brother invited me to play soccer, and mother only let me have fun. Zhu Yuanzhang gently nodded his head. The expression on his face made people unable to guess. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but speculate on his mind, but no one could figure out what he was really thinking. Finally, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze returned to Zhu Yunzhang. Yun, have you always been inching along with your big brother? Zhu Yunyun hastily nodded his head and said, Yes, Your Majesty, except for when I sleep. As soon as I wake up, I go to find Big Brother, play together, and read together. After Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his brows were tightly locked, and the anger on his face slowly rose, but he hardened it down. Finally, he announced, The eunuchs and palace maidens around the 3 imperial princes, all of them will be imprisoned in Zhaoyuan prison. And today's matter will end here. Boom! The words startled everyone around them. The palace people who were originally trembling and waiting to die were now looking at Zhu Yuanzhang with shocked faces. Why are they just locked up and not severely punished? Even Zhu Biao also confused. Do not understand. The father called the 2 sons to ask half a day, but the results are not clear. Those who failed to deal with the people. He really want to do what? At this point, Zhu Biao's mind was like an exploding pot of chaos. The condition of the firstborn son, his father's attitude towards the other 2 children, each of these caused ripples of uneasiness in Zhu Biao's heart. The crowd dispersed and only Zhu Yuanzhang and his cronies remained in the room. He asked Zhao Hu. Well, Zhao Hu put a kuju and a pair of shoes on the ground and said, Your Majesty, these 2 things, there's something wrong with them. When these words came out, Zhu Biao stood up violently and walked over quickly, looking at the things on the ground over and over again, but he couldn't see what was wrong. He asked angrily, Xiao Hu, tell me clearly, where is the problem with these 2 items? This kuju was given to Xiongning by me, and these shoes were also made in the palace, so I can't see anything wrong with them. Zhao Hu lowered his head and slowly said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, these 2 things really don't look abnormal on the surface, but this cuirass is 2 tails lighter, and the pattern on this sole, slightly lighter. How much of an impact can this tiny difference have? Following what Zhao Hu said, Zhu Biao picked up the kuju and weighed it, but could not feel any difference. As for the shoes, even if you turn them over and examine the soles, it's hard to see the change in the pattern. Zhang Haoyue, who was on the side, couldn't help but tsk and praise. The brocade guards are really observant and expert in solving cases. These details pointed out by Zhao Hu were indeed not something that ordinary people could notice, but it was often these subtleties that would lead to big trouble. Zhu Biao pursued, So what if the kuju is lighter? The sole pattern is shallow and will naturally wear out after wearing it for a long time. Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't said anything, so he looked at Zhao Hu at this point, waiting for him to answer questions. Zhao Hu said, Your Highness, a tiny difference is 1,000 miles. Although my humble servant cannot explain the reason in detail, if the kuju is a little lighter, it will be difficult for the kicker to control the strength, and it will be easy to kick the ball too high or too far because of too much force. Zhu Biao heard this and thought it was a bit of a far-fetched argument. How can just a little bit of weight have such a big impact? Zhang Haoyue interjected at this time. Your Majesty, Zhao Hu has a point. The doorway here is really worth studying. The difference between light and heavy can sometimes really determine the direction of the whole situation. Zhang Haoyue's words were at the heart of what later sports competitors studied. How to adjust the stitching angle of a soccer ball skin to increase ball speed. How to improve your swimsuit to reduce drag like a sharkskin swimsuit. A subtle change that can break world records. It seems that the person who tampered with Zhu Xiongnying's stuff is a master of the art, with a hidden technique and far-reaching effects. Zhang Haoyue's voice became low and firm as he continued. The pattern on the bottom of that shoe is so shallow that it's almost invisible, and coupled with the slippery surface of the wigwam, it's really a safety hazard that can easily make people lose their footing and fall. When these words came out, Zhu Biao's heart felt like it had been struck by a series of thunderbolts. Shocked to the core, he couldn't believe that these seemingly minuscule details could be the thing that swayed the fate of his eldest son. This subtle difference was so subtle that Zhu Biao could hardly believe it was a deliberate design, preferring to dismiss it as a sudden misfortune. Zhu Xionying's tragedy seems to have become the most logical explanation. Looking at Zhu Biao's trance-like and disoriented appearance, a cold smile spread out from the corner of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth. Wonderful! Just wonderful! Such a tactic is indeed brilliant. His voice was laced with a bit of contempt and anger. To actually dare to do such despicable things under our noses. Do you really think that there is no one left in the Ming Dynasty? As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed his palm on the table, startling everyone around him, and the voice sounded as if he was questioning what? Xiao Hu, move the people in the imperial prison for us and thoroughly investigate this matter. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, his tone of voice revealing no refutation. We want to know who is so bold and arrogant as to use a plot against our own grandson. His eyes burned with rage. With such a mind, if it is used in the right way, how can the great Ming not be strong? Who the hell is this guy? We swear we'll find out. In Zhu Yuanzhang's words, he was full of power and ready to go. And Zhu Biao is still trapped in the shock, cannot be extricated. His face suddenly changed. His thoughts quickly returned to the last year that shook the court Hu Weiyong case. The heart understands that Zhu Yuanzhang this investigation. I am afraid to set off another big storm. Cannot help but worry. The aftermath of the Hu Weiyong case has not yet subsided, and the cries of tens of thousands of officials seem to be still echoing in our ears. Is history about to repeat itself again? Zhu Biao was compassionate by nature, and his heart was filled with intolerance for something that could lead to greater conflict. Chapter 44 Zhu Yunju. We can't make him the emperor. Father, my son thinks that this may really be an accident and there is no need to raise a large crowd. What do you think? He tried to express his opinion, trying to calm the coming storm. Accident? Zhu Yuanzhang heard, both angry and funny. Zhao Hu presented the evidence as conclusive. Zhu Biao actually still cling to the word accident. As a king, you must have thunderous majesty in order to control your ministers. There was a hint of remorse in Zhu Yuanzhang's tone. We originally thought that your harem should be in your own hands, but I didn't realize that it would lead to a major disaster. Now, you're still insisting that this was just an accident? His eyes were sharp as knives. When, exactly, are you going to open your eyes to reality? When Zhu Biao heard this, his eyes widened in nothing but surprise. Father, do you mean that you suspect Lu did it? He asked incredulously. Lu has been grounded and hasn't left the room for a step for many days. Besides, what the children said just now, the kicking of the ball was Xionying's own suggestion. Yun Yun and Yun Ji just followed. How could it be related to Lu? The doubts and incomprehension in Zhu Biao's mind were obvious, and Lu barely had any chance to make a move. However, Zhu Yuanzhang had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Grounded equals nothing? He said at length. Bill, you are too kind. We're not concluding that this is Louis' doing, but what are you so eager to defend yourself for? At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to be taking this opportunity to educate Zhu Biao on the cruelty and complexity of imperial power. Seeing Zhu Biao's pained expression, Zhang Haoyue understood in her heart that Zhu Biao was worried about Zhu Yunju's future. Once it is confirmed that this is related to LV will face extinction and even Zhu Yunju's future will be dark. If my mother is a sinner, I'm afraid the dream of the throne will be shattered. Zhu Biao was faced with a dilemma. Zhu Yunju was obviously not suitable to be the heir to the throne. Zhu Yunju became the only hope. As the crown prince, Zhu Biao had to think deeply about the future of the Ming Dynasty. And Zhu Yuanzhang's considerations were even more far-reaching, and his gaze was as clear as if he had penetrated the fog in front of him. Zhu Biao wanted to speak several times but stopped, his gaze looking at Zhang Haoyue from time to time. Obviously, he had many inconvenient public words in his heart that he wished to discuss with Zhu Yuanzhang in private. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, directly said, Crown Prince, don't look around. There's no harm in saying what you have. Zhang Haoyue is not an outsider. When Zhu Biao heard this, he froze for a moment. How was Zhang Haoyue not an outsider? How can an outsider of unknown origin gain such trust from Zhu Yuanzhang? This question, hovering in Zhu Biao's mind, could not be released for a long time. When did father trust Zhang Haoyue so much? Xu Bei's heart rippled, but he still tried to open his mouth and said, Father, about Xionying's matter, as a child minister, I must plan ahead for the future of Daming. His tone was resolute and irrefutable. Yun has a mild character and has been introverted and timid since childhood. I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to take on heavy responsibilities. As for Lu, although she is not of high birth. Yunju is a talent with potential to be molded. Yunchun is overly smart and knowledgeable. Standing alongside his older brother Xionying, he is no slouch. What my son means is that we should perhaps give more consideration to Yunju for the future of our great Ming. The words were decisive, but they also revealed a bit of indifference. Isn't that too heartless? It does, but on balance, it's a no-brainer. Xionying's unfortunate news just came. Zhu Biao began to plan the heir to the big event. The real situation is forced. As the crown prince, he was not only his father, but also the hope for the future of Daming, and had to think about the long term of the empire. Since there was no hope for Xionying, his eyes naturally fell on Yun Yun and Yun Ji, who was more suitable in comparison. Zhu Yuanzhang was clear in his heart about Zhu Biao's intentions. The chill in his body had not receded, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. How old are you, Bill? Zhu Biao froze for a moment, then replied, Father, my son is 26 years old. Zhu Yuanzhang said in a loud voice, At 26 years old, why are you in such a hurry? Are you destined to have only these 3 sons? Even if Xionying can't do it, leaving aside Yun Yun and Yun Simu, what is there to be afraid of? The position of the crown princess in the Eastern Palace is still vacant. Won't we help you find a good wife? These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, leaving Zhu Biao at a loss for words. Zhu Biao remembrance of the old love. Early in the year wanted to promote Lu as the prince consort, although the smallpox that thing Lu is suspected. But in the end there is no evidence. Now that Xionying is seriously ill, if LV is corrected, then Yun Jue will become the rightful firstborn son to inherit the throne, which makes sense both emotionally and rationally. I didn't realize that my father's idea was to start all over again, as if he was interested in finding another way out. Even if you don't expect anything from Xionying, why is it that you don't consider Yun and Yun Sim? Zhu Biao is puzzled. Being a son of the royal family, not to be cultivated, but instead to rely on the unborn child. As the monarch of the Ming Dynasty, how can be so frivolous? Life is limited. Whether or not you can get another dragon son is unknown. Zhu Biao himself is not sure. How can the father be so sure? Zhu Biao said helplessly, Father, aren't these words too early? If my son remarries, how long will I have to wait until I give birth to a child? Even if I have a child next year, it will take time until he grows up. This is too risky and not good for the country. Besides, what's wrong with Yunchun? Where it's not good? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and his heart was full of anger. This kid, not a single redeeming quality. Where is the half-benefit of deceiving your grandfather, having brothers fight against each other, and going against your ancestors' teachings? Thinking of the things that Zhang Haoyue had recounted about Emperor Jiangwen, Zhu Yuanzhang's face flushed red with anger. Seeing this, Zhu Biao hurriedly said, Father, calm your anger, my son will listen to you. Zhu Yuanzhang calmed down a little and said in a deep voice, When we say that Yunzue is not qualified to take on the big job, that's the final decision. There are no outsiders here today. So I'll be blunt, even if Xionying's illness can't be cured, the foundation of the Great Ming will definitely not be handed over to Yunju. We'd rather train Yun Yun wholeheartedly, than let Yunzheng be the grandson. These words were like a stone hitting Zhu Biao's heart. He was confused. What had Yunju done to make his father so disgusted? Father, it's true that Yun is not the best choice. Nonsense. What's wrong with Yun Yun being born of the Chang clan? Character can be honed through experience. Give him 10 years. We believe he will become a useful talent. Zhu Biao dumbfounded. Today's father, words and deeds are almost paranoid. Yun now state, has long predicted that the road of his empire is difficult. Why does the father still want to force? What are the hidden considerations behind all this? Chapter 45 Who dares to neglect our grandson? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were deep and his voice was low and firm. The Lu family has not established a proper lineage, and Yun is the hope of the first bloodline. When he finished, his eyes glazed over and, the state of the Eastern Palace is in urgent need of remediation, and we have heard that our grandson, Yun Yun, has been given the cold shoulder. Who dares to neglect our first grandchild? The words were shocking with a majesty that could not be underestimated. Zhu Biao heard this. His heart was shocked. This thing he actually did not notice. His face involuntarily changed. In addition to surprise, more is self-blame. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned gently, flashing a trace of imperceptible sadness, disappointed with this neglect of Zhu Biao, and sighed softly. Wang Ginghong, pass on our decree. With immediate effect, imperial eldest grandson Zhu Xionying is enthroned as the imperial grandson, while Yun Yun worships Zhang Haoyue as his teacher. The words came out firmly and forcefully. Wang Jinghong led the order and flew out of the palace, leaving Zhu Biao standing there alone. The two decrees were like thunderbolts from the clear sky, making his heart and mind shake. Making today's Xiongning the crown prince? How can the boy, no longer as robust as he once was, bear the burden of his country? Doubt and disbelief were written all over his face. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao and said in a serious tone, "Today we are exhausted. Prince, tomorrow go to Cunning Palace to see your mother. We have important things to discuss with her." After saying that, he got up and left, not allowing any rebuttal. Zhang Haoyue, follow us to the main hall. Before leaving, Zhang Haoyue cast a meaningful look at Zhu Biao, the third chess piece, about to go up. When he arrived in the great hall, the atmosphere was a bit depressing, and Zhu Yuanzhang's expression relaxed a little bit this time, and his gaze swept over Zhao Hu unobtrusively, and he said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hu, no matter what method you use, you must find out what the people surrounding our grandson are about, and who dares to be so reckless." Zhao Hu replied respectfully, "Subordinate obeys." After saying that, Zhao Hu left in a very sensible manner. When he was the only one left in the hall, the grief that was hard to hide showed on Zhu Yuanzhang's face and he shook his head and sighed lightly. "Zhang Haoyue, is there really no way to redeem our grandson Xiongning?" Tears welled up in his eyes. The harshness he had just shown in the Eastern Palace was all a superficial act for outsiders to see. Although the emperor's eldest grandson has suffered misfortune, as long as the emperor does not waver, the kingdom of Daming is still solid. As a result, his emotions are never readily shown to others, and he only reveals his heartache for his grandchildren when he is alone. Zhu Xiongning was as much a full son to him as Zhu Biao, and his status was honorable. And now, ill-fated. Zhang Haoyue, there's no harm in saying what good ideas you have. History records that Xiongnings's life will not be long. If there's really no way out, we won't blame you. Everything is God's will. Zhang Haoyue was silent as the system prompts in his head were being organized. Ding! Zhu Xiongning has been killed and maimed. The index of temporal turbulence has dropped, and is about to resume its original trajectory. This was exactly the warning that the system issued when he left Zhu Xiongnings's room, but he hadn't quite understood what that meant. System, what is restoring the original trajectory? The host traveled to the current time and space, and by revealing information about the future to a historical figure, caused an upheaval in the relevant parallel time and space. This upheaval has caused the various timespaces to be interconnected, and only a large enough change can cause a huge shift in timespace and change the fate of the characters. This explanation made Zhang Haoyue come to a realization. Zhu Xiongnings's fate is changed because of him, but his revealing behavior also causes fluctuations in various parallel time periods, creating a state of tug-of-war. The current slowdown in the turbulence of time and space means that it is still difficult for Zhu Xiongning to escape the established track of destiny. In order to truly change Zhu Xiongnings's fate, it would be necessary to cause even more turmoil across time and space. This means that the game plan, which was only meant as an exploration, must now be accelerated. He needs to lead Zhu Yuanzhang through different Daming time periods and intervene at key points in order for Zhu Xiongning to break free from the shackles of fate. A great drama of crossing over will be unfolded sequentially in different Daming time and space. Zhang Haoyue's heart was filled with anticipation, but he didn't know if Zhu Yuanzhang could accept such an arrangement. Seeing that Zhang Haoyue was in deep thought, Zhu Yuanzhang did not dare to disturb him for fear of interrupting his thinking, which was a matter of life and death for his grandson. His fingers gently tapped his knees, his eyes looking at Zhang Haoyue from time to time, anxious in his heart but not daring to rush. Finally, Zhang Haoyue finished reading the system prompts, turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, and slowly said, "His Majesty wants to save the eldest grandson, doesn't he?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded firmly. "Of course, we have enthroned Xiongning as a great-grandson, and once this decree is issued, a storm is bound to arise both inside and outside the court. We think tomorrow, there will surely be many sayings requesting that this decision be revoked. How is a physically paralyzed person fit to be a great-grandson? Don't we know that? But my mind is made up. It's a special love for Xiongning, and a silent warning to certain people not to think otherwise." Zhang Haoyue hemmed and hawed and said, "More than that? Once the name of the imperial grandson spreads, I'm afraid some people won't be able to hold back their inner agitation." Zhu Yuanzhang's sneer was mixed with a few points of ferocity, saying, "It's only good to go mad. Once mad, the fox's tail will naturally not be able to hide." "That's just right. Settle it once and for all and save yourself a lot of trouble." As soon as the words fell, his entire body exuded a gust of coldness, just like a Shura that had walked out of the Nine Sepulchral Abyss, making people not help but feel a coolness go straight to their spine. Zhang Haoyue's face was serious as he said in a deep voice, "If you want to save Zhu Xiongning, you'll have to take the trouble to come with me." Within the Eastern Palace, Zhu Biao sat dumbfounded by Zhu Xionying's bedside, tears silently slipping down his face. His eldest son was 8 years old and just one step away from shouldering the burden. Who knows? A bolt from the blue. Disaster strikes without warning. Looking at the unconscious Zhu Xionying on the bed, Zhu Biao's heart ached as if he had been stabbed by a needle. At this time, Zhu Biao's personal eunuch, Shunzi, said softly, "Your Highness, Niangyang Lu's side has sent someone to ask for a warrant and wants to come and see Tai-sun." At the mention of Lu, Zhu Bei frowned. Zhu Yuanzhan's attitude towards Lu was always too mysterious to guess. In Zhu Biao's mind, Zhu Xionying's matter had nothing to do with Lu, and there was no reason for her to use such vicious tactics. After thinking about it, Zhu Biao instructed, "Just tell her to stay at ease in the palace and don't go out again. This is father's intention, and also let her understand her own measure." Junko took the order and gently retreated. And beside Louis, the great courtesan, the great aunt, was anxiously waiting for news. Last time, although Zhu Bei ordered the attendants around Lu to be caned, those eunuchs were merciful. The great aunt only suffered a bit of flesh and skin, not any serious injuries, and was soon up and serving Lu again. Chapter 46, Making a Vegetable Man the Emperor? Shunzi went out and said simply and clearly to the great aunt, "Great aunt, His Highness said that Niangyang Lu has to stay obediently in the palace." Hearing this, a trace of loss flashed across the great aunt's face, but she still politely replied, "Thank you for conveying this. This bit of broken silver, please use it for tea." Saying so, he handed over a silver ingot, which Junko took without moving, then kindly reminded, "Great aunt, there are some things that I say for your own good. His Highness is not heartless towards Lady Lu. Lady Lu should probably think of another way." The great aunt's body shook slightly as she heard that Junko had revealed quite a bit of information. After thanking her profusely, she hurried back to Lu's palace. Louis, at this point, was still eagerly waiting for a reply. As soon as she saw her great aunt return, she hurriedly asked, "How was it? Has His Highness promised to let me visit the palace?" Great aunt shook her head helplessly. "Your Highness, His Highness has asked you to recuperate in the palace." Bang! The anger in Lu's heart instantly erupted, and she casually slammed a vase to pieces. "Traitors! All traitors! Chang is cunning, and so is her son. Zhu Xionying has become like this and still occupies the position of imperial grandson. God is unjust. How can he be so cruel to my son?" Speaking of sadness, Lu couldn't help but lose her voice and cry. When the news of Zhu Yuanzhang's establishment of a royal grandson came, Lu, as if struck by lightning, collapsed to the ground, cursing incessantly. "Those old fools! My son Yunzue is so smart, but they turn a blind eye to it. To make an invalid as the emperor's grandson, to insult us mother and son like this, how can they tolerate it?" As Lu's confidant, the great aunt saw her lose control of her emotions and hurriedly covered her mouth. "Your Highness, be careful what you say. The walls have ears." Louis, however, is bordering on insanity. "Bah! What am I afraid of over the walls? If you have the ability, drive my mother and son out of the Eastern Palace today. As long as I am still here in this Eastern Palace, I will not give up for one day." Good, good, good. Imperial grandson, right? I'd like to see how an invalid can become the imperial grandson. So what if he's the emperor? Can he do whatever he wants? I'd like to see how the entire court of civil and military ministers and the people of the world will react when they know about this. Watching Lu's speech become more and more unrestrained, the great aunt was scared to death in her heart, quietly moving towards the door step by step, her eyes carefully sweeping the surrounding area, fearing that someone in the corner would eavesdrop and hear these secrets. Seeing that her great aunt was so careful, Lu's mood slowly calmed down, but her speech was still cold. "Do you think that what I said is not true? My father used to say that all kinds of forces are intertwined in the imperial court, and although the emperor is honored beyond measure, he has to take care of every aspect." The great aunt had a sad face. "Your Highness, Changsuan's side has so much power that it's scary. The generals in the army and the nobles in Huaishi all listen to them." Lu sneered. "Even so, what can be done? Look at Zhu Xionying. A paralyzed man was made the imperial grandson. There must be many people inside and outside the court who are not convinced. Where would those inspectors and civil ministers tolerate the emperor's one-man say? Imperial grandson. That's the position of the crown prince. How can you be so casual?" When the great aunt heard this, she was first surprised and then asked, "Your Highness, could the civil ministers really force the emperor to change his mind?" Lu leaned back on the cushion, her hand touching her forehead, and said faintly, "Even if I can't change it, I'm not in a hurry. Zhu Xionying is already wasted. I don't believe that a paralyzed man can be made emperor in the territory of the great Ming. The great aunt looked around, still feeling unsure, and walked to the door to check again to make sure no one was peeking before returning to Lu's side. Lu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The great aunt whispered, "Your Highness, the master has sent word for us to restrain ourselves a bit lately." Lu nodded her head, then laughed out loud, laughing painfully. "My father's move is really brilliant. Zhu Xiongning is ruined, and I'm fine at all. Moreover, the emperor has already ordered that all the close friends around the imperial grandson be arrested into the imperial prison. This will be fine, right?" Great aunt asked worriedly. Lu shook her head and said easily, "Don't worry, it's foolproof. That's the kind of tactic that my dad has been playing around with for a long time. Otherwise, like the Chang family, said Lu, suddenly alert, gently coughed. The words stopped. The great aunt's heart tightened. Where did she not understand what Lu had not finished saying? This time the father and daughter conspired. Apparently not for the first time. I think that the crown princess Chang back then also suffered because of this. Although the great aunt was a great courtesan by Lu's side, she didn't actually participate in these things. Everything was manipulated by Lu's father, Lu Ben, behind the scenes. Thinking about this, the great aunt was puzzled as to what exactly Lu Ben had used to put Zhu Xiongning in such a predicament. His tactics are so masterful that it's hard to imagine, asked Lu. Lu just smiled and didn't answer. No means is as skillful as the word accident. Sometimes, quietly biding your time is the best strategy. Lu's words were so ambiguous that her great aunt couldn't understand them. She knew that this kind of profound means was not something she could learn, and asking would be in vain, and would also make Lu suspicious. Just then, the great aunt remembered what Shunzi had said and told Lu, "Your Highness, Eunuch Zhang said that His Highness still has feelings for you, as if he wants you to take more care in this matter." Lu's face showed a happy look when she heard this. Zhu Biao's kindness was clear in Lu's heart. For so many years in the harem, only the Chang and Lu families, one after another, had sons, and Zhu Biao did not marry any other women. Right now, in the Eastern Palace, Lu was the only one who was in the consort position. Lu secretly thought that Zhu Biao should have gotten used to having her around. Now that he had heard Shun Zi's words, he was even more certain that Zhu Biao was a man of great affection. Lu puffed out her chest and said arrogantly, "In that case, I understand." Great aunt encouraged from the side, "Your Highness, the eldest grandson's side is already failing, and none of the 3 royal grandsons can become great. If you, Your Highness, can have another son, this position of crown princess will definitely be yours." Louis smiled arrogantly, confident in herself. How could it be a coincidence that she was able to take love away from Chang in the first place? "I naturally have my plans. When the time is right again, I will definitely be able to regain my favor. If I have another prince, the position of the crown princess, I'm determined to win." The great aunt thought about it and added, "Your Majesty, the emperor let the 3rd royal grandson study with Zhang Haoyue. Has there been any change in this matter?" Speaking of Zhang Haoyue, Lu's words were sarcastic, "Just a country bumpkin, nothing meritorious, too young to teach children." Chapter 47, Same Testimony Under Torture? Lu was furious when she remembered that she had asked Zhang Haoyue to accept Zhu Yunju as her disciple earlier, only to be rejected. A disciple taught by a mediocre teacher is also mediocre. Let Zhu Yunyu learn those borderline things from Zhang Haoyue, nonsense about the art of slaying dragons. How can someone who only brags have any real skill? After saying that, Lu's tone was full of contempt and disdain. Lu felt that the emperor's techniques and dragon slaying techniques that Zhang Haoyue had spoken of were illusory, and seemed to be nothing more than a mist that Zhang Haoyue had deliberately laid in an attempt to confuse the public. Only Zhu Yuanzhan, one confused, actually believed this unsupported rhetoric. If Zhang Haoyue really had the talent to rule the world and to navigate the heavens and the earth, how could he have turned a blind eye to Zhu Xiongniang's case and watched it with a cold eye? Zhu Xiongniang's lost leather ball and shoes were indeed quietly taken by Zhao Hu, about which Lu's heart is clear as a mirror, but she appeared unperturbed on the surface. Even if these items caused Zhao Hu's suspicion, there was a lack of conclusive evidence to point to, and the high and unparalleled self-confidence in Lu's heart was impregnable. This game of chess was quietly laid out as early as when Zhu Xiongniang was born, and after years of careful planning, it was woven into a huge net. So, is not a mediocre genie way? Relying on those unusual means of investigation can be easily recognized? Thinking about this, Lu's heart surging, more and more convinced that in this world, no one can see her far-reaching plans. In the palace hall, after listening to Zhang Haoyue's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was so shocked that he couldn't even help but bring a few tremors to his speech. Simply incredulous. How is it possible to travel through time and space and take him to another time and place? Zhang Haoyue, you say it with such certainty, is it really true? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice trembled delicately. Zhang Haoyue responded with a grave expression. Word for word, this is the only way to save Zhu Xionying from the fire and water. Zhu Yuanzhang was still half convinced. How should this divine power be performed? Zhang Haoyue smiled and didn't answer directly, only saying, since I can come here from 600 years later and lead you through time and space, what else can I do? There is no need to ask more questions. I only want to ask your majesty, for the behavior of Jiangwen Emperor Zhu Yun, who weakened the power of the vassal kings after your death, and even forced the death of his own princely uncle. Don't you want to personally teach this unfilial grandson a lesson? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was first stunned, then he nodded his head heavily, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Think, in that case, let's go smoke him. Maybe, we still have a chance to save Jubal. Remembering his beloved son who died early, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was a mixture of grief and anger, rubbing his cheeks hard. Good. We'll accompany you as an immortal who transcends the mortal world, and in the name of our ancestors, severely punish Zhu Yunzhu, this disobedient descendant. Zhang Haoyue laughed softly, personally punishing those unseasonable descendants. Such a temptation was indeed hard to resist. As far as he is concerned, he can earn the necessary points and at the same time, he can get away with it and stay out of the way, right as a child playing in the rain, just to have some fun. After Zhu Yuanzhang had spoken, he was eager to get up and could not wait to act at once. Zhang Haoyue hurriedly stopped it. There's no hurry, your majesty. One must always prepare before traveling far, and besides, the matter of preparing a potion for the empress must not be neglected. Zhu Yuanzhang resumed his seat and talked about the empress with a worried face. Recently, Zhu Yuanzhang's family has been in turmoil. The empress has contracted a lung disease, and Zhu Xionying has become a cripple. Zhu Yuanzhang cannot help but ponder whether he should go to the imperial temple to offer sacrifices to his ancestors, and pray for peace in his family. His mind drifted away, and he gradually became indifferent to Zhang Haoyue's reply. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyue was not in a position to interrupt, so he saluted and left. As soon as he returned home, before his but was even warmed up, he saw Zhao Hu returning with a bleak look, as if he had lost his closest relative. Zhang Haoyue, who was planning to cook, saw this and stopped, inquiring, "What's the matter? So depressed?" Zhao Hu looked rather shriveled and replied, "This time, I've kicked the bucket." Zhang Haoyue's interest increased greatly, and he sat down again. Is it the palace-made eunuchs locked up in Zhaoyuan prison that have gone wrong? Serving the three grandsons' servant has been imprisoned into the Zhaoyuan prison. Zhu Yuanzhang orders Zhao Hu to make sure to find out the truth, and Zhao Hu initially confident, but after several hours of interrogation, the heart is like falling into a bottomless pit. Dozens of people, and not a single one of them revealed their footsteps? Zhang Haoyue asked suspiciously. Zhao Hu shook his head. Everyone endured torture, but their confessions were always the same. What about the leather ball and shoes? Zhang Haoyue continued to pursue. Although the Tyson's leather ball is much, but that the crown prince gifted is rarely shown, usually locked in the treasury, the key by the close eunuchs in charge. In and out are recorded, not a drop of water, and each time they moved, they were accompanied by two people, and I interrogated them separately, and there was not a single difference in their confessions, and there was nothing to be found. Zhao Hu finished with a frustrated look on his face. Zhang Haoyue pondered for a moment and poured himself a cup of tea. Go down too. Zhao Hu's eyes hurriedly swept over Zhang Haoyue, and his calm and unperturbed appearance unconsciously eased the tense atmosphere around him, and his tense mood slowly relaxed. He resumed his seat and continued in a calm tone. As for the shoes, they are actually Tai Sun's usual kicking shoes, kept by the palace made along with his daily clothes. After every soccer game, clothes and shoes are sent to the laundry room to be cleaned, and then sent back by the laundry room afterward. Everyone who handled it checked it pretty carefully, but no one could see anything wrong with it. Speaking of this, Zhao Hu shook his head vigorously one by one inside. Zhu Yuanzhang had sternly ordered Zhao Hu that he had to pull out the truth from those people, but in reality, Zhao Hu didn't do it himself. In that make people scared of the Zhaoyuan prison. As long as the big punishment of the Jinui on the scene, those people are like chaff in the sieve. What all confessed, only they say are not Zhu Yuanzhang want to hear. Zhao Hu felt that he couldn't make it to Zhu Yuanzhang now, so he was ruthless and used cruel punishment on all the people involved in this matter. Zhang Haoyue gently sipped a mouthful of tea and leisurely asked, after the torture, did their confessions change? A trace of bitterness appeared on Zhao Hu's face. It has indeed changed, but, he paused for a moment and then continued, if I show this to the emperor, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my head. After the torture, in order to survive, they began to accuse each other, all saying that the other party was secretly working to harm Tai Sun, but no one could say how the other party actually did it. Zhao Hu rubbed his temples and had a terrible headache. It looks like everyone is clean, but the shoes and the ball do have a problem, which is so outrageously contradictory that it leaves Zhao Hu confused and unsure of how to make sense of it. Zhang Haoyue leaned back on the recliner and leisurely swayed for a while before suddenly laughing softly. Chapter 48 Your Majesty, let me show you time and space. The subtlety of this ploy is really something to be applauded, and even Zhao Hu, the commander of the brocade guards, was unable to see what was going on. No wonder the other party was so emboldened. It turns out that they had already laid such a maze. Originally, he thought that the capture of the people around the Tai Sun would definitely make some people panic and even kill people, but he didn't expect that the other side didn't act as expected. This was obviously counting on Zhao Hu not being able to find out anything, so he was so reckless. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't rush to kill anyone, and was probably playing with the same idea, but alas, the others had a good game and clearly outplayed Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Haoyue suddenly turned her head and asked Zhao Hu, do you know that there is an ant nest in the eastern palace? Ant's nest? Zhao Hu froze on hearing this, not understanding what Zhang Haoyue's comment had to do with the murder of the Tai Sun. There are a lot of flowers and trees in the palace. It's normal to have a bit of an ant nest. Zhao Hu replied. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. Extraordinary in its ordinariness. Forget it, you don't have to press for a confession anymore. He continued. Those eunuchs and palace maidens will be locked up first, and it will be enough to save their lives. Zhao Hu couldn't react for a moment. Without a confession, how am I going to explain to the emperor? The corner of Zhang Haoyue's mouth curled slightly, with a bit of flirtation. If you torture them again, you won't be able to get the answers you want. You'll only be taking a few lives for nothing, and you won't be able to account for them even more, because they really aren't guilty. Zhao Hu was astonished. On what basis did Zhang Haoyue conclude that all these people were innocent? Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head. It's a complicated matter that can't be explained in a moment, but I believe they have nothing to do with it. Zhao Hu was unconvinced in his heart and retorted. It's easy for you to say. Do you already know the truth about Tyson's murder? Of course I know, Zhang Haoyue said indifferently. Zhao Hu was so shocked that he was almost about to kneel down. You actually know already? Quickly tell me, so that I can go to the emperor and resume my orders. Zhang Haoyue shook her head and refused. It's useless to tell you. This kind of thing is often done once and not a second time. Even if we can't trace the root cause, we still have to try. Zhao Hu insisted. This involves the Tai Sun. The emperor's anger is no joke. Zhang Haoyue laughed. Although it's hard to find the person, we can make that person repeat the same trick. What do you mean? Zhao Hu immediately gave his full attention. Zhang Haoyue laughed softly. All you have to do is put out the word that the emperor intends to choose a crown princess for the crown prince. What? Zhao Hu stood up fiercely. Your Majesty really has this intention? Right now there is actually no such thing. Zhu Yuanzhang is just casually mentioning it. At that time there were only 3 people present. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao and Zhang Haoyue. But it doesn't matter. The point is, as long as someone believes it, doesn't that amount to a false decree? Zhao Hu scratched his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Zhang Haoyue's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as she swept a contemptuous glance at him. When all is said and done, the false decree in your mouth says nothing but a joke. Are not the words true when they come from the mouth of an emperor? Besides, if you hadn't kept this matter under wraps, how could you have forced those villains to show their tails like mourning dogs? His words were delicate, but he laid many traps between the lines. Zhao Hu froze for a moment, his eyes suddenly frozen as if he had been struck by a sudden thought. He stared at Zhang Haoyue with wide eyes and a face full of horror. Stuttering, you even want to use the crown prince as bait. This is a great treason, putting the crown prince in danger. It concerns the very foundation of the country. How can you act rashly? The corners of Zhang Haoyue's mouth hooked up into a faint smile. Her voice as cold as the frost of early winter. Whether to use or not to use this scheme, it's all up to you to decide. What does it have to do with me? I'm just mentioning it a little bit. Whether to use it or not, to act or to hide, it's all up to you. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Zhao Hu's forehead as he thought about it. But in the end, he still didn't dare to let Zhu Biao take the risk. In the end, he could only harden his heart and walk into the palace to find Zhu Yuanzhang, the only one who could sway the fate of the crown prince. The imperial palace. In the splendid hall, after listening to Zhao Hu's secret report, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke. This ploy was thought up by Zhang Haoyue? Zhao Hu bowed his head in agreement. That's right. Zhang Haoyue said that this is the only way to make the enemy impatient and make mistakes. The corner of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth hooked up into a cold smile that hid an irresistible majesty. Good. Let's do it according to Zhang Haoyue's plan. We also want to see how this elusive tactic is performed. Zhao Hu was relieved, and he knew that he had saved his head for the time being. But he still couldn't help but remind. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is after all the Crown Prince. Isn't this move too risky? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was as sharp as ice, pointing straight at Zhao Hu. As the Crown Prince, if you can't even withstand this storm, how can you talk about inheriting the world? Zhao Hu, why are you doing such a fearful job in this position of commander of the Brocade Guards? You don't even have 1/10,000th of Zhang Haoyue's boldness and intelligence. Zhao Hu secretly screamed in his heart. Who could be compared to that reckless Zhang Haoyue? In Zhang Haoyue's eyes, the Crown Prince didn't seem to be the Crown Prince, or even as good as an ordinary person. Even the Emperor, in front of Zhang Haoyue, sometimes is not free from some aggression. Who dares to follow Zhang Haoyue's example and put his own life and death at risk? However, the Emperor's words were a promise, and Zhao Hu could only accept them silently. When Zhao Hu retired, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately went to Empress Ma's chambers. After taking the good medicine prepared by the imperial physician, plus hearing that Zhang Haoyue was good at making medicine, Empress Ma's condition improved slightly and she was already able to get out of bed and walk around. Just hearing the unfortunate news of Zhu Xiongning, his heart was very sad. For fear of aggravating his condition, he did not dare to visit him in person. For fear of transferring the disease to him, as she worried, she kept sending people to visit the Eastern Palace, and her concern was obvious. When Zhu Yuanzhang came in, Empress Ma hurriedly put down what she was holding in her hand, held Zhu Yuanzhang's hand tightly, and eagerly inquired about Zhu Xiongnings's condition. Zhu Yuanzhang comforted. Sister, don't worry. Zhang Haoyue has promised us to make pills with all our heart and soul, and will definitely be able to cure your consumption. As for Xiongning, Queen Ma sighed softly and said worriedly, I don't worry about myself. I only miss Xiongning. She looked up at Zhu Yuanzhang, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. Changba, you seem to be a bit hasty in anointing Xiongning as the great-grandson so soon. I'm afraid there will be twists and turns in tomorrow's court meeting. Zhu Yuanzhang knows very well in his heart that in tomorrow's court, those civil ministers will definitely not let this matter go easily and will definitely make an article around Zhu Xiongnings's condition. Where in history has there ever been a paralyzed crown prince? Chapter 49, that sinful bastard. He even took our son's life. What's more, even with a slight physical defect, there is almost no chance of the throne. However, in order to prevent certain people from having bad intentions, Zhu Xiongnings's status as a royal grandson had to be established. Don't worry, sister, we have our own plans for everything. Zhu Yuanzhang's words stopped at the edge of his mouth, and Empress Ma understood and dismissed the others. Only when the two of them were left did Zhu Yuanzhang speak grimly. Maisie, actually, we have a guilty conscience. Empress Ma was puzzled and hurriedly asked after her. Heavy 8, what is it that troubles you so? Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh. Maisie, you know that the standard he. Before the words were finished, Empress Ma's heart already felt like it had fallen into an ice hole. She knew that it must be that Zhang Haoyue who had crossed over who had revealed something else. Her face instantly turned pale, her body shook and her voice trembled. Heavy 8, don't scare me. The standard child he. What happened to him? Are you going to say? Bill next year. Seeing that Empress Ma was agitated, Zhu Yuanzhang hastened to comfort her. No, not next year. When Empress Ma heard this, her heart dropped a big stone, and her original fear and worry gradually dissipated into thin air. She used to be especially worried that Zhu Biao would also die at a young age like Zhu Xiongning, becoming a sad story in history. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed as his words changed. Although it's not about the next year, but the fate of the standard child is really ill-fated. Unexpectedly will be one step ahead of us. Only 30-something years old, and even the day to become an emperor to wear a dragon robe did not wait. It became an eternal regret. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart felt so heavy that it felt like it was pressed with a 10,000-pound boulder. Originally thought that with the help of Zhang Haoyue, Zhu Xiongnings's misfortune can be changed. Who knows that fate is so loved to play tricks on people? Zhu Xiongning still did not escape those hidden scourges. Although Zhang Haoyue's excellent medical skills cured the minor illness, Zhu Yuanzhang's worries remained unabated. Zhu Bei might have escaped one illness, but how could he be assured that he wouldn't be afflicted by other illnesses? These days and nights of contemplation became a burden he could not remove from his heart. These things, Zhu Yuanzhang has not yet told Zhu Biao, partly because the time has not yet come, on the other hand to his beloved son, he do not even know how to open his mouth. The words stuck in his throat, too heavy to speak. When Empress Ma heard the news that Zhu Biao would not be able to become the emperor, she felt like she was struck by lightning, and her whole body was left empty. Zhu Biao was a treasure of the heart for her, a ray of hope born in the midst of a chaotic war, and his birth was too difficult and meaningful. Knowing that Jubilee would die prematurely hurt like a knife. Queen Ma suddenly thought of a more critical question: if Zhu Biao died, then the country's power, to whom to give it? She looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, her voice shaking a bit. Did Zhang Haoyue say who would take over this throne in the future? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, looking at Empress Ma's complex face. Her heart also became curious. He then tentatively asked, "Sister, do you think, if the boss is really gone, who would we choose to be this emperor?" King Zhu of Qin and King Zhu of Jin, as well as King Zhu of Yan, were all born to Empress Ma. With the boss gone, it's logical that Qin Wang, the eldest son, should take over. But, Queen Ma thought for a moment and slowly said, normally speaking, the second should take over. He can fight well and is the second son of the first son. If the oldest really has any accidents, according to your rule of establish the first son and establish the first son, who else can it be but him? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang let out a soft laugh and was about to flirt with Empress Ma's speculation when he was interrupted by her next words. But how could I not know what's in your Zhu Changba's mind? If it were really that simple, you wouldn't have come to ask me specifically. It must be the heir to the throne that surprises everyone, right? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was surprised, but his eyes were full of appreciation for the wisdom of this married wife. Ha ha, still can't hide it. Empress Ma squinted at Zhu Yuanzhang, her tone firm. If you don't choose the second, the other imperial sons will be even more so. We know in our hearts how good Bill is. He's the apple of our eye. So it's likely you'll make Bill's son the crown prince. It's just that, between Yun Sik and Yun Sik, I don't have an idea yet. Speaking of Zhu Yunzhu, Zhu Yuanzhang's emotions became heavy all of a sudden. His face filled with seriousness as he sighed. Maisie, do you think it will be Yunzhu, or Yunzhu? Queen Ma looked a little tired when she said this, sat down and took a break, and continued, if Zhang Haoyue hadn't intervened, I would have thought it was Yunzhu. After all, LV is the intended recipient of the standard. Although there has been no official announcement of making Louis the crown princess, I know in my heart that it's already a done deal. But once Zhang Haoyue appeared and the smallpox happened, it seems that Lu won't have that fate. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head repeatedly, his mood fluctuating with emotion. Empress Ma was ultimately the one who knew him best. No matter how much time had changed, their hearts were still connected. Empress Ma gently opens her vermilion lips once again. I heard that today's incident, not only did you set up the position of the great-grandson, but you even made Yun Yun also worship Zhang Haoyue as a teacher to learn knowledge. There was a slight pause in her words and her eyes became far away. But when it comes to Yunchun, you haven't mentioned much of a word about it. Heavy Buster, is there something wrong with Yunzue being the emperor? The moment these words came out, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up circles of ripples. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart fluttered. Anger and sadness intertwined. His chest rose and fell, and the emotion pressed in his throat turned into a single word, squeezed out from between his teeth. Humph, he did too good a job. His eyes flashed with pain. Took the life of our own son with his own hands. When these words were said, it was like a loud thunderclap, causing Empress Ma's mind to tremble violently. Zhu Yunju's childish face, as pure as a porcelain doll, came to mind, and it was hard to imagine that such a person's heart could be so ruthless. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked out of heartfelt horror, who did Yunchun? He actually forced to die? Worries entwined in the heart. Queen Ma is clear in her heart. Even if the loss of Zhu Biao, there are still 4 sons at the knee, especially the second Qin Wangzhu, once considered the best candidate for succession to the throne. If Zhu Yunzhu gained power, the fate of this person is worrying. Is the oldest 2 have been poisoned by him? It was hard to calm her heart beating like a drum. She gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang and felt as if time had stopped at this moment. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly opened his mouth and broke the truth in one sentence. It's more than that, and so is Parker. Empress Ma breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but didn't dare to show it, so she had to pretend to be surprised. How did this happen? Chapter 50, Judi? That stupid kid can be good for nothing. At the mention of this, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger came back. It's all because of that sinner who wants to cut the clan. He was furious and impatient. Ruthless tactics. Not only did he force the death of Parker, even several other brothers were deposed. His words lulled, and he said more heavily, even the king of Zhou was not spared. and after being deposed he was exiled far away to Yunnan. Queen Ma was so surprised that she couldn't speak. The king of Zhou is also his own son. The love of flesh and blood is so deep. Heard that he was abolished and exiled to the barbaric land. Heartache like a knife. Yunchun is just too much of a rebel. She was heartbroken. How can you be so heartless to your loved ones? Zhu Yunju's behavior also made Empress Ma unable to hold back her anger. Xu Yuanzhang went on to say, with a sting in every word, this is the good grandson we have chosen by the thousand. Humph. In order to seek the throne, to us hibernation disguise, we repeatedly warned not to cut the clan. He also promised. His tone turned, full of helplessness. I didn't expect that as soon as we closed our eyes, he immediately turned his face away. Do you know how long after we left that sinful bastard made his move? Zhu Yuanzhang pursued. Queen Ma guessed. A year? In his heart, he secretly thought that even if Yun Jue broke his oath, he would not be so impatient. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his teeth and said hatefully, wrong. It's only 3 months. Within 3 months, the king of Zhou was deposed, and he's so ruthless before our bones are cold. He was heartbroken. He disregarded his last wish, and his love for his flesh and blood was all thrown out of his mind. Is such behavior still considered human? Queen Ma's heart is also a cold. Zhu Yunju has always been known for its benevolence and filial piety. In addition to Zhu Xiongying, the character is closest to Zhu Biao. How is it that it has become like this now? Xu Yuanzhang went on to say, haven't his uncles treated him well enough? The king of Zhou is about to go to the feudal land. Each time promised to bring toys from Kaifeng to Yun. Parker is with him at a similar age. Spend time together. Like brothers, how could Yun force so urgent? Even made Parker end his life. Speaking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes reddened. Ever since Zhang Haoyue told us these truths, our hearts feel like they've been cut by knives and we can't sleep at night. Zhu Yuanzhang was so emotional that even if the future hadn't happened yet, just imagining it made his heart ache. So despite Zhu Xionying's physical ailments, he decided to set him up as a royal grandson. As for Zhu Yunju, in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, Zhu Yunju's path to empire has been completely blocked. Empress Ma held Zhu Yuanzhang's hand tightly and comforted gently. No wonder you're strongly supporting Xiongning to be the great-grandson. It's just that the twists and turns are hard for outsiders to understand, and there are bound to be different voices among the court ministers. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a long sigh, but an undeniable firmness was revealed between his brows. Whatever they say, the foundation of the great Ming is ultimately the world of our Zhu family, and who to set up as the great-grandson is not something that others can dictate. When he finished speaking, there was an unchallengeable gleam in his eyes. Empress Ma nodded slightly, but her heart was turning over with thoughts. That's right, the civil officials in the imperial court, each and every one of them thinks highly of themselves, comparing themselves to a clear mirror, and considering themselves to be the backbone of ruling the world together with the emperor. That arrogance was so overwhelming that it often made it difficult to get rid of their nitpicking of the palace's chores. Zhu Yuanzhang had a few times really can't suppress the fire. Want to use forceful means to suppress this kind of unauthorized behavior. Each time as Queen Ma with tenderness and honey, witty response, only to turn the conflict into harmony. Now, if anyone dares to criticize the matter of establishing the crown prince again and puts Zhu Yunju at the tip of the storm, Empress Ma knows in her heart that this time, I'm afraid that the storm can't be calmed down with just a few words. Beneath the courtroom, the storm has gathered and taken shape in silence. Lamentably, the heavens do not let people long. Queen Ma is seriously ill with consumption. This gave her a chance to stay out of it. The storm clouds in the courtroom were changing, but it was difficult to reach the bedside of the sick, for a while. Instead, she got a moment of tranquility. In the midst of her retreat, Queen Ma's mind was still sharp, and she sensed another key point. That is, Zhu Yunhui cut the power of the vassal king's move. Unstoppable. This kind of thunder and lightning, those vassal kings will really behave themselves? After the cutting of the clan, what will happen to those biological children whose blood is thicker than water? Thinking of her own flesh and blood, Empress Ma was anxious and desperate to know the subsequent developments, so she gently said to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was beside her, Chong Ba, what happened afterward? What was it like? How are our children and grandchildren doing after Yunzue cut the clan so firmly? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he froze for a moment, completely unaware. It turned out that he had surprisingly not asked Zhang Haoyue in detail about this section. Just hearing about the cutting of the clan, his own brothers suffered, and several clan kings were abolished. Zhu Yuanzhang had trouble calming down in his heart, so much so that Zhang Haoyue's words were interrupted before he could finish. After knowing this, Queen Ma looked helplessly and said with a soft sigh, Shigehachi, you're always like this. The most crucial question, but you forgot to ask it. Besides old 5 being relegated to Yunnan, what happened to old 2, old 3, and old 4? Zhu Yuanzhang, at this question, had a look of shame on his face, rubbing his hands together to recall what Zhang Haoyue had said. It's true that we haven't inquired closely about the status of these children, but according to Zhang Haoyue, because Yun Braised cut down the clans, there were disturbances all over the place, and he only sat on the throne for 4 years before he lost the kingdom. Zhang Haoyue also said that, with almost 300 years of Ming's foundation, the one who finally replaces Yun Zhu will definitely be one of our Zhu family. Hearing this, Empress Ma finally let go of her heart and slowly said, "This child, Yun Zhu, is indeed not the material to be an emperor." Although Zhang Haoyue didn't go into detail, he could roughly guess, cutting the clan to this point, the feudal lords are naturally on edge, and even if they originally had no intention of rebelling, I'm afraid that they will be forced to act as if they were forced to go to Liangshan. Otherwise, wouldn't you be a fish on a plate, to be slaughtered? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and appreciated. Ha! Good, good. What kind of Zhu family man is it if you don't fight back after being insulted like this? However, the one who can win over Yunchun, I think, is either the second or the third. Empress Ma frowned slightly and pursued the question. Why did you rule out the oldest 4? When it comes to Judi, Zhu Yuanzhang can't help but get a headache. Lao Si? Don't mention him. That kid is not very educated and loves to fool around. How can he take on the great responsibility of the emperor? If he gets into power, there's no telling what he'll do to our daiming. No matter what, Lao Si is absolutely impossible. Zhu Yuanzhang's dissatisfaction with Judi was revealed. This troublemaker was idle all day long and did not do any work, neither studied well nor was willing to join the army. And Zhu Yuanzhang has long made up his mind, within this year, to give him a marriage, send him far away from the fiefdom to go, so as not to get in the way. Even when he used to let him go to the army for exercise, he just followed Su Da's ass around and thought he was so self-righteous that he made Su De complain endlessly. Every time he thought of this, Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his teeth itched, and he never had any hope that Judi would usurp the throne. Chapter 51. What? The emperor wants to choose a concubine for Zhu Biao? Looking at Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang confessed, "We don't ask anything else of Lao Si. We only hope that this foolish boy can save his own life when the clan is being cut down, so that in the future, when we go underground, we can also feel at ease." Empress Ma glared reproachfully at Zhu Yuanzhang, secretly lamenting that he had paid too little attention to Lao Si. Judi was not entirely without merit. He was filial to his parents, and when he heard that his mother was sick, he was the first to run into the palace to visit her. He also heard that Zhang Haoyue was making medicine for himself, and wanted to personally come to his door to ask for help. That sincerity could be seen. Later, Empress Ma had to stop Judi from bothering Zhang Haoyue, lest he act recklessly and add to the wrongs. Immediately, Empress Ma glared at Zhu Yuanzhang. "Don't say that about Senior." Her words were gentle. Although Lao Si won't become a great man, he is kind-hearted and still a simple child. As for the second and third, I have it in my heart not to worry. Those kids are savvy enough to take care of themselves, no problem. It is the oldest 4. Cut the clan those messy things up. His safety and security is really let me heart hang. I do not know how he ended up. Empress Ma's brows were furrowed with worry. Zhu Yuanzhang could see the worry in Empress Ma's eyes, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, saying with a comforting tone, "Don't worry, old 4, that asshole, although he doesn't have much skill, his escape kung fu was top-notch, usually witty and quirky. He's sure to be able to turn a bad day into a good one." Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was both joking and seemed certain. "And since we've been with Zhang Haoyue lately, we'll definitely have time to ask him about him in detail when the time comes." As soon as this was said, more curiosity grew in Queen Ma's heart. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhang Haoyue's interactions over a few days. What's the gateway here? Her eyes swept over Zhu Yuanzhang's face, but all she saw was that he was smiling, and his words refused to speak plainly. "Whether or not this is going to work, we don't know yet," Zhu Yuanzhang hastened to explain, deliberately selling the story, with a bit of cunning in his laughter. "Try the water first. If there is really hope, how dare I hide it from you, sister?" Empress Ma did not pursue Zhu Yuanzhang's pretense of sophistication any further. She understood Zhu Yuanzhang's nature. It's not uncommon for couples to have a few secrets, especially Zhu Yuanzhang is still the king of a country. I do not know how many curves in his heart. The next morning, at the dawn of the day, Crown Prince Zhu Biao walked into the palace hall. As soon as he went in, he saw Wang Jinghong quietly leave, and his heart could not help but be flooded with a little strange feeling. Above the great hall, only father and son were left facing each other. Does father have a secret to tell him? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao's tired face, and already understood in his heart that he could not sleep well at night, all because he was worried about Zhu Xionying's illness. However, Zhu Bei himself did not know about these, such as Zhang Haoyue's origin and what Zhu Yuanzhang learned from him about the future of the great Ming Dynasty, which were all secrets to him, and Zhu Biao is also worried about the future, especially when his firstborn son falls ill, which makes him, as the crown prince, anxious. What made Zhu Biao even more puzzled was his father's attitude towards Zhu Yunju. The firstborn son is clearly beyond help, the second is not up to the task, and those side children, Zhu Yuanzhang doesn't seem to be too attached to them. Looking around, Zhu Biao realized that he was unexpectedly in the awkward position of having no one to succeed him. For the perfect prince, this was a crushing blow. It is not good for the country for the crown prince to have no offspring, and Zhu Biao deeply felt the weight of the burden on his shoulders. Especially this morning, rumors have spread in the Eastern Palace that Zhu Yuanzhang is going to choose a concubine for the crown prince. The choice would be the future crown princess, and the news shocked the entire palace like a thunderbolt. When Zhu Biao heard about this at first, besides being surprised, he was more disbelieving. I thought father was just talking casually, but I didn't realize it was true. When he ate breakfast, it was all he could think about, so he sent the eunuchs around him to inquire. Inquiring back, he was even more shocked this rumor really came out from his father, and even Wang Jinghong confirmed that it was indeed Zhu Yuanzhang's intention. The court, up and down, shook because of this. The prince's choice of consort is related to the foundation of the country, and the ministers who have good girls of the right age in their families are starting to get excited. Zhu Xionying's misfortune has long been no secret. Zhu Yuanzhang hard to seal him as the great-grandson. The intention behind the people all kinds of speculation. Now that the news of the crown prince's choice of consort has come out, everything seems to be answered. Zhu Yuanzhang is clearly buying time for Zhu Biao by doing this. Stabilize the situation with the position of the great-grandson and pave the way for the future heirborn to the crown princess. In this way, the reason why Zhu Yunzhang and Zhu Yunshu were neglected is self-evident. Zhu Yuanzhang was obviously not too happy with these two grandsons. After all, Zhu Biao was still young, and there would be plenty of time to have children in the future. When this news came out, the hearts of all the ministers in the court, who had marriageable daughters at home, came alive. The Shu family chooses a concubine, traditionally regardless of rank, regardless of the size of the official position, as long as there is a suitable girl, have the opportunity to fly on the branch to become a phoenix. In the past, the Lu family came from a poor background and managed to soar. Therefore, this news became a big event that touched the whole court. Officials secretly competed. All want to fight for their own daughter to get the position of the crown princess. Zhu Biao was also caught off guard by this series of tawdry maneuvers by Zhu Yuanzhang, like a bolt from the blue, making him confused for a moment, not knowing what to do. The moment he had just walked into the palace hall, he still felt dizzy like he was dreaming. Seeing that Wang Jinghong exited the hall, Zhu Biao was about to open his mouth, wanting to ask about the matter of choosing a consort that had the whole court talking about it. But before he could open his mouth, Zhu Yuanzhang had already taken the first step and said in a smooth tone, "Crown Prince, you were called here because I have something important to tell you." When Zhu Biao heard this, his heart was pondering over the messy matter of choosing a consort, and all of a sudden he was interrupted by this sudden shout, and his mouth hesitantly said, "Father, what's so urgent? Do you still remember the fortune that Zhang Haoyue told you back then?" Zhu Yuanzhang's words made Zhu Biao instantly think. Zhang Haoyue's prophecy was that he, the crown prince, had a weak bond with his first son. When he thought of this, Zhu Biao's heart began to throb, especially remembering Zhu Xionying's misfortune. It was hard to accept that the trigram had really come true. My son remembers that Zhang Haoyue said that I have a shallow destiny with my first son. Zhu Biao's voice held a few moments of powerlessness in it. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and looked at Zhu Biao with faraway eyes, finally deciding to tell him everything. Did you think that that first son's margin was only talking about Xionying alone? Zhu Biao subconsciously nodded his head and secretly thought to himself, besides Xionying, who else is there? Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly shook his head with an undeniable tone. Actually, no, Zhang Haoyue didn't just mean Xionying. Yunju also counts. The moment this was said, it was like a thunderbolt, causing Zhu Biao to be shaken. He doesn't understand, and as if Zhu Yuanzhang had seen through his doubts, he sighed and continued. Anyone who is your firstborn is inevitably not bonded to you. Xionying, as your firstborn son, is fated to die early next year, and you, father and son, will be separated from heaven from now on, he in the underworld, you in the yang. When Lu is named empress, Yun Shi will become the first son, although it is still difficult to escape the fate of life and death. But this time, in exchange for you to go to the netherworld, he stayed on earth. Chapter 52 Good Saint's Son? Yuck! He, Zhu Yunju, is a turtle grandson. Zhu Yuanzhang's words, like a heavy hammer, smashed Zhu Biao froze there, half a day unable to speak. It took a while for Zhu Biao to come back to his senses, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. Father, are you alright? What the hell are you talking about? He couldn't figure out why Xiongning had died early. Why is it that when Lu became the empress and Yunzai became the first son, he and Yunzai had to live and die apart? He understood every word, but putting them together, Zhu Biao was more indescribably horrified than confused. If it wasn't for Zhu Yuanzhang's gleaming look, he would have thought that it was Zhu Yuanzhang who had gone crazy. It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at Zhu Bei's eyes full of questions, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled helplessly and bitterly, knowing that he had given too much information at once, exceeding Zhu Bei's range of acceptance. After all, these truths, even to Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang had thought twice before slowly revealing them. To him, he was numb to hearing all these things, and to Jubilee, it was certainly an earth-shattering cognitive upheaval. Zhu Yuanzhang put away his smile and patiently began to carefully explain to Zhu Biao, Crown Prince, that Mr. Zhang Haoyue Zhang, is not some fortune teller, but a traveler from 600 years later. It was him who told us that historically, Xiongning would indeed die early next year due to smallpox, which is why you went back to the palace for a secret checkup, and finally discovered the deadly smallpox. Then, Zhang Haoyue came up with the method of planting pox, trying to help Xiongning escape that fated tragedy, the plague of smallpox next year. Unfortunately, even with Zhang Haoyue's best efforts, he wasn't able to completely change Xiongnings's fate. Saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang was full of sighs, both regret for his negligence and a sense of the vagaries of fate. Sometimes the power of man, in the face of certain things, does seem small and powerless. Although Zhu Yuanzhang's words were slow, they stirred up countless waves in Zhu Biao's heart. For a while, Zhu Biao's eyes were filled with shock as he asked in a wooden voice, Father, are you telling the truth? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded heavily and said firmly, How could we lie to you? At your mother's place, we also told her. Because in history, she will likewise leave us next year. What? The double blow blasted over his head like thunder, making Zhu Biao almost unable to stand on his feet. Queen Ma, that kind mother, is also going to die next year from lung disease? He asked anxiously. Father, the mother's lung disease. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded again, a hint of tenderness and comfort flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Zhang Haoyue said that in China after 600 years, lung disease is no longer an incurable disease. Although the treatment is much more complicated than dealing with smallpox, Zhang Haoyue is willing to try, and he says he's at least 50% sure, so there is hope for your mother. These words made Zhu Biao's hanging heart put it down. Otherwise, it would be really hard for him to bear such pain. In one day, I learned of the passing of two close relatives in quick succession. The firstborn son was bedridden, and his mother was ill with consumption eating away at her. Zhu Biao felt physically and mentally exhausted. Immediately afterward, Zhu Biao also reacted. Father and mother often had deep conversations, but he was the only one who told him this news at last. Could there be any more secrets in there than he could bear? Associated with his father's unusual attitude towards Zhu Yunju, Zhu Biao seemed to have guessed a terrible truth, and his heartstrings suddenly tightened. Father, Xiongning and mother are both next year. Isn't that me too? Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Zhu Yuanzhang, and that voice was mixed with heartache that was hard to hide. Crown Prince, we have repeatedly urged you to take care of your health. Have you taken it to heart? Zhang Haoyue said. 10 years later, you went to Shanxi inspection and came back, accidentally suffered from wind and cold. The last, you this unfilial son, even want to walk in front of us. In Zhu Yuanzhang's words, there is both heartache and blame, and the emotions are complex and tangled. In the concept of the ancients, it is the most unfilial behavior to send a white-haired person to a black-haired person. How could Zhu Yuanzhang not be cut to the heart when Zhu Biao did such a thing against heaven? When Zhu Biao heard this, he froze violently. He only had 10 years left, and the crown prince has been doing it all his life, even going one step ahead of his father. The sudden blow made him dizzy, followed by a violent cough that almost took his breath away. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang rushed forward and held him steady with one hand. Prince, don't think too much. Zhang Haoyue has already said that wind chill can be cured, so even if that day does come, We have nothing to fear. Zhu Yuanzhang's palm gently patted Zhu Biao's back like when he was a child to calm him down. After a long time, Zhu Biao slowly calmed down and said with a hoarse voice, "Father, my son is unfilial. From today onwards, my son must cherish his body." Saying that, tears had already overflowed his eyes, and Zhu Biao choked up so much that he couldn't speak. In addition to shock, there was more heartache for father. Empress Ma, the eldest grandson, and now the eldest son. A series of blows. How grief-stricken should father's heart be? Thinking of this, Zhu Biao's tears slipped silently. "Father, you have suffered." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were also flooded with tears. How could he not know about Zhu Biao's filial piety? The first thing my son worried about was his feelings, not his fate. Why is God so heartless as to take such a good boy early? Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was filled with anger. Luckily, there was Zhang Haoyue, and Zhu Yuanzhang was convinced that with Zhang Haoyue's help, Zhu Biao would never be a short-lived man. "Father, then how do you explain about Yunzhu? Could it be that because Xiongning died early and I will soon die, you finally chose Yunzhu as the heir?" Zhu Biao asked with a face full of confusion. Speaking of this, Zhu Yuanzhang once again fell silent. Zhu Yunzhu, the imperial grandson whom he appointed with his own hands. I didn't expect it to be a turd. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao smelled it, and they themselves were too ashamed to speak. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded heavily. "Yes, in the end we chose Yunzhu, because after Xiong death, LV was made the rightful wife, and Yunzhu became the firstborn son with a prominent position. How can we stand it if you go before us? So, we, transferred all that longing for you to Yunzhu, making him the second emperor of the great Ming." Zhu Biao listened and came to a realization. But, if the historical father chose Yunzhu, why is he treating him very differently now? "Father, my son thought that whether it's Yun or Yunzhue, it's ultimately Yunzhue who's more suitable. Why don't we formally enshrine Lu, and Yunzhu will be the rightful first son, even if Xiongning really, Yunbei can successfully inherit the throne, and why bother choosing a new consort and adding to the list of wrongs?" Up to this point, Zhu Biao was still fighting for Zhu Yunzhu's chance to be the first son. Chapter 53 Go, 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 you father and son come with me. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. "Ha, Zhu Yunzhu? It's because of our old eyesight that we misjudged that turtle grandson. Now, we have the opportunity to be able to pick again. It would put that turtle grandson in the position of the crown prince's grandson. Then we must write Zhu Yuanzhang's name upside down." When Zhu Biao heard this, he was intimidated as if he had been struck by lightning. Why? He was about to ask carefully what happened to Zhu Yunzhu. Old Chu! Old Chu! Suddenly, Zhang Haoyue directly yelled and barged in without a summons. He was carrying a small package. Entering the door without even saying polite words, he directly pulled Zhu Yuanzhang's sleeve and said in a hurry, "Old Zhu, let's hurry up. Time waits for no one. Don't say anything more, just follow me." Zhu Yuanzhang looked at it. His heart was happy. This is simply God is helping him. Let him rewrite his destiny. When he was about to get up and follow Zhang Haoyue, he suddenly heard Zhu Bei's voice full of grief behind him. "Father, where are you going?" Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhang Haoyue and pointed at Zhu Bei behind him with his eyes, meaning something. With a bitter smile on her face, Zhang Haoyue asked, "You're going to prepare to bring him along? May I? Have you told him yet?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. "Just a part of it." "All right, so, let's go together then." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's dragon face was delighted, and he smoothly pulled up Zhu Biao, who had a confused look on his face. Zhu Biao asked anxiously, "Father, where are we going?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied stoically, "Aren't you curious about how Zhu Yunzhu governs the country? Let's take you to see for yourself now." Parallel spacetime. The first year of Jiangwen. Jingzhou, Hunan King's mansion. At the moment a depressing aura enveloped the mansion. In the large courtyard, dozens of servants and maids stood together in a heavy atmosphere. The chief steward of the Shangwang mansion was drinking sternly. "Listen everyone, the king has orders that everyone in the house, today, is to be dismissed and go home. You have followed the king for so many years. Whether you have followed from the capital or recruited locally, you have all worked hard and gotten a lot of credit. The king has a kind heart and allows you to be free. Take your wages and 10 taels of silver and leave the palace." When the words fell, the people in the courtyard looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, someone finally summoned up the courage to ask, "Lord Chief Steward, who will take care of the king when we're all gone?" This question was met with a lot of talk and discussion. "Right, Chief Steward. Even the people in the kitchen have been sent away. What about the king's meals? Your highness only eats my cooking. If I leave, what will your highness do?" There are all sorts of claims, and none of them want to just fall apart. The chief steward looked helpless and slowly explained. Everyone, the king is actually doing this for your own good. I'm afraid there's a big disaster coming. If you guys stay here, your lives may not be saved. Might as well take the money and find your own way to live. Or at least survive. What? Surprises were heard in all directions. Everyone was stunned at those words. Xiang Wang Fu. That's a royal residence. How could it also meet with great misfortune? Some smart people immediately understood and their faces changed drastically. Could it be that the current emperor is going to deal with Xiang Wang? After all, thinking about what happened to King Zhou before, everyone's hearts turned pale. How can the power of a vassal king compare to that of an emperor? Xiang Wang had a gentle character. Where would he be able to resist? Looking at the way he dismissed the servants, it was clear that he was so disheartened that he didn't care about anything anymore. Many servants also figured out the reason for this, and immediately rushed up and asked the steward to take their deeds of sale and silver, then kowtowed and left. It didn't take long for the servants to leave, leaving the courtyard empty. The butler looked at the desolate scene with bleak eyes. It's also human nature to fly apart in great distress. After doing this, the butler turned around and went to find the Grand Master of the king's house to deliver his orders. One moment, light and shadow swayed, and in a corner of the royal courtyard, Zhang Haiyue appeared with Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang looked displeased and asked angrily, "What the hell is going on here? Why did you disband all the servants in the house?" Zhang Haiyue was also quite curious and looked around, not realizing that the time and space drop point had reached the Zhangwen Yuan year. It also happened to coincide with the Hunan king's residence, which seems a bit early. According to this timeline, if we want to see Judi launch the Jingnan campaign, we still have to wait for 3 years. It seems that this system of casting points should not deviate from history too much. Behind the back of their own have to study carefully to do so. While thinking about it, Zhang Haiyue casually replied, "Your son is merciful and kind. Knowing that you can't escape, you might as well let the servants live. It's better than everyone dying together." He is singing with Zhu Yuanzhang, but Zhu Biao is listening to the cloud. Not clear. After he came out of the palace, he was brought to Zhang Haiyue's small courtyard. Then Zhu Bei's 2 eyes went black, making Zhu Bei feel like he had traveled through time and space. Before opening his eyes, it was here. When the butler evacuated the crowd just now, the 3 of them hid in the time gap. The servants could have looked up and seen it, but they were as blind as if they were blind. When everyone had left, Zhang Haiyue waved his hand, and that marvelous feeling disappeared. Zhu Biao asked with a confused look on his face, "Father, where is this place? Why are we here? Didn't you say you wanted to see Yunbek become emperor? How did you end up in such a strange place?" Zhang Haiyue guided, "Follow that butler and go find the chief steward of the royal residence." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head and urged Zhu Bei, who was still in a daze. "Boss, don't froth. Keep up." Although Zhu Biao didn't understand, he followed closely behind. The 3 men acted furtively and traveled through the royal palace, and Zhu Biao felt embarrassed that he was acting like a thief. Only Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes glittered with excitement. It had been a long time since he had experienced such days. When he once joined an insurgent army, Zhu Yuanzhang often went into the homes of the landed gentry to rob them. Today's situation evoked nostalgia for those years. After Steward Wang dismissed the servants, he hurried to find the Grand Master to report, and the king's house of the Great Master. Usually Bai with the feudal king grew up with the close eunuchs to play. Beside King Zhu Bai of Xiang, there was such a personal eunuch Yang Lu. He was handpicked by Wang Jinghong and had been inseparable from Zhu Bai since he was a child. The moment Yang Lu quietly listened to Steward Wang's report and slowly nodded his head as boundless desolation tumbled up in his heart. How could His Royal Highness be driven to such a state? The laughter and carefree atmosphere of the past in the palace is still fresh in my mind. However, with the opening of the vassal king's house, they also moved to Jingzhou, and Yang Lu has been sitting in this seat of the great steward for decades. I thought that he would grow old peacefully in the royal residence, and Xiang Wang had promised that when he grew old, he wouldn't have to be busy anymore, and the royal residence would be his home. To Yang Lu, being able to stay by Xiang Wang's side for the rest of his life was satisfying. However, things are unpredictable. After the death of Emperor Hanwu, the situation of this Ming suddenly changed. King Xiang lived in fear every day, often looking out to the north and secretly wiping his tears. All these, Yang Lu saw in his eyes and heard in his heart. He knew it was Xiang Wang's thoughts of the late emperor, but as a eunuch, even if he had more worries, he could only bury them in his heart, and in the face of the increasingly tense situation, he was powerless to reverse it. Until one day, Bad news came from the palace that someone had falsely accused King Xiang of plotting a rebellion, making coins privately, and disposing of human lives at random. The imperial decree was issued the next day, ordering King Xiang to return to the capital to be examined. Xiang Wang knows in his heart that this trip may not come back. Chapter 54, A Torrent of History. Coming to the future? So King Xiang instructed Yongle to evacuate the mansion first. Retrieving his mind, Yongle looked at Steward Wang and asked, "Is everyone gone?" Steward Wang replied respectfully, "Yes, Chief Steward, they are all gone." He carefully raised his head, his eyes flashing with uneasiness. "Chief Steward, the king should be fine, right?" Yongle sighed softly, his tone mixed with helplessness. "What can be done has been done. The rest will be left to heaven's will. I heard that the palace sent another person to urge, let the king immediately move. This go. I am afraid I cannot come back." As soon as the words fell, a calm and powerful voice suddenly rang out. "Asshole, who says BER can't come back?" These words ignited a nameless rage in Yang Li's heart. Who was so bold as to dare to act recklessly in the Xiang Palace, and to treat him, the Grand Master, with such disrespect? Yang Li turned around, his eyes fixed on the corner, only to see Zhu Yuanzhang with Zhu Biao, striding with his head high and imposing. At that moment, Yang Li's eyes widened, his body shook, almost unable to stand, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Zhu Yuanzhang. Half unable to speak, Steward Wang looked at the intrusion of these three strangers with surprise, and hearing them speak out of turn, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as he shouted, "Daring! Where did the thieves come from? How dare they trespass the Xiangwang mansion? Ouch!" He was about to call the guards, but he was kicked in the waist by Yang Lo with such force that he screamed in pain and flew out. Steward Wang was lying on the ground, looking at Yang Lo with a bewildered expression. "Chief Steward, are you kicking the wrong person?" Yang Lo angrily rebuked. "Shut up, you dog slave. Don't even look at who this is and you dare to speak out of turn." After the lesson, Yang Li took a few steps and jumped in front of Zhu Yuanzhang and called out fiercely, "Taizhou, Taizu, you have manifested. Please save His Highness King Xiang." Steward Wang struggled to stand up and his jaw dropped in shock when he heard this. "Emperor Taizu? Is Yang Lu crazy? Didn't Emperor Taizu die last year?" He, naturally, did not recognize Zhu Yuanzhang, but Yang Lu was raised in the palace. He thought that Zhu Yuanzhang had manifested his spirit, so he knelt down to worship. Zhu Yuanzhang said faintly, "Get up and speak." Yang Lu raised his head suspiciously, then looked down at the shadow on the ground, and immediately cold sweat rained down, soaking his clothes. It was a figure, not a ghost. "What's going on? Is someone pretending to be Taizhou?" Yang Lu straightened his body and stared at Zhu Yuanzhang. Before, he would never dare to look directly at the emperor, but right now, there's not much to care about. Upon closer inspection, this Zhu Yuanzhang is obviously much younger. The scene was like a time rewind, as if he had returned to the same Zhu Yuanzhang he had seen when he had just followed Xiang Wang. What the hell? His astonished expression froze, and his mouth opened wide, but it was hard to express his inner shock as if something was stuck in his throat. His knees involuntarily weakened and he was almost about to fall to his knees. The sudden scene left him completely at a loss for words. Zhu Biao slowly walked out from behind Zhu Yuanzhang with confusion, his brows locked and full of doubts. "Who are you? And what is this place? Prince Yiwen? Emperor Xingzong? Mama?" Yang Lo was once again shocked. His mouth opened even wider, and a low sound of disbelief came from deep in his throat. Such an overpowering scenario made him feel like the sky was spinning and almost made him collapse. Zhu Biao frowned. "This person knew him? You call yourself Prince Yiwen? Isn't this what father said before? His own posthumous name after his death? Could it be that this is the future?" The thought had just risen and was uncontrollable. He recalled Zhu Yuanzhang's words before he set out. "Let's take you to see with your own eyes that Yunju is the emperor. Think about it." A thrill ran through Zhu Biao's heart. Geez, doesn't this mean that one has arrived at the time of Yunchun? This supernatural power made Zhu Biao both shocked and incredulous that there could be something so incredible in the world. He didn't have the time to pay attention to Yan Li's need to kneel. His neck stiffened as he turned to Zhang Haoyue, straining to ask, "Mr. Zhang, is this the future?" Zhang Haoyue gently nodded, and only then did Zhu Biao's thoughts slowly clear up. In contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang looks very subdued. Yang Lu had a small independent courtyard in the Xiangwangfu, and the corridor was fully furnished underneath. Without saying a word, Zhu Yuanzhang walked straight over and sat down. Seeing this, Yang Lu quickly adjusted his posture and respectfully knelt down to Zhu Yuanzhang. Although the housekeeper didn't understand what was going on, He didn't dare to ask more questions when he saw Yongle kneeling down and followed him to the ground. Zhu Biao and Zhang Haoyue stood behind Zhu Zhang, while Zhang Haoyue was studying the system, while Zhu Biao was curious about everything that was happening around him. Zhu Zhang spoke, his voice steady. "What's your name?" Yang Li's voice trembled as he replied, "Back to Emperor Taizu, slave Yang Lu." Zhu Zhang thought about it. The name seemed to have been heard somewhere, but could not recall it for a while. Zhu Biao had an excellent memory and instantly remembered Yang Li's identity with great surprise. "Are you the 12th brother's personal eunuch?" After Zhu Bei mentioned it, Zhu Zhang came to a realization and remembered that Yang Lu was selected by Wang Jinghong. Although he hadn't cared much about it himself, he had heard about it slightly from Wang Jinghong's report. Zhu Biao had always cared for all his brothers and had met with Yang Lu a few times and was impressed. When Yang Lu heard this, tears instantly swished down her face. Prince Yuan even remembered him. In Yang Li's mind, even if his asshole son Zhu Yunju has more wrongs, Zhu Biao must be generous and benevolent. "Exactly. Your Highness. I am the personal chamberlain of His Highness King Xiang." Yang Li cried so hard she couldn't speak. Zhu Zhang waved his hand and brought the topic back to the main topic. "Yang Lu, tell our lone why the servants of the royal household were disbanded?" Although Yang Lu hadn't yet figured out how the dead Taizu and Prince Yuan had appeared in front of him, it was as if he had grabbed a straw to save his life and cried and complained. "Minion, King Xiang has suffered a great injustice. His Highness King Xiang abides by the legacy of the great ancestor, follows the rules, and has never oppressed the people or dishonored the emperor in his Jingzhou fiefdom for many years. But last month, Qi Tai, the secretary of the Ministry of War, went so far as to falsely accuse Xiang Wang of plotting against him in Jingzhou and harboring disloyalty in his heart." When Zhu Biao heard this, his heart was slightly shaken. Qi Tai has become the secretary of the Ministry of War. Among the 6 important ministers, it was clear that not long ago he was still an obscure subordinate in the Eastern Palace. What kind of opportunity did this person have to soar to such a level? With numerous questions swirling around in his heart, Zhu Biao could only quietly listen to Yang Lu continue. Ever since Qi Tai first made this claim, the court has followed suit, casting much aspersions on Xiang Wang. Some say that King Xiang privately printed the Daming treasure banknotes and illegally amassed wealth. Others say that he indiscriminately killed innocents and fabricated charges. Zhu Zhang interrupted at the right time. Did Xiang Wang really do these things? Chapter 55, Zhu Biao. Oh my god. I'm cracking up. This question made Yang Li's sense of grievance deepen, and his forehead hit the ground heavily, making a thumping sound, his tears mixing with the dust, and his face was filled with grief. "Your Majesty, how could His Highness King Xiang do such a thing?" Back in the early days of the Hangu period, His Majesty had already stipulated the treatment of the vassal kings, and our prince was given 50,000 stones of grain a year, and there were not many servants in the royal residence, enough to feed the whole house. Why bother to do that kind of great disobedience again? And, most importantly, His Highness King Xiang doesn't have an heir yet. His Highness usually enjoys traveling the mountains and composing poems, and only wishes to be a carefree and idle prince. Zhu Zhang listened and nodded silently. Zhu Biao, on the other hand, was still confused. He did not know about Zhu Yu's move to cut the feud, and was therefore perplexed by the great injustice done to Yang Lu. Zhu Biao frowned, revealing a firmness that could not be refuted. Since the 12th brother really hasn't done those perverse things, he should also follow the court's instructions and go back to the capital, to be questioned. What's more, Yunzue has a compassionate heart and will surely be able to find out the truth and return 12th brother's innocence. Hearing this, Yang Lu raised his head violently, his eyes filled with shock. It was like hearing the most ironic joke in the world. Zhu Biao was a bit uncomfortable in his heart, his eyebrows slightly twisted together. What's that look in your eye? Yang Lu hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Your Highness, Xiang Wang absolutely cannot return to the capital. Once you enter the capital, I'm afraid you'll never get out. The present emperor has a small heart, so how could he listen to His Majesty's defense? As soon as His Majesty returns to the capital, I'm afraid he'll immediately be arrested and die 9 deaths. At this point in time, Yang Li had already disregarded everything and directly said bad things about Zhu Yunju. From Zhu Biao's reaction, he keenly sensed that something was wrong. Zhu Biao seems to know nothing about what Zhu Yunju has done since he became emperor, and thinks he is benevolent and kind. It would be the biggest joke in the world to say that Yunzue was merciful to the vassal kings. Having just become emperor, he rushed to overthrow the vassal system set by Emperor Taizu, and laid hands on all his own uncles. Can such a person be considered merciful? Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Biao heard this, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face. Unbridled, Yunju is the emperor now. Where is the turn for you little eunuchs to talk about it? Though chastised, Yongle was terse and so excited that the veins in his neck bulged. Your Highness, even if you were to kill me today, I would still say it. Emperor Zhang disregarded the legacy of the great ancestor and made his own decision to cut the clan. And his methods were cruel to the extreme. Last year, when Taizu died, only 3 months ago, Emperor Zhang used the name King Zhou's great disrespect to abolish him as a commoner and exile him to the southern border. Now, the cutting of the clan is even more powerful, and the civil and military officials in the king's palace are being controlled by the imperial court, encouraging them to report the faults of the feudal lords. King Yen, King Dai, and King Min did not escape. They were all impeached by the officials in the palace, and Emperor Zhang even issued a severe reprimand, disgracing the vassal kings. Nowadays, it's even more important to accuse and report even small officials as big as a sesame seed. Now, it's our king's turn. King Zhou was exiled just for great disrespect, and our king was impeached for rebellion. Once we return to the capital, I'm afraid this life will be gone. Every word Yongle said was a cry for justice for Xiang Wang, who had already put life and death behind him. In a world where black and white are reversed, even the deceased Taizhou and the prematurely deceased Prince Yuan can be resurrected. So what else is he afraid of? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face instantly turned ironic. Zhu Biao was even more surprised to the point that his fingers were shaking as he stared closely at Yongle and asked word by word. Yongle, you say it clearly. Are you saying that Yunzai cut the clan? It was only now that Zhu Biao came to his senses and understood Zhu Yunju's true purpose and why Xiang Wang was so afraid to return to the capital. It turns out that as soon as Zhu Yunbui became emperor, he was so eager to cut down the clans that even his own brother, King Zhou, was relegated to the status of a commoner. The king of Zhou was also born by Empress Ma, and their brotherly feelings were very deep, and now that he suffered such a disaster and was exiled to the frontier, Zhu Biao's heart hurt like a knife cut. Yongle was fearless, and every word was thrown out. Although Emperor Zhang did not explicitly say that he was cutting the clan, his behavior was clear for everyone to see. After the king of Zhou comes the king of Xiang, and after the king of Xiang, which vassal king will follow? These words shook Zhu Biao to his core. The image of the gentle, tolerant and kind son was shaking in his heart. How could he not connect the description in front of him with the Zhu Yunju in his memory? Jamada, who led 3 young children, was a brotherly man, and loved each one of them. He told Zhu Xionying to love his younger brother. As for Zhu Yunju and Zhu Yunju, he teaches respect for the elder brother and to treat each other politely. The deeper meaning in these words was to place the hope for the future on Zhu Xionying, hoping that he would not forget the brotherhood and would treat the 2 princes with generosity and kindness. Jubilee was convinced that his teachings had penetrated the hearts of the children. However, the reality as Yongle said, ruthlessly dumped him a slap. Loud and stinging, Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Biao. Seeing his lost look, his heart ached for a moment, sighed and turned his head to ask Yongle, how long have you been dragging your feet on the court's decree that Zhu Bai should hurry back to the capital for questioning? Janelle answered honestly, it's been over a month. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly, full of hopelessness. Zhu Yunju cut the vassal king. Zhang Haoyue previously analyzed in detail, although Zhu Yuanzhang could vaguely guess Zhu Yunju's consideration for doing so, probably from the time Zhu Yunhui was established as the emperor's grandson. The idea of cutting the clan had already been quietly planted. It was only because Zhu Yuanzhang was still around that Zhu Yunju skillfully hid it and didn't show it. In the past few days, Zhu Yuanzhang tossed and turned and thought a lot. Cutting the clan. He could understand Zhu Yunju's thoughts, but what he really found hard to accept was that Zhu Yunju had been so stupid as to use such a cruel way to make the dynasty of Daming in turmoil. The feudal lords were all in fear. How could they not resist? Zhu Bai faced Zhu Yunju eager to cut the clan order, but managed to drag more than a month not to return to the capital, which undoubtedly makes Zhu Yunju's suspicion more serious. It was clear to Zhu Yuanzhang that Zhu Yunju's patience had come to an end. Yongle, you have to be honest with us. Since Zhu Bai doesn't want to go back to the capital and isn't trying to rebel, what exactly does he want? Yongle raised his head and looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. At this instant, his inner defenses seemed to collapse in an instant, and the tears that he had barely held back before burst out again, surging. Your Majesty, I dare to guess, His Highness, the King of Xiang, I'm afraid that there is no longer any desire to live. He cried and continued. A few days ago, His Highness asked me to buy a lot of kerosene and firewood, and they are all piled up in the Wang Fu. Slave guessed that His Highness is afraid that he intends to. Chapter 56. How can our son commit suicide so easily? Before the words were finished, Yang Lu was already crying so hard that she couldn't speak. Having grown up with Zhu Biao, how could he not understand the king's mind? This series of actions, obviously determined not to Zhu Yunju, lowered this head, but also gave up the idea of life. He wants to die. He would rather use the fire to cleanse himself and go to the other world to meet Zhu Yuanzhang with a clean slate. Zhu Yuanzhang knew the end of Zhu Biao. Zhang Haoyue had told him long ago. Zhu Biao was eventually forced by Zhu Yunju to choose to burn himself to death. The questioning now was just of final stubbornness until it was too late. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply and was about to get up to take Yang Lu and bring them to see Zhu Biao. But unexpectedly, a rush of footsteps suddenly broke the tranquility of the courtyard. The visitor was the little eunuch of the royal palace, and without waiting for a briefing, he rushed in a panic. The little eunuch had just stepped into the courtyard and was about to open his mouth to speak, when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang and the others with a glance. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. When did these people enter the Grand Master's courtyard? When Yang Lu took a look at the situation, his face changed violently and he hurriedly asked, "What is so urgent? Could it be that the decree from the capital has come down?" The little eunuch woke up as if in a dream, panicked and replied with his hands in a frenzy. No, Grand Master. It's the royal residence. It's surrounded by heavy troops. Those people were wearing armor and holding weapons, as if they appeared out of nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, the royal palace was surrounded by layers and layers of people. Now, every gate is heavily guarded and no one is allowed in or out. What? When Yang Lu heard this, his body swayed and he almost fell down. His mouth kept chanting, "Finished, all finished. The emperor's soldiers and horses are here. This time the king's wings cannot escape." Hearing this, Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Yuanzhang in shock. The area around Jingzhou is all 12th brother's territory, and to mobilize the army, you should need his warrant to do so. Besides, the cities are heavily defended. So where did this group of soldiers come from? Zhu Biao felt an unprecedented shock. Zhu Yunju's people could be so godlike that they directly penetrated Zhu Bai's fiefdom? Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't figure it out for a while, and his words were sarcastic. "Crown Prince, look at that. Your good son." His mind is all spent on counting on his own uncle. Zhu Biao's heart is full of grievances, although the son is his own, but the person who chooses the great-grandson is not also you? At this time, Zhang Haoyue slowly spoke. This army, under the name of a merchant caravan, mixed into Jingzhou in disguise. They cleverly hid their weapons and armor in the carts carrying lumber, pretending to be ordinary merchants, and fooled the guards at the gates. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly as he listened. He knew that what Zhang Haoyue said was indeed what was recorded in the history books. So it seems that Zhu Yuanzhang didn't scold Zhu Yunju wrongly. His mind to cut the clan was both cunning and vicious. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head to the little eunuch and asked, "Do you know who's leading the group?" The little eunuch hesitantly looked at Yang Lu for help because he was not sure of Zhu Yuanzhang's identity. Seeing this, Yang Lu impatiently kicked the little eunuch. "My lord asks, why don't you answer quickly?" The little eunuch hurriedly said fearfully, "I really don't know who that general is. I only vaguely heard someone call him General Li." General Li? Zhang Haoyue's heart rippled. Is it, like, such a coincidence? Meet Li Jinglong, Ming's famous straw god of war? Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze turned to Zhang Haoyue and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what kind of character is this General Li?" Zhang Haoyue lightly laughed and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person must be related to you and is trusted by Zhu Yunju. Who else could be given such a heavy responsibility except for that Li Jinglong, who is known as the god of war of the great Ming? In fact, it was Li Jinglong who was responsible for King Zhu Nan of Zhou being escorted to the capital earlier. In the name of garrisoning the border, Zhu Yunju sent Li Jinglong to Kaifeng with troops, after which Li Jinglong besieged King Zhou's residence and brought King Zhou's family back to the capital. This Li Jinglong, the son of Li Wenzhong, who happened to be Zhu Yuanzhang's own nephew, was once a founding minister and was later named Duke of Chao. In that case, Li Wenzhong is considered Zhu Biao's cousin, so Li Jinglong is Zhu Yuanzhang's nephew's grandson and Zhu Biao's nephew, and Li Jinglong still had to call Zhu Yuanzhang his uncle. Knowing that the leader of the army was Li Jinglong, Zhu Yuanzhang became even angrier. Loved ones kill each other and turn against each other. It is amazing that such a thing happened so soon after his death. How ironic. How sad. Zhu Biao, on the other hand, was captivated by Zhang Haoyue's words, and his heart immediately rippled. The great Ming war god? Li Jinglong turned out to be the daimyo warlord. Why didn't I feel before that that inconspicuous figure was hiding this kind of talent? Jubilee's thoughts rambled. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and he stood up violently. Glaring at Yang Lu, he said, "You, keep an eye on your king, don't let him mess around. How can the son of the titular Hangwu emperor speak of death and life as he pleases? If he really dares to kill himself, do you think we'll go soft and forgive him in the underworld? If this unfilial son doesn't do well, we'll use the family law to whip this unfilial son to death, so that he understands what responsibility is." When Yang Lu heard this, he was first stunned, then a smiling look appeared on his face. "That's great." Zhu Yuanzhang looks angry, but in fact it is a deep licking. He knew the weight of Zhu Bai in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, and this reprimand undoubtedly saved Zhu Bai's life. Feeling unprecedentedly grateful, Yang Lu threw himself on the ground and sincerely knelt down toward Zhu Yuanzhang. "I will definitely listen to your orders, and ensure that the king is not allowed to have a half-hearted mistake." Zhu Yuanzhang held his head high and took big steps toward the door. On the other side, Li Jinglong was sitting steadily on the back of his horse, and in front of him was the Xiangwang mansion. Compared to the Zhou Wangfu, the Xiang Wangfu looked plain and low-key, but in Li Jinglong's eyes, this did not mean that Xiang Wang was good to deal with. King Xiang had always been known for his prudence, and Jingzhou was simply an impregnable fortress. That's why he pretended to be a merchant and blended in. Zhu Yunzhu gave him the task of escorting Zhu Bai back to the capital to be tried. What the truth is, Li Jinglong doesn't care. Everything he does is because of Emperor Jiangwen's trust and bloodline connection. "Vice General, later you take my token and go to see King Xiang. Tell him to open the door and the whole house to come out and kneel to welcome the holy decree." The Vice General acted immediately upon hearing this and was just about to go up and knock on the door when he didn't realize that Li Jinglong glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a few silhouettes suddenly appear behind the team. The leading man was so imposing and majestic that wherever he walked, the soldiers automatically gave way. Li Jinglong's brow furrowed into a pimple as a wave of dissatisfaction welled up in his heart. His grandmas, who had been so bold as to interrupt the march of his army, and thrust himself into the ranks so ostentatiously? Chapter 57, Daimyo War God? That's a good name. Just as he was about to open his mouth to reprimand him, the man came closer and closer until he clearly appeared in front of his eyes, and Li Jinglong's ears felt like thunder roaring in his ears and his head buzzing. Did he even think he was hallucinating? He rubbed his eyes and fixed them. That was clearly the deceased Hangwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was staring at him coldly. Clunk! Li Jinglong swayed and fell off his horse. Panicked, he crawled to Zhu Yuanzhang's feet and clutched Zhu Yuanzhang's clothes, his mouth shrieking. "Uncle?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked down at the shocked Li Jinglong and kicked him out of the way. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "What a great grandson we have! How dare you bring a large army all the way here just to bully our son? It's the right flavor." With this opening, Li Jinglong knew that this was undoubtedly Zhu Yuanzhang. After all, when Zhu Yuanzhang was alive, he was also very fond of Li Jinglong. He had worked as a guard beside Zhu Yuanzhang when he was young, so he was more than familiar with Zhu Yuanzhang's voice. "The man in front of me is the Hangwu Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang." Li Jinglong's heart was pounding and his mind was a mess of confusion. How could this already dead person appear alive? Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang really faked his death, actually traveling around? The thought had just popped up, but he snuffed it out of his own mind. This is the emperor who started the great Ming Dynasty. How could he be the kind of idle old man who disregarded the affairs of the country and only sought his own leisure, casually casting the country aside? Doubt lingered in his heart, and the moment Li Jinglong saw Zhu Biao, this doubt even reached its peak. "Uncle, Crown Prince?" Li Jinglong almost didn't break down and cry out, full of astonishment that he couldn't hide. "Mom, yeah, what the hell? How is it that even Jubilee, who died long ago, can come back from the dead?" Zhu Biao stared at him and laughed coldly. "Zhou Jiang, you've grown quite a bit. You've learned to bully my brother?" When Li Jinglong heard it, it was not a dream. This is clearly the Crown Prince Zhu Biao. Immediately, this tears swished out of his eyes, and he fell to his knees, bawling, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Zhou Jiang misses you guys so much." He clung to Taizu's leg, snot and tears flowing together. Zhu Yuanzhang even kicked him in disgust, but he just hugged him again like glue. His cheek is really thick. Since Zhu Yuanzhang and the Crown Prince are safe and sound, Zhu Yunzhu is nothing to him. Holding on to Zhu Yuanzhang's leg is the most important thing right now. He was listening to Zhu Yunzhu's order and came to encircle Zhu Bai, not expecting to run right into Zhu Yuanzhang. "If you don't act a little wimpy now, you might not get your life back." Li Jinglong's vice general, who was nothing but shocked and dumbfounded, watched the general perform a leg-hugging scene on the street, too surprised to speak. The soldiers were also confused and didn't understand what was happening. Zhu Yuanzhang kicked at Li Jinglong again, gritting his teeth. Why don't you get your ass over here and come with us? It's not decent to cry. Li Jinglong immediately climbed up and followed Zhu Yuanzhang's ass, not forgetting to give his lieutenant a wink on the way. Don't move. Wait for my order. Following Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao back to Yan Li's courtyard from the back door, he knelt down as soon as he entered. In a funny position. That playful look made Zhu Yuanzhang so angry that he took off his shoes and was about to hit. Reverse grandson. Have you grown? Instead of being angry, Li Jinglong was smiling because Zhu Yuanzhang was still willing to discipline him, which meant there was still a way to live. He said playfully, Uncle, hit a few more times. It's best if the prince also hits twice. Zhaojiang really misses you guys. After saying that, he pretended to wail again and secretly glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him. His heart was angry and a little amused, his fingers trembling, pointing at Li Jinglong, unable to believe that. Zhang Haoyue, this kind of goods, you call him the great Ming war god? Zhang Haoyue could understand Zhu Yuanzhang's shock. After all, Li Jinglong's current appearance was 100,000 miles away from the word god of war. But the truth is, Li Jinglong is not really a war god at all. As the Ming Dynasty's first strawman god of war, Li Jinglong's war achievements are well known. Seeing that Taizu's blood pressure was coming up, Zhang Haoyue couldn't bear to tell the truth and changed his words. The most important thing in front of us is the matter of Xiang Wang. He glanced at Li Jinglong and continued. As for whether or not it's a war god, we'll talk about that later. Intending to comfort Zhu Yuanzhang, these words turned out to be heard by Li Jinglong. I only saw him scowling at the beginning of Zhang Haoyue, secretly happy in his heart. But on the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened. What did he just say? Saying you're the great Ming war god? Jesus! I wanted to scream. I knew that my life, like a thin ice, was destined to be extraordinary. The great Ming war god? That's a nice title. Nice. It's practically tailor-made for me. Li Jinglong. Just right. It can't be helped. Who let himself be born as a general, reciting military books backwards and forwards, knowing every battle in history like the back of his hand? Who else but he could bear the name god of war? This teenager. He has such a keen eye. Looking at Li Jinglong's self-absorbed look, Zhang Haoyue secretly laughed in her heart. This guy is really arrogant and cocky. The false name alone puts you on a pedestal. It's really no wonder that he always suffered defeats under Judi's powerful offense. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the mind has long flown to the clouds outside of Li Jinglong. An indescribable anger rose up. The hand of the sole of the shoe without saying to Li Jinglong face again. Snap! Li Jinglong covered his face, his eyes full of aggression. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, but half dare not beg for sympathy. Zhu Yuanzhang resisted the urge to beat him to death and asked in a deep voice. What does Zhu Yunju plan to do with our son when he sends you here? Li Jinglong where dare to hide, like pouring beans out all. Your Majesty, Zhu Yunju's intention is for me to lead a sneak attack to encircle the king's residence, and then escort the entire Xian Wang family to the capital for interrogation. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and said mockingly, You're quite thoughtful, and you know how to hide your weapon? Li Jinglong didn't think much of it and hurriedly brushed it off. Your Majesty, this is not what I had in mind. It's all planned by those grown-ups in the court. Huang Zichang, the secretary of the Taishang, Qi Tai, the secretary of the Ministry of War, and Feng Xiaoru, the scholar-in-waiting of the Hanlin Academy. They conspired during the morning court to persuade me to hide my weapons and pretend to be a merchant caravan to blend into Jingzhou, pushing out a few heavy ministers as a shield. Li Jinglong had no psychological pressure. Anyway, he, a military general, and those civil officials were not supposed to go all the way, each going his own way. At the mention of Feng Xiaoru's name, Zhang Haoyue raised his eyebrows, and the famous figure in history made an appearance. This loyal official, who was known for his hard-headedness and set the precedent of executing 10 clans, actually appeared unexpectedly at such a time. This is something that I haven't had a chance to tell Zhu Yuanzhang yet. Then, do you know what Yunzue plans to do with Xiang Wang? Zhu Yuanzhang pursued. Chapter 58, Father, my child is unfilial. Where does Li Jinglong know the details? Maybe the Xiang king will end up similar to the Zhou king, or worse. He hesitated for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, after all, King Xiang is Emperor Zhangwen's own uncle. Even if he returns to the capital, at most he will be deposed of his title and exiled. His life should not be in danger. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed coldly when he heard this. In the eyes of a feudal lord, how different is it from death to go from royalty to commoner and be exiled to a desolate and faraway place? The tragedy of Xiang Wang is not hard to imagine. Zhu Yuanzhang tightly grasped the sole of the shoe in his hand, and in his heart, he could not wait to immediately fling it into Zhu Yunju's face. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Zhu Yuanzhang was furious, and Xu Bei was silent. Li Jinglong slowly grew bold and tentatively asked Xu Bei, "Uncle Prince, how did you get back?" In Li Jinglong's perception, Zhu Yuanzhang had just died last year, and it was barely understandable if there were still doubts about Zhu Yuanzhang's death. But how can Zhu Biao come back to life when he's clearly been dead for years? This was beyond Li Jinglong's knowledge, and naturally, Zhu Biao couldn't give Li Jinglong a reasonable explanation, so he had to point at Zhang Haoyue. God had the good sense to let the gods bring us back. Immortals? Li Jinglong looked at Zhang Haoyue in surprise. This young man who looked ordinary to the core was actually a god? Identity so great? Thinking of Zhang Haoyue saying that he was the great Ming war god, the doubts in Li Jinglong's heart instantly disappeared without a trace. The gods must have known about his future bounty. This made his whole body shiver with excitement, and the way he looked at Zhang Haoyue was like a pug, which made Zhang Haoyue feel a little nauseous. At this point, Janelle, who had just gone out a short time before, hurriedly climbed back in. He knelt before Zhu Yuanzhang and cried, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. His Highness, the King of Xiang, already knows that the army has surrounded the royal residence, and asked us to prepare incense, as if we were going to pay homage to heaven and earth after the ancestors." When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was annoyed and immediately put on his shoes and stood up, saying to Li Jinglong, "Let's go and meet King Xiang." At this time, in the main courtyard of Xiang Wangfu, eunuchs and palace maids were busy setting up incense and offerings. King Zhubai of Xiang and Crown Princess Wuyu sat on the sidelines, silent. After everything was ready, Zhubai waved his hand for the crowd to retreat, and holding the Wang Fei's hand tightly, he slowly opened his mouth. Let you suffer with this king. Wu Yu is the daughter of Haigua Gong Wuzhen, married to Zhubai, gave birth to 2 daughters, but unfortunately, the 2 princesses died early, less than 5 years old, and Wu Yu's eyes were tearful and quickly fell, her voice shaking terribly. "Your Highness, it is me who is sorry to you. My fortune is too thin to give you a firstborn son who will inherit the family business. I can't even keep a daughter." Jubal tenderly touched the back of her hand, but his face showed a frank expression. That being said, not having children has its benefits. There are no ties, and they don't have to follow the king through the sins of this world. The two didn't talk for long before Jubal stood up and walked with ponderous steps towards the offering table and lit 3 sticks of incense. Silently placed on the offering table is the spirit seat of Zhu Yuanzhang. At this time, Shubai's heart had no more thoughts of survival, and only wanted to be able to confide in his father again at the end of his life. After paying his respects once, Jubal was about to insert the incense into the burner when an indescribable sadness surged up like a tidal wave, as if he had 1,000 words to say to his father. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slid across his face, finally turning into a cry of sorrow. "Father, my child is unfilial." From afar, when Princess Xiang saw this scene, she hastily covered her small mouth with a handkerchief, fearing that she would cry out. She knows very well the bitterness in Zhubai's heart, especially when Zhu Yuanzhang was seriously ill. Zhubai wrote several times requesting to go back to serve the sick bed, only to be refused by Emperor Sun Zhu Yunju again and again. By the time the news of Zhu Yuanzhang's death came, Zhubai at the same time received the capital as not allowed to go back to the vassal king of the severe order of mourning, which all became Zhubai's life regrets. Ever since then, Jubal had felt that the court had a different flavor. Even when he spoke to Princess Xiang in private, his tone was always filled with boredom and helplessness towards worldly affairs. Now, that hidden worry becomes an immediate reality. The royal residence has been tightly surrounded by the emperor's army. In front of Zhubai, either obediently arrested, back to the capital for trial, either that, or fight to the death against Zhu Yunju. But Princess Xiang was clear that Zhubai did not have a revolting intention in his heart, much less could he do anything to betray. Just as Wu Yu was immersed in his grief, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a figure down the corridor out of the corner of his eye. Turning her head, her eyes went round with terror, and the handkerchief fell involuntarily from her hand. She just wanted to shout, but she saw Zhu Yuanzhang gently waving his hand in the air, telling her to keep quiet. Wu Yu hurriedly nodded her head in agreement, and when she turned her head to look at Zhubai again, her tears snapped and fell. The king is saved. In front of the offering table, Jubal knelt and didn't get up, his mouth saying over and over again, "Father, my child is unfilial. As the son of Han Wu Emperor, my child feels very ashamed. You taught your child to read history from a young age, and my child knows that in history loyal ministers often chose to end themselves when they encountered a wronged dim ruler, and I, as the son of the Protaizu Emperor, not being able to serve at your bedside and not being able to return to the capital to see you off, can only carry regrets and grief in this life? And now, falsely accused of being a traitor and about to become a prisoner. When a vassal king is in such a state, where is the face of our Zhu family? What pleasure does a child have in living in such a world? The words were not finished, and the tears flowed. He wiped away his tears and continued heavily. My child knows that he will definitely be abused this time when he returns to the capital, and since this is the case, I don't want to live a life. My dignity is the dignity of a feudal lord of Daming. Today, here I swear by the ancestors of heaven and earth, and bid farewell to Emperor Taizu, that I will never let the treacherous evil succeed. Zhu Bai's words were powerful, and he had already decided to take his entire family on the road with him after paying homage to his father. But just then, a voice both familiar and angry suddenly rang out. How could our Zhu Yuanzhang's son be so weak as to want to commit suicide? Jubal, what face do you have to go underground to meet us? Ah! When Zhu Bai heard this, he turned around violently, only to see Zhu Yuanzhang with a few people, standing quietly under the corridor. Looking at him, Jubal fell on his butt in shock. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, coldly grunted, striding over to the offering table and kicking over the incense. Are the ancestors of heaven and earth to be used for you to trash them like this? Why do you bid farewell to your ancestors? It's because you have a hard heart. You think you can kill yourself in peace with a goodbye? We, Zhu Yuanzhang, how could we have such a worthless son? This series of rebukes finally made Zhu Bai wake up as if from a dream, certain that the person in front of him was not an illusion, but the real father. Without hesitation, he hugged Zhu Yuanzhang's leg and cried bitterly. The cries were miserable and desperate, as if they were trying to cry out a year's worth of grievances and pain. Princess Wu Yu of Xiang followed and wept bitterly. Zhu Biao silently wiped his tears on the side, while Li Jinglong skimmed his mouth and kept muttering. Zhang Haoyue curiously pushed over. Upon hearing this, he was speechless. Chapter 59. If they are all there, then Zhu Yunju is nothing. I only heard Li Jinglong was muttering. Why hasn't uncle smacked Zhu Bai yet? Zhu Bai is so useless. He should also be smacked a few times to teach him a lesson. Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems that Zhu Yuanzhang's way of smoking people deeply affected Li Jinglong and made him feel unbalanced psychologically. After waiting for a while, Jubal's crying gradually stopped. Only then, in a blur of tears, he saw behind Zhu Yuanzhang, standing the figure of Zhu Biao. Big brother, Jubal cried out in a loud voice, as if he was afraid that all this in front of him was just an illusory dream. Zhu Biao slowly walked over and gently patted Zhu Bai's trembling shoulder and said, 12th brother, you have suffered all these years. The tears that Jubal had just stopped fell down again. Big brother, I miss you. Big brother, why did you leave us so early? If you had been there, 5th brother and I wouldn't be in this situation. Every one of those words came from Jubal's heart. If Zhu Biao was still around and ascended the throne as emperor, they brothers could definitely share peaceful days. Xiang Wangfei Wu Yu, also very eye-catching, at this time do not know where to bring chairs, respectfully invited Zhu Yuanzhang to sit down. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at her and whispered, good girl. When Wu Yu heard this, her eyes couldn't help but redden again. Zhu Yuanzhang sat down and looked at Zhu Bai with grave eyes. Come here and get on your knees. Zhu Bai did not think much. The knees are soft to the front of Zhu Yuanzhang, kneeling dryly, and even the heart actually surged a trace of joy. The appearance of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao meant that no one would dare to bully him half-heartedly in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang painfully said, Zhu Bai, you grew up in the Great Hall of Learning. Cultivate yourself and your family. Rule the country and calm the world. Talk about benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. Abide by the rituals of the ruler and the ministers, which is our request to you, but also our expectations of all the feudal kings. But apart from the teachings of Confucianism, horseback riding and archery, leading soldiers into battle, have you learned all these skills from a dog? Jubal lowered his head, not daring to speak. Zhu Yuanzhang went on to say, since ancient times, there has been a difference between a ruler and his subjects, and when a ruler wants his subjects to die, they have to die. If you really make any moves to plot against the emperor, the Zhang emperor will cut the clan, and we will have nothing to say about it. But you are innocent. So how is it that you have suffered such an insult and yet you do not rebel against it? Jubal raised his head in surprise, unable to believe that his own father was encouraging him to rise up and rebel. At this moment, it was as if Jubal's worldview had turned upside down. It was too unbelievable. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered, we know what you're wondering. Do you think you can't understand when we tell you to rise up and rebel? Jubal nodded silently. Zhu Yuanzhang went on to say, it's because you couldn't figure it out that you were driven to this point by Zhu Yunju. If you understood this, you should have led 30. 000 soldiers and joined the other vassal kings in a rebellion long ago. Lao Tzu was also a rebel from a rebel background, not born with the desire to rebel. Until the last moment, who would want to carry that reputation of rebellion? But you are the son of Emperor Hanwu. How can you live such a stifling and pessimistic life? You think you can just burn it down and be done with it? That we'll forgive you in the ground? Zhu buried his head even lower in shame. Seeing the embarrassing scene of Zhu Bai, the princess of Xian Wang, Wu Yu, also knelt down on Zhu Bai's side and took the initiative to defend herself. Father, the king has never had a mind to rebel. Bone setters end up hurting their own people. If His Majesty really rebels, it is only if he has no face to see you in the 9 springs. If the children and grandchildren of the Zhu family turn against each other, how can the ancestors rest in peace? It's all full of filial piety in His Majesty's heart. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply after hearing Wu Yu's words. He was well aware of Jubal's filial piety. He just hated that he wasn't tough enough. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't want to talk about Zhu Bai anymore and shouted, "Li Jinglong, come here." Li Jinglong hurriedly farted over. Jubal's gaze was like a sharp arrow, filled with anger. He knew that King Zhou was escorted back to the capital by Li Jinglong. Li Jinglong knelt down in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, facing Zhu Bai's sharp eyes and said with some embarrassment, "Xian Wang, it's useless for you to look at me. I'm just following Emperor Zhengwen's orders." Zhu Bai snorted coldly, "Enabler." Then, he turned his head away from Li Jinglong. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded, "Xiang Wangfu, it's better to burn it in a while." What? Everyone was stunned when this was said. Didn't Zhu Yuanzhang show up already? Why do you still want to burn the mansion? Zhu Bai eagerly asked. Father, why did you burn the royal residence? Shouldn't we follow Li Jinglong back to the capital? As long as you and Big Brother return, what is Zhu Yunju worth? What official up and down the court will still listen to his orders? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Bai. This son, apart from filial piety, is really too naive. Zhu Yunju is only the abolition of the king of Zhou. Sent troops to take Xiang Wang back to the capital. In the end, this counts for how much crime? Zhu Yunju a few words can set himself aside, a rightful successor to the throne of the emperor, which is so easy to be abolished. Then won't the Ming Dynasty become a child's play? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. If you don't understand the reasoning behind this, keep your mouth shut. Then turn to Li Jinglong. Just take it as if Xiang Wang has confessed to his own death and take the men back to resume their duties. Li Jinglong's brain was still buzzing as he stepped out of the gate of Xiang Wangfu. Inside the royal residence, the wind and clouds are changing, and everything is too mysterious. Emperor Hanwu, the long-dead emperor, actually came to life. There is also that prince who has been dead for years. It is estimated that they have all become white bones. Who knows? Also stand well in front of people. All of this made Li Jinglong have to withdraw from there first, so that he could at least clear his mind and slowly digest this incredible drama. But as soon as the thought popped up, I couldn't put it away. Li Jinglong was also sensing where something was wrong. For example, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao in front of us seemed to be even more youthful. Zhu Yuanzhang's face looked more than a dozen years younger than when he died. So a calculation. Now this Zhu Yuanzhang eyes, Zhu Biao is still in the prime of life of the baby son. As for Zhu Yunju, is simply a did not grow up brat. Li Jinglong, although it is the first straw man of the Ming Dynasty, but in fact, it is not stupid at all. Otherwise Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't have liked him at all. With a flash of thought, he suddenly realized the key. Now in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, Zhu Yunju is almost non-existent. Where's Prince Zhu Bei alive? Who in this world can take away Zhu Yuanzhang's care? If we think further back, if Xu Xionying is also alive. Jesus! Li Jinglong's heart tightened and he shivered. He had been a little afraid to speculate. If Xu Xionying is still around, Zhu Yunju is an ass. When Zhu Yuanzhang sees Zhu Yunju now, he may not bat an eyelid and cut Zhu Yunju alive. As a grandson, so to his own son, Zhu Yuanzhang can endure? It's a wonder it can be tolerated. Chapter 60, Waiting for 3 years. Bear with me. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinglong had an idea in his mind. Let's just hope that the old man follows the gods back this time and stays in the human world a little longer. It was too important. He whispered, to just stay for 2 days and save only the Xiang King, it is useless. The Ming is still Zhu Yunju's say. If you listen to Zhu Yuanzhang today, what can you do if Zhu Yunju pursues it later? On the other hand, if Zhu Yuanzhang could have stayed on and resolved Zhu Yunju, Li Jinglong would have been afraid of nothing. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang in a day. That are Zhu Yuanzhang first big. Ugh, what a headache. Li Jinglong sighed. That's not something to ask. Can't we just ask uncle, when are you dying? While Li Jinglong was thinking about it, suddenly, The sole of Zhu Yuanzhang's shoes came to his mind. He subconsciously touched his face. The pain was still fresh in his mind. He entered the army with a worried face, and the adjutant general ran over with a worried face. "General, is everything alright?" Li Jinglong casually coped, "It's fine. It's just that I met my uncle, my father's old friend, in front of the elders, a little out of shape." The vice general listened to the clouds. His level. How can he have the opportunity to see Zhu Yuanzhang? Even the soldiers who follow are not from the capital, do not recognize Zhu Yuanzhang. The vice general believed it and hurriedly said, "General, the Xiangwang mansion has been surrounded by us for more than an hour. When will the last general go in to announce the decree?" "Decree? Declare your majesty's decree. The crown prince is sitting in the royal residence. How can he pronounce Emperor Jiangwen's decree? Isn't this looking for an uncomfortable situation?" Li Jinglong hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Keep surrounding. I have to think about it." Another explanation. "I'll personally keep an eye on the back door. You go to the front and take command." The lieutenant general was stunned to hear this. How could he think about it when it was on the line? "I didn't see you hesitate when you arrested King Zhou before." Though he didn't understand, the lieutenant could only do as he was told. Li Jinglong found a place to sit down, desperately needing to get his head straight. Before leaving the house, he deliberately rubbed Zhang Haoyue the wrong way, wanting to ask about the great Ming war god. Zhang Haoyue, however, said, "When the matter of the Xiang Wangfu is over, I will naturally tell you all about it." When these words came out, Li Jinglong's heart was happy. It seems that the matter of the god of war is not empty. Otherwise, why is Zhang Haoyue so mysterious? Zhu Biao had said that Zhang Haoyue was a god. If anyone else had said this, he would have simply thought the man was crazy. But the person who said it was Jubilee. Besides, he knew Zhu Yuanzhang's nature too well. If he was not a bit capable, how would he dare to pull some nonsense about gods and ghosts in front of Zhu Yuanzhang? The slightest mistake in your life is lost. Li Jinglong's heart turned over, his eyes staring at the deep, bottomless door of Xiang Wangfu, his mood raging. Zhu Yuanzhang's previous instruction was still echoing in his ears, telling him to leave this place first and wait until the right time before going back. Deep within the royal residence, the atmosphere was tense. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Bai with complicated eyes and let out a long sigh. "Already, the mansion burned. You will take your family to temporarily avoid the wind. We have already explained to Li Jinglong. Will not be difficult for you." As he spoke, Jubal appeared to be in a trance, as if he had lost his soul, and cried out eagerly, "Father, big brother, why don't you take me with you?" The expression on Zhu Yuanzhang's face was slightly condensed. Taking it away was definitely unrealistic. Just now, Zhang Haoyue had already explained to him that they could only cross over at specific historical points. According to reason, they should have appeared at the moment when the Nanjing division was broken and Zhu Yunju lost his imperial power. But now there was a deviation, and only then did he have the chance to save Jubal, which was also Jubal's good fortune. Otherwise, Jubal will surely die. Moreover, Zhang Haoyue had just told him that the timing was not right, and that they had to get out of here now and be reintroduced. "We, and your big brother, have other things to do, and it won't be long. 3 years at the most, and I'm sure I'll see you again then." Zhu Yuanzhang spoke in a serious manner and patted Zhu Bai's shoulder. His heart was also in waves. "The next time I crossed over, it was 3 years later, though still in Jubal's time." Looking at Zhu Bai's reluctant look, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was also sore. Zhu Bai was overcome with grief and asked, "Father, why did it have to be 3 years? What did you go and do in those 3 years? The words hid disbelief and dismay. 3 years, a snap of the fingers, but enough to change the dynasty. Zhu Yunju's kingdom changed hands, which is exactly what Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to see. For that turtle grandson Zhu Yunju, Zhu Yuanzhang was full of anger. He had to smoke Zhu Yunju, and to smoke him hard when his throne is in tatters. That's the way to get rid of it. Who let this turtle grandson touch Zhu Yuanzhang's scales? Zhu Biao followed closely behind and said, "12th brother, take care. We'll meet again in the capital in 3 years." Zhu Bai's heart was mixed, full of questions, and ultimately unable to keep his father and brother. He could only ask after them, "Father, after 3 years, will Zhu Yunju spare me?" Zhu Yuanzhang comforted him by saying, "Don't worry, by that time he will be too busy for himself. How can he care about you?" Zhang Haoyue was on the side, his voice urgent, "Old Zhu, hurry up, time is running out." Zhu Bai couldn't help but look at Zhang Haoyue. Neither Zhu Biao nor Zhu Yuanzhang had ever introduced him. However, when he heard Zhang Haoyue speak in this tone, It was obvious that he did not have the slightest bit of reverence for Zhu Yuanzhang, which made Zhu Bai very surprised. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Yang Lo and gave the order. Have the remaining palace maids sprinkle kerosene everywhere, and everyone retreat out the back door. When Yang Lo heard this, he was taken aback and quickly said, Your Majesty, the back door is guarded. Zhu Yuanzhang was not to be trifled with. Cut the crap and do what we say. Yang Lo coyly retreated and immediately went to carry out the order. Soon, the royal residence was filled with the smell of kerosene, and the pungent odor was everywhere. Only after all the servants had been safely withdrawn did Zhu Yuanzhang say to Zhu Bai, Old 12, it's time for you to go. Zhu Bai froze and reminded, Father, there's kerosene everywhere. Why don't we walk together and separate when we get out of the house? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and didn't say anything. Since Zhang Haoyue has the means of the immortals, what is a district of kerosene? Moreover, Li Jinglong's side still needs an explanation. The royal residence can't just burn down for no reason, right? Stay out of it. It's only 3 years. Just bear with it and the wind will calm down. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and sent Zhu Bai out the door. 3 years from now, our son will still be the king. Wu Yu, the wife of Xiang Wang, had already packed her simple traveling clothes and put on her bag. This former general's daughter, who had been raised in the Grand Duke's mansion, was now dressed in a tight-fitting war uniform, her valor and bravery unmatched by any male. She took Zhu Bai's hand and said firmly, Your Highness, listen to father's words and avoid the present danger first. As long as we are safe, there will always be a time in the future when we can meet again. Hearing this, Zhu Bai pulled Wu Yu down together towards Zhu Yuanzhang and knelt down, touching his forehead to the ground and heavily kowtowing several times. Without waiting to raise his head, he resolutely turned away. Chapter 61, Letting Li Jinglong Show Mercy? Laughing, the back door of the Xiangwang mansion. Li Jinglong quietly replaced all of the guards with his old trusted men. Seeing King Xiang's family fleeing, Li Jinglong whispered, When you get out of town, head straight north. Zhu Bai nodded slightly and glanced back at the Xiangwang mansion again, feeling like a dream. Only after everyone had left did Li Jinglong re-enter the mansion. Greeted by the strong smell of kerosene, he covered his nose and found Zhu Yuanzhang. I have acted in compliance with the decree, and King Xiang has left the city safely, Li Jinglong said with an arch. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, his eyes deep. Jinglong, we've asked you to come back because there's an important task for you. Li Jinglong's body shook and immediately straightened his back, thinking in his heart that this matter must be non-trivial. Both we and the crown prince were brought here by Mr. Zhang Haoyue Zhang. Now we'll be leaving soon, but we'll be back in the capital 3 years from now. Although Li Jinglong was puzzled, since he knew that Zhang Haoyue was an immortal, he was not at all surprised that he reappeared after 3 years. The wheel of life and death was under his control, so how could time travel be considered a difficult task? Don't worry, Uncle. Jinglong has remembered. Li Jinglong agreed loudly. In these 3 years, did Uncle have any orders? Zhu Yuanzhang slowly nodded his head and said thoughtfully, Seeing as how you are deeply trusted by Yunzue, if the vassal kings rebel in the future, he may make you the commander-in-chief. Let us hope that you will have regard for your family and show mercy on the battlefield. We understand. If Yunzue is no longer good, he is after all the emperor. There are hundreds of thousands of troops in the capital and its surroundings. If we really fight, there will only be bloodshed. We don't want to see our relatives killing each other. When Li Jinglong heard these words, his heart was very bad, full of grievances. Was Zhu Yuanzhang too biased when he did that? Trying to protect your son while asking others to show mercy? He would be able to show mercy, but what if those feudal lords didn't? Don't have an accident and get yourself ed and lost by the clan king. Uncle, which of the feudal lords are not fierce as tigers and wolves? Even the Xiang king, who seems to be gentle and has no intention of plotting a rebellion, can wield a big axe of hundreds of pounds on his horse? Those feudal lords who really dare to rebel, how can their power be underestimated? And how can it be my turn to show mercy? And who the hell would rise up? Anyway, Li Jinglong's face was full of worry and curiosity. He wanted to know which vassal king, exactly, would rise up. At this question, even Zhu Biao listened sideways, curious about the question. After all, he only knew that Yunzue had been the emperor for 4 years, but he didn't know who would take the kingdom in the end. Zhu Yuanzhang pursed his lips, looking a little embarrassed. This, Zhang Haoyue didn't say so explicitly. Nonsense. Who else would it be but the second and third? Zhu Biao listened, pondered, and also felt that his father's words were not unreasonable. Those two brothers were indeed valiant and strong. If Yunzue pushes too hard, it's only natural for them to rise up and rebel. Unexpectedly, Li Jinglong was shocked to hear it. Ah, King Qin and King Jin? They are all ahead of you. And the seals are all bestowed by you yourself. So where are they going to rebel? When Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao heard this, they both froze in incomparable surprise. The oldest two and the oldest three. They died a long time ago? Zhu Yuanzhang's heart shook so violently that he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. 3 of his sons, and they all died before him? Zhu Biao was also surprised and looked at his old father with sad eyes. In this life, Zhu Yuanzhang personally give farewell to 3 flesh and blood. This kind of heart like a knife pain who can bear? It was only after a long time that Zhu Yuanzhang slowly came back to his senses, and his heart was full of doubts. The second and third have gone. So who on earth has the guts to rebel? And who possessed such wisdom and courage that he could succeed in revolting? Somehow, a mischievous figure whirled in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. Just thinking of Judi. Zhu Yuanzhang violently shook off the thought. No way. It could never be that asshole old four. Is rebellion a joke? If any individual could easily rebel, their Zhu family's kingdom would have been in turmoil long ago. After thinking for half a day and not coming up with a reason, Zhu Yuanzhang had to turn his gaze to Li Jinglong and said in a heavy tone, "You see, our 2 valiant sons are gone, and naturally the other children are no match for their brother. What's wrong with us asking you to show mercy?" After saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at Zhang Haoyue next to him. "Mr. Zhang, weren't you praised for being the god of war of the great Ming Dynasty? You're too good to focus on dealing with our son." Li Jinglong's face showed a bitter smile, secretly pondering his own this Ming war god title. I'm afraid that from the time of counterinsurgency, after all, no matter how justified the rebels are, they are ultimately rebels. And as a great general under the emperor, he represents the mandate of heaven and orthodoxy. He won, and the sealing of the gods was naturally a matter of course. Zhu Yuanzhang said so, undoubtedly blocked his path as a war god. It can't be helped. For the sake of Zhu Yuanzhang, he, Li Jinglong, showed mercy to the vassal king, which is a kind of open-mindedness. Thinking about this, Li Jinglong was actually moved by his own greatness. If your majesty so commands, Zhang will naturally follow your orders. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction, and Zhu Biao also looked at Li Jinglong with gratitude. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, it was not yet known who became the emperor. There is only one winner. If a number of feudal lords rise up in rebellion together, how can there be no casualties under the shadow of swords? The promise of mercy from a great general like Li Jinglong at least ensured that whichever brother rose to arms would not lose his life. The 3 looked at each other and time seemed to freeze beautifully. Only Zhang Haoyue was on the sidelines, his bitter smile hard to hide. These 3, they really think too much. Li Jinglong is about to face an opponent, but King Judi of Yen, the real general of the northern expedition, need Li Kyung-ryung to let go of the water? Is Zhu Yuanzhang underestimating his son too much? Zhang Haoyue decided to remind. Otherwise, in case Li Jinglong really did what Zhu Yuanzhang wanted and showed mercy because he thought highly of himself, I'm afraid that 3 years later, they would be faced with Li Jinglong's corpse. Lao Zhua, I think it's better to let General Li let go. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhang Haoyue in confusion. Letting go? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Zhang Haoyue, didn't you say that Zhang is the great Ming god of war? What if something happens to the feudal lord if he doesn't show mercy? Zhang Haoyue finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Zhu, don't worry. Even if he overplayed his hand and was like a god, he couldn't beat your son. What? Chapter 62, Old Zhu, you have many sons in your life. These words of Zhang Haoyue pierced directly into Li Jinglong's heart. It made him so angry that he flared to the top in an instant. His eyebrows went up and his eyes flashed fire. What do you mean? Where the hell did this fairy come from? How dare you look down on people like that? What do you mean? The god of war is possessed and still can't beat Zhu Yuanzhang's son? That's too arrogant. Li Jinglong was seething with anger, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. However, Zhang Haoyue's face was unperturbed, and what he said was not half false, much less exaggerated. The history of the confrontation between Li Jinglong and Zhu can be summed up in one word, a crushing defeat. Even so, Zhu Yunzhu trusted him enough to let him lead the troops into battle, which turned out to be a series of humiliations. In the end, Judi's army was hitting the doorstep of the capital. Li Jinglong even opened the door to welcome Judi and turned into a bandwagon party. Thinking of Li Jinglong's so-called glorious career, Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but smile. On the contrary, it was Zhu Yuanzhang, as if he suddenly understood something, his eyes staring at Zhang Haoyue, asking in surprise, Zhang Haoyue, the name of this god of war. Zhang Haoyue gently nodded her head, confirming the suspicion in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. That's right, just like you thought. A watered-down god of war in vain. To be precise, Li Jinglong's title in history is not the Great Ming War God. After he finished speaking, his eyes squinted at Li Jinglong, and both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao waited curiously for him to continue. Li Jinglong raised his head and chest, his chin slightly raised. His heart was very unconvinced. He felt that he must have been a reputable general, if not the Great Ming War God. How dare a brat underestimate himself like that? Zhang Haoyue continued. Li Jinglong, indeed, has a title of being the first in Daming. Li Jinglong heard, the corners of his mouth rose. I think it is never mediocre. As long as it is the first Ming, it is already enough. Even if he is not the god of war, being the first military general of the Great Ming is enough to be proud of. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haoyue's next words were like cold knives stabbing his heart. The first straw bag of Daming. Sh. What? Li Jinglong stared with wide eyes, clenched his fists, and clenched his teeth. The first straw man of Daming? You dare to insult me like that? Come and fight me to see who's the straw man. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge at Zhang Haoyue, having to fight it out. Unbridled. A rebuke from Zhu Yuanzhang made the imposing Li Jinglong immediately shrivel up and turn into an aggrieved look. Uncle, if he insults me he is insulting my Li family. If father were alive in heaven, he would have taught this man a lesson himself. Li Jinglong popped up to accuse and Zhu Yuanzhang had a headache. Li Wenzhong has only this one son, so he trained him carefully. Horseback riding and archery. Military strategy. Li Jinglong is proficient in all. Now hearing Zhang Haoyue's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was suspicious in his heart and had to round off the conversation. Mr. Zhang loves to joke. Don't take it personally. When Li Jinglong saw Zhu Yuanzhang say this, he assumed that it was Zhang Haoyue who was weak-minded, so it became even more arrogant and almost jumped up and sprayed angrily. Who are you to talk about me so casually? I am a descendant of the Li family of generals, and my father was the Duke of Chao, who followed the founding emperor on his southern and northern campaigns and made great achievements. I grew up learning the art of war and am well versed in the art of war. And you dare to call me the number one straw man in Daming? Who gave you the guts? Li Jinglong spoke agitatedly, as if he was going to make a move if Zhang Haoyue didn't apologize. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, smiled without saying a word. With a subdued look, he revealed the heavenly chances many times, and Zhu Yuanzhang's position was most honorable. Although historically Zhu Yuanzhang's methods were ruthless, in Zhang Haoyue's words, the emperor who had once herded cattle still had a few points of culmination. Maybe it's because Zhang Haoyue hasn't told him yet that his offspring are much better than Li Jinglong. Thinking of the second generation of the Ming Dynasty, the god of war of Tumu Fortress, Zhang Haoyue knew that even if he told Zhu Yuanzhang, his reaction would not be as out of sorts as Li Jinglong's. The second generation of the Ming Dynasty was the god of war of Tumu Fortress. There's even been more than that. After all, Li Jinglong was really a typical example of overambitiousness in Daming. Zhang Haoyue looked at him lightly and said, saying that you're the number one straw man in Daming is because it's true. It's understandable that you don't like the truth. Li Jinglong laughed back in anger and pointed his finger at Zhang Haoyue. Good. Then tell me clearly, why am I the number one straw man in Daming? Zhang Haoyue didn't answer directly, but instead turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said, Old Zhu, your second and third sons are no longer alive. So just ask, who can rise up in rebellion and take away Zhu Yinzhu's kingdom? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and contemplated half a day, but did not come to a conclusion. All of the royals seemed possible, yet none seemed appropriate. As he thought about it, he still didn't consider the oldest. Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang's troubled look and began to analyze it for him. Old Zhu, you've had a lot of sons in your life. 26 royals in all. Hear this. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but puff out his chest. The pride that came out from his bones was on display at this moment. We are the founding emperor of the Great Ming, and it is only natural for us to procreate offspring for the continuation of the Great Ming. When he finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Biao again with a hint of reproach in his eyes. Bill, look at us and look at yourself. We're surrounded by 26 sons. How do you compare? Why be so insistent on only looking at the two Zhu Yunzhu and Zhu Yunzhu? Why don't you listen to us and take another good wife? Zhu Biao laughed bitterly. How did this original discussion of the vassal king's rebellion shift to himself? He could only nod helplessly for the time being. Zhang Haoyue's words turned. Of these 26 sons, by the year Emperor Zhangwen cut the feud, there were only 19 left. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. 19. Yeah. Someone in this group must have been able to pick up the slack, both to rebel against Zhu Yunzhu and to sustain the Ming Dynasty for close to 300 years. Although this was a bit different from his expectation of 1,000 generations, it was better than an unfilial son like Zhu Yunju. 19 sons are 19 hopes. Zhu Yuanzhan's voice was full of bravado. We firmly believe that the true Dragon Emperor must be among them. Zhang Haoyue was not affected by Zhu Yuanzhan's bravado, nor was he in a hurry to speak of the future as he continued to analyze it in depth. These 19 vassals can be roughly divided into several categories. The most prominent is the deposed faction, which means that they are cannon fodder, the first target that Zhu Yunju aimed at when he cut down the clans. When Zhu Biao heard this, his surprise was compounded by his admiration for Zhang Haoyue's profound insights. It was quite different from what he had imagined as simply talking about history, involving both future trends and the dissection of the political landscape and human nature. This cannot be done by those who do not have a broad knowledge of the subject. But Zhang Haoyue is only a teenager. Is he really that good? Chapter 63, Li Jinglong? God of War? Straw Man? Zhu Yuanzhang looked in his eyes and said softly to Zhu Biao, "Listen carefully to Mr. Zhang's words. This is the art of dragon slaying." The art of slaying dragons? Zhu Biao felt very surprised. Zhang Haoyue had actually mastered this tactic? At this point, Zhang Haoyue's identity in Zhu Biao's mind became more and more mysterious. What is the identity of this wise man who has spanned more than 600 years? Completely unaware of the subtle change between father and son, Zhang Haoyue continued. The so-called deposed faction were the vassal kings that Zhu Yunju first wanted to remove: King Zhou, King Qi, King Dai, and King Min. Their common traits were their covetousness for the throne and their respective fatal weaknesses. Some were weak-willed and some had questionable character, such as King Zhu Gue, the Dai Wang, whose lustfulness and brutality allowed him to run amok in his own fiefdom. Zhu Yunju just used these reasons to clear out one by one. Zhu Yuanzhang listened attentively, although he was not too satisfied with the assessment of the acting king, but he was clear that the 9 sons of the dragon are different and have their own strengths and weaknesses. He was open to the idea that some of his dozens of sons were not going to make it. At the mention of Zhu Gui's naughtiness, Zhu Yuanzhang looked a little embarrassed. Apparently, those who failed to completely solve the problem themselves in life left a hidden problem after all. For example, Zhu Gui's back was cut because of his bad character. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang looked embarrassed. Zhang Haoyue pretended not to see Zhu Yuanzhang's embarrassment, because he felt that there was no need for Zhu Yuanzhang to be embarrassed. Zhu Gue has such a nature that he can't change at all. It's a genetic problem. Explain those cruel parts of Zhu Yuanzhang's character. Zhang Haoyue spoke in a calm tone and continued. Those who advocate the deposition, all by Zhu Yunju play in the palm of the hand. Almost no one run away. All were suppressed and relegated to the common people. Further down, there's the centrists. In the storm set off by Zhu Yunju and the vassal kings, they chose to shut up and stand to the side to watch the fun. In this, the most representative is Su Wangjuing, sitting in Ganzhou, with a large number of cavalrymen under his command, but never showing his stance, only minding his own acre of land. To him, it doesn't matter at all who sits in the dragon chair, as long as it doesn't prevent him from running amok. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his hair stood up. Sins! Short-sighted! Zhu Biao secretly pondered in his heart that Zhu Yingkai was 3 or 4 years old and could not see his future character at all, so it was not good to evaluate him. Zhu Yuanzhang is quite helpless about this, and should have been a pillar of the country, but did not act. Wish I could slap him to death. Zhang Haoyue, go on. Let's see just how much trouble these sons of ours can make. Zhang Haoyue promised. The rest of this group is much more ordinary. In Zhu Yunju's eyes, they are neither helpful nor an obstacle, and can be considered a harmless group of people. This group of people can probably be divided into 2 groups. One group is the learned and refined readers, such as Chu King Zhuzhen, Shu King Zhuchun, Liao King Zhuji, and the other group is the upright and unassuming people. I'll focus on King Liao with you. Zhu Yuanzhang listened sideways, and Zhuji came to Zhu Biao's mind. Zhuji left a deep impression on Zhu Biao because he was in the same year as Zhu Yunju. Good things came together in the palace that year, and every time he saw Zhu Yunju, Zhu Biao couldn't help but think of this younger brother. Zhuji's age is similar to Zhu Yunju's, and the 2 of them are as close as brothers, so it makes sense for Zhang Haoyue to categorize him into the harmless pile. Zhuji was born in the same year as Emperor Jiangwen. The 2 were very close, and at 17 years old, he was appointed to a bitter place like Liaodong. Although Liaodong is bitter, but Zhu Ji not only survived, but also did a very good job, especially understand the border military affairs, often lead the troops to train, never retreat when encountering foreign enemies, and made a lot of achievements. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but sigh as he listened. Zhang Haoyue praising Zhu Ji made him feel comfortable in his heart, but he also felt pity. Liaodong in those days was not such a rich and fertile place as it was later. It was a bitterly cold place in the Great North. Zhu Ji did not complain. Down-to-earth guard. Really a material that can bear hardships and stand hard work. It would be competent to be a king. But Zhang Haoyue said he was inside the harmless faction. It can be seen that he has no interest in fame and fortune, no idea about the throne, and he is loyal to Zhu Yunju. How can Zhu Yuanzhang not be impressed? More importantly, Zhu Ji's fiefdom, Guangning, is an important place in Liaodong, so I can see that you, old Zhu, held him in special regard back then. Later, when some of the vassal kings began to rebel, Zhu Ji didn't hesitate to side with Emperor Jiangwen, but didn't get reused. Instead, he let a straw man like Li Jinglong be the head, and ended up making a complete mess. Li Jinglong heard this and was again on fire. Why are you analyzing the king? Why are you talking about me? However, in Li Jinglong's mind, Emperor Jiangwen's choice clearly proved that he was far more talented than Zhu Ji. He absolutely does not recognize the title of strawman. Zhang Haoyue turned a blind eye to Li Jinglong's angry eyes. He felt that if Zhu Yunju could make good use of Zhu Ji's ability, even if he couldn't guarantee a win, at least he wouldn't have lost the kingdom so quickly. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed softly. Zhu Ji, that kid, who is now just 4 or 5 years old, is indeed a good seedling. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, taking a liking to this brother. Zhang Haoyue slowly said, the reason why the remaining ones are harmless is because they are still young, and even at the time when Zhu Yunju ascended to the throne, they were still in the milky stage. So naturally it is difficult for them to accomplish anything, and there are just 6 of these feudal lords alone. After Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he frowned slightly and seemed to be silently calculating something in his mind. Zhang Haoyue's categorization made the originally vague situation clear all of a sudden. There were only a few people who could make waves, and these few people would obviously be the key. Before the words fell, Zhang Haoyue added, there is another category that is particularly special. He changed the subject and his eyes swept over Li Jinglong. I call it, the proto-confessionals. As soon as these words were uttered, Li Jinglong raised his head violently, defiance flashing in his eyes. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a feudal lord. Zhang Haoyue laughed softly, with a few hints of flirtation. There's naturally a reason to look, because you also belong to this school. Ignoring Li Jinglong's objections, Zhang Haoyue continued, there is only one vassal king in this faction. That would be Zhu Sui, the valley king who defected to Zhu Yunju along with Zhu Ji, the youngest son of the emperor who was assigned to the northern border towns, with a cautious and timid character who looks to the wind. When the vassal kings rebelled, he quickly left his territory behind and ran back to the capital to show his loyalty to Zhu Yunju. Zhu Yunju was convinced and entrusted with a heavy responsibility, while Zhu Ji, who had also returned to the fold, was left out in the cold. Until the moment the rebels broke through the capital. The Valley King, Chapter 64I, Li Jinglong, will not open the city gates even if I die. Zhang Haoyue's gaze swept over Li Jinglong once more, his voice heavy. The king of the valley, in conjunction with Li Jinglong, opened the gates of the city and personally gave away Zhu Yunju's kingdom, by hand. Speaking of this, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao looked at Li Jinglong in shock, and the disbelief in both of their eyes was as raging as a flood, which was difficult to calm down. How could a great general turn his back on the battlefield? No wonder it's called the first straw man of Daming. Zhu Yuanzhang cried and laughed, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. Zhu Yuanzhang's feelings became extremely complex, angry and sad. Angry that Li Jinglong actually did such a thing, and even sadder that this person is still a member of his own family. It was because of the blood relationship that Zhu Yunju trusted him unconditionally, abandoning the valiant Zhu Ji and placing all his hopes on Li Jinglong. As a result, the country was destroyed in return. What is most distressing is that this great general, who was expected to be a great general, personally opened the gate for the enemy, allowing the rebels to step into the capital in a dignified manner. What more humiliating defeat could there be? Before that, Zhu Yuanzhang still had doubts about Zhang Haoyue calling Li Jinglong the first straw man of the Ming Dynasty, but after learning that Li Jinglong took the initiative to open the city to the enemy, all doubts dissipated. What else could such behavior be but a straw man? As a subject, even if you cannot defeat the rebels, you should die in battle, or at least, without the determination to die, you can run away to save your life. Who would have thought that Li Jinglong would choose the most unpleasant path, to fall back on the battlefield and lead the wolves into the house? Ridiculous to the core. What is even more difficult to accept is that such a person is one's grandson. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at Li Jinglong. His hands couldn't help but tremble. itching to teach him a lesson right away. Li Jinglong felt Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes and was so frightened that he hastily backed away, his mouth still stubbornly saying, "Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly do something like that? I, Li Jinglong, would rather die than tarnish the reputation of the Li family." Li Jinglong spoke in a decisive manner, and Zhu Biao sounded and felt that this was not in line with Li Jinglong's character. "Mr. Zhang, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Although Zhang is jumpy in nature, he is loyal and reliable, and would never do anything to open the door and surrender." In the face of Zhu Biao's innocence, Zhang Haoyue just smiled bashfully. "Oh Prince, could I be mistaken? Since he did it, he has been recorded in history and nailed to the pillar of shame forever." Zhang Haoyue looked at Li Jinglong with a smile. In fact, he recounts all of this to actually see if, when a person knows the future, they will choose to change and thus rewrite their destiny. Perhaps, a victory can be fought for against Zhu, or, at the last moment, be able to hold out and not open the gates again? Zhang Haoyue was very much looking forward to this. Li Jinglong was but an insignificant little man compared to Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, the emperors and princes. However, even such minor characters leave a mark in the course of history. Zhang Haoyue was curious if such a character had the ability to change his destiny against the heavens. Li Jinglong, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the peculiar thoughts in Zhang Haoyue's mind, which was filled with anger at this time. Repeatedly humiliated by Zhang Haoyue, he was first labeled as the first straw man of the Great Ming, and then falsely accused of opening the city gates to surrender at the critical moment. "It's just a strange shame, Zhang Haoyue, I'm telling you," Li Jinglong said angrily. "I, Li Jinglong, even if I die, even if I jump from the city wall, I will never open the city gate." Zhang Haoyue nodded with a slight smile. This oath, it sounded somewhat familiar. How ironic. What's it to me what's going on in your mind right now? I'm talking about the inevitable future. If you don't believe me, just let it pass as a whisper. Why get angry? Or is it that you have been poked and prodded by my words and your heart is in turmoil? When it comes to your motives for opening the city gates, it's actually not difficult to analyze. Although Zhang Haoyue's words were slow and methodical, his words were as heavy as Mount Taishan. "Do you want to hear about it?" Li Jinglong's face turned blue as he flatly rebuffed. "How could I listen to this demonic talk of yours? Trying to shake my resolve with fictitious words is simply delusional." Zhang Haoyue just laughed lightly and shook her head, not saying anything else. He wouldn't have wanted to talk much anyway. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, looked interested. "Mr. Zhang, is this analytical method of yours also a type of dragon slaying technique?" Zhang Haoyue was slightly stunned, then nodded. "Indeed, this is an application of behavioral psychology, and can also be considered as an explanation for the dragon slaying technique. It's actually quite simple. If you're interested, old Zhu, and finish talking about your son, we might as well talk about him." Zhu Yuanzhang readily nodded his head in agreement, and Zhu Biao's eyes were even sparkling with excitement. This method, if used in the courtroom, makes many complicated things clear and understandable in an instant. At the beginning of the founding of the Great Ming, the rivalry between the Huaxi Xuangui and the Zhidong group could be analyzed independently by each participant, and although Zhu Biao had already gained some insight into this, it was far less profound than that of Zhang Haoyue. For example, that Li Shanchang, who is half hidden in the court, but still has influence. Zhu Biao has been difficult to fully see through, even for Hu Weiyong, who had already passed away. Zhu Biao relied on Zhu Yuanzhang's parsing to know a little. Zhang Haoyue's dragon slaying technique could just make up for his shortcomings in this area. If he can learn this hand, even the old fox Li Shanchang's mind is not expected to escape his eyes. Zhu Biao eagerly looked at Zhang Haoyue, his heart surging with indescribable excitement. This Mr. Chang, he's a treasure. No wonder Zhu Yuanzhang insisted that Yun worship him as his teacher. Even if the future of the Ming Dynasty is in turmoil, with Zhang Haoyue's guidance, even a piece of rotten wood can be carved into a talent. Thinking of this, Zhu Biao's worries about the future of Daming in his heart were swept away and replaced by expectations. Zhang Haoyue didn't realize that Zhu Biao's mind was already reeling with thoughts, and he turned his words around. King Gu and Li Jinglong teamed up to open the door to meet the enemy, and Zhu Yunju's throne passed away in an instant. People like the Valley King are self-contained and need to be discussed separately. Zhu Yuanzhang is also a lot of feelings. Zhu Yunju defeat suffocated. He empathized. The fights within the Zhu family's children and grandchildren ultimately hurt the foundation of the Zhu family's rivers and mountains. Zhu Biao asked again. Mr. Zhang, there are 19 vassal kings in total, and after your classification, are the few remaining princes? All of them? People who want to rise up and rebel? Zhang Haoyue gently shook his head. The last category, called the power faction, they are the ones who truly have the ability to change the situation. And they are also the ones that Zhu Yunju is most afraid of in his heart. In fact, King Zhu Biao of Xiang belongs to this category. Both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were stunned at how Zhu Bai's weakness could be categorized as strength. Zhu Yuanzhang was surprised to the core. Old 12? He can be considered a powerhouse? Zhu Biao was also confused. Yes, is it a mistake? 12th brother he. Chapter 65. That's right. I can predict the future. Judging from Jubal's past performance, no one would consider him a powerful figure. That always aggravated look and choosing to commit suicide to make a point doesn't seem like a powerhouse in any way. Li Jinglong furrowed his brows and stared sharply at Zhang Haoyue, thinking of the discussion of Huang Zicheng and the others about Zhu Bai in the courtroom. Curiosity overpowered his dissatisfaction with Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue, I once heard Huang Zicheng say that the charge of counterfeiting currency was indeed true of Xiang Wang, but the Grand Master of Xiang Wang's residence insisted that he was innocent. Which one is true? Zhu Yuanzhan was also surprised to hear this. It was impossible for him to know everything about what was going on in the courtroom, but he knew that the courtroom was no place for jokes, and if there was no evidence, how could he dare to casually accuse Zhu Bai of being guilty? At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was similarly in a state of confusion, and the weakness of the 12 sons and the so-called strength were not equal at all. Zhang Haoyue smiled. It is not a contradiction for Xiang Wang to both possess strength and choose to commit suicide in grief. King Xiang is both a man of letters and a man of arms, and he is especially outstanding in his military prowess. In a way, he is no worse than the king of Qin or the king of Jin. At the beginning of Jiang Wen's ascension to the throne, the country was in turmoil, and Zhu Bai actually had ideas in his heart. His act of counterfeiting currency was not done for greed of money, but to throw stones and test the reaction of all parties. After the trial, he sensed that the wind was blowing the wrong way and tried to pull out, but it was too late. In the court, the civil officials bit the bullet on the fact that he had forged the treasure notes and labeled him a rebel. At this time, old Zhu understood the meaning from Zhang Haoyue's words. Simply put, although Zhu Bai has the strength, but also have the intention, but less the courage to rebel. A man's life often depends on a single moment of bravery, and so does plotting against him. Without that determination to fight to the death, it's hard to keep moving forward in the face of adversity. And Jubal's momentum was gone the moment the plot was exposed and the ministers made their accusations. At this point, even if you have 1,000,000 troops in your hands, it's just an empty shelf, powerful but gutless. How can you not lose? Old Zhu looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, once again realizing the true meaning of timing, location, and people. On the road to rebellion, the most important thing that cannot be missing is the boldness to succeed or die. Jubal is clearly no longer eligible. So the remaining. Old Zhu was silent and thoughtful for a moment, and only 2 sons remained, Zhu Quan and Judi. Old Zhu's heart was pounding at the thought. To old Zhu, Zhu Quan was only 4 years old, still a small child. How could he see the emperor's face? One can only see some of the innocence and slight characterization of a child. As for Judi, neither he nor Zhu Biao put much stock in it, because instead of Zhu being able to be the emperor, the cows are flying in the sky. Unrealistic. They didn't even think about it. Does it mean that the world will eventually be taken by Zhu Quan? Father and son, their gazes intertwined, stared at Zhang Haoyue, eager to hear him parse the fate of Zhu Quan and Judi. Unsurprisingly, the second Ming Dynasty monarch to lay claim to the empire by plotting against it was hidden within these 2 men. And Zhang Haoyue suddenly changed the topic and asked old Zhu, "What do you think? 4th son Zhu?" Old Zhu glanced at him and replied without thinking, "Lao Si? That kid, uneducated and mischievous." Zhu Biao laughed softly along with him and said, "Zhang Haoyue, the oldest 4 is naughty and lively. You're not saying that he has both the strength and will be one of the feudal lords who will rise up to rebel, are you?" Zhang Haoyue laughed easily and shook her head in denial. "No, Judi. He was the first vassal king to rise up in rebellion, and the only one that worked." Old Zhu heard. Surprise is hard to hide. The old 4. Surprisingly, the person who took the kingdom from Zhu Yunju? This situation, which greatly exceeded old Zhu's expectations, made it difficult to equate the Judi in his mind with the future Judi who plotted against him. Zhu Biao was also surprised and tried to picture this 4th brother in his mind. This brother has the temperament of an emperor? Li Jinglong, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Haoyue with a confused expression, seemingly not understanding his words. Judi, the 4th prince, usurped Zhu Yunju's kingdom? Li Jinglong frowned. "I realized that you're talking about the future, Speaking with such certainty, could it be that you can really foretell the future? Zhang Haoyue didn't bother to explain anything to him and directly confessed. That's right, I am able to predict future changes. Not only did you predict that Zhu's rebellion would succeed, but you also knew full well that by the time you confronted Zhu, the defeat was already doomed and there was no chance of turning the tide. Since Judi started his rebellion in Beiping, you have fought him many times and never won once. Emperor Zhangwen's hundreds of thousands of troops went up in smoke. All because of you. Judi was able to cross the Yangtze River and succeed in usurping the throne. You have done a lot of work, especially when you were on the verge of surrendering, opening the city gates to surrender, saying that you are the number one straw man of the Ming Dynasty. Where is the fault? As soon as these words came out, Li Jinglong's heart was burning with anger and aggression. I can't wait to hack this mother her to death with my teeth and claws. But Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao's eyes were as sharp as eagles, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only stare anxiously and dryly. Bull How could I, Li Jinglong, not be able to defeat Zhu? When we used to study together, Zhu was not as good as me. Even if he has experienced countless battles following General Su Dai, doesn't my father Li Wenzhong know how to use the army? Just Zhu Da will? I'm telling you, of those vassal kings, Zhu Di is the least worthy of my fear. If he does plot against me, I vow to bring him back alive to prove that my words are not false. Just wait and see who really is the joke of the great Ming. Speaking of this, Li Jinglong glared angrily at Zhang Haoyue with a defiant expression. Even the more you talk, the angrier you get. Oh, you didn't win against Zhu, did you? Good. This time, I'll show you who is the great Ming war god. Hearing this, the corner of Zhang Haoyue's mouth rose slightly and she said with a light smile, Li Jinglong, do you think that knowing the future, you can be a little more careful when facing Zhu Di? Yes? Maybe you're still cursing me in your heart for being stupid, telling you all these secrets so that you can be prepared and put your best foot forward to defeat Zhu? I said something that went right to your heart, didn't I? Li Jinglong's face was green for a while and white for a while, and finally stalked his neck and said stubbornly, even so, what can you do to me? Now that I know ahead of time, why don't I plan for it? After saying that, Li Jinglong even snorted and provoked. Is it that you are afraid? Afraid that I'll know the future, defeat Zhu, and make your prophecy come to naught, exposing your lies? Li Jinglong thought he had seen it all and was full of complacency. Only Zhu Yuanzhang had a complicated expression as he looked at the two, wanting to speak before finally shaking his head. Forget it. Chapter 66, does Old Four really have the posture of a great emperor? In Zhu Yuanzhang's mind, Zhang Haoyue's prophecies had never been wrong. Especially after the Zhu Xiongning affair, his powerlessness against fate deepened. Although Zhu Xiongning escaped the smallpox disaster, he did not escape any other accidents. And I am afraid the same is true for Li Jinglong. Even if he knew in advance that Zhu would rebel and had plenty of time to plan a response, the variables on the battlefield were enough to change victory or defeat. Not to mention Li Jinglong, who was bound by his historical destiny. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes are full of sympathy for Li Jinglong, and he understands that Li Jinglong will not be able to get rid of the hat of the number one strawbag of the Ming Dynasty. The trajectory of history rolls forward, and the struggles and efforts of individuals seem to pale into insignificance in the face of such a general trend. Everything, it was meant to be. In the face of Li Jinglong's provocation, Zhang Haoyue not only didn't get angry, but instead, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and said, if you're confident, then by all means give it a try. When the time comes to meet Zhu on the battlefield, victory or defeat will naturally be clear. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue glanced towards Li Jinglong again. In addition, your father Li Wenzhong compared to Su Dai is simply a world of difference. In the martial arts generals, pressure cannot be put on the same level to talk about. As soon as these words came out, Li Jinglong blushed and breathed heavily. However, considering Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, he had to forcefully suppress his anger and did not dare to do anything to Zhang Haoyue. But in his heart, he secretly vowed to beat Zhu to death, to relieve the hatred. It's not you, Zhu Yuanzhang, who's siding with Zhang Haoyue? Good. Then I'll take it out on your son. Mercy? Ah, Tue. Not even the door. Leaving Zhu with half a life is already taking into account the kinship relationship between the two sides. Of course, as for Li Jinglong's inner thoughts, none of the people present cared. Zhu Yuanzhang was eager to get more information about Zhu Di and Zhu Quan from Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue changed the topic. When it comes to vassal kings who truly hold real power in their hands, there are only two left. Ning King Zhu Quan and Yan King Zhu Di. Zhu is sitting in Beiping, which is something you know very well in your heart. Old Zhu, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head gently. Beiping is a heavy border area, and Judi's importance as the king of the border is self-evident. For Zhu, there is no need to say more. Although you think he's cynical and a jerk, old Zhu, no one will doubt his military prowess is unrivaled. Just because he doesn't like to read doesn't mean he doesn't know the art of war. Judi is quite knowledgeable in this. After becoming emperor, Judi began to follow the example of you, old Zhu, and studied intensely how to govern the country. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang slanted a glance at Zhang Haoyue. It's fair enough to speak of our son, but why are you bringing us into this? As for us, the reason why we're not very knowledgeable is because of the current situation. How can we be compared to that little bastard Judi? Judi is at the level of a prince, a bunch of famous teachers and scholars, but this asshole properly learn on? You only know how to read and study when you're the emperor? Definitely just fooling around and making a show of it. As for Judi, Zhu Yuanzhang was full of prejudice. Zhang Haoyue laughed it off and continued. Back to the topic. Let's focus on Zhu Quan, King Zhu Quan of Ning, with a fiefdom in Daining. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Biao's figure shook slightly, and his surprised gaze turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. It was surprising that his brother was placed in Daining, and it was clear that he had high hopes for Zhu Quan. He was only 3 or 4 years old then, a little kid. Who would have thought that he would be so successful later on? Located beyond the Zifengku, Daining is bordered by Liaoxi to the east and Xianhua to the west, and has been a strategic location for soldiers since ancient times. You, old Zhu, have equipped the king of Ning with a conspicuous force, with 80,000 male soldiers and 6,000 chariots under your hand, not to mention the iron cavalry of the 3 guards of Duoyen at his disposal. The 3 guards of Duoyen, all of them brave and good at fighting, thus showing that you, old Zhu, attach extraordinary importance to the king of Ning. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang asked suspiciously, Duoyen Sanwei? Zhang Haoyue explained. The 3 guards of Doyan, or the 3 guards of Wulianga, include the 3 guards of Doyan, Taining, and Fuyu. After the defeat of the northern Yuan, King Azizwari of Liao surrendered to the Great Ming, and his territories and armies were divided into 3 guards, among which the Ulianga tribes were powerful, so they were collectively known as the Ulianga 3 guards. These words were so informative that Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao looked at each other with surprise and joy shining in their eyes. How could the Great Ming defeat the northern Yuan? Genghis Khan's descendant, King Liao, was actually willing to surrender? Does all this foreshadow the future glory of the Great Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang had mixed feelings in his heart, and after a lifetime of fighting with the Yuan dynasty, he finally overthrew it completely. Li Jinglong, on the other hand, had naturally gone through this period, so his face was as calm as ever. Zhu Yuanzhang said, if it is true, as you say, that the 3 guards of Duoyen are composed of the Mongolian woodland harbor tribes, their fighting strength is naturally extraordinary. Zhang Haoyue nodded vigorously. Indeed, the Doyan 3 guards played a decisive role in Judi's journey to seize the world. What? Zhu Yuanzhang's heart skipped a beat. Aren't the 3 guards of Doyan belonging to King Zhu Quan of Ning? Why did they run to support Judi instead? You're not betraying King Ning, are you? Questions abounded, leaving his thoughts a jumbled mess. Zhang Haoyue continued. King Ning Zhu Quan, holding such elite troops in his hands, had already grown into a marvelous military leader at the time of your death. Old Zhu, he's so powerful that after Zhu Yunju cuts the vassal, he naturally won't obediently wait for death. And Zhu Quan's mind, which was already very deep, trespassed on power and strategy, so Zhu Di was also very jealous of him. I'm afraid that in case I rise up in rebellion, Zhu Quan will immediately fall over to help his nephew Zhu Yunju keep the kingdom, and at that time, Zhu Di will be in a desperate situation where he will be attacked by enemies both before and after him. Therefore, Zhu can only seize the initiative by making the first move. It was a simple thing to say, but it rippled in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Rebellion. This is a rebellion. It's a one-shot deal. Zhu Quan and Zhu Di are both vassal kings with heavy armies in their hands, and with one wrong thought, heaven and earth may have to change color. If they are jealous of each other and kill each other, then it becomes an opportunity for Zhu Yunju to snipe and fish. If they joined forces, they would be invincible. However, the two had the same strength, so would they really let go of the suspicion in their hearts? It is natural to trust no one in such a perilous situation. Zhu Yuanzhang imagined that if he were Zhu Di or Zhu Quan, he must have stood firm alone and trusted only himself. Daming Jiangshan is in turmoil. Zhu Yunju's intention to cut the clan is already obvious. Each of the princes had their own agenda. And such a scenario was no less complicated than the situation of the 7 warring kingdoms fighting for supremacy. In Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, That long-lost hot-blooded passion was ignited. Remembering the days of fierce battles with Chen Yuliang and Zhang Shicheng, at that time, he was not as strong as these two, but in the end, it was him who achieved supremacy. So being strong doesn't necessarily mean you'll make it to the end. Vaguely, Judi's figure surfaced in his mind. This old four is still really becoming more and more like himself back then. Zhu was in a bit of a trance with that wisdom and courage. Is our oldest son really a great emperor? How come he never saw it coming? Zhang Haoyue, tell us, how did old four mess up Zhu Quan? Chapter 67. This Zhu Quan. What a idiot. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice dripped with eagerness. We'd like to see what good ideas he can come up with. That brain of his. Zhang Haoyue gently shook his head. No wonder when Judi sat on the throne, he was haunted by the already dead Zhu Yuanzhang. It did seem reasonable now. While Zhu Bei was alive, Zhu Yuanzhang's mind never left this eldest son. By the time Zhu Biao died prematurely, Zhu Yunhua seamlessly took over the throne, and the other princes, under the dazzling light of Zhu Biao as well as his family, were dwarfed in comparison. Zhu was well aware of the power of the three guards of Doyan, and the first thing he did was to secure this powerful ally. So he went to Daning in person and tried to talk to Zhu Quan face to face, but Zhu Quan was wary and only let Zhu ride into the city alone. Zhu was not afraid at all, and broke into Daning alone, and once he saw Zhu Quan, he actually let out a loud cry. Zhu Yuanzhang listened with great interest and secretly praised Judi for his boldness. And this kind of ruthlessness is exactly what Xiang Wang Zhu Bai lacked back then. I was expecting some wise ploy to follow, but it turned out to be a bitter trick, so I couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Where did I use this trick when I was fighting the world? This kid, he doesn't even look like us, he muttered. Zhang Haoyue secretly laughed in her heart. You don't need to pretend to be pitiful, but you have the help of the virtuous Empress Ma. Why is it not another kind of reliance? Being able to marry Queen Ma is the key to your old Zhu's success, he continued. Judi cried bitterly to Zhu Quan, saying that he was at the end of his rope, and that Zhu Yunju's next target would definitely be himself, pleading with Zhu Quan to pull him up by his bootstraps and help plead with Zhu Yunju for mercy. Although Zhu Quan was smart, he was just too kind and took it at face value. Zhu Biao heard this and sighed heavily. It seems that Zhu Quan's defeat is doomed. The beginning of this tragedy was buried by accepting our opponents and taking them at their word, especially if the opponent is harboring cunning machinations. Failure, then, becomes a foregone conclusion. But there's more to Zhu Quan's confusion than that. Zhu Quan left Zhu to eat and drink, but he doesn't know that Zhu's men have secretly infiltrated Daning. One to collect the three guards of Duo Yen. The second is to turn Zhu Quan's men. Just like that, on the day of parting, when Zhu Quan sent Zhu out of the city, Zhu's men took the opportunity to capture Zhu Quan. In this way, Daning fell into Zhu's hands, and the three Doyan guards became Zhu's thugs. Old Zhu's brows were furrowed, and he also heard the point. This Doyan three guards, wavering, once the wind shifts later and someone offers a higher price, won't they turn around and betray again? The Mongols, after all, love rebellion in their bones. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. If Old Four wants to rely on them to fight for the world, he must remain vigilant. Otherwise, I fear that in the future, he will become a danger to his heart and ultimately backfire on himself. Zhang Haoyue revealed a surprised look. This Zhu Yuanzhang's insight, worthy of being the founding emperor, is by no means within the reach of ordinary people. Zhu Yuanzhang's analysis was accurate to the core, and the future direction of the Duo Yen Sanwei was not far from what he had said. Seeing Zhang Haoyue's surprised expression, old Zhu let out a loud laugh. Zhang Haoyue, how about it? Are we right? Zhang Haoyue nodded. It is indeed true that this Duo Yen three guards, in the future of the Great Ming, will make another appearance. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said, Zhang Haoyue, that amazement of yours just now makes us feel that you are also a human being. Otherwise, the fact that you know about the future, that you know about that so-called dragon-slaying technique, gives us the illusion that you are a god beyond the world. Immaculate. But your understanding of worldly matters proves that you also belong to this earthly world, with flesh and blood, with emotions and desires. Each of Lao Zhu's words was sound and full of emotion. Zhang Haoyue knew history and could still analyze it. This unique realization gave him a deeper understanding of Zhang Haoyue. However, we are not bad, even if our old Zhu does not know the future. But with this vision, we can see a lot of things. This, then, is called competence. Zhang Haoyue smiled gently and changed the subject. This Duo Yen Sanwei in the future, when we talk about the next generation of war gods of the Great Ming, we will talk about it in detail. Now, let's get back to Chu. Li Jinglong shivered when he heard this. He was now sensitive to the word war god. He glared viciously at Zhang Haoyue. Lao Shu, on the other hand, laughed bitterly. What the hell? There's a next generation of war gods in Ming? His grandma's. What kind of talent does De Ming have? No, when we go back this time, we must raise the nation to worship our ancestors to bless the great Ming before we can do so. It's better to have fewer war gods with goods like Li Jinglong. After Judi captured Zhu Quan, he didn't make things difficult and harsh for him. After all, Zhu Quan still had nominal control over the 3 Doyen guards. That's why Judi skillfully utilized Zhu Quan's control over the 3 guards of Duoyen as a condition for negotiation. Make a promise to him that you are willing to share the world with him equally after the rebellion succeeds. At this point, the 3 men coincidentally let out a sneer. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Liar. Even Li Jinglong broke down and cursed Zhu as a dog liar, which shows how false Zhu's words were. Zhang Haoyue continued. See, you all think it's ridiculous, but think about it differently. Zhu Quan is in a predicament and can't escape. So Judi's bull **** becomes the only saving grace. When people are in a desperate situation, they often want to grab any silver lining. Therefore, Zhu Quan is holding on to a glimmer of hope and despair. What if Zhu really gave him an equal share? Therefore, Zhu Quan openly followed Judi behind him, and the 3 guards of Doyen, as a result of this transfer of power, followed Judi more liberally. Old Zhu listened and cursed in a low voice. What a idiot. Equal division of the world? How dare he think that? Even if he pulled a pig, he wouldn't be this stupid, right? What's the difference between that and daydreaming? If the world can be divided equally, then why did we have to fight with Chen Yuliang back then? At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang also no longer feels sorry for Zhu Quan. What can be done with strength? Sex. Too naive. This kind of person is not fit to be an emperor. Old Zhu is clear in his heart. The civil official system of the Ming Dynasty, there is no need for such a character as Li Shanchan to step in, and only with the kind of goods like Hu Wei Yong, he can also make Zhu Quan become a plaything in the palm of his hand. Played him for a fool. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, went on to say, Judi holds the 3 guards of Duoyen and rebels directly, in the name of purifying the king's side. Feng Tian Gingwan, the times make the heroes, starting from the first year of Jiangwen, that is, this year, for 4 whole years, the war has not stopped, until the 4th year of Jiangwen, when the city of Yingtian was sacked, Judi sat on the throne and became the Yongle emperor, whose prestige shook the 4 seas. After saying this, Zhang Haoyue paused and gasped slightly. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao looked at each other, their hearts rippling. Zhu Biao could not hold back his anxiety, and hurriedly asked, then, how did Yunju end up? Even if he didn't manage to keep the throne, it's hard to part with flesh and blood. For the current jubilee, he was just a kid then. What's wrong with that? He did not associate Emperor Jiangwen with the Zhu Yunju he remembered at all. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed softly, his eyes complicated. Zhang Haoyue then explained. Under the war, the downfall of Emperor Jiangwen became a mystery. Some say he set himself on fire in the palace, and even his body could not be found. Others say he escaped through a secret passage and hid in Guizhou, Yunnan, where he became a monk. The final destination of Emperor Jiangwen has become a historical mystery, and I don't know. When Zhu Biao heard this, his face froze, but his heart was a mixture of flavors. If Yun Jue is still alive, even if the Jiangshan is changed, but the bloodline can still continue, there is always a hope. The thought comforted him slightly. Zhu Yuanzhang also let out a bitter laugh. A bitter laugh with a few moments of relief, because he used to be a monk too. If Zhu Yunju also took this path, it would be considered an alternative legacy. Zhang Haoyue turned her head to Li Jinglong and said with a smile, General Li, you know all about these next few years. Chapter 68, Zhu is crazy? False. That's him pretending. Nowadays you're like a reincarnated Zhuge. You can know everything about the world without going out. If you take these words from me and help Jiangwen succeed in cutting the clan, wouldn't that be establishing a monumental feat? Maybe Zhu won't have a chance to rebel. At that point, who's going to laugh at you for being a straw man? You won't try? Li Jinglong looked at Zhang Haoyue. His heart was very wary. He always felt that this dog liar was punking himself. As soon as Zhang Haoyue's words fell, Zhu Yuanzhang brought in on Li Jinglong, his thoughts racing. It feels like there are 100 ways he could have strangled Zhu in the cradle right now. At least for now. It's easy to beat Zhu. Zhu Bei and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged glances. The 2 men's minds gradually became clear, and the sense of threat to the oldest 4 Judi was much lessened, as if everything was under control. Ha ha ha, Li Jinglong suddenly laughed out loud. This laughter Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao froze. I could just see the smugness on his face. His laughter was crisp, and he looked like he was winning. Mr. Zhang, do you think I'll believe anything you say? Li Jinglong's words turned. From beginning to end, he hadn't relaxed his observation of Zhang Haoyue, and at this time, he seemed to have realized something, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Zhang Haoyue is just full of, is Zhu that good? Ridiculous. Actually, Zhu is the one with the straw man, and he himself is the one with the brains. He just said that on purpose to scare himself. That's right. Zhang Haoyue's expression was a bit subtle, the corners of her mouth rising as she asked in turn, "You don't believe me? Ha ha, ha ha." Li Jinglong's laughter became even more unrestrained, almost gleeful. If a small Judi is so powerful, what did he do long ago? Zhu Yuanzhang's face sank, and with a cold snort, Li Jinglong's laughter immediately stopped, filled with panic, and hurriedly shut up. He then remembered that he was mocking, but Zhu Yuanzhang's son. Li Jinglong snapped out of it and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, I really can't help it. It's really that the things Zhang Haoyue told are too outrageous. I can't help it now." Now Zhu has long been under secret surveillance, and the officials in Beipingli hate to keep an eye on Zhu day and night. I think that today's Yan Wangfu has long become a cage, inside and outside. Are all the mole? Li Jinglong, why are you laughing? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was laced with a bit of seriousness. Li Jinglong hurriedly replied, "Uncle, the story this Mr. Zhang told is quite interesting, but I've heard that the court has set its sights on the Yan Wangfu, and the Yan Wan's military power has been taken away. Beiping officials and the governor's office, everywhere are the emperor's eyes and ears. King Yan is now an empty shelf. There are also rumors that King Yan, he, is mad. What the hell?" The moment these words were uttered, like a bolt from the blue, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes sharpened violently, and the fire of hope that had just been ignited in his heart seemed to have been doused with cold water. He had thought that Zhu would be able to fight for himself and finally stand up for himself, preferring to die. I didn't expect to hear such bad news. Zhu is actually crazy? Zhu Yunzhu, this turtle grandson, first forced Zhu Bai to die, and now he wants to drive Judi crazy? With apprehension and guilt written all over his face, Li Jinglong stole a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang's gloomy face and whispered, "This matter, I have only heard about it, and it is said that Judi eats pig food and wanders madly in the city, even do things worse than beasts. In the public light woman, behavior is extremely bad, it is really difficult to speak." Boom! In an instant, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that the sky was falling and his brain was buzzing. Is the future of Ming going to be ruined here? He still had a glimmer of hope for Zhu, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. Zhu Yuanzhang's body swayed and almost fell. Zhu Bei was also frightened, but quickly stabilized his mind and rushed to support Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's breathing became heavy, each gasp ragged. Is the future of Daming really doomed? Father, take care, old four will be fine. Zhu Biao's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhang Haoyue. "Mr. Chang, do something. What if my dad gets pissed off?" Li Jinglong felt that things were not good. What if he really made the old emperor angry? But today, it was too exciting. First, Emperor Hangwu came back from the dead, and Xingzong, these strange stories, who would believe them? After all, Zhu Yuanzhang was a tough guy, and after slightly regulating his breathing, he clenched his teeth and regained his composure. He looked at Zhang Haoyue. At this time, perhaps only Zhang Haoyue could give him an answer. Zhu Bei understood and quickly opened his mouth to ask on behalf of Zhu Yuanzhang. "Mr. Zhang, is old four really crazy?" "No, if he's really crazy, where's the Yongle bloom? The Yongle emperor's prestige?" Zhang Haoyue shrugged his shoulders. "He's just acting. Eating pig's food and teasing virtuous women in the street is just a cover for him. Maybe that's exactly what he did when he deliberately molested a good woman. Zhu is not a gentleman, and it is well known that he is horny. Zhu was never a gentleman, but a flirtatious veteran with a flowery heart, an old colorful skin, even tried to play sisterhood." Li Jinglong couldn't believe it. Absolutely impossible. "You've never met Zhu. How dare you say that?" King Yan's situation is 1000% true. The Beiping prefectural minister and the governor's office have reported it every day, and there are quite a few people who have seen it with their own eyes. He rapes good women in the streets, eats pig food, sleeps with pigs. These are all facts. It's all fake. Zhu is extremely cunning. Don't fall for it. Zhang Haoyue's words turned to encouragement in his tone. "Li Jinglong, don't you want to defeat Zhu? I'm telling you this because I want you to verify it for yourself so that you can realize your potential. Of course, no need to be thankful. I just wanted to see the true elegance of the great Ming war god." At the mention of the great Ming war god, Li Jinglong's heart ached dramatically, and every word was like a knife cut. How vitriolic the man's words were, that he was mocking himself again. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao exchanged a look, and a wave of worry welled up in their hearts. If Zhang Haoyue is so outspoken and leaks the information, will it break Judi's path to rebellion? If Judi falls, where is the future of Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang now desperately needs Judi to give a little bit of effort to save face for the royal Ming. But if Judi is really crazy, such an end is unacceptable to him. He eagerly looked at Zhang Haoyue, wanting to speak, wanting to know the details but also afraid that Li Jinglong would know too much. Li Jinglong, get out of the way. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang's words fell, Li Jinglong turned around and ran without saying a word. In his heart, Zhang Haoyue was a dog liar. When Li Jinglong left, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't wait to ask, Zhang Haoyue, what's going on with old four? Real madness or fake madness? Zhu Biao was similarly anxious and looked at Zhang Haoyue expectantly. Even if the object of Judi's rebellion is his own son, he does not want anything to happen to this Judi. For a time, his heart is mixed. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. A fake is a fake. Don't worry. Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly relieved, but immediately became nervous again. Mr. Zhang, you shouldn't have told Li Jinglong about this. In case that bastard grandson Zhu Yunju knows about it, won't Lao Si be in even more danger? Bastard? As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang's words left his mouth, Zhu Biao awkwardly looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and muttered in his heart, is it really appropriate to call your own grandson that? Chapter 69, Zhang Haoyue, will Lao Si revolt against us, as Zhu Yunju's own father? It's hard for him to be caught in the middle. Likewise, he was worried about Judi. After all, he couldn't count on Zhu Yunju, this rebellious son. It chills his heart. Mr. Zhang, as long as Lao Si is safe and sound, it's better for you to say less about such things, lest you delay Lao Si's affairs. It's okay. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was so anxious that he paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. If he's not your son, he doesn't know how to lick his calf. That's our flesh and blood, our own son. Of all the feudal lords, only Judi can take over and carry the heavy burden on our shoulders. We're counting on Judi as our only child. In this situation now, Yunzi still looks like a ruthless man on the surface. It's similar to our temperament. If he sends someone to kill Lao Si now, what the hell can we hope for? Zhang Haoyue smiled very open-mindedly. Old Zhu, don't worry, everything is under control. Looking at Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang who were really anxious, Zhang Haoyue continued. Even if Li Jinglong's words reach Zhu Yunju's ears, how will Zhu Yunju believe them so easily? Besides, even if Zhu Yunju believed it, then Chi Tai and Huang Zicheng, the crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, will believe it? I'm afraid I don't believe it. Taking a step back, even if they do believe it, will they be able to beat Zhu? As far as Judi's shamelessness is concerned, it's not easy to cheat Zhu Yunju, Chi Tai, Huang Zicheng. These two great cleverness. Literature can rule the country. Martial arts can settle the country. In their eyes, the Yen King's matter is just an after-dinner talk. They simply can't look at it. Now is the time for them to be complacent. So how could they gullibly believe the rumors outside? Besides, do you think Zhu Di is really isolated in the court? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flashed, sharp as blades. Could it be that there are people in the court who help Lao Si? Much more. Zhang Haoyue said slowly. Many old ministers sympathize with the vassal kings. And even Zhu Yunju has Judi's eyes around him. Who? Xu Bei and Zhu Yuanzhang looked at each other with suspicion in their hearts. Worthy of being old Zhu's own son, he still has a heart. Good. Wang Ginghong. Zhang Haoyue's simple and concise words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the two. What the hell? Who? Wang Ginghong? Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao couldn't believe that the outwardly loyal Wang Jinghong was Judi's beloved. What a surprise. Zhang Haoyue was unimpressed by the two's surprise and laughed. Judi. This person treats the eunuchs well, and after you left the old Zhu Yunju was harsh on them. Under the banner of abiding by the ancestral training, many of the eunuchs were disbanded, and the palace was in a state of panic. In contrast, Judi naturally became their haven, whether courtiers or eunuchs, who did not gang up on them. When the court's southern army went on a northern expedition, how could Judi always know the movements of the southern army in advance, without an inside man? Where is the chance of victory? All of this is due to Wang Jinghong. Zhang Haoyue's words were sharp and straight to the point. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao looked at each other speechlessly, their eyes meeting with helplessness and shock. If you can't even get the eunuchs around you, how can you be a bull ***** emperor? Zhu Biao's face shows embarrassment. Heart-mixed feelings. Their own this pro-son really cannot compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's own son. It's a pig. But this old four is too shady. If Wang Ginghong, the dark chess piece, poisoned Zhu Yunju, then, thinking about this, Zhu Biao was even more embarrassed and wanted to pick his thumbs. Zhu Yuanzhang was silent for a while, his heart slightly relieved. Boss, I didn't expect Lao Si to be so tactful, pulling in the eunuchs, so that court secrets are nothing to him. It's no surprise that the rebellion succeeded. Father, it's better not to say anything. I'll beat Wang Ginghong to death when I get back. You're a bastard, aren't you, you eunuch? How's that for a beating? The problem is not just Wang Ginghong, but also your son Yunju himself. There is no Wang Ginghong, there is still Zhao Ginghong. Wang Ginghong, your son Akan is not. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled bitterly, growing up in the hands of that kind of woman. It's hard to become an emperor after all. Deep in his heart, Zhu Yuanzhang secretly sighed. Judi is really the embryo of rebellion. The city is so deep that it makes people look at it in a different way. This kid, go back and give him a beating first. How dare you play power games right under my nose? Oh, that's pretty ballsy. He had a deeper understanding of Wang Jinghong's association with Judi. Obviously, this connection was not formed in a day or two, but took root silently under one's nose. What does that mean? It means that my oldest brother has buried chess around himself. Looking at Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang already had a calculation in his heart. Judi was probably the one who bought Wang Jinghong after Zhu Biao's death. I'm afraid he's been salivating over that crown prince position for a long time. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, quietly watched this father and son exchange words, not saying a word himself, as if all this strife had nothing to do with him. Your family's business is your own. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was satisfied. This old four is truly extraordinary. That's not true. Who can act crazy, eat pig food and sleep with pigs like him? Such an insult cannot be borne without great fortitude. Zhang Haoyue reckoned in his heart that Zhu's thick skin was so thick that I was afraid only he could compete with him. And, there's one more thing he didn't say. That is, under Zhu's pigsty, not only pig manure is buried, but also the heavy treasures of the arsenal. Zhu's 3 sons were sweating and building hammers in that dank basement, working quite hard. This diligence has to be admired. Zhu Biao smiled bitterly. His son wasn't good enough, making him feel ashamed. He had already secretly vowed that when he returned home, he would strictly teach Zhu Yunju, so that he would learn how to treat people, and even if he would not be an emperor in the future, he would still be able to assist Zhu Xiongning and accomplish something. Zhang Haoyue gently said, "You, old Zhu, don't worry, there's no need to hang on to Zhu's affairs. After all, that's the future Yongle emperor. How could he just go and do something he wasn't sure of? Besides, Zhu, he's a bit of a son of a bit 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 of a bit. Son of the realm?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked puzzled. Aha! Zhang Haoyue nodded affirmatively. That's a symbol of having unbelievable luck. Finding life in desperate situations. No matter what strikes you, it's like being destined to come into the world with a special mission, and the mission isn't accomplished, so you're pressed to die. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang sucked in a breath of cold air. So powerful? Doesn't this mean that Judi was protected by the mandate of heaven, perhaps even surpassing himself as the founding emperor who followed the will of heaven and the will of the people? Thinking of this, the old Zhu had a plan in mind. Should he go back and should kill Judi, lest there be an emperor in Daming who was more dazzling than himself? The title of this son of the face was supposed to be his own. What makes Zhu qualified? However, this old four does have something to offer. It seems such a waste to beat him to death. While hesitating, he thought of Zhang Haoyue again. Zhang Haoyue, do you think Lao Si will rebel against us? Hearing you say that, it seems like old four has really gotten heavenly help. Should we be on guard? Old Zhu's selfishness was touched. Historically, it is not uncommon for people to kill their fathers and usurp the throne, and the bloody lessons are everywhere. Zhu Biao was kind-hearted and hastened to comfort. Father, you're being overly concerned. Not really. Chapter 70, none of you believe me at all. Old Zhu didn't think so. What do you know? We're doing this for your own good. You're weak, even with Mr. Zhang's help. It's hard to guarantee everything. How long can you hold out in case something goes a little wrong? If you die before him, old four will rebel just the same. The sky is destined to be bigger than this sky. Except for us. Only you. Zhu Biao said confidently. I'll be able to hold Lao Si down. As long as he is trained with care, he will become a loyal general of the great Ming. Father, trust me. The corners of old Zhu's mouth were slightly raised as he said disdainfully. You can't even manage the Eastern Palace well, And you still want to manage Laosi? Zhang Haoyue said that he is the son of the realm. You, the crown prince, can't claim that title yet. Zhu Biao's face dimmed as he listened. Pro-father backstabbing. The perfect prince of Damien directly heartbroken defense. Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but laugh out. Old Zhu. That's not right. The year of Yongle. It would have been unusual nah. And what's more, what I'm talking about is that the Zhu of this world is different from the world we live in. Zhu Biao's eyes snapped open and he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, confidence sprouting in his heart once again. Mr. Zhang has a point. Mr. Zhang is my mentor. Don't worry, father. With Mr. Zhang's help, my son will definitely be able to suppress old four. The corners of Zhang Haoyue's mouth twitched slightly, secretly muttering in her heart, when did I promise to help you? One look at the oldest four is a big power and I feel scared. This is too useless, right? As the perfect prince of Daming, how can you not struggle to start your own business? Zhu Biao shook his head, no longer wanting to make the effort himself. Being history has gotten the best of him badly. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. Alright, things happen for people. Since we are the emperor, we have to go against the grain and rewrite history. When Zhang Haoyue heard this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The might of the founding emperor was still the same as when he fought the world, domineering and calling for admiration. Zhang Haoyue turned his words around. Don't be despondent here. Let's just jump straight to 3 years later. Zhu Biao froze. Mr. Zhang doesn't want to help Laosi? He's in a bad situation now. Help what? Zhang Haoyue faintly asked rhetorically. He's a son of the realm, so God will naturally help him. He looked as if it was none of his business. Yongle the Great, who needs a hand? Just kidding. Within the Zhu family, besides Zhu Yuanzhang, who else can compete with Judi? Hurry up, Zhang Haoyue urged. Not far away, Li Jinglong probed his head, and when old Zhu beckoned, he darted over like a loyal dog with a pleasing look on his face. What are your uncle's orders? Li Jinglong asked respectfully. We're leaving. See you in 3 years. Zhang Haoyue's words put us at ease about old four. You go back and tell Zhu Yunju to wash his face and immediately wait for us to whip him. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with an irrefutable dominance. Yes. Li Jinglong coyly, dare not talk too much. Just follow orders and do it. Why just now? Zhu Yuanzhang was worried that Zhu Yunju knew too much and that the situation would be unfavorable to Judi. And now you're this reckless? Never mind. One does whatever Zhu Yuanzhang says anyway. Zhang Haoyue gently patted Li Jinglong's shoulder. God of war, it's time to show your true skill. Holy, you deadbeat liar. Li Jinglong cursed in his heart, but it also stirred up a fierce energy that was not willing to be left behind. One could never be a strawman. No way. This time, he must defeat Zhu and prove himself. At this time, Zhang Haoyue, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao stood side by side, and Zhu Yuanzhang took one last look at Xiang Wangfu. In the next second, the three figures instantly disappeared without a trace. Hiss! Li Jinglong's eyes widened in confusion. His throat felt like it was being pinched, and he couldn't say half a word. He stumbled forward, only to see that the place where he had been was empty, the man long gone. Mom! Yeah! See the gods! Shocked, Li Jinglong was trembling and finally couldn't help but shout out. What a divine tactic! Jiangwen 4 years. De Ming, the capital. The sun is shining, bringing a slight warmth to the cold winter. However, the Chaoguogong mansion in Degongfang is overgrown with weeds, and those who pass by don't even look at it. In front of the gate of the mansion, there was a man with disheveled hair, like a beggar, holding an empty wine altar, sucking in vain the last drop of wine from the mouth of the altar. Passers-by ignored him. Some even quickened their pace, as if hiding from something unlucky, and looked nervous. The Northern Army today, but it's across the river. What should we do? It's unbelievable that the offense is so fierce. That Judi is like a demon, approaching the capital overnight. Didn't he say he's still trapped over in Shandong? Shantung, that's just a front. He's already bypassed Jinan and traveled south in light armor. Tens of thousands of sailors, along with cavalry, have arrived across the river. The country is in danger. Degongfang, originally a gathering place for the nobles and civil officials, talking about national issues. That's right, Zhu is now killing right up to the gates of the capital at an alarming speed. Prepare to attack the city immediately. The officials in the court couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they thought of the current crisis situation. It's only been a few years since Ming. How can it afford such a calamity? Hanguo Emperor has only been dead for how long? The court, hundreds of thousands of troops were buried like this. My God, what has Daming done wrong? Is the heavens going to kill me? Daming? An officer, with a mixture of grief and anger, shouted at the sky. After saying this, it seemed as if the man couldn't bear the heavy pressure and staggered a few steps. Then he left, aiming straight towards the Hongwu sect. Today is the day of the morning court. Some people left in a panic, and some people stopped, their eyes staring at the disheveled beggar in front of Duke Chao's mansion. The beggar raised his head in a daze, the corners of his mouth barely squeezing out a bitter smile, waving his hand to indicate that he should not be disturbed. But instead of backing away, the other party took a few steps forward. Duke of State, today is His Majesty's great court. You must go to court. Now that the court is planning a scheme to resist the Northern Army, how can the Duke of State be absent? Oh, although I, Li Jinglong, am hung up on the great Ming in my heart, there is no one left who believes in me. His Majesty, he doesn't believe me, he really doesn't believe me. Speaking here, Li Jinglong clenched his teeth, his eyes were red as blood, and his full-blooded hatred seemed to overflow, as if he was facing an unshared enemy. 3 years, for Zhang Haoyue and the others, flew by in a flash, while for Li Jinglong, those were real years of counterinsurgency. Zhu Yunju, don't believe me when I say that Emperor Taizu is still alive on Earth. Has anyone ever heard half of my words? I warned Judi that he would plot a rebellion, that he pretended to be insane but was actually ambitious. Did anyone ever take my words to heart? Who in a court full of civil and military officials has ever really cared about my words? Chapter 71. Judi didn't go crazy, but he, Li Jinglong, did. Li Jinglong continued, no one cares at all, or else how did we end up in this situation today? Duke of State, the country is in a difficult situation. King Yan's rebels have already hit the city gates. Please cheer up, this may be the last time you go to the court. It's better to go. After saying this, the official couldn't help but shed tears as well, looking embarrassed. Recall that 3 years ago, Li Jinglong returned to the capital and told Emperor Jiangwen about a chance encounter with Taizu in Xingzhong, and the company of an immortal. The ministers in the court laughed and scoffed at the idea. This kind of absurd and bizarre claim may be able to deceive the people, but it is a fool's errand to try to muddle through at the court. All of you are smart people. How could Li Jinglong's words be fooled? Thus, throughout the court, Li Jinglong turned into a demagogue, and accusations were made. It's a bunch of nonsense and demagoguery. They all saw Taizou's coffin being buried in the Shaoling mausoleum with their own eyes, so how could they come back from the dead? Was the coffin not strong enough for Emperor Taizou to climb out of it? It's outrageous. No one believed Li Jinglong's words. Emperor Jiangwen also gave a stern warning to stop talking nonsense. If Taizu is still alive, then he's still the Jiangwen emperor. Or not. It was not until Judi really revolted that Li Jinglong once again spoke up and advocated for Judi to be recruited and surrendered. He said bluntly, don't fight. If you do, you won't be able to keep your position as emperor. The gods foretold that Jiangwen emperor could not win. Li Jinglong didn't want to believe it, but the development of events turned out to be exactly the same as what Zhang Haoyue had said. He counted on seeing it. Since the chances of winning are not good, recruiting is not a bad idea. But Emperor Jiangwen was furious when he heard it. For the sake of kinship, he was not punished, but was instead allowed to lead the army to quell the rebellion. Although Li Jinglong was helpless, he could not afford to watch the Jiangwen emperor being killed. Even if he was not trusted, the threat of Judi was real. He wanted to step in on his own and buy time for the court officials to plan ahead. After all, he already knew Judi's tactics with the army like the back of his hand, so why should he doubt the words of the gods? Then, Li Jinglong was full of confidence, but did not expect. Judi launched a surprise attack, not to speak of martial virtues surprisingly engaged in a sneak attack. He encircled Beiping, who knew that Zhu would let his own son hold out, while Zhu himself ran to attack Daning, against his own brother. Ugh! Vile! Shameless! Shame on you! Daning's soldiers and horses suddenly sneaked in. Li Jinglong lost a battle and his army was scattered. Li Jinglong held his tongue when he thought about it. That battle looked like it was going to be won by myself. But suddenly, the storm clouds changed and the electricity flashed. There were even meteorites falling from the sky on the way to the battle. Heaven sent fires. Lightning strikes from the sky. Hatefully, these meteorite foreign fire lightning, just like having eyes, only hit his people. The attack of the southern army was instantly thwarted and eventually became Judi's defeat. Li Jinglong, pained and resigned, once again explained to Emperor Jiangwen that he had met Taizu in the first place. Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng were so angry that they cursed the waste in straw. Emperor Jiangwen also then stripped him of his position and told him to get lost. In just a few short years, Li Jinglong went from being a pillar of the country to being what people call a madman. Judi didn't go crazy, but he, Li Jinglong, did. A piece of loyalty, In return for the suspicion of the king and his ministers, and being regarded as a madman, how can one be ashamed? Looking at the civil official in front of him, Li Jinglong also recognized him. Lian Zining, can you trust me on one word? Emperor Taizu is actually still alive. He has a 3-year appointment with me, and he'll be back. Lian Zining's face changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He had heard a lot of this kind of absurdity. Duke of State, it's better to prepare for the court early. The court is in need of a general like you. Li Jinglong's face sank and he laughed mockingly. Where am I a general? But just a useless straw man. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, Lian Zining actually looked somewhat unexpectedly relieved. In the past 2 years, Li Jinglong seemed to have grown a lot and started to be a bit more self-aware. But if there was such a clear understanding, and how would have led the attack on Judi, so that hundreds of thousands of troops were wiped out? Lian Zining softly shouted, and the servants of the Duke Chao mansion immediately came running. Help the Duke of State bathe and change, and I'll go to the court with him. Go to what court? Go on a fart. Does Emperor Jiangwen still have a chance to live? It's better to surrender early and save your life. At that time, although Zhu Yunzhu has lost his throne, he still has the status of a feudal lord, so that the ministers can be spared the pain of war. That's just nonsense. Our army can still fight. The capital city has strong walls and plenty of food, enough to last for several years. As long as we hold on, until the northern armies run out of food and grass will naturally retreat, at which time we'll raise our righteous divisions again, and there's still a chance to turn the tide. It's impossible. Emperor Taizu himself said that he will definitely return. Li Jinglong stubbornly insisted. The great ancestor has been dead for many years, so why would the Duke of State still speak such dreamy words? Lian Zining was so angry that he couldn't speak. This dog lost his mind, right? There was a little self-awareness a moment ago, but now it's all nonsense. Turns out the clown was myself. Never mind. If you don't go, I'll go to court myself. Wait. The wine altar in Li Jinglong's hand was then thrown to the ground with force. His eyes filled with determination. Lian Zining's heart rejoiced. Li Wenzhong's son, after all, had not forgotten to have a heart to serve his country. Does the Duke of State plan to go to court as well? Lian Zining asked. Go. Shu may be attacking the city today. Li Jinglong stood up, his eyes firm, so I'm going to wait for Taizu's return. When Lian Zining heard this, his heart almost collapsed. Was he still pinning his hopes on someone who had already passed away? Forget it. One more person is more powerful. When they arrived at the court, the ministers were surprised to see Li Jinglong. Since his defeat, the court has almost forgotten him. 2 years passed and everyone assumed he was dead. Now, he even appeared in the courtroom again. Li Jinglong's status was honorable and second to none among the military generals. And on the side of the military generals, he stood first. Originally, it should have been Duke of Wei, Su Huizu, at the top, but because he was suspected and imprisoned by Zhu Yunzhu, that position was left empty. The reason given was that Su Huizu collaborated with the enemy and colluded with the Yan rebels. After all, Zhu's daughter-in-law is Su Miaoyun of the Su family, so Xiao Huizu is the guilty one. Among the civil officials, no one dared to underestimate the former famous general, and they all came forward to exchange pleasantries and wondered why he had returned to the court. After all, in the area of Emperor Jiangwen, there were very few people who really knew about military affairs. Duke Chao, the Yan bandits' troops are already at the city. What do you think? An official asked. I, who do not see how strong the enemy is, wait for only one. Li Jinglong replied. Who? Everyone was curious. I'm waiting for the return of the great ancestor. Once again, his words caused the entire room to erupt. The civil officials were speechless and looked at each other. Can Li Jinglong be normal? What's with the jokes at such a critical time? Everyone understands that he's running away from reality because of his defeat, but you can't really treat everyone like a cutie. Duke Chao, are you still talking nonsense? Are you drunk and still awake? At this point in time, do you still not understand the situation? Chapter 72. Let's just say who to trust. The great ancestor passed away a long time ago. The most important thing now is to deal with the country's affairs. Another man chimed in. Lord Chao, do you have any good countermeasures in the face of the threat of the Yan bandits? Someone asked eagerly. Li Jinglong smiled faintly. He had once suspected that meeting Zhu Yuanzhang was just a phantom dream, but the experience of these 2 years has been exactly as Mr. Zhang predicted back then. Shu rebelled and he lost. He is not a god of war, just a no-nonsense strawman. Not at all Zhu's opponent. The reality is cruel and irrefutable. The truth no one wants to believe. Everyone thinks he's crazy. But in Li Jinglong's heart, He was clear that he was not crazy. He was just unwilling to accept the fact that he was indeed a straw man. But when he recalled the scene of that encounter with Taizu, and then looked at the rows of officials in the courtroom, he suddenly came to a realization. It's not that he's demented, but the crowd is drunk. These fools don't know anything. If we had listened to him earlier and settled Zhu, where would we be today? When he first came back and told Zhu Yunju that Zhu was pretending to be crazy, none of them believed him. Zhu Yunju, Chi Tai, and Huang Zicheng didn't believe it, so much so that they refused to even send someone to Beiping to check it out. Chi Tai, Huang Zicheng, these two, in the court of power began to compete for power up, borrowed the matter of cutting the clan to prove that they are the best candidate for the chief minister. Today they are doing this, tomorrow they are doing that, and they have nothing in mind but their own self-interest. Now, Zhu's army is at the city's doorstep. Thinking of this, Li Jinglong couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. If Taizu returns, Zhu's problem, won't it be solved? When the ministers heard this, they first froze, then their eyes glittered and their hearts trembled. That's right. If Taizhou really comes back, where would Judi dare to fool around? Hangu Emperor reappeared. Judi must not kneel on the ground crying and begging for mercy? If the great ancestor can really come down again, wouldn't it be a matter of great joy? If Emperor Hangu were to be reborn, the northern army would still be fleeing from the wind. Have you all gone mad? How can Taizu come back from the dead when he's already dead? The officials were splashed with cold water by these words and looked at each other in embarrassment. All of them were muttering in their hearts. How were they confused by Li Jinglong's words? Must be too nostalgic for Taizhou. Everyone sighed, their eyes locked on the empty dragon chair, filled with regret. I heard that Zhu Yunju has not yet shown up, and Chi Tai and Huang Zicheng are also missing, so I know that these three giants must be plotting behind closed doors. What about discussing what to do about King Yan's scheme? It was still early, and the officials gathered in twos and threes to discuss state affairs in private. Who the hell is going to win? The Yan King's army has already reached the city, so how could it retreat so easily? The city is being attacked with the aim of unification. We understand this, but what next? The ministers looked at each other, their eyes twinkling, their minds calculating. No matter who sits on the throne, the support of his subjects is indispensable. If you stand on the right side, you will naturally have no worries about your status and salary. The internal competition within the royal family was originally the Zhu family's own business. Some people have long secretly favored Judi because he is powerful. Some were loyal and convinced that the court could win. Many more are on the fence, neutrally waiting for events to change. There were also a few people who looked at Li Jinglong with complicated eyes, both confused and with a little bit of anticipation. How great would it be if Taizhou could really come back? There is no need to think twice. Whether one supports Emperor Jiangwen or defects to Judi, it is not as good as embracing Emperor Taizu. How can Taizhou not take the throne if he returns? Absolutely not. They were, at that time, still Hongwu's subjects, with their hearts turned toward the great Ming. In the courtroom, minds were divided. Zhu had arrived at the gates of the capital, and the panic was hard to hide. The battle of the siege is imminent. Does the Duke of State really believe that Taizhou will return? As I have said many times, I did have the honor of meeting Taizhou. Li Jinglong appeared calm, with no fear in his heart, allowing others to comment. Indeed, it's not that I don't believe it, I just think it's so bizarre. If Taizhou was alive, who would be lying in the Shaoling mausoleum? How did the Hanwu Emperor come out after being buried? That dragon-breaking stone is so heavy, how did you move it? The officials muttered in their hearts. Did Hanwu the Great have the power to move mountains? However, after thinking so much, the officials' brains opened up, and a strange light flashed in their eyes, and when they looked at Li Jinglong again, they couldn't help but laugh. The other officials heard it and came over. Gao, Duke Chao is really brilliant. The new officials were astonished and hastened to press for details. Lord Chao said that Taizu will definitely return. Thumbs up. Who to trust? The officials looked at each other, all open-mouthed and speechless. However, the official who spoke seemed particularly agitated. Guys, this is a fantastic plan. Stalling is definitely the way to go. Once King Yan knows, what will he think? Sure, don't believe it, everyone said in unison. Indeed, but Taizu is Taizu after all. King Yan, as Taizu's own son, even if he had doubts in his heart, how would he dare to take action so easily and rush to attack the city in the face of Taizu's name? We'll definitely find out if it's true or not before I act. In this way, the court bought valuable time to wait for reinforcements from the south to arrive. Lord Huangguan, the Minister of War, has already gone to recruit soldiers, and the soldiers from the Huguang side will soon reach the capital. By then, King Yen will definitely withdraw his troops without a doubt. Once this was said, the ministers' minds opened up, and they all thought that this was a brilliant plan. If Taizu returns, how can King Yen ignore him? Naturally, I don't dare to be careless. King Yen Judi wanted to usurp the throne. How could he disregard the word filial piety? Even if it's just for show, it's enough to drag on for 10 days and half a month. When Taiyan hangs Taizhou's spirit tablet high in Shandong, the Yen bandits won't dare to attack easily. Why don't we do the same? Just hang up the spirit of the great ancestor on the gates of the capital. So that's what Lord Chao meant by the return of the great ancestor. It's really a brilliant ploy. Wonderful. When His Majesty arrives, we'll report at once. This move puts King Yen in a dilemma and under a lot of pressure. Is there anything else to the return of Taizhou? Li Jinglong's body shook. Is that what I mean? I've actually met Taizhou. Taizhou is really alive. He tried to explain, but there was no place to say it either. No one would listen. The civil officials were excited because they had found a way out of their predicament, and at this time they were a little more tolerant of Li Jinglong. Duke Chao. What a knowledge of military affairs. Duke Chao. Truly a pillar of the country, showing his loyal nature only in times of crisis. Chapter 73, Zhu Biao, consider me dead. Duke Chao. If the Yen bandits really retreat, the first credit goes to you. For a moment, Li Jinglong had mixed feelings in his heart. Li Jinglong was numb. I'm the number one strawman in the Ming Dynasty. I admit it, but will you stop humiliating me so much and let me off the hook? In the face of the crowd's praise, Li Jinglong hated to directly wipe his neck on the spot and die. Forget it. Think what you will. That's not my point anyway. I've actually met a living, breathing Taizhou. In the blink of an eye, the civil officials made up all kinds of interpretations around the words return of the great ancestor. By the time Zhu Yunju, with a somber face, appeared with Chi Tai and Huang Zichang, everyone had already come up with hundreds of interpretations. Even everyone's attitude towards Li Jinglong had changed dramatically. Chao Guogong, who had been marginalized, instantly became a man of the moment. Chi Tai saw the clamor in the courtroom. His brows gently frowned and coughed, and suddenly the entire hall quieted down. After Zhu Yunju sat down and finished saluting, Chi Tai and Huang Zichang stood at the front of the civil officials. Without waiting for Zhu Yunju to speak, an official had already reported the return of the great ancestor plan. When Zhu Yunju heard this, he was furious. Nonsense! The great ancestor died a long time ago. Where is the talk of his return? Your Majesty, this is a ploy. A reprieve. Oh, Zhu Yunju listened very carefully. The heart is also slightly shaken, but borrowed the name of Taizu. It is really an act of great disrespect. He signaled to Huang Zicheng with his eyes, trying to find a step. I didn't expect Huang Zicheng to strongly oppose it. Your Majesty, I think this must not be done. This move goes against His Majesty's filial piety. And besides, the world knows that the great ancestor is dead. Who can believe the court today if they say that Taizhou has returned? Besides, by borrowing the name of the great ancestor, isn't Your Majesty showing weakness to the Yen traders and letting him know that the court is at its wit's end? In that case, wouldn't the Yen traders be more aware of the court's realities? After saying that, Huang Zicheng's tone carried a reproach. Your Majesty, the court should be honorable and upright. The Yen traders are as cunning and vicious as hungry wolves and tigers. How can one care about filial piety when one has already rebelled? Zhu Yunju's face was full of worry and anxiety. He's all trooped up. What's the best thing to do? Tai Fu Huang, please help me. What should I do now? Li Jinglong watched Zhu Yunju's anxiety so great that he was close to crying out, and was secretly pleased with himself. Oh, I told you not to listen to me. Now you're in a hurry? Huang Zicheng, on the other hand, maintained a stoic smile. Your Majesty need not worry. The capital can't be breached that easily. The Yen traders know that in their hearts. A messenger should now be sent out to warn Zhu severely, and also to publicize his crimes, and to order him to retire. If he's willing to retreat, the court can overlook the offense of his soldiering the city. Zhu Yunju looked at Huang Zicheng in surprise. So simple? Master Huang, do you know how much I want to get rid of him? Incredulous looks were also exchanged between the group of ministers. An acute minister could not resist the anxiety of his heart. Lord Huang, will this method really work? Now that King Yen has his troops at the city's doorstep, how could he easily retreat? In my humble opinion, only the legacy of the great ancestor can stabilize this countercurrent. Humph, the Yen thief has turned his back on the right path. Justice is on the side of the court. How dare he go against it? Huang Zicheng had a mysterious smile of everything under control on his face, and that look seemed to say, How can you mortals understand my farsightedness? With justice at hand, how dare King Yan use his soldiers against it? Soldiers coming to the city is nothing but a bluff. Huang Zicheng waves his hands to dispel any doubts and is confident. I conclude that King Yan doesn't have the guts to attack the city and will definitely send someone to make peace. Why don't we strike first and list his crimes for all to see, so that he loses his heart? How dare Chu go against the whole heaven? The human heart is the way of heaven. Don't you understand this? Huang Zicheng's words were earnest and his tone was firm and unquestionable. Hiss! Li Jinglong sucked in a sharp breath when he heard this. Ta Zhen Huang, you're really a crouching dragon. Even a straw man like me thinks that this plan is bull *********. But you, Huang Zicheng, talk about it with remarkable confidence. Chi Tai was silent. He had been advocating the use of force to weaken the vassal kings, but was thwarted by Judi in succession. Now the right to speak in the court has long been inferior to Huang Zicheng. This fight between Qi Huang, the end is already obvious. He, Chi Tai, was the loser. Most of the current court is Huang Zicheng's civil officials. In the Great Hall, the civil officials were talking, and various opinions were like a mess. Just then, the three people hiding in the dark corners, Zhang Haoyue, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Biao, all three of them watched the developments in silence. Of course, no one else can see them. They had arrived long before Zhu Yunzhu appeared. Even witnessed Zhu Yunzhu that blush scene. TSK, this face, cannot hang waste. It's just crap. Zhu Yuanzhang's low roar was like thunder, shaking the void. What is this talk of justice in the face of a catastrophe? Announcing the charges? Is this the minister chosen by that bastard? Is this the backbone of our Ming Dynasty? Without waiting for the words to finish, a burst of uncontrollable power erupted into a nosebleed gushing out. Zhang Haoyue dodged nimbly, but still couldn't avoid it completely, and was stained red by that nosebleed. Zhu Biao took a look and was shocked, and rushed to persuade him. Father, calm your anger, take care of your health. Zhu Yuanzhang turned back violently, his gaze like a knife, staring at Zhu Biao to death. He was really furious and angry at what the Jiangwen court had done. If it was during the Han Wu era, I'm afraid that someone like Huang Zicheng would have been killed by him a long time ago. Look at the wonderful son you've given birth to. Where does he look like an emperor? Simply a little cutie. Stupid. Just like what Zhang Haoyue said. Weak and incompetent. Rubbish. Coward. What's the use of keeping a pedantic scholar like Huang Zicheng? Why not kill them? Malaise, even Li Jinglong, I'm afraid, is 100 times stronger than him. I'm afraid that we, Ming, will lose at the hands of this stupid son of yours. After saying that, sorrow was written all over Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Zhu Biao looked embarrassed. Facing such a foolish Zhu Yunzhu, he felt ashamed of himself. Zhang Haoyue, however, smiled faintly and comforted. Old Zhu, don't be angry. Look at it from another angle. Isn't Judi also your son? It's not that Daming is incompetent. It's really that Judi is too brave. Zhu Yuanzhang froze, and after savoring it, he could not help but nod slightly, and the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. Yeah, kind of makes sense. With his own blood flowing through his veins, Shu perfectly inherited the genes of rebellion and took his cause straight to the next level. We're kind of following in our footsteps here, he muttered, his mind a mix of emotions. Zhu Biao froze when he heard this. If Shu Di is the heir, then what am I? The 25th year of Hanwu hasn't come yet. I'm not dead yet. Just ignore me? You think I'm dead? Chapter 74. Old Zhu, completely red warm. Father, after all, Lao Si is a rebel against his own family. Where will I put my face if you say that? Zhu Yuanzhang's face stiffened and his anger returned. Although we are dead, we have left more than 400,000 or 500,000 soldiers and horses for the court? In just a few years, 400,000 to 500,000 troops are gone. Even pigs can't be caught in 3 years, can they? Let alone an army? Look at you, son. You still have the nerve to call yourself a descendant of the Zhu family? Waste. His words turned again. Although Zhang He is acting in a low profile, he is still alive. Although we have killed some of the veteran generals in the Huaishi army, there are still quite a few alive, right? He uses a straw man like Li Jinglong, and he doesn't even trust veteran generals who have been through the battlefield? Deng Bing when a defeat is eager to change the marshal. That's Su Huizu, but a rare general talent, although not as good as Su De, but also has a few Su Da's courage. Old Four was also trained by Su De. Isn't it natural to have Su Huizu deal with Old Four? Zhu Yuanzhang became more and more agitated. Zhang Haoyue followed on the side and chimed in. That's it. A good hand of cards played to the hilt. Zhu Biao smiled bitterly, full of hopelessness, as if to say, Mr. Chung, that's not right. Don't add more fuel to the fire. It really pissed my dad off in a minute. Sure enough, Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned from red to white, followed by a violent cough, and blood gushed out of his nose. When he calmed down a little, his eyes were as sharp as knives, staring straight at the silent Qi Tai in the courtroom, then turning to the boastful Huang Zicheng, burning with rage. Qi Tai is also a waste. Son of a. What kind of talent is in this court? With this kind of crouching dragon and phoenix chick, can Daming not die? Zhang Haoyue hurriedly answered. It's not dead yet. After all, Judi is still the flesh and blood of your old Zhu family. If he ascends to the throne, won't the great Ming also continue the bloodline? Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Oh, we were just talking out of anger, but you took it seriously. Old four, is a man with guts, finally not letting us down. This time, at the court, the arguments grew more and more heated. One side strongly supports Huang Zicheng, the other side strongly opposes it. The officials of the Zhang Wen Emperor, as if overnight, split into two major factions, tit for tat, lips and swords, lively. Some suggested using the rumors of Taizu's return to slow Judi down. After all, it's not a bad move. If Judi wanted to seize the throne, how could he disregard the face of great ancestor? However, Huang Zicheng was firmly against it, and only for the sake of maintaining the dignity of the court in the face of Zhu Yunzhu, he did not allow everyone to do so. He is a self-proclaimed lying dragon in the world, and everything is in his hands. The mutiny simply sends an emissary to chastise Zhu and shame him. When the time comes, Zhu will retreat on his own. Watching the court bunch squirt at each other, Zhu Yunzhu sat on the dragon chair. Although his face was pale and his heart was in pain, he never spoke, like a mute. As Zhu Yuanzhang watched the scene, the anger in his heart intensified. It was hard to contain myself for a while, because he wanted to hit someone. Then, you can't see them or hear them outside anyway, and he really hit it. Snap! Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Biao, who covered his face. His heart was mixed. His son is no good. Is it possible to be a father to suffer for him? This move by Zhu Yuanzhang is really a crying shame. Zhu Biao had an innocent look on his face, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only squeezed out two words. Father. Zhu Yuanzhang anger attacked the heart. A time to forget that Zhu Biao is the favorite son. The heart only feel that if you do not take this to vent, I am afraid that immediately be angry fainted. So what if I hit you? Don't you deserve that slap? Who let you leave this world so early? Unfilial. These words pierced the heart, and even Zhang Haoyue couldn't help but feel the logic in them. Seems to make some sense. If Zhu Biao was still around, the world might not be like this. Zhu Yunzhu can't do it. Zhu Biao is definitely to blame. Just as the ministers were arguing, what happened next brought Zhu Yuanzhang to the brink of collapse, because Zhu Yunzhu actually supported Huang Zicheng. Enough! Listen to everything from Tai Fu Huang. Zhu Yunzhu's voice rang out, resolute and cold. Immediately send an emissary to condemn Zhu as Tai Fu Huang wishes. Li Jinglong, I'll leave this heavy responsibility to you. You are familiar with King Yin, and as a courtier, you should have a role to play. The ministers shut up. Li Jinglong smiled slightly, looked at Zhu Yunzhu, and slowly said, Your Majesty, the great ancestor is indeed alive. I saw this with my own eyes and told your Majesty 2 years ago. Why doesn't your Majesty still believe me? This time when I go to see King Yin, I will also convey to him that Taizu is not dead. Hearing this, Zhu Yunzhu's face turned blue and ugly. If Emperor Hanwu is still alive, what is he? He had personally watched the late emperor being buried. You always say that Emperor Hanwu is still alive. So what does that make me? Zhu Yuan's voice was cold and icy. In the past, I appointed you as a great general, but you were a total failure. If it wasn't for your being like a straw man, how would the court have gotten to this point? Today, when Yan rebel soldiers are approaching the city, Li Jinglong, you must have privately helped him, being unfaithful to me and still so nostalgic for Taizu. Why don't you go down and see Taizu yourself? The ministers were shocked. Their eyes swept back and forth between Li Jinglong and Zhu Yunzhu, and they did not dare to utter a single breath. And the whole hall was so depressing that it was suffocating. Zhu Yuanzhang looked on with anger and fury. This waste doesn't know how to pull people together at a critical moment, but wants to drive them to extinction? Not even your own family. Punk, rubbish, waste, omit 100 wastes. What good are such children and grandchildren? Let's go and cut him down before we dishonor the lintel. Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his face turned red and his nosebleed almost got out of control again. Old Zhu, calm down. The two of them, Zhang Haoyue and Zhu Biao, almost didn't pull it off. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang is completely red warm. But yeah, the Yan King's army had already arrived at the city. And Zhu Yunhua even wanted to act on Huang Zicheng's ploy of sending a messenger to condemn Judi. Can words of condemnation hold back 1,000 armies? He even tried to get rid of Li Jinglong. How is this like an emperor? Although Li Jinglong is incompetent, the plan proposed today for the return of the great ancestor is quite in line with Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. Now that the Yan army is pressing in, any available strategy should be fully utilized. And as an emperor, why worry about face? Huang Zicheng, Qi Tai, and those pedantic civil officials deserve to die. Zhu Biao was embarrassed and helpless. Even though he had 1,000 words in his heart, he was too embarrassed to speak due to his status. For his son's weakness and incompetence, he was both heartbroken and helpless, and could not help but also begin to agree with Zhu Yuanzhang's view that such a monarch, it is better to abdicate early and give way to the wise. Only Zhang Haoyue, as if he was an outsider, calmly watched all this from the sidelines. He knew that he had brought Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao to witness the various aspects of Zhu Yunju in the hope that they would change some key turning points, thus rewriting history and triggering fluctuations in time and space. This way, you can also take the opportunity to earn some points for what you need. Chapter 75, Old Zhu, after returning, goes on a killing spree. The great ancestor passed away a long time ago. The most important thing now is to deal with the country's affairs. Another man chimed in. Lord Chao, do you have any good countermeasures in the face of the threat of the Yin bandits? Someone asked eagerly. Li Jinglong smiled faintly. He had once suspected that meeting old Zhu was just a phantom dream. But the experience of these 2 years has been exactly as Mr. Zhang predicted back then. Shu rebelled and he lost. He is not a god of war, but just an uncompromising strawman, not Zhu's opponent at all. The reality is cruel and irrefutable. The truth no one wants to believe. Everyone thinks he's crazy, but in Li Jinglong's heart, he was clear that he was not crazy. He was just unwilling to accept the fact that he was indeed a strawman. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yunju. Taizu said to wash your face and wait to be smoked. The ministers were shocked, and even Zhu Yunju was furious. Daring, pull down, let him calm down. It's crazy. For a while, the 100 officials looked at each other, not daring to say much, because if the messenger wasn't Li Jinglong, then it was most likely one of them. Soon after, Zhu Yunju asked aloud, who else can take this trip for me? Above the courtroom, the ministers were silent and quiet. Each was coy. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and cursed. What a bunch of losers. Of all the court officials, not one of them dares to go and face Judi directly? This court, what is it going to do? It might as well be abolished. Pust. Zhu Yuanzhang spits blood from mouth again. How many lifetimes of bad luck did he have to run into this kind of grandson? Let's just go back. Hey. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyue sighed and had to reverse time and space back. If he continued to watch, Zhu Yuanzhang would probably have to vomit blood and die here. In the meantime, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a great cycle of reincarnation and obtaining a spirit mirror. Function of the spirit mirror, it can see all things in the past, but cannot peek into the future. Present day Damien. Ying Tianfu. After Zhu Yuanzhang came back, he fainted directly, and after he had recuperated for 2 days, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to be awakened as if he had made an imperial decree. Catch Louis. That's right. After witnessing what Zhu Yunju did, Zhu Yuanzhang blamed LV for all the future bad luck of Daming. After all, if Xu Xionying didn't have an accident, then the Great Ming is not necessarily what the prosperity of the world, but at least it is too much better than Zhu Yunju that waste. Of course, he couldn't possibly blame this on Zhu Biao. Everything in the present world develops according to the trajectory of history, and he can't guarantee that Zhu Biao will be able to escape the wind and cold once as well as twice. He had to make a foolproof plan to ensure that there would be no worries for the future generations of the Great Ming. So that source would have to start with Louis. Eastern Palace. LV for Zhang Haoyue has been considered to hate to the bone. If not this Zhang Haoyue in the ear of Zhu Yuanzhang chewing the tongue, her son, has long been the imperial grandson. Even now it had made Zhu Yuanzhang suspicious of himself. Fortunately, it was fortunate that she was smart, plus the fact that she was the only woman in the crown prince's life, which saved her life. But Zhang Haoyue is must die. Getting rid of a Zhang Haoyue was not difficult for her. Just as she was planning, a group of aggressive people stormed in outside the chambers. Obviously not good people. These people were none other than the brocade guards that gave people the creeps when they heard about them. And the one who led them was none other than the commanding officer of the brocade guard Zhao Hu. Get everyone under control. No mistakes at all. Zhao Hu's voice was ice-cold and incomparable, and every word he said was as loud as a stone falling to the ground, frightening the people present with a shiver and a fierce tightening of their hearts. Lu's face froze with surprise. How could she not expect that the brocade guards, who usually didn't have half a relationship with her, would be so arrogant as to barge into the chambers at this time? Much less understand what was going on? Bold. This palace is the crown prince's side consort. You brocade guards, running around here and spreading wildness. Are there any rules? Louis chided loudly, her eyebrows knitted together, all disbelief and anger. Zhao Hu had little expression on his face and replied respectfully, I'm sorry, we, the brocade guards, are here by His Majesty's decree. Please come with us, Your Highness. As soon as these words came out, Lu shivered gently, her eyes flickering as if she was skeptical and puzzled. Are you saying, this is His Majesty's intention? Precisely. His Majesty ordered you to go to the side hall immediately. He's waiting there. Zhao Hu's tone was firm, allowing no room for half discussion. Lu's heart felt like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. The side hall? This sudden decree made her wonder if she had heard wrong. Why the side hall? Lu pursued. Zhao Hu just replied with a hand gesture, signaling her to follow. That simple but resolute action that could not be questioned in half. No matter what the reason was, going to the side hall was already decided because it was Zhu Yuanzhang's order. Lu's heart was getting restless. This incident happened so suddenly. It felt like it contained an unexpected storm. This old thing. How come he came to trouble himself after 2 days of lethargy? In the side hall, a little time passed, but for Zhu Yuanzhang, every second was as hard as being pricked by a needle. It wasn't just pain in his heart. If his eyes could kill, Lu would have turned to ash by now. Judi and Zhu Biao, who were next to him, looked at each other, knowing Zhu Yuanzhang's character, and that he had already moved to kill at this time. Judi also understood the ins and outs from Zhu Biao's mouth, and immediately persuaded. Father, don't be angry. Only by asking clearly in person can we convince Lu. You should stop getting angry and hurting yourself. Empress Ma likewise looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, her eyes filled with care. Zhu Biao hurriedly picked up. Yes, fortunately, Mr. Zhang is there, and with him out there, he will definitely be able to quell this matter. Everyone listened and exchanged glances, and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. And although his heart was slightly relieved, the anger on his brow still didn't dissipate. Zhang Haoyue read Zhu Yuanzhang's mind and said with a soft smile, Old Zhu, you don't have to worry too much. History is supposed to be ever-changing. People should look ahead, and all kinds of things in the past will end up being forces that drive the future. Zhu Yuanzhang's face eased slightly and he nodded heavily. Mr. Zhang is right. Shigehachi, don't think too much. Now that Mr. Zhang is here, those unfortunate things won't happen again. Just as everyone was silent, Zhao Hu respectfully stepped forward to salute. Your Majesty, Lu has been brought. As the crowd watched, Lu stumbled on her feet, her heart in a state of turmoil. She looked around, from Zhu Yuanzhang to Empress Ma, and finally her eyes stopped on Zhu Bei, her stomach full of questions and uneasiness stirring together. Why is everyone gathered here? I pay my respects to the Emperor and to the Empress. Lu hurriedly saluted, her heart in waves. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were cold and icy, staring at her piercingly. Accountability last time. Our legitimate grandson got smallpox. I'm afraid you can't be blamed for this, right? The words came out like a bolt from the blue, shaking her to her core. For Louis, it was a stick in the head. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Last time Zhu Yuanzhang did not pursue this matter, and now for what reason? Your Majesty, you've misunderstood my concubine. This is really a great misunderstanding. Even if I had more guts, I wouldn't dare to do such treasonous things. This is all nonsense. It's all made up out of thin air. Lu was so anxious that she hastened to defend herself, and then fell to her knees with a bang and kept kowtowing. Humph. Things have come to this. Do you still want to argue? If it wasn't for you, how would our innocent grandson have suffered this? Who else is behind this but you? Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth, each word as sharp as a knife. Lu anxiously cried out, Your Majesty, my concubine was wrongly accused. Someone must be behind this. Her finger snapped at Zhang Haoyue. That's him. It must be him all right. He was the one who pushed my son when he was in the Eastern Palace, and he threw dirty water on my concubine at that time. And now he wants to repeat the same trick and cause my concubine to take the blame. Zhang Haoyue froze, and the people around him were all confused. No one expected Lu to bite back, a move that even Zhang Haoyue found unbelievable. We all looked at each other and were quite surprised. Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, then swept his gaze over Zhu Biao and the others, with a few hints of ridicule in his words. Have you all ever seen such a shameless woman? It's the first time I've seen it. Breathless embarrassment was written all over Zhu Biao's and their faces, and they all wanted to avoid the topic. Lu's behavior had long been informed to them by Zhang Haoyue, and especially after looking at Zhang Haoyue's so-called evidence of the spirit mirror, the only remaining trace of illusion in his heart was shattered. He killed himself not expecting this woman to be so vicious, yet it's so sad that she's still so stubborn now. This is the kind of scene that anyone watching it would shake their head in disbelief. Zhu Biao, the usually gentle and refined crown prince, finally couldn't help himself. He took a step closer to Lu, his eyes as sharp as knives. Your Highness, my concubine is really wronged. You must be clear about it. My concubine is innocent. As soon as Lu finished her words, her tears were like pearls with broken strings, and she looked pitiful. Snap! Without waiting for everyone to react, Zhu Biao's slap had been loudly thrown on her face. That voice was clear and crisp, echoing throughout the entire side hall with a long-lasting aftertaste. Everyone held their breath, not expecting Zhu Biao to have such a rigid side. What was even more surprising was that this slap from the always gentle Zhu Bei caused half of Lu's face to swell up instantly. Lu's eyes filled with tears as she cried out, "Wronged, really wronged. Your Highness, Your Majesty, you have to believe me. I really didn't hurt the Emperor's eldest grandson. The smallpox thing has nothing to do with me." Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his face turned blue, and he walked to Lu with great strides and kicked him hard. "You wicked woman, you want to hide what you've done? Otherwise, wouldn't it be so easy for you to be confronted?" He growled. "Where are the brocade guards? Stick this wicked woman to death. And as for the entire Lu clan, no one will be left behind. The whole family will be beheaded." The whole room was shocked when those words came out. No one expected Zhu Yuanzhang to be so ironic and ruthless. Chapter 76, Why did you destroy the entire Lu clan? I'll show you the proof. Lu's mind went blank, despair coming in like a tidal wave, her face full of pallor and mute. Zhang Haoyue slowly walked up, a meaningful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "Old Zhu, not until the Yellow River. Let her see with her own eyes the thing she has done before she willingly confesses." Zhu Yuanzhang listened and nodded slightly. Zhang Haoyue turned to Lu, her tone cold. "Take a good look and see if there is a real grievance." After saying that, Zhang Haoyue waved his hand and the spirit mirror floated in the air, and immediately a scene of LV plotting to frame Zhu Xiongning emerged. This one. Lu's pupils contracted violently. Filled with horror, she stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. How could she not expect that Zhang Haoyue was hiding such an amazing ability? This would have been unbelievable if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This dramatic scene, just thinking about it is enough to make one's mood stir and shock one after another. Even Zhao Hu, who was beside him, was stunned by the scene, and he similarly didn't expect Zhang Haoyue to reveal such a tactic at this time. It would be difficult to describe it in any way that would be convincing if you hadn't experienced it firsthand. But no matter what, the facts in front of us are irrevocably on display, and the picture further reveals what Louis has done, leaving Louis himself stunned and frozen like a log. She sat down at once, knowing in her heart that her end had come. This time, it really can't be avoided. In the blink of an eye, the screen playback ended, and Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. "Louis, do you have anything else to say?" The surroundings immediately became silent. Lu was even too scared to even make a sound, her whole body filled with indescribable fear. She looked desperately to Queen Ma, who had become her last hope. "Empress, please save me. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong." Empress Ma's face was complicated, but in the end, she turned her head to avoid it and did not answer. At this time, Lu's face was as pale as paper, clear that her end was final. And this is something that, if not handled properly, could cause a bigger storm. Zhu Yuanzhang said coldly, "Xiao Hu, bring it down." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu quickly nodded his head and waved his hand without further hesitation. The brocade guards then pulled Lu away, and Lu's desperate cries for help could vaguely be heard echoing in the air. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Highness, save me. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, save me." Her pleas were almost useless. After all, framing Zhu Xiongning was no small matter. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at all this, his heart like a mirror, and realized that in the face of this situation, he had to do something. Zhao Hu once again looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked tentatively, "So, Your Majesty, what should Lupin do?" As he spoke, he secretly observed Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction. This is something that Lu Ben must have known about. Otherwise how could Lu have been so bold? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was icy cold, this time. We have to punish them severely, lest the world think that we, Shu Changba, have lost our ruthlessness after ascending to the throne as the emperor. Hey, old Zhu, you're a smart move. Killing one to warn the others, it's a must. Otherwise, in the future, not to mention a small LV, even other people will dare to ride on your Zhu butcher's head to spread their wildness. Zhang Haoyue gave a thumbs up in approval. The corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting this teenager to use such vivid words to describe himself. You've got a lot of guts, you kid, at least until now. You're the only one who has the guts to be outspoken. Zhang Haoyue smiled blandly. Old Zhu, don't flatter me. What I said is just the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed softly twice and turned to Zhao Hu again. LV's entire family. Shoot to kill. Execute immediately. Have the brocade guards surround the LV mansion and prepare for action. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked, and even Judi, who was next to him, had his body trembling. Apparently, if nothing else, his father had decreed the extermination of his family. Yingtian Prefecture, Lu family residence. The sunlight was starry, but it couldn't hide the heavy, depressing air. Lu Ben, the once powerful family leader, was sipping tea alone at this time, his fingers shaking slightly, not only because of the heat of the tea, but more so because of the fear and apprehension that stemmed from the depths of his heart. Around him, the brocade guards followed like shadows, their icy gazes all focused on him alone. Xiao Hu walked ahead, his tone cold. Please, just these two words, but like a heavy hammer, shattered the remaining trace of fluke in Lu Ben's heart. His face instantly paled, and his voice carried an incredulous tremor. Is this, indeed, your Majesty's will? Exactly, Zhao Hu confirmed, his words as cold as ice. The Lu family framed the emperor's eldest grandson, and His Majesty has ordered that the entire family be executed, leaving no survivors. As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Ben only felt the sky spinning, as if the world was coming to an end. The news of the Lu family being chained up and escorted into a cell, and their demise 3 days later, spread rapidly, and was not only shocking, but downright appalling. It is said that a young boy found out the evil deeds of the Lu family, and the truth that the emperor's eldest grandson suffered from smallpox was revealed to the world, which made Zhu Yuanzhang furious. This time, it was no longer a petty punishment, but a thunderous extermination. The news, which shocked the court, sent shivers down the spine. On the Fengtian Hall, next to the dragon chair, Zhu Yuanzhang was seated, His Majesty unquestionable. He ordered Zhao Hu to make the decision known to the world. That is a full house. When the decree was read, he looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Do you all have any comments?" Zhu Yuanzhang's words were like a huge stone thrown into a lake, stirring up numerous waves. The people looked at each other, not even daring to utter an atmosphere. This is not only about the life and death of a family, but also a huge impact on the stability of the court. One by one, Lu Ben's disciples stepped forward in an attempt to salvage a sliver of life. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. The officials followed close behind, their voices trembling but firm. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. Speak, but there's no harm in speaking. The officials hardened their heads and summoned the courage to admonish. Your Majesty, this matter is really bizarre. Even if Zhang Haoyue did hold evidence of the LV family's guilt, but the civil and military officials did not see it with their own eyes. Is it too hasty to directly exterminate the family like this? As soon as the words fell, the hall fell into silence, and all eyes were focused on Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang responded indifferently. Is that so? Then what we have seen with our own eyes, can we also say that it's not true? The crowd was stunned at the words. Seeing it with their own eyes? The weight carried by those 4 words left them speechless for a moment. Zhu Yuanzhang sternly asked again. Our decree has been given, and it will be carried out. Do you want to plead for the rebels? One of the officials hastily defended. I dare not. The microministers and others implore your Majesty that everything should be based on evidence. If that young man Zhang Haoyue really has ironclad evidence, I ask your Majesty to show it to stabilize people's hearts. We second the motion. The gatekeepers spoke in unison, not realizing that they were standing on the edge of a cliff. Su De and others watched silently from the sidelines and sighed in their hearts, knowing that Zhu Yuanzhang's methods are ruthless, and any plea for leniency may be regarded as party collusion. The young gatekeepers, on the other hand, apparently hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Ha ha ha, as expected, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly let out a burst of deafening laughter, which was mixed with a few moments of grimness and sarcasm. This made everyone present tremble with fear, anticipating that a bloody storm was about to descend. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes slowly skimmed over the ministers who had stepped forward, and the corners of his mouth hooked into an icy smile. Look at you. Do you want to die with Lu Ben? Are we right? Boo! These words came out as if a bolt from the blue, staring the faces of those present. They were not only surprised, but shock showed on their faces, and Zhu Yuanzhang's words were like heavy hammers, hitting everyone's heart one by one. Where are the brocade guards? Old Zhu was so wordy that every word was like iron, causing everyone in the court to hold their breath and press a big stone in their hearts. They know too well the ruthlessness of Zhu Yuanzhang's tactics. This brocade guards, I'm afraid to set off a storm of bloodshed. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme as everyone felt like they had been hit hard in the heart and didn't dare to think any further. Your Majesty, Zhang Haoyue seeks an audience. Just as the atmosphere froze, Zhao Hu suddenly opened his mouth. Zhang Haoyue? The crowd could not help but tremble in their hearts. Regarding Zhang Haoyue as a person, the civil and military officials up and down the court were filled with curiosity. What charm did he have that Zhu Yuanzhang could trust him so much? Zhu Yuanzhang was also a bit surprised, and secretly pondered in his heart. What was the purpose behind Zhang Haoyue's coming at this time? Suppressing the urge to make a move in his heart, old Zhu looked at the crowd before instructing Zhao Hu. In that case, then invite him in. Zhao Hu led the order. It didn't take long for Zhang Haoyue to slowly walk into the main hall, each step appearing calm and collected. This is Zhang Haoyue? Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhang Haoyue, filled with surprise. A teenager who seemed to be in his teens was so trusted by Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly and respectfully bowed. See, Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone carried a few rare moments of gentleness. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? This gentleness made the hearts of those present flinch. It should be known that even important ministers like Su De and Tang He were rarely treated like this, while Zhang Haoyue had it easily. Zhang Haoyue said frankly, this happened, and if I don't come forward, I'm afraid that the world will misunderstand that His Majesty was bewitched by me before exterminating the entire family of the Lu family. So how can I sit back and do nothing? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flickered slightly as Zhang Haoyue looked around at the ministers and then at those few Lu Ben's disciples, his smile hiding deep meaning. You all want proof, so I'll show it to you. With that said, Zhang Haoyue waved his hand, and a spirit mirror image surfaced in the great hall, clearly showing the various processes of the LV family's framing of Zhu Xiongning. This, all the civil and military ministers froze, their eyes round. Such an amazing reversal that it shakes you to the core. In shock, their eyes were full of disbelief. No one had expected that Zhang Haoyue would actually have such heavenly abilities, such capabilities that had never been heard of or seen. A hint of smugness flashed across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. See, he can be trusted by us precisely because he has two tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 77, Back to the Future Again. Royal Grandfather. You. At that moment, the great hall was silent, and no one dared to question a single word. They were thoroughly convinced that this Zhang Haoyue, unfathomable, was by no means a pool animal. On the screen, the Louis family conspiracy unfolds like a cocoon. In those scenes shown by Zhang Haoyue, the LV family conspiracy unfolded little by little, with every nuance clearly visible. How Zhu Xiongning was cunningly planted with smallpox, and how he was later framed for falling into a vegetative state, all of which slowly unfolded in this great hall. The shock of that scene, though without sound, was deafening. For a moment, the court was silent, and the air seemed to have stopped flowing, leaving only Zhang Haoyue's contemptuous laughter echoing in the deathly silence. Isn't the evidence you want plainly in front of you? He laughed coldly, and his words were sharp and irrefutable. And, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd be happy to play it a few more times for you all to see. People were dumbfounded one by one, but their hearts were in turmoil, with a few moments of fear mixed in with the shock. At this moment, they finally realized that the Zhang Haoyue in front of them was by no means ordinary, and his unfathomable power made people believe that his fortune-telling methods were true to his name. Respect was suddenly in the air. Su De exclaimed, Zhang Haoyue is indeed not comparable to an extraordinary person. No wonder His Majesty holds him in such high regard. I am truly impressed. Lan Yu, on the other hand, was incredulous. There's actually such a magical person in this world? Li Wenzhong silently swallowed his saliva, his eyes tightly staring at the teenager who stood blandly in the hall. The shock in his heart could not be expressed in words. If this wasn't in person, it would be unbelievable. And Zhang Haoyue, the young fortune-teller, had already proved himself with practical actions. On the contrary, Lu Ben's disciples were pale and filled with fear. They didn't expect the situation to suddenly become so bad, and despair filled their hearts. Your Majesty, spare your life. We had no eyes and were instructed by someone. Now we know we are wrong. The pleas for mercy continued, each sentence with tears. Zhu Yuanzhang had a look of contempt on his face. He had always looked down on these weak people. Look at you guys. What a bunch of boneless. Where did the previous arrogance go? How come they've all turned into shrunken turtles now? Su Da, the Huaishi nobles and others, seeing this situation, could only shake their heads helplessly. In their minds, they already had a vision of the fate of these officials, that of death. Sure enough, next, drag them all out and cane them to death. When Zhu Yuanzhang ordered, his dragon robe fluttered and his tone was calm and resolute. Yes, sir, Zhao Hu responded, without hesitation. With a sharp hand, the brocade guards rushed out like cheetahs and yanked those guilty officials away. And the air was immediately filled with fearful screams and pleas for mercy. Your Majesty, have mercy. Mercy. But Zhu Yuanzhang was indifferent. For him, the very existence of these people is a threat to the foundation of the dynasty, and they must be cut down to the roots and not be soft. Looking around, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice sounded again. Does anyone else have an opinion? Anyone else plead for mercy for the Lu family? There was a silence and no one dared to respond. At this point in time, one more word could invite death. In that case, the dynasty is dismissed. Zhang Haoyue, you stay. The guys look at me. I look at you. And finally they all leave in silence. The place suddenly seemed empty, leaving only Zhang Haoyue and Zhu Yuanzhang standing there silently. You, boy, have come at the perfect time. Zhu Yuanzhang had a small smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he gently patted Zhang Haoyue's shoulder. And the cold murderous aura that he had previously felt in the great hall had now turned into the warmth of a kind old man. Zhang Haoyue couldn't hold back her laughter and stretched comfortably, in a happy mood. Old Zhu, that pie in the face you just had, it really calls for admiration. He gave a thumbs up, his words full of respect. After all, this person in front of him was the Hangu Emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang exuded contentment, his smile bland with a hint of pride. That's for sure. We are the founding emperor of the great Ming. How can we not be powerful? Well, Butcher Zhu's reputation really isn't to be blown. When Zhang Haoyue teased so much, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't pick up the words for a moment and looked at Zhang Haoyue with complicated eyes, as if he was a bit upset. You kid, deliberately picking on us, aren't you? Zhu Yuanzhang asked half jokingly and half seriously. Zhang Haoyue just smiled faintly as a reply. Alright, stop it. We just didn't expect that you would actually make such a shocking move in front of the civil and military officials. Since your Majesty trusts me so much, if I, the fortune teller, don't show some real skills, I'm afraid there will be a lot of talk in the court, and your Majesty has a good idea of that in his heart, doesn't he? Zhang Haoyue spoke plainly, but every word was spoken with a strong voice. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled bitterly. You brat. The words turned into a shake of the head as he knew Zhang Haoyue was right. Zhang Haoyue yawned and said casually, okay, it's done. I should get back. I'm tired. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue left behind a bashful back and slowly walked away. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his back, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. At this time, Empress Ma had arrived at some point, quietly watching all this from the sidelines, her eyes all tender. Sis, when did you get here? You heard all the conversation between us and that kid? Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. I've been by the side the whole time. I've listened to everything you guys have said. Empress Ma replied softly, and Zhu Biao quietly walked over. It was indeed a wise choice for Mr. Zhang to come forward this time, not only plugging the crowd's long-winded mouth, but also showing his unpredictable side as a fortune teller. Queen Ma went on, her tone full of appreciation. In particular, Mr. Zhang's revelation of Lu's scheme has allowed everyone to see his skill as a fortune teller. Zhu Biao gently nodded in agreement. Mother is right. Zhang Haoyue is indeed a talented person. Such a talent must stay in Daming. With him, the future of Daming will surely be rewritten with many different destinies. Zhu Yuanzhang blanked his son, but there was some relief in his eyes. Isn't it obvious? If we didn't want to keep him, why did we trust him so much? We're doing this precisely because he's a rare talent. Cough cough cough. Zhu Biao suddenly coughed violently. Boss, what's wrong with your body? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with concern. Zhu Biao's face was pale as he shook his head and said, it's fine. I just didn't rest well. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his head, pondering. It should be Lu's death that makes Zhu Biao a little difficult. It's fine. It will be fine after a while. Soon. In a matter of months, Zhu Yuanzhang was also able to arrange everything in the court. And after LV's death, Zhu Biao became worried every day, smiling but not smiling, and then directly fell ill. On this day, Zhu Yuanzhang brought Judi to Zhang Haoyue's special courtyard, and the purpose of his visit was naturally self-evident. The last trip across the country wasn't over yet, and this time, he was going to witness it to the end. In response, Zhang Haoyue snickered. Old Zhu, is it that you're not willing? Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. He naturally did not want deigning to be oohed and awed by that turtle grandson Zhu Yunzhu. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's scowling face, Zhang Haoyue also smiled bashfully. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since you want to go and take a look, let's go on. Aha! This time the oldest won't follow us. We'll let the oldest accompany us. Apparently, Judi also knew Zhang Haoyue's secret. But of course, he was still shocked at first. It was especially shocking when he realized what he had done in the afterlife. So naturally, this time he went forward to the future with that little bit of excitement. In response, Zhang Haoyue shrugged and didn't say anything. Let's, then, go. Parallel spacetime. Fengtian Hall. The candle flame gently swaying, reflecting Zhu Yunzhu's anxious footsteps. He was apprehensive. Sorrow and regret mingled together, and his face was complicated. Beside, Feng Xiaoru, Huang Zichang, Qi Tai. These powerful ministers stood quietly. The atmosphere pressed people cannot breathe. Finally, Zhu Yunzhu stopped. His eyebrows twisted into pimples, and said with a face full of anxiety, the king of Yen still won't accept peace. No, no. Qi Tai and the others hurriedly agreed, and the air smelled of tension and eagerness. For Zhu was about to attack the city. Huang Zichang suggested, for today's solution, we can only entice, wipe out the Yen traders. Just at this time, outside the Fengtian Palace, a calm and majestic voice rumbled out. Wipe out, let's see who dares to touch Old Four. The words, like thunder, dazzled several people. That familiar self-proclaimed, straight to the heart. In addition to the great ancestor Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, no one dares to so we this self-proclaimed. A moment, I saw Zhu Yuanzhang wearing a dragon robe and walking into the main hall with steady steps, and the emperor's grandeur came out and made people feel in awe. Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai, and the rest of them each stared in disbelief at the Emperor Taizu who should have died long ago. Zhu Yunzhu's face turned pale, and he sat on his butt, his lips trembling. Imperial grandfather, how could you? Snap. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and could not be defended. He grabbed Zhu Yunzhu and slapped him. His face was immediately swollen and his eyes were green. Zhu Yunzhu staggered and fell to the ground. You turtle grandson, King Xiang is your uncle. Your relative. The king of Zhou has no grudge against you. And the king of Qi, the king of Dai, and the king of Men are as close to you as brothers. You bastard grandson. Who let you push them to the brink of extinction? Zhu Yuanzhang's furious roar caused the hall to fall silent. No one dared to speak again. Only the echo of Emperor Taizu's anger. Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai and the others' eyes met, all secretly surprised and puzzled. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang, obviously very young, brought an indescribable feeling to their hearts. It's so unusual it's unbelievable. In this situation, the expressions on their faces invariably showed embarrassment that was hard to hide. Huang Zichang, in particular, had just met Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze that was as sharp as an eagle's, and before he even opened his mouth to speak, he was frightened by that one cold gaze. Humph, what do you want? Do you still want to kill us? Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows, and there was anger in his words. Chapter 78, Pull out and exterminate 10 clans. Starting from us. I would never dare. When Feng Xiaoru and his party heard this, their knees fell to the ground uncontrollably, trembling. That fear, it wasn't faked. Zhu Yuanzhang had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as his eyes turned to his panicked royal grandson. We are really blind. Had we known this? How could this throne be passed on to you? Inside and outside the words, it was all chagrin and harshness. When Zhu Yunzhu heard this, his face immediately turned pale and mumbled, Imperial grandfather, shut up, there's no place for you to talk here. Zhu Yuanzhang sternly bellowed, scaring Zhu Yunzhu so much that he didn't dare to say another word. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze swept over Feng Xiaoru, Qi Tai and the others again, his voice as cold as ice. The cutting of the clan must be something you guys are behind, right? Feng Xiaoru was momentarily speechless and stammered for words. Come on man. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang's words fell, without further ado, Li Jinglong and the others, who had rejoined the post, quickly entered the great hall, fell on their knees, and said in unison, I pay my respects to Emperor Taizu, pull Feng Xiaoru out, behead him immediately, and execute all 9 clans. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was flat, but it was like a cold wind blowing through, sending a chill through one's heart. Fang Xiaoru surprised. Li Dinglong and others are also looking at each other. After all, now the court is the time to use people. Even if he before how much gibberish, Zhu Yunju is not likely to withdraw him. Besides, he was convinced that Emperor Taizu would return. Now this is not back. These dogs, they were dead set against trusting themselves before. And now, immediately, the entire Fengtian Hall was plunged into deadly silence. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Zhu Yuanzhang to be so ruthless. Fang Xiaoru's life seems to have come to an end. Li Jinglong and the others looked at each other, filled with surprise and incomprehension. It seems that no one listens to our words anymore. Does it mean that you think you can do whatever you want because we are no longer here? Zhu Yuanzhang scolded in a deep voice. I have absolutely no such intention. They were quick to argue and quick to do as they were told. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger not only did not decrease, but increased. His eyes locked onto Qi Tai and Huang Zicheng. The two of them were also pulled out together, beheaded and exterminated. The punishment of 9 clans is too light for them. Zhu Di's heart shook. Exterminating 10 clans? Isn't this the torture I practice later? Why did father even beat me to it? Previously, Zhang Haoyue was also talking to him about the future, and when he attacked Yingtianfu in the future, he had wanted Fang Xiaoru to write a letter of persuasion. I didn't expect Fang Xiaoru not only refused, but also cursed himself for being unfaithful and usurping the throne. It was in a fit of anger that he ordered the execution of all 9 clans, and Fang Xiaoru's stubborn words at that time, even if you destroy my 10 clans, what can you do? In the end, Judi really disposed of him with the capital punishment of exterminating 10 clans. Now, in his anger, Zhu Yuanzhang directly set the precedent of exterminating 10 clans. Judi's heart was filled with emotion, but it was also clear that his father's anger could no longer be contained. Because of these vassal kings, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger was like a volcano erupting. Li Jinglong and the others didn't dare to disobey and tremblingly dragged Fang Xiaoru and the others out. The desperate pleas for mercy still echoing in the hall. Taizu, spare your life. Forgive me, Taizu. We won't dare to do it again. We won't dare to do it again. The heartbreaking shouts finally came to a calm, and Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath. Looking at his pale, lifeless imperial grandson, his heart was full of mixed feelings. Zhu Yuanzhang was burning with rage, but soon, he took a deep breath and his eyes turned to Li Jinglong as sharp as knives. Tell me, what's going on now? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was low and strong, not to be questioned. Li Jinglong's face changed slightly as he replied. Back to uncle. Some days ago Qi Tai and others wanted to hunt King Yen with the news that the great ancestor was still alive. And then, when he said this, he became more and more afraid to say more. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, he was so angry that his breathing became ragged. A moment later, he let out a long sigh and his eyes turned to Zhu. Oh old father, my son is here. Zhu immediately responded. Had I known that today is like this, why didn't we just pass the throne to you in the first place? Zhu Yuanzhang's words were heavy and meaningful. Zhu Yunju's face changed violently, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words? Apparently, Grandpa regrets having chosen the heir to the throne. Royal Grandpa. Zhu Yunju words to the mouth and stopped. The heart is anxious like ants on the hot pot. This throne should have been his. Shut up. Zhu Yuanzhang stopped it with a stern voice. Say one more word, and we'll personally clean you up. The rebellious grandson is unethical, brutalizing his uncles, and he still has the face to call us his royal grandfather? Do you want to get rid of us too? Zhu Yunju fell to his knees and kowtowed in a hurry. Grandchildren don't dare. They definitely don't mean that. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly, and had to consider the aftermath in the face of the chaos before him. And what Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di came from the Hangwu years shocked everyone. This kind of thing, beyond common sense, was surprisingly believable because of the young looks of the two men. This means that there are now 2 time periods of Zhu Di, appearing at the same time during the Jiangwen years? Zhu Yuanzhang calmly said. Li Jinglong, keep this crossing a secret for the time being, lest the hearts of the capital become unstable. Li Jinglong led the order and replied in a deep voice. Yes. In the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Yuanzhang sat in a wheelchair, his face cloudy, clutching a Zhang fold in his hand. It was about the military generals of the Jiangwen dynasty, and it was exactly the same as what Zhang Haoyue had said. In the later years of Zhu Yuanzhang, the killing of meritorious officials, no one was spared. Civil and military officials were involved in the bloodshed. This is why, simply put, it was to remove obstacles for Zhu Yunju, who was too young to manage his ministers. Therefore, the killing only serves to protect the stability of the throne and to ensure that the Ming can last for 1,000 generations. However, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the wrong. This grandson is so incompetent. Not only blindly trust the civilian ministers Fang Xiaoru, Qi Tai, Huang Zichang, but also to his own uncle under the cruel hand. How can you be in such a hurry to cut the clan? You have not been on the throne long and you are so impatient? The anger in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart burned hotter and hotter. Sinful son! He glared at Zhu Yunyun and roared. Come here, royal grandpa. I told you to come here. Didn't I hear you? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were stern and pained. Looking at Zhu Yunzhu, full of helplessness and disappointment. Zhu Yunzhu hesitated for a moment, but finally walked over slowly. Zhu Yuanzhang then took off his shoes and smacked them hard. You ungrateful grandson! What are you going to make us do? How did the great Ming come to have a monarch like you? And where is your competence? Just after getting power, you rushed to cut the clan. This kind of tactics, from whom did you learn? Speak, tell us everything. When all was said and done, Zhu Yuanzhang's punishment of Zhu Yunzhu was almost out of control. Extremely disappointed, this royal grandson, who once had high hopes, made his heart ache. With tears in his eyes, Zhu Yunzhu's voice trembled as he said, I was really forced to do this. Fang Xiaoru and the others have spoken so firmly that if they don't hasten to curtail the power of the vassal kings, they will surely revolt in the future. So how can I just sit back and do nothing? So confused. You are so confused. Having just sat on the throne, the foundation is not yet firmly planted, and you are in a hurry to weaken the vassal king. Isn't this just asking for death? Zhu Yuanzhang angrily scolded. Could it be that the emperor of our Ming Dynasty can only listen to the mercy of the civil officials? In that case, what's the point of you being an emperor? If you are bent on having your own way, sooner or later the power will be taken away by those stupid ministers of Fang Xiaoru. Zhu Yunzhu was so admonished that he couldn't say a word. His head hung even lower, and he no longer dared to talk much. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart is still heartbroken after all. After all, it is his own grandson. Gently sighed. Go away. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him. Zhu Yunzhu nodded silently and retreated to the side. Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with helplessness, and finally his eyes turned to Lao Si. Old four, come here. Zhu was silent for a while, but finally nodded and slowly walked over. We regret it, father. Zhu's words stopped at the edge of his mouth. Zhu Yuanzhang faced complex expression. We are now really regret. I knew that Yunzhu cannot afford the heavy responsibility, when I should pass the throne to you. The words, they were sincere. Although a loser Zhu Qizhan came out later. What does this have to do with Judi? If only God had given Zhu Zhanji 20 or 30 more years, everything will be different. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart was already clear. Whether Zhang Wen emperor or Zhang Tong emperor, already set things cannot be changed. And in the Zhang Wen years, Zhu Yunhui really cannot win the big job. Change the emperor is inevitable. Speaking of which, that Judi from the Zhang Wen years should be outside the city now, right? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly asked. Li Longji shook his head. A few days ago, Judi went back to Beiping, supposedly to make good on the military. And when he came back, he was going to attack Yingtianfu, imperial grandfather. Then what next? Zhu Yunzhu said apprehensively, his eyes looking towards the younger Judi. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. Humph, now you know you're afraid? What did you do earlier? Zhu Yunzhu was so scared that he didn't even dare to utter a breath. Seeing this, Judi gently sighed and advised his father to stay calm. What do you think about this? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Although the battle of pacification will be successful, it will also greatly deplete the country's strength. And now we can't end the chaos unless you, father, go on a campaign yourself. Judi said. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Then we'll wait here. And if he comes, we'll have a nice talk with him in person. Speaking here, Zhu Yuanzhang once again looked at Zhu Yunzhu, his eyes filled with disappointment. Zhu Yunzhu even dared not say a word more, and it was like being frozen from beginning to end. Having killed his uncle with his own hands, this act made him lose all his prestige, and even the throne was shaken. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Li Jinglong. Go to Beiping immediately, convey our decree, and order him to enter the capital. Li Jinglong nodded his head gently, but his brows were locked, as if there was an uncertainty in his heart. His eyes darted between Judi and Zhu Yuanzhang. But if King Yan doesn't believe me, then what should I do? Chapter 79. Meet the Zhu of this era. After all, tell the present Zhu that your father is not dead, now looking for you to enter the capital. That's a cute little thing to say. Just believe it. What's more, a few people, Qi Tai, had already used this trick before. Humph, this is testing your ability. If you can't even handle this little thing, What's the use of you losers living in this world? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were sharp, as if he could see into the depths of the human heart, and his words carried an irrefutable determination. To Li Jinglong, he also had the feeling in his heart that he hated him for not being able to do anything. After all, Li Jinglong led the majestic army unsuccessfully attacked Beiping, panicked and fled, and the back even opened the pass to meet the enemy. All of these are like an all deeply piercing his heart. Could it be that the splendor of the great Ming is about to be rewritten because of such a battlefield blunder? The corner of Li Jinglong's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He was confused by Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden anger, and although there were a million questions in his mind, he ultimately did not say anything. Yes, my lord will set out immediately. When he finished speaking, he nodded firmly, his figure appearing composed, as if in this moment he had decided to bear all the burdens. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyue, who was on the side, just smiled and didn't say anything. After all, this was all Zhu Yuanzhang's family business and had nothing to do with him. Beiping, the Great Hall. King Yin Judi was holding the Zhang folders in his hand, his gaze deep. On the side, Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Gaoxiu and other sons surrounded the area, each with a heavy heart. In such a tense atmosphere, Yao Guangxiao sat quietly on the side, his eyes slightly closed, twirling his Buddha beads in his hands, spinning steadily, as if all the disturbances in the world had nothing to do with him. The rear army has arrived. Now everything is ready, just waiting for me to go over and give the order. I, King of Yin, will create this rebellion. What does the master think? Yao Guangxiao opened his wise eyes and said faintly, the time has come. Heaven's order cannot be disobeyed. He stood up slowly, his voice soft but loud. Today's imperial court, the treacherous and sycophantic, internal and external problems, clear the side of the ruler. Imperative. Yan Wangjudi's eyes flashed a bright light. His mouth muttered, clear the side of the king. Yao Guangxiao smiled and responded, exactly. Now that the dynasty is infested with chaotic officials, King Yen should clear the side of the king and root out the treacherous evil. And, in name only, the late Emperor Taizu had a word that if there is a traitorous minister in the dynasty who commits a rebellion, the vassal king can lead an army to work for the king, capture the thief and eliminate the evil, and ensure that the Ming Dynasty will be stable for 1,000 generations. At this moment, Zhu came to a sudden realization. His mind was enlightened, and he also made a final determination. Yes, how can I forget my father's teachings? Without any further hesitation, Zhu waved his hand and said, his voice as firm as a rock, pass on my order that the entire army prepare, and early tomorrow morning, set sail for Yingtianfu to meet up with the army. The long-awaited moment for Zhu Gaoxiu and the others finally arrived, and they spoke in unison. My son obeys the order. A stormy change about a twist of fate began to unfold. Report, there's someone outside the door asking for an audience. A Yen soldier hurried in, his haste breaking the quiet of the room. There was surprise in all directions. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and their hearts were full of doubt. At a time like this, who would have the guts to step into this Yenwang mansion? Yen King Judi frowned slightly, his voice lowered as he asked, who is it that's coming? Hearing this, the soldier respectfully replied, Your Highness, it is Li Jinglong, the general of the Great Ming, who seeks an audience, saying that there is an urgent matter that must be reported to Your Highness in person. Oh, him. Zhu Gaoxiu frowned and said sincerely, Father, that punk Li Jinglong's sudden visit. This thing reeks of something wrong. We still need to be more careful. Zhu Gaosuo also nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere became heavy. The corner of Zhu's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. I know this man very well. He won't pay a visit to the door if there's nothing wrong. He must have his purpose. Don't worry too much. This is Beiping. What is there to be afraid of? Tell him to come in. Not long after, Li Jinglong walked into the hall. Goodbye Judi. This thing is a million feelings. He has since become convinced of the saying that God's orders cannot be disobeyed. If you can't beat it yourself, you can't beat it. Judi's tone was flat, but with sharpness. General Li came this time. Is it for that the emperor sent to give a letter of war? Li Jinglong's expression was complex, and he said with each word carefully, this is a very important matter, so please allow me to elaborate in private. Your Highness. Zhu Gaosuo stepped forward quickly and said coldly, the little scheme in your heart is playing very loudly. Think we can't see your purpose? Li Jinglong was neither inferior nor arrogant. I am now speaking with His Highness, the King of Yen. You. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu's faces showed their anger, and the atmosphere was tense for a moment. Judi raised his hand in a gesture to calm the dispute. You guys retreat first. I'd like to hear what he has to do. Although there were still doubts in his heart, he did not dare to disobey the order. Only Yao Guangxia looked indifferent and left the table first. Although Zhu Gaoxiu and the others were reluctant, they could only withdraw unhappily. There were only 2 people left in the hall, so quiet that even their breathing could be heard. No one's eavesdropping, go ahead. Zhu's voice echoed in the empty hall. Li Dinglong took a deep breath and said in a sincere tone, Your Highness, please come back to the capital with me. Emperor Taizu is waiting for you to return. Zhu was surprised, a flash of incomprehension in his eyes. What did you say? The last time things? You guys fooled this king also, even if, this time, and want to repeat the same trick. You really think that this king is a little cute, can't you? He couldn't believe his ears and thought he had heard wrong. This ploy, that Jiangwen even tried to use it twice? If you speak out of turn again, don't blame this king for showing no mercy. Judi naturally would not believe in the resurrection of the late Emperor Taizu. Li Jinglong sighed softly, knowing that this was all too bizarre. He slowly told the story of Zhu Yuanzhang, and the young Judi who traveled through time and space, telling everything in detail. From the Hanwu era? Not only from my father, but also from that era? Judi laughed dryly twice, full of skepticism, shaking his head in denial. This is nonsense. Do you think that this king is that easy to fool? He was adamant that he didn't believe it, disdain and skepticism written all over his face. Li Jinglong looked determined and handed the longsword in his hand, his words resounding. Everything I have said is true, and if there is any deception, I am willing to put my life on the line. Yan Wang Judi was silent for a moment, his eyes complexly sizing up the person in front of him. The mind turns over and wonders in secret. It's hard to believe that what Li Jinglong said is true. The truth. What is it? Judi's face was cloudy, unpredictable and inscrutable. Your Highness, we grew up together. What kind of person am I? Don't you know? Although I defeated your hand in battle. But the truth or falsehood of this matter. How dare I talk nonsense to deceive you? Li Jinglong said this. His voice was filled with helplessness, yet very firm. At first, even I had trouble believing it. But now the evidence is overwhelming and irrefutable. Emperor Taizu, his old man, came in person, not only to chastise Emperor Jiangwen, but also to specifically want to see you, naming me to come and invite you over. Li Jinglong sighed, each word sinking in. Yan Wang Judi was silent for a long time, that shock mixed with confusion in his heart. Finally, with a sharp nod, he made up his mind. Good. Then this king will go with you on a trip to the capital. The king's aura was on display in these words. After all, now that the big picture has been settled, no matter if what Li Jinglong said was true or false, he went to Yingtianfu, and no one dared to move. All this is just delaying the overthrow of Jiangwen. In his eyes, it was all in vain. Li Jinglong nodded heavily, his fists clenched, and swore, Don't worry, Your Highness, I won't cheat you. Yan Wang Judi gently waved his hand, as if pondering something in his heart. If father was still alive, how would he judge when he encountered such a thing? Afterward, the two left the palace, and King Yan also ordered the preparation of traveling clothes to go to the capital with Li Jinglong. When this order came out, the entire royal residence was shocked and there was a lot of talk, but King Yan had already ironed his heart out. I've already decided. Going to Yingtianfu is a must this time. Cheer, you sit in on the town, and the Yan Wangfu will do what it needs to do. Is that clear? Despite the concerns in the minds of the other brothers, they could only agree. Your Highness, for the sake of safety, Zhu Nang and I are willing to accompany you and travel to the capital together. Zhang Yu suddenly appeared, his words sincere. Zhu Nang followed and walked forward, the two of them looking at Li Jinglong with sharp, wary eyes. Although they were not sure of the exact reason for King Yan's trip, their intuition told them that things were definitely not that simple. King Yan Judi nodded. In that case, 2 generals, join me. With that, King Yan Judi set out resolutely from Beiping with 2 men, aiming directly at Yingtianfu. On the way, the doubts in Zhang Yu's mind did not dissipate as they looked at King Yan from time to time with confused faces. Your Highness, my humble servant, what exactly is the purpose of going to Yingtianfu this time? Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Although Zhu Nang did not speak, his eyes were also fixed on King Yan, waiting for an answer. King Yan thought for a moment and replied, This is an intricate matter that will naturally become clear when he arrives at Yingtianfu. The 2 generals nodded silently and did not pursue the matter further, choosing to wait quietly. Only their wariness of Li Jinglong did not diminish. Yingtianfu, Fengtian Hall. Zhu Yuanzhang stood there quietly, silent as a mountain, so that the whole dynasty did not dare to make a sound, let alone move. Judi in the current world stood silently by while Zhu Yunzhu, the Zhang Wen emperor, was nowhere to be found. Zhu Yuanzhang looked around at these ministers who belonged to the Zhang Wen emperor's era, and his heart was getting irritated. Most of these men were weak and illiterate, and the military generals had been purged one by one in his later years. Because of this, later Yan Wang Judi rose to quell the rebellion, in order to succeed in one fell swoop, sitting on the throne of the emperor. The reason behind it is self-evident. Time passed slowly, and Zhu Yuanzhang stayed in Fengtian Hall for a long time. He didn't go anywhere in the past few days, observing this era wholeheartedly, especially for Judi at this time. He had his own evaluation in his heart. In a flash, several days passed. Li Jinglong took a steady step and approached step by step. Emperor Taizu, His Highness King Yan has arrived. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang stood up violently, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Coming? Come with us and see for yourself what's going on. His words rang out loud and strong. Chapter 80, You're really strong in the afterlife. At this time, outside the Fengtian Palace, the doubts in Yan Wang Judi's heart had turned into certainty. At this moment he fully realized that the only explanation for the lack of an ambush on the way to the capital pointed to the fact that Zhu Yuanzhang is probably still alive and is inside the palace. The two of them, Zhu Nang and Zhang Yu, looked at me and me at you, so surprised that they didn't know what to say. Although they had heard the truth from King Yan, they still found it hard to believe. You can come back from the dead? And it's back from the Hanwu era? It was all beyond the pale, pushing the limits of their perception. Your Highness, this time when you go, will there be any mysteries? Zhang Yu's heart was in a state of confusion, full of doubts. Yan King Judi's face was calm, but his eyes were firm. Regardless of what's really going on, seeing it with your own eyes is the best way to go. It wasn't long before a eunuch came out and whispered, Emperor Taizu has said to let His Highness, King Yan, go in to see him alone. Zhang Yu and Zhu Nang glanced at each other, their eyes filled with concern for King Yan's safety. Don't worry, the king will be fine. Yan Wang Judi took a deep breath and walked towards Fengtian Hall. Walked into the Fengtian Hall, looked from afar. There is a person wearing a dragon robe sitting on the dragon chair, the figure that is no longer familiar. Yan Wang Judi cannot forget in his life. That's his own father, Zhu Yuanzhang, and yet it looks so middle-aged. Gripping his sword tightly, Yan Wang felt heavy with every step he took, his heart tumbling with doubt and shock. What? Don't you recognize your father? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a smile. Clunk! The sword in Yan Wang's hand accidentally fell to the ground, his eyes staring at his father and emperor as he involuntarily knelt down. That voice, 1,000 times over, was Zhu Yuanzhang's. Father, you really didn't die? Yan Wang Judi's words were filled with disbelieving surprise. Of course, we're not going to the netherworld that easily. Are you still expecting me to die? Although Zhu Yuanzhang blamed with his mouth, his eyes couldn't hide his complex feelings for the middle-aged son in front of him. Thinking of what happened to those vassal kings, he couldn't help but feel a soreness in this heart. Waving his hand, Zhu Yuanzhang shouted, Come here. King Yan Judi stood there, momentarily unsure of what to do. Didn't you hear us? Zhu Yuanzhang said again. Yan Wang took a step to his father's side and stood still. Parent. Yan King Judi's eyes were red with emotion. Father, the 12th brother. He's gone. Several other brothers. When he finished speaking, tears silently flowed down his face, his grief hard to hide. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. He naturally knew what had happened to Zhu Bai. Father knows it all. Everything is in his heart. Regardless of how the situation changes, the affection between father and son is thicker than anything else. All because Zhu Yunju braced the clan to set off the waves. Although Zhu Di eventually became the emperor, his tolerance of the vassal kings contrasted sharply with that of Zhu Yunju. There's no need to rush. I'll give you a statement today. Zhu Yuanzhang's words were permeated with unquestionability, only to see him wave his hand. A silhouette slowly stepped out of the darkness. The man appeared and disappeared in the faint light. King Yanju's eyes lingered on his face for a moment, and suddenly flashed with an expression so complex that it was hard to describe. It was a teenager who looked strikingly similar to Yan Wang Judi, the very same Judi who came from the present world. The other was Zhang Haoyue. The corners of the mouth of the current Judi quietly looked at Yan Wang Judi. The composure beyond his age makes people cannot help but look at two more eyes. Curiosity is full. You. Present-day Zhu's voice was soft. Yan Wang Judi opened his mouth slightly, as if frozen by this sudden greeting, and it took half a day for him to return to his senses. Alright, we're all from the Hanwu years. See yourself, don't make it so ambiguous. Zhang Haoyue looked at the two with such an expression and said with a big grin, Call Zhu Yunju over. Zhu Yuanzhang also spoke, decisive and non-negotiable. It didn't take long for a few guards in gorgeous clothes to bring in a flustered Zhu Yunju. His eyes twinkled, looking first at his imperial grandfather, who towered over him, and then at the two Zhus, one mature and steady, the other youthful and compelling, both of whom were his kin. Imperial grandfather. Fourth uncle. Zhu Yunju mumbled, his voice as small as a mosquito call. Judi's anger bubbled up at once. He walked forward regardless, not even considering Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction, grabbing Zhu Yunju's collar, his eyes full of hatred and pain. What's wrong with old 12? He is your own uncle. How dare you bear to kill him? Can you stand up to the hard work of Tai Zu's business? Can you stand up to your ancestors? With a muffled bang, King Judi punched Zhu Yunju heavily, and Zhu Yuanzhang was quiet, neither stopping nor speaking, because at this moment, he knew that Zhu Yunju was doing things too extreme, not only trying to get his relatives killed, but also letting many of the feudal lords suffer along with him. King Judi's anger calmed down a bit after the beating, while Zhu Yunju looked at his grandfather with an aggrieved face as if he was begging for help. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted coldly, his eyes full of disappointment and helplessness. To this once hopeful eldest grandson, but today gave birth to an unprecedented dislike. Zhu Yunju eventually left in disgrace, escorted by his guards, and all this was just the beginning. Zhu Yuanzhang walked over to King Judi and patted his shoulder hard, a gesture that seemed to carry an incomparable weight. Don't worry, Jubal is still alive. We'll let him take refuge in the world. Hearing these words, Judi's eyes instantly glared round, his face full of incredulity. Father, old 12. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and did not continue on. He turned and looked around, his eyes as bright as torches. Since everyone is here, we also have one thing to announce. From this day forward, the throne of the great Ming will, with immediate effect, be passed on to King Judi. The words exploded like thunder, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Your Majesty, I have an objection. A sudden objection broke the calm, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see an official step forward. This person is Tai Hyun, who had strongly recommended Zhu Yunju to be the crown prince, which indirectly triggered today's disaster. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was icy cold, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. What did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was low, but every word was like a stone falling to the ground. Heavy. Hearing this, the Yen King Judi on the side had even more mixed feelings in his heart. Looking at my middle-aged self, it all becomes clear. His father was determined to let him inherit the great cause, and although this was something he had dreamed of, there was a sense of unreality when the moment actually came. Tai Hyun's face flushed with subtle changes, as if 1,000 words were stuck in his throat. Before he could open his mouth, a few guards had already quietly approached, and his voice was thus stuck raw in his throat. He knew in his heart that any explanation for Zhu Yuanzhang's will would seem incredibly pale. Zhu Yuanzhang's determination, very firm. This time he is to exclude all opposition, so that Judi ascends to the throne. Thinking carefully, Tai Hyun slowly realized that this series of storms was all because Zhu Yunju played with fire and capsized the boat. If, in the beginning, Zhu Yunju had been able to show mercy and not to lay hands on his own uncle, perhaps Zhu Yuanzhang's heart would not have been so resolute and would not have been so painfully determined. It's come to this, we've decided. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was firm and loud. From now on, Zhang dynasty will be a thing of the past, and the new emperor of the great Ming will be Judi, with the year set as Yongle. Hiss, the words shook everyone in the room. Even the always composed Yin King Judi was so surprised that his mouth was slightly open, and he could not close it for half a day, but could only murmur, Father, Father. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a smile instead, his eyes full of anticipation for the future. You are qualified enough to ascend to the throne. You are our good son and we have full confidence in you. When the current Judi next to him heard this, a complicated look swept across his face, staring at that Yin King Judi for a while before finally choosing to remain silent, responding with silent support. On the other hand, King Yin Judi looked back at Zhu Yuanzhang fondly, after which his gaze fell profoundly on the present Judi, with thousands of emotions in his heart. All of this, like a dream, made his world dizzy. This sudden change surpassed all his imagination. With the situation settled, King Judi of Yen was established as the Yongle Emperor of the Great Ming, a decision that sent huge ripples up and down the court. But no one dared to object because it was all Zhu Yuanzhang's holy ruling. The will of the founding emperor was like the order of heaven, and could not be questioned. In a quiet corner of the back garden, Zhu stood alone in the wind, his face mingled with excitement and unease. Next to him was Zhang Haoyue. Yan Wangzhu also learned about Zhang Haoyue's identity as a traveler. Am I really? Going to become an emperor? Judi still had a few moments of uncertainty, as if he was in a dream. Zhang Haoyue gently nodded, her eyes full of encouragement. Congratulations! From today onwards, you are the Yongle Emperor of the Great Ming. From today onwards, write your glorious chapter well. In the face of this unprecedented honor, King Judi wanted to speak, his eyes glittering with curiosity and incomprehension. Zhang Haoyue read his mind and asked directly, is the doubt in your heart about us coming from the Hanwu era and whether we know about the later generations? It must be said that this current Yin King Judi's acumen was truly astonishing. Zhang Haoyue also nodded. Don't worry, you're doing well as an emperor in the latter days. Don't have any other worries. Hearing this, King Judi was shaken inwardly. Then Judi did not know how to open his mouth for a moment. Hesitant, he wanted to ask what merits he had. Zhang Haoyue smiled and comforted. Don't worry, your achievements are remarkable. As the Yongle Emperor, you built the Great Wall, opened the Grand Canal, made 6 voyages to the west, compiled the Yongle Canon, conquered the north on 5 occasions, governed the country with culture, and wherever the hoofs of your horse went, they became frontiers, and the people's hearts and minds were at rest, and the 4 seas were brought to peace. This portrayal, like a heroic ode, made King Judi's blood boil. Chapter 81, Old Zhu wants to see his children and grandchildren. Becoming the Yongle Emperor meant that he would personally start an unprecedented era of prosperity, building the Yongle Canon, 5 expeditions north of the desert, 6 explorations of the Western Ocean, dredging the canals, and consolidating the Great Wall. Just thinking about it was enough to make his blood boil and his heart pound. The words he used to say still seemed to echo in his ears, and the grandiose ambition he once had, vowing to surpass his father, was not just a casual remark. Sure enough, that's how things are in the world. Prophecies come true, not falsehoods or fantasies, but all real. In the latter days, you not only ascended to the throne, but also accomplished the great feat of conquering the north. You can be called the strongest emperor in history. The title of Yongle the Great is truly worthy of its name. And while you were reigning over the world, you ushered in the Yongle Shangshi, where all the 4 directions were submissive, and all the nations came to pay homage to you. Your accomplishments were directly comparable to those of Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, and your glory was recorded in the history books, to be passed down for all eternity. Judi's eyes glistened, tears rolled down his face, and for a moment, emotions raged and instantly erupted. Since my father has given me the kingdom, I will never let my father down as a son. King Judi's words were spoken with determination. Zhang Haoyue nodded gently and shrugged her shoulders, her eyes full of encouragement. You should let go of your ambition. It wasn't long before Zhu Yuanzhang quietly came over and stood behind the 2 of them, smiling and talking but meaningfully. Old 4, is the knot in your heart untied now? Judi immediately knelt down. His forehead touched the ground, his oath resounding. Father, I will not let you down. Son, I will not let you down. This throne I will guard it well and live up to your expectations. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile was warm and satisfied, but his heart was mixed. Our son is indeed not an ordinary person. Choosing you as the heir is really a wise choice, and the wrong choices of the past have finally become a regret. If Zhu Biao hadn't died early that year, Zhu Yuanzhang probably wouldn't have thrown his weight around and chosen Zhu Yunzhu. If one could have foreseen in advance that his grandson would not be able to take on this great responsibility, why would he have to make so many difficult decisions in his later years, just to pave the way for someone else? Father does not need to blame himself. Everything is for the sake of the great Ming. King Judi comforted, his words filled with filial piety and commitment. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily and suddenly changed the subject. I heard that you and Su's eldest daughter have 3 sons around your knees, all in Beiping, right? Zhu nodded his head. His gaze swept over the current Zhu with a complex expression as he frankly stated the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed repeatedly, married Su Da's eldest daughter and raised 3 sons. Let them all come to the capital. We also want to see them with our own eyes. Yes, son, I will make arrangements immediately. King Zhu nodded his head in agreement and sent Zhang Yu and the others north to greet his family. Father and son across time and space. Long talks, parents, and deep emotions. Is Nian and your life okay? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with concern. Everything is fine. It's just that my father-in-law passed away, and Myriad Cloud feels grief from time to time. Zhu replied, sadness hidden in his tone. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard it, his heart slightly rippled. Before Zhang Haoyue said about Sudi ate the goose and passed away, the sadness was born. Suda's only wish before he died was just to have another taste of his eldest daughter's handmade roast goose. And when he was sick, He still remembered that flavor. At that time, the later years of Zhu Yuanzhang helpless, give him a goose to fulfill his wish. Looking at the sight of Judi, heartbroken. It's all life. This old brother of mine. Hey, sighed Zhu Yuanzhang. In the Yanwang mansion in Beiping City, there was a wave of surprise. When Consort Yan and Zhu Gaoqi and the others heard about this, they were all dumbfounded, half speechless. Is this true? Imperial grandfather, really resurrected? Zhu Gaoqi's voice trembled. The shock and doubt in his heart could not be hidden. Zhu Gaoqi was also thrilled. How is this possible? Zhang Yu replied calmly. Back to the son of the world. My subordinate doesn't dare to assert the truth. You all will know if you go and see for yourselves. Zhu Gaoxiu's heart was not solid. Mother, I always feel that there is a fraud here. Could it be Zhu Yunju's trick? Shut up. Yan Wangfei stopped with a stern voice. Her gaze stern. Zhu Gaoxiu was silent and did not dare to say anything more. Yan Wangfei's consort Su Miaoyun's tone turned softer. Well, there's no need to say more. Whether it's true or not, we'll know at a glance. I have a hunch that this may be true. Order the army to stay here, and we'll move to Yingtianfu immediately. Her eyes were resolute. Her trust in her husband needed no words, and she had a hint of expectation for this beyond the ordinary. A few days flew by, and Yan Wangfei and her party finally arrived at Yingtianfu. Once inside the Fengtian temple, I saw Judi talking to one person, who was no other than Zhu Yuanzhang. Oh my god, it's a ghost. It's really a ghost. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu were so scared that their faces turned pale and they couldn't speak well. The initial disbelief was because it was all so bizarre, but the reality before us could not be denied. Zhu Yuanzhang apparently heard the two men's shrieks and glared, his eyes like cold stars. Why is your speech so unruly? Do you want grandfather to teach you a lesson? Zhu Yuanzhang pretended to be angry and glared at the two of them. His Majesty revealed. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu immediately knelt down, terrified, and apologized. Grandfather, it's us who are wrong. Wrong. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted, clearly unhappy, and Zhu Gaoqi just looked at his grandfather dumbfounded and fell to his knees with a thud. Royal grandfather, is it really you? You've really come back? His voice choked and tears rolled down his face. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Gaoqi, his eyes full of kindness. Gaoqi, quickly come to Imperial grandfather. In Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, Zhu Gaoqi is his favorite grandson. The figure always reminds him of Zhu Biao, and Zhu Gaoqi's ability is also admired. There are even claims that Judi's grand plan for the northern expedition was actually the result of Zhu Gaoqi's behind-the-scenes planning. Zhu Gaoqi took a step over and scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw his grandfather smiling at him. What are you laughing at? Royal grandfather? Gaoqi, Imperial grandfather just realized that you've gained a lot of weight. Zhu Yuanzhang said teasingly. Zhu Gaoqi's face was slightly flushed, and he hurriedly replied. Imperial grandfather, however, is becoming more and more middle-aged and energetic, and is indeed the style of the Han-Wu emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, his laughter filled with joy. If it hadn't been for his beloved grandson, this kind of flattery might have repulsed him. As for Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu, who were on the side, they looked at each other with eyes full of envy. When Judi in the present life saw the scene, he was also filled with envy. He couldn't help but ask how his future with Su Miaoyun was so sweet and happy. It was a sleepless night of rejoicing. Early the next morning, after everything was over, Zhang Haoyue quietly left with Zhu Yuanzhang and the others and returned to the present world. It's just that this time when they went back, the two Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi were obviously not in the right situation. Zhu Yuanzhang had a deep look on his face, not knowing what he was pondering. After all, Zhu Biao was still alive today, so as for Judi, what should he choose? Zhu, on the other hand, had not yet gotten over his shock. Zhang Haoyue was also indifferent, and after returning to the small courtyard, he prepared to rest for a while. After all, this trip to the future was really tiring. At the next time, Zhang Haoyue had just gotten up, and outside the door, he saw Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, who had recovered from his illness, as well as Zhu Dizhu by standing in the doorway, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's father and son standing straight in front of him. Zhang Haoyue's heart rose up with questions and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, Old Zhu, you guys will come here this time, and what's the matter for? Zhu Yuanzhang put his hands behind his back and signaled with his eyes. Zhu Bai understood and stepped forward, kneeling on one leg, and said in a sincere tone, Zhu Bai is here to thank Mr. Zhang for his regenerating grace. Apparently Zhu Yuanzhang had told Zhu Bai about the future, and he didn't bother to ask how much had been said. Zhang Haoyue politely returned, Your Highness doesn't have to be like this. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Zhu Yuanzhang was full of smiles and spoke very sincerely. Zhang Haoyue, honestly, this favor of yours? We kind of remembered it in our hearts. If you didn't save us in time, our little 12 might have turned into ashes. We Zhu Yuanzhang are not an ungrateful person. You saved our son and protected our grandson. You are a great benefactor to the Zhu family. We have already decreed that you be given a title, and this mansion in the Qinhuai River is yours, in addition to repairing another residence for you. What do you think? Zhang Haoyue nodded. Old Zhu. Then I won't excuse myself, ha. At this point, Empress Ma slowly walked down from the carriage outside with a smile on her face. Shigehachi, your reward is a bit biased. Seeing that Empress Ma had arrived as well, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately smiled happily. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, shook her head and laughed. Empress Dowager, so many rewards are more than enough. Queen Ma smiled like a flower, her heart full of joy showing on her face, and said, Mr. Zhang, don't be a stranger. Just say what reward you want. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his face showed anxiety and he scratched his head and ears and said, how can this work? Why not? Mr. Zhang has been meritorious in the Great Ming, so it is not too much to reward him with something. In addition, I am also going to move out from the palace and learn the way of healthcare with Mr. Zhang. What? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhang Haoyue suspiciously. When did this dog hook up with our sister? And it also fooled Queen Ma into moving out of the palace to live. It's not going to work. Sis, we can't leave you. But Empress Ma thought otherwise. If you really can't leave me, why don't you just give that throne to the boss, and the two of us will just recuperate here. Wouldn't that be nice? When Xu Bei heard this, he quickly waved his hands. Mother, what are you talking about? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled frankly. We are not greedy for power. Just that the country has just stabilized. Things in the court are many and complicated. The boss can't cope with it alone now, and it's not suitable to go against those old ministers directly. Our old faces don't matter anyway, so when the dynasty stabilizes and we let the oldest help the oldest, we'll be able to let go without worry. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma had a word for each other, and it seemed as if they wanted to bring forward the issue of Zhu Biao's succession for discussion. Xu Bei's forehead was sweating, and he continuously excused himself, while Judi and Zhu Bai beside him secretly snickered. The scene was hilarious. Soon, the Su Miaoyun Su Miaojin sisters walked in with a box of rice. Father, Mother, the rice is ready. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and said cheerfully, eat first, let's talk about other things after eating. Zhang Haoyue laughed. His grandma, really do not take himself as an outsider. This meal are coming to his home to eat. Abominable. Chapter 82 Kid. Is he really fit to be the crown prince? Inside the courtyard, the sycamore tree has dense leaves and is as green as an umbrella. Families sat around a stone table and laughed. This meal, since it came from the hands of the Su Miaoyun sisters, Su Miaoyun's handiwork was extraordinary, and the three brothers, Zhu Biao, Judi, and Xu Bai, laughed and grabbed their food like children. Queen Ma smiled like a flower. Eat slowly, there's plenty, don't rush. Zhu Yuanzhang propped his hands on the stone table and smiled with a bit of blame. Look at you guys, how do you have the appearance of being a prince? However, deep in his heart, there was immense joy. Since becoming emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang would never experience this kind of simple affection again. Only Empress Ma, consistently treating him as Zhu Changba, gave him the most primitive and purest warmth. It is because he understands what it is like to be alone that he cherishes his relationship with Queen Ma even more. In the Ming Dynasty, only Empress Ma would call him Zhu Changba. Only Queen Ma could give him the initial warmth and affection. While eating his meal, Xu was full of doubts, with a few surprises mixed in his voice. Ma'am, what exactly is the delicacy on this plate? Why can the flavor be so fascinating? Su Miaoyun's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and her eyes flickered, revealing a hint of confusion. This food was given to Su Miaojin by Zhang Haoyue some days ago, and at that time, they also found it very tasty after eating it, so they brought it to try. So he turned to Zhang Haoyue and asked softly, Mr. Zhang, what on earth is this? So delicious. Zhang Haoyue ate without haste. Each bite was like savoring the various flavors of the world, and said slowly, this thing, is called a potato, a very common thing, but it hides a marvelous flavor. The skin of the sweet potato in Zhu's hand had already broken open, revealing the golden-colored flesh inside, and he asked, and what is this one called? It's also fragrant. Zhang Haoyue smiled lightly. This is a sweet potato, which is considered a type of potato, but not one that grows locally in our central plains. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned lightly and put down his chopsticks in deep thought. Potatoes? Sweet potatoes. Mr. Zhang, there is such a food in this world, and we didn't even know about it? Queen Ma's eyes also sparkled with curiosity. Zhu Biao, Judi. These princes grew up in the palace, do not recognize the grains and cereals, but also reasonable. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was born a commoner and knew a lot about what was going on in the farmland. And Empress Ma even went down to plow the land herself, and the couple's knowledge of crops was far superior to that of the average person. Queen Ma's thoughts drifted far away, and indeed she remembered not having seen either of these things, and said, "As you say, this is the first time I've heard of either of these things, and I've never seen them at all before." Zhang Haoyue gently picked up the shredded potatoes and took a bite, calmly saying, "It's not surprising that your highness hasn't heard of them, because they come from foreign countries and don't belong to our central plains." Zhu Yuanzhang came to a realization, nodded his head and laughed, "So that's how it is, it's all foreign food." After understanding, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart is much lighter. After all, as the emperor, should not be too detailed agricultural affairs, otherwise it seems too small. Zhu Yuanzhang tore open the sweet potatoes. The heat rises. The golden flesh of the potatoes scattered attractive aroma. Bite into a mouthful. Soft and sweet. The feeling of happiness immediately filled the entire mouth. "This is delicious." His face could not hide his surprise, not realizing that this insignificant lump of dirt could be turned into a mouthful of deliciousness. On a whim, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Empress Ma and said half-jokingly, "Maisie, for the vegetable garden in our palace, can we plant some of these things as well? In the future, if you're hungry in the morning court, how about taking it to satisfy your cravings?" Although Empress Ma was a bit disgruntled on her face, she still agreed with a smile. You're such a glutton. Well, let's do as you say." Then, she turned to Zhang Haoyue and asked, "How is this sweet potato harvest?" Zhang Haoyue replied unhurriedly, "It's not particularly amazing, but it's quite good, and an acre of land can probably produce 500 to 600 pounds. Everyone was stunned when those words came out. Zhu Yuanzhang stared wide-eyed. The sweet potato in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor, and stood up violently, shouting in disbelief. 500 or 600 pounds. The leaves of the sycamore tree gently fluttered down, and in the front yard of the Taoist temple, not only Zhu Yuanzhang, but even Empress Ma, Zhu Biao, and Judi were all surprised, and their gazes were locked onto Zhang Haoyue. As emperors, queens and royals, they were well aware of the people's plight and that the production of food was related to the stability of the country and the livelihood of the people. Empress Ma was good at farming, and Zhu Biao was personally involved in political affairs to understand the hard work of farmers. Judi manages the army strictly. The supply of grain and grass can't be wrong at all, so he is especially sensitive to this figure. During the Han Wu period, the country was prosperous and people lived in peace, with rice and wheat as their staple food, but the yield of an acre of land usually did not exceed 100 pounds. Only in very good weather years are you lucky to double it once in a while. If there is a natural or man-made disaster, it is not impossible to have no harvest. When the Mongols ruled in the former Yuan dynasty, there were ferocious taxes and calamities, and people died of starvation all over the place, with white bones exposed in the wild. Life was extremely difficult for the people until the rise of the Ming Dynasty, which brought a ray of hope. After Zhu Yuanzhang ascended to the throne, he attached great importance to agriculture and worked hard for more than 10 years. However, rice production within Daming is still struggling, with no major improvement. What is even more difficult for people's hearts is that since the establishment of the Ming Dynasty, there have been various natural disasters one after another, especially snowstorms. Every year, the treasures that Zhu Yuanzhang had saved up with his heart and soul ended up being turned into food for the relief of the victims. Yet even so, thousands of people still died of hunger every year. This situation not only let the plan to attack the Yuan dynasty Mongolia delayed again and again, but also let Zhu Yuanzhang heart like being cut by a knife like pain, full of bitter water, no place to say. Although he had a great ambition to unify the world, he was unable to do so because of food shortages and his hands and feet were tied. Right at this juncture, the unassuming-looking red-skinned root, the potato, showed an amazing yield of 500 to 600 pounds an acre. If it could be widely planted, it would surely greatly reduce the pressure on the country, and even in a disaster year, the people would be saved from starvation, and the northern expedition would no longer be limited by food. Zhu Yuanzhang was surprised for a while, pointing at the plate of ordinary shredded potatoes on the stone table, his eyes sparkling as he asked Zhang Haoyue, "How much of this stuff does it produce per acre?" Zhang Haoyue thought about it and shrugged his shoulders. The seeds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, which he exchanged with the system with points, were not much, but they were productive, mainly to relieve the boredom of eating. He said, a little less sure, probably around 600 or 700 pounds. And I'm guessing double that if it's being cultivated with man-made technology. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard it, he took a sharp breath, and his heart turned over not only with joy, but also with unprecedented ambition. These two items are simply treasures from heaven. With enough food, Zhu Yuanzhang could fight for the world with confidence, and more grandiose plans were waiting to be realized. Go back to the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang was in a hurry and immediately left the courtyard with Zhu Biao. In the evening, the honorable hall was brightly lit. After retiring from the court, Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly called Lu Chang, the Minister of Households, and told him about the effects of sweet potatoes and potatoes. After hearing this, Lu Chang was shocked and knelt down to congratulate him. Your Majesty is blessed by the heavens. This is truly a divine gift from heaven. There will be no more starving people in Daming. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and did not say anything, waved his hand and said, don't exaggerate. Even if the grain is piled up in the warehouse, people's desires cannot be filled. These two things can only solve the urgent need. Lu Chang nodded in embarrassment, reflecting in his mind. It is true that increased production of these two crops is a good thing, but it is still a long way off before famine is completely eradicated, and the conditions and methods of their cultivation will have to be well researched. Not overnight. Zhu Yuanzhang saw through his worries and said sincerely, we have summoned you here separately because we want you to try planting sweet potatoes and potatoes in the vicinity of Yingtianfu first, and then spread them when the technology has matured. The issue of food is fundamental to the country. There can't be the slightest sloppiness. Lu Chang, you're a veteran minister with a lot of experience. I'll leave this matter to you. Lu Chang kowtowed again and swore. The humble servant obeys the decree. Having said that, he respectfully retired. As soon as Lu Chang left, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and walked back and forth in the hall, his face full of excitement. It's really God's help. This kid Zhang Haoyue is really a blessing. We think that sweet potatoes and potatoes should be brought from the future. He must have a lot of good stuff stashed away. We need to get him to take it all out. Right, boss? When the words were finished, there was only an empty echo. Zhu Yuanzhang stopped and found Zhu Biao standing frozen by the desk, out of his mind. So he asked aloud, boss, what are you thinking? We're asking you a question? As if he had just woken up from a dream, Zhu Biao asked back with confused eyes. What is it? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and walked forward. Concerned, boss, what's wrong with you today? It feels like you've been preoccupied all day. What happened? From the time he returned to the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang had a feeling that Zhu Bei was different from usual, and spoke little. The former crown prince who always cared about his younger siblings seemed to become silent overnight, which made Zhu Yuanzhang very worried. Zhu Biao didn't dare to look at his father's eyes and lowered his head in contemplation, as if he was making a difficult decision deep inside. Finally, he looked up, his eyes firm, and said in a single word, Father, is child really fit to be the crown prince? For a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, one hand gripping the edge of the table with a death grip, his entire body shaking. He fixed his eyes on Zhu Biao, and those eyes cut through the blood ties between father and son, as if he was scrutinizing someone he didn't know at all. The air around them felt like it was frozen, and time seemed to have stopped. After a long time, this dull atmosphere was suddenly broken by Zhu Yuanzhang's furious roar. Adverse son, are you possessed by a ghost or what? What are you thinking about all day? Chapter 83. Then let's go to Yongle Canon together. We have long predicted your suspicious and sensitive character. Since childhood, a little wind and grass can set off waves in your heart. Even if you meet a vagrant on the road, you will have to guess half a day whether he is the descendant of a stray noble. Facing his father's rebuke, Zhu Biao silently lowered his head, unable to say a word. Zhu Yuanzhang put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in the hall. Furious, finally, he stopped in front of Zhu Biao and pointed his finger straight at his nose, his voice icy cold. Say, is it that you know the scene of the oldest forced struggle for power that frightens you in your heart? You feel inferior to your brothers and feel unqualified to inherit the throne, don't you? Zhu Biao raised his head and smiled bitterly with helplessness. Father, in your heart, have you really never suspected me so much? This question, like a heavy hammer, left Zhu Yuanzhang a moment speechless. The heart turned over, but cannot answer. If, not seeing with his own eyes Judi's path to that empire, Zhu Yuanzhang would never compare the two of them together in his heart. But people will always have feelings. When he saw with his own eyes his son's perseverance in life and death, and even took Zhu Yunju as the emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang heart scale, for the first time shook up. In the great hall, the atmosphere was tense. The two men just stood against each other as time rushed by. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed and gently patted Zhu Biao's shoulder, signaling to sit on the ground together. Come on, boss, let's talk about it. Zhu Biao obediently nodded and sat down close to his father. Boss, let's be honest with you. When we saw the moment Lao Si sat on the throne, it really made us think a lot. He is so much like us when we were middle-aged. Courageous, not afraid of anything, recognizing the goal. Even if it is a sea of fire and daggers, he dares to break through. Zhu Yuanzhang hugged Zhu Biao, his eyes flashing with a complicated look. But you, boss, you're not like him, not like all the brothers. You have your gentleness and compassion, and the world needs not only sharp swords, but also tolerant hearts. Hearing this, Zhu Biao's tears quietly slipped down, a release of years of pent-up emotion and a touch of this belated understanding. In all these years, he had never heard Zhu Yuanzhang open his heart like this. To him, his father was always like a mountain that never fell, sturdy no matter how strong the storm was. He also never showed true vulnerability easily, even to his own children. So, boss, you have to be strong. This kingdom, this family, only you can take it on, and only you are best suited for it. You know? Zhu Yuanzhang had a rare gentle smile on his face, full of hope that these heartfelt words would rekindle the flame in Zhu Biao's heart. However, Zhu Biao wiped away his tears and shook his head firmly. Father, I still think that oldest four is better suited to carry this burden than I am. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Yuanzhang's face immediately became ironic and unsightly. Oops, what have we been talking about for nothing? Zhu Yuanzhang's face swished into seriousness and shouted angrily, you unfilial son, why don't you know how to repent? That boy, old four, is not emperor material. At best he's just a good general. Even if you don't accept this position, have you forgotten everything we've carefully arranged for you over the years? Those people, those efforts, can we just let them go? You're gifted. You've seen a lot since you were a child, inside and outside the court. Who doesn't praise you? How honorable is your position? What does old four count as? He doesn't recognize a few big words, and he still thinks that he wants to be equal to you? Can he carry the emperor's position? Can't afford it. He doesn't have it. Understand? Zhu Yuanzhang spoke earnestly and kept talking like running water, but Zhu Biao was silent as if he had an iron heart. He had already made up his mind and was no longer willing to be the crown prince. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious and his heart ached. In desperation, he exclaimed, if you don't believe me, tomorrow we'll go to Zhang Haoyue and let him lead the way to see the sight of old four ascending to the throne. If he can be a competent emperor, we are willing to use our head as a ball and kick it as much as you want. Is that satisfactory? Once he heard that he wanted to see the scene of Judi becoming the emperor, Zhu Bei was also moved and nodded his head in agreement. Okay, father, let's go together. If oldest four is able to take on a big role, this position of crown prince, I'll offer it with both hands. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed coldly and said nothing more, turning around and striding out of the honorable hall, with Zhu Biao following closely behind him. On the afternoon of the next day, in the courtyard of the Qinhuai River, the sycamore trees were gently swaying and covered with green shade, which was beautiful. Zhang Haoyue was holding a small teapot in his hand, standing under the tree with a cozy face. Zhu is in front of him, practicing his swordplay. Empress Ma and Su Miaoyun, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, laughed continuously and appeared to be very cozy and harmonious. Now Queen Ma, but she's moved out of the palace to live. At that moment, the sound of light footsteps came from the doorway, and Zhu Yuanzhang walked in with his hands behind his back, with Zhu Biao silently following behind. Father, you're here? Judi was sharp-eyed and saw Zhu Yuanzhang at once, greeting him with a smile on his face. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and walked into the shade of the sycamore tree, sitting peacefully on a stone bench. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Judi quietly approached Zhu Biao and asked in a low voice, Big brother, what's wrong with father? He was fine when he left yesterday? Zhu Biao smiled faintly. Nothing. I'm just curious. If you become the emperor, what would daiming be like in your hands? Judi replied without hesitation. Naturally, I can't compare to my elder brother's ability to run the country. Big brother, you're different from me. You were born with an imperial destiny. Moreover, all these years you have helped father deal with the affairs of state, and everything has been in order, and all over the court. Who could be unconvinced? How can I compete with you? When Shu said that, he meant it and was not being modest. After all, from childhood to adulthood, Zhu Yuanzhang kept instilling an idea in all the royal sons, the future throne, except for the elder brother. No one can match. As a result, Judi was determined from a young age that the only candidate for the emperor was Zhu Biao, and that he had never had any non-discriminatory thoughts about himself. Zhu Biao, indeed, is a qualified crown prince, a role model for his brothers, and very sophisticated, both in terms of reputation and means. Behind this, both Zhu Yuanzhang's diligent cultivation and Zhu Biao's own outstanding qualifications are indispensable. In contrast, Judi did not like to read since he was a child, and even more so, he did not care about politics, and no one ever mentioned the way of the emperor to him. Deep in Judi's heart, even after becoming an emperor, he could not compare with Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao smiled and waved his hand. Lao Si, don't be presumptuous, the truth is what it is, you'll know it when you see it. After saying that, Zhu Biao's gaze turned to Zhang Haoyue on the side. Zhang Haoyue understood and calmly said, if you are really interested, old Zhu, I can take you guys to see Yongle's heyday. Winged luck? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed disdainfully. You mean there will still be pomp and circumstance for Lao Si? He turned his head to look at Judi. The old four, the mouth is quite big. Well, our Hanggu do not dare to call themselves a prosperous world. Your kid is better than the old man has a good job. Zhu scratched his head with a confused expression. Father, I don't know any of this? Zhu Biao frowned, sensing something unusual. The year name Yongle. It doesn't seem too auspicious. Zhu pursued. Big brother, why do you say it's unlucky? You are knowledgeable. Tell us about it. Zhu Biao thought for a moment and slowly said, at the end of the northern Song dynasty, a peasant uprising broke out in the south, and the leader was called Fong La, who made himself emperor against the imperial court, and his year was also Lu. Hearing this, Judi's brows furrowed. I definitely didn't come up with this name. After Zhu Biao so explained, Yongle 2 words is no longer just unlucky, so simple. Simply become a synonym for treason and usurpation. The words were as sharp as a sword, piercing straight into Judi's heart. Zhu Yuanzhang was even more fuel on the fire on the side. The corner of his mouth hung with a smile of watching a good show. Oh, as a traitor, you still feel wronged? Let's see. The word Yongle is a perfect match for you, isn't it? Zhu's face twisted, his stomach full of grievances written on his face. Right at this moment, Empress Ma brought Su Miaoyun along in style and said with a gentle smile, heavy buster, cut the crap. Since Mr. Zhang said that Yongle means a prosperous era, he naturally has his reasons. My mom and I are hanging out. Why don't we go check it out together? How's that sound? Su Miaoyun's eyes sparkled with light and were filled with anticipation. She was also eager to see with her own eyes what the great Ming Dynasty under Judi's governance looked like. On top of that, there was another layer hidden in her heart. Would she be lucky enough to have a grandchild? Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. It's fine. We also want to see. This is Mr. Zhang called the Shangshi dynasty, and our Hanggu years compared to. In the end, who is better? After saying that, he turned to Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue, this matter still needs to trouble you a bit. Zhang Haoyue naturally had no problem with it and directly agreed with alacrity. No problem. In fact, he was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Being able to lead Zhu Yuanzhang and the others through time and space meant that his points would increase infinitely. After many crossings, Zhang Haoyue had been able to exchange many small resources, such as potatoes and these, and if more were accumulated, then it would not be impossible to exchange for tanks and cannons in the future. Of course, only if Zhu Yuanzhang volunteers. With a gentle wave of Zhang Haoyue's large hand, a fierce wind rose up, instantly obscuring the sky. When the crowd opened their eyes again, they were already standing on the high platform outside the Fengtian temple. Weapons clashed and cries were heard for a long time, and that wailing echoed in the ears of Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, Zhu Biao, Judi and others. In the square in front of the temple, the personal guards were like hungry wolves and tigers, arresting courtiers, and anyone who resisted. No one survived. At the bottom of the imperial steps, the 42-year-old Judi was dressed in black iron armor, holding a belt sword, his grave eyes scanning the surrounding area. Next to him, a young child, filled with terror, didn't know what to do. Chapter 84. We bet that this throne Lao Si won't sit for long. In mid-air, Zhu asked Zhang Haoyue, what time is this? Zhang Haoyue replied indifferently, another parallel time and space. The third day after your highness attacked Yingtianfu. Zhu Yuanzhang was silent, calmly observing everything in front of him. He himself had ascended the throne as a rebel, and this scene was all too familiar to him. It is common to change dynasties, cleanse old ministers and remove hidden dangers. At that moment, a loud cry resounded through the square. Feng Xiaoru is here. 2 guards escorted an official to Zhu. Fang Xiaoru? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this name, he raised his eyebrows slightly and turned around to ask Zhu Biao, "Do you recognize this person?" Zhu Biao nodded his head and said, "Father, Fang Xiaoru's father, Fang Kachin, was once a local governor and was innocently implicated because of the empty seal case, and although he was proved to be wrongly accused afterward, he has already been wronged in his 9 springs." A trace of guilt flashed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, and he didn't say anything more, just quietly watching the developments. The last time he traveled through parallel time and space, he seemed to have killed Fang Xiaoru as well. At the bottom of the steps of Fengtian Hall, middle-aged Judi slowly walked down, stopped in front of Fang Xiaoru, and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you are a great scholar of the world. I hope that you can draft an edict for this king to ascend the throne. What do you think?" Fang Xiaoru spat and rebuked loudly, "You chaotic official. The whole world is going to revolt against you. Don't want me to draft an imperial edict for you. Just die." A cold light flashed in middle-aged Zhu's eyes. "Not afraid that I will exterminate your 9 clans? Fang Xiaoru laughed in the sky and looked at Judi with disdain. "What are 9 clans? If you have the ability to destroy my 10 clans." Judi was furious. "Fine. I will fulfill you. Men, behead all 10 of his clans." The guards on both sides looked at each other with confused faces. "Your Highness, what are the 10 clans?" The middle-aged Zhu hung an icy smile on the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "Those so-called relatives and friends are all 10 clans." When the guards next to him heard this, they came to a realization. And then with a command, Fang Xiaoru was dragged off unceremoniously. Blood thrown in the air. The scene seemed particularly jarring. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his hair stood up, his teeth clenched tightly, his eyes glaring at Judi like fire, and he cursed loudly. "Old four, we always thought we were tough enough, but today, you're even tougher than we are." Zhu Biao's face was pale and his heart turned over. The cruelty of implicating all 9 clans is such that even Zhu Yuanzhang had never heard of such a terrible punishment when he was on the throne. However, did you not impose the 9 clans on Fang Xiaoru in the parallel dimension last time? And call me mean? Empress Ma and Su Miaoyun, the 2 gentle and virtuous women, also frowned at this time, looking at Judi anxiously, secretly worrying whether he would turn into another Zhu Yuanzhang. This scene seemed to foreshadow that he might surpass any emperor in history and turn into an even more terrifying existence. Sensing the unusual eyes around him, Zhu sweated like rain and defended himself with an innocent face. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Emperor Yongle, it's not like I'm the same person I am now." Hearing this, the corners of Zhang Haoyue's mouth, who hadn't said anything, unexpectedly revealed a hint of a playful smile. Almost desperate, with tears welling up in his eyes, Zhu turned to Zhang Haoyue and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what are you laughing at? I've been so distracted by this matter." Zhang Haoyue's tone was calm as he replied, "Your Highness doesn't need to think too much. I just remembered something interesting." At this time, blood flowed in front of Fengtian Hall. Not only Fang Xiaoru, but also many ministers who supported Zhu Yunzhu died under Judi's sword. The child standing beside the middle-aged Judi finally couldn't bear the fear inside and sat paralyzed behind the dragon chair, both helpless and scared. Zhu, however, did not care and slowly walked behind the child and gently took him in his arms, plucking away the small hands that wanted to hide the cruel reality, so that he could directly face this tragic scene. "How can you grow without experiencing the storm?" Zhu's voice was deep and powerful, like an invisible magic that gripped the boy's mind. Above the clouds, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao and Judi all coincidentally noticed the little boy, and all knew that the boy had an extraordinary relationship with Judi. Zhu pointed at the trembling child and asked Zhang Haoyue, "Mr. Zhang, who is this child?" Zhang Haoyue glanced at the boy and slowly said, "He is your eldest grandson of the eldest house, the most versatile emperor the great Ming has ever seen, and is known as the all-powerful emperor in later times." Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "The most comprehensive emperor in history? That sounds extraordinary. Zhang Haoyue, don't tease us like you did last time when you made fun of Li Jinglong." Recalling that Zhang Haoyue had once used Li Jinglong as a metaphor, exaggerating and saying that he was some kind of Ming god of war, Zhu Yuanzhang still had some shadows in his heart, fearing that this time, the all-powerful emperor was just an irony. Zhang Haoyue shook her head and denied. "No, this child is called Zhu Zhanji, Zhu Gaoqi's eldest son, born with good fortune, born in response to a dream. It is said that he was the most comprehensive because he reached the pinnacle in 6 areas: force, intelligence, politics, culture, art and even looks." Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi both sucked in a breath of cold air. gazing at that young figure once again, with more than a few moments of incredulous scrutiny in their eyes. There are quite a few people in this world who have one or two specialties, but to be proficient in all six is beyond the reach of the average person. It would have to be truly gifted to do that. Zhu Biao was very shocked in his heart. He grew up as the crown prince. All the attention, gifted, already considered outstanding among his peers. But on self-reflection, one has to admit that one is far from being able to make a difference in numerous fields. From this perspective, Xu Zhanji has far surpassed him. Empress Ma and Su Miaoyun, on the other hand, were filled with relief, and were naturally overjoyed to have such a wizard in their family. Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted Judi's shoulder, with a bit of depth and pride in his eyes. Old Fourth, your clan, you are truly blessed. Not only do you have many children, but there are also dragons and phoenixes in your grandchildren. Judi's face was shy, the corner of his mouth pulled out a naive smile. Father is overstating the case. Isn't my son also your grandson? After all, it's all from our old Zhu family's lineage, so naturally there's something extraordinary about it. A rare smile appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's face that had gone through many vicissitudes. Judi's words were like a spring breeze that blew into Zhu Yuanzhang's heart and touched the softest part of his heart. Whether it is the descendants of Zhu Biao and Zhu Xiongning, or the lineage of Zhu Di, Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu Zhanji, they all heralded the dragon's Shangshi, confirming the existence of the true dragon son of heaven. But how could the source of all this glory not be Zhu Yuanzhang's own sagacity in order to produce such excellent offspring? Zhang Haoyue spoke at the right time. Her voice clear. This is the starting point of Yongle Emperor Judi. Next, we go to the Shangshi. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue lightly waved his sleeve, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be propelled by an invisible hand, changing instantaneously. In the twinkling of an eye, the jingoism disappeared. As night fell, the lights in the Hall of Honor swayed. Middle-aged Judi sat in front of the imperial case. The candlelight in his hand shook, reflecting his focused face, and was diligently reviewing the piles of zhangji. On the desk, the unapproved documents had piled up into a small mountain, almost as high as a person. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. A few eunuchs noiselessly traveled through the hall, carefully placing new zhangji on the desk, and before long, two more small mountains were piled up. Middle-aged Judi put down his pen. Facing the seemingly never-ending zhangji, his eyes flashed through a trace of imperceptible exhaustion and helplessness. When in the world is it going to end? Such paperwork, Shangzhua. It's really endless. I am also having trouble with it right now. In the void, looking at the mountain of zhangji that was almost drowning the middle-aged Judi, the current Judi swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with admiration for Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, is this what you do every day? Dealing with so many zhangji? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, the corner of his mouth raised a contemptuous sneer. But it's just something small, just a little entertainment for my father's leisure time. Judi's heart tightened as he looked at Zhu Yuanzhang suspiciously. Father, are you still human? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly and chided. What nonsense is this? Judi froze, then compensated with a smile. What I mean is, Father Emperor, you are not an ordinary person. You are simply a god like Zhang Haoyue, with so many zhangs. Child really can't imagine how you deal with them. Zhu Yuanzhang straightened up, full of pride. Kid, compared with us, you are still far from it. To be an emperor, to read and approve the Sangha, this is the most basic duty. Judi muttered in a low voice. Every day, there are so many zhangji. It must be exhausting. Such a day. Where is the enjoyment of the emperor? Isn't this asking for suffering? In the Hall of Honor, that middle-aged Judi, who was busy with his head bowed, obviously felt the same way. He threw down his pen in anger, stood up, crossed his arms, and growled in irritation. These guys, do they want to tire me out alive? Come on, summon Yang Shiqi, Yang Rong and Yang Pu to meet me. In the void, seeing the middle-aged Judi's anger to the extreme, Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was in a good mood, looking sideways at the young Judi with a few flirtatious laughs. Old Four, how does it feel to be the emperor? Still comfortable? Still want to continue? Little Judi had a bitter smile on his face and shook his head. Father, if you say so, child has never thought of it that way. Zhu Biao objected with dissatisfaction. Father, this is too direct a question. Even if fourth brother had this idea, he wouldn't dare to say it outright. Zhu Yuanzhang paid no attention to Zhu Biao's complaints and instead said with confidence, Boss, don't believe me. Let's bet that with Old Four's character, he won't be sitting as emperor for long. What Yongle Shangshi? Let's see. It's all because Zhang Haoyue, this kid, is overstating things. Zhang Haoyue, on the side, shrugged his shoulders and smiled at Zhu Yuanzhang's words without saying anything. Wait till you see Yongle. Flash your dog's eyes. At this time, there was another commotion coming from within the Hall of Honor, and 3 ministers in scarlet official uniforms knelt on the ground and bowed down in front of the middle-aged Judi. Shu crossed his arms and stepped forward, tapping his fingers on the zhengzhua on the table with sarcasm in his words. You guys, what do you want? Do you think I'm made of iron? So many zhangfangs, do you want to tire me out? Chapter 85, Conformity? What does that mean? The leader, Yang Shiqi, showed a helpless expression and sighed. Your Majesty, this submission is but a small part of the problem. We fear that His Majesty's body can't bear too many burdens, so we don't dare to report everything to you. Middle-aged Judi took a deep breath. His eyes swept over the desktop piles of folders piled into a small mountain. An invisible pressure made him cannot help but frown slightly. That, and it's still small? Middle-aged Judi gently touched his forehead with his hand and ordered in a deep voice. You guys immediately move all these zhangfu to the cabinet and review them for me. Hearing this, San Yang's face changed in an instant, and he hurriedly bent down to excuse himself, especially Yang Shiqi, who lowered his head and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the great ancestor has stipulated that the position of chancellor cannot be re-established, and that zhengshi must be handled by the emperor himself, with heavy penalties for those who violate it. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Middle-aged Judi had a calm expression as he slowly said, The late emperor has passed away, and now in Daming, I am the one in charge. I would like to know if you are willing to abide by the late emperor's last orders or listen to me? Once this was said, San Yang suddenly realized, and quickly kneeled down and said he didn't dare, then stood up and moved all the zhangji away. In mid-air, seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was furious, his eyes glaring round, staring at Judi, gritting his teeth. Old four, your guts are too big. We've only been dead for less than 10 years, and our bones are not yet cold, but you actually dare to go against our teachings. If we don't severely punish this unfilial son of yours today, our name will not be Zhu. When he finished speaking, he was so angry that he unclasped the jade belt around his waist and raised it up to strike towards Judi. Shu begged for mercy in a hurry. Father, this is the work of Emperor Yongle. It has nothing to do with my son. Zhu Biao on the side also hurriedly persuaded. Old four has a point. Father, at least in the world we know, Old four is definitely not such a person. Su Mianyun even tearfully pleaded in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, just spare His Highness this time. Zhu Yuanzhang was so angry that his chest was so tight that he almost fainted, leaning against the chair that Zhang Haoyue had prepared long ago and panting heavily. Zhang Haoyue, we really have to thank you. If you hadn't let us see the behavior of these unproductive children and grandchildren after death, how could we have seen such a scene? Zhu Yuanzhang raised his head and looked at the calm and collected Zhang Haoyue next to him, his heart full of gratitude, but with a bit of unwilling desolation. As a generation of emperors, Zhu Yuanzhang has been working hard for more than 10 years, not hesitating to carry the reputation of a tyrant, killing tens of thousands of officials, and even almost turning against his beloved son, whose ultimate goal is to abolish the system of chancellorship. Unexpectedly, this piece of hard work, in the eyes of his son Judi, but only some worthless trivial. Moreover, Judi also set up a cabinet to review the sangs in his place, effectively continuing the core of the chancellor system. Zhu Yuanzhang knew very well in his heart what middle-aged Judi was thinking. He was merely using a strategy to divide the responsibility that originally belonged to the chancellor alone among 3 persons. Although the power was decentralized, the cabinet actually retained the essence of the chancellorship. Zhang Haoyue smiled and said, Old Zhu, don't praise me. I'm just making a small contribution. On one side, Judi was resentful in his heart and muttered secretly, Is Mr. Zhang having trouble with me? Why is he always targeting me? Zhu Biao walked forward and asked Zhang Haoyue, Mr. Zhang, how exactly did this cabinet system come about? You should know the details, right? Zhang Haoyue nodded and said unhurriedly, The cabinet system was indeed created by Yongle the Great for the obvious reason that those numerous and complicated zhangzhi made Yongle the Great feel overwhelmed. Zhu Yuanzhang said indignantly, Nonsense, this kid is just trying to be lazy, but we have found endless fun in reviewing the Zhang folders. Zhang Haoyue replied with a smile, It's certainly true that you're gifted and energetic, Old Zhu, but Old Zhu, can you guarantee that all future emperors will be as diligent as you? Zhu Yuanzhang stubbornly said, What can't we do? If we can do it, so can my children and grandchildren. Zhang Haoyue asked rhetorically. Then, Old Zhu, let me ask you, is King Yin Judi the most energetic of all the emperors? Zhang Haoyue's question left him unable to say a word. With this questioning, even if he was stubborn in character, he could not sophistically argue. Indeed, among his many royal sons, Judi's kind of inexhaustible energy, no one can match. From childhood is a lively, never tireless look. Zhu Biao followed on the side and concurred. Mr. Zhang is right. Although I tried my best to help my father to deal with the state affairs, but I always feel that I am not able to do it. I just see my father laboring, so I just hold on to it. This endorsement, word for word, reveals a helpless yet resilient mood. Empress Ma suddenly had sharp eyes and looked straight at Zhu Yuanzhang. Heavy buster. You old codger. I'm afraid the sickness that Bill got from exhaustion is all because of you. Her words, which were both like a reproach and contained heartache, made Zhu Yuanzhang stay in place for a moment, full of confusion. How come all the talk is pointing at us? Zhang Haoyue gently shook her head, her tone calm but far-reaching in meaning. It was not that the strategy of abolishing the prime minister was wrong, but that the change followed the trend of history, and it is true that the post of prime minister was never again created in subsequent dynasties, and the establishment of the cabinet by Yongle the Great was also a brilliant decision that was followed by subsequent generations, and in the final analysis, it comes down to just 4 words, conforming to the times. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned, his inquisitive eyes showing, what is conforming to the times? Zhang Haoyue laughed and replied, Old Zhu, just a few hundred years. In the long river of history, it's just a blink of an eye. May I ask then, what in the world can remain the same forever? Dynasties of 1,000 years have not been heard of since the beginning of time. The change of every era is accompanied by the turbulence of the regime. And which of the emperors who started the country didn't want the kingdom to last forever? Emperor Qin, Han Wu, Tang Zong, and Song Zhu, all of whom were the lords of their time, tried to change the will of heaven with human power. But the result was that the Qin dynasty died in the 2nd century, the Eastern Han dynasty fell apart, and the splendor of the great Tang was no more. These emperors of the ages, with their extraordinary abilities, could not defy the laws of history. And how can you think, old Zhu, that what you have formulated can transcend the limitations of 1,000 years? The rise and fall of all things ebbs and flows with the river of time, and this is conformity to the times. After saying that, there was a silence around them, and everyone looked at Zhang Haoyue with strange gazes. This young, not yet 20-year-old fortune-teller, actually broke the essence of dynastic change in a single sentence, so that the presence of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, Judi were shocked. It seemed that they had all underestimated Zhang Haoyue. This innocent-looking teenager not only possessed the magical power of traveling through time and space, but also had extraordinary insights that spanned thousands of years. He spoke as if he were an old man who had lived through the centuries and commanded respect. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart churned within him, and Zhang Haoyue's words opened up a new world of cognition for him. The prime minister and the cabinet, these are only superficial. The key lies in how the monarch utilizes the wise and capable to govern the country. It's a whole new angle. Zhu Yuanzhang secretly resolved to keep Zhang Haoyue's words in his heart and slowly chew on them later as words of warning in governing the country. Finally, he sighed. All right, for the sake of Zhang Haoyue, I'll let you off the hook for today's cabinet matter. This decision was not only his concession to the status quo, but also an acknowledgement of what Zhang Haoyue had said. He was not a god. He only had the lifespan of a mortal, and dozens of springs and autumns was a fate he could not escape. But what Zhang Haoyue said on his lips is to transcend 100 years, or even 1,000 years of the vicissitudes of the world, which is far beyond the reach of Zhu Yuanzhang. He knew in his heart that even if he could control Judi today, how could he bind his children and grandchildren in the future and let this control continue indefinitely? Like Zhang Haoyue said, let it be, and let history write its own future. Zhu Yuanzhang only hoped that, in his Hanggu years, he could pave a less bumpy and winding road for future generations. This word once exported, like a heavy hammer on the heart, Judi heart of the big stone fell to the ground, wipe off the forehead of the cold sweat, thankful that this pass finally passed. Okay, let's move on. Zhang Haoyue gently waved his sleeve, and the surrounding scenery changed once again. The Hall of Honor is still so solemn, and the night is still the same. It's just that by this time Zhu was already looking a little old. Dressed in gray linen with a flowing beard, he looked even more drab and out of place in the splendid palace. He stopped in front of the imperial case and watched a handsome young man waving his pen to draft an edict. His heart was mixed. In the void, Zhu saw the teenager at a glance. His joy was overflowing. Without much thought, he already knew who it was, and shouted excitedly, "Father, Mother, look, my grandson has grown up." Zhang Haoyue was right. This child is really good looking. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly closed his eyes, his gentle gaze following the upright figure by the imperial case. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but emerge a smile and complimented. Good boy. Handsome indeed. I'm only afraid that uncountable beautiful women will fall for him in the future. Hearing this, Judi's heart rippled with pride. Just then, the teenager Zhu Zhanji put down his pen and looked at his grandfather with a worried face. Grandpa, have you really decided? The aged Zhu straightened his back and nodded. Grandfather is getting old and his spirit has been getting worse lately, while your father and the two uncles keep arguing every day, leaving me exhausted. It is already difficult for me to trust them, and I can only be assured by arranging it myself. Zhu Zhanji nodded silently, holding the edict in both hands and handing it to his grandfather. But the elder Zhu didn't pick it up and said, "Read it to Grandpa." The young man's voice was crisp and resonated through the hall. By imperial decree, the brocade guards and the East Chamber are established today, directly under the jurisdiction of the emperor. In addition, send one eunuch of the Palace of Ceremonies to supervise the military in Liaodong, 2 lieutenants of the East Chamber to supervise the military in Xuanfu, and 4 eunuchs of the governor to be stationed in various places, and each of the internal officials to do his own job. Admirable. For a moment, the void was silent, and all sound seemed to be swallowed up. Zhu Yuanzhang froze when he heard this. Half the time, he didn't look back. Zhu, on the other hand, felt his scalp tingle, his blood seemed to freeze, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Next to them, Empress Ma, Zhu Biao, and Su Miaoyun, their faces all turned white. Chapter 86, Bastard. This dog even let the eunuchs interfere in politics. After a long time, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze landed on Judi, his tone carrying coldness. Lao Si, remember what we said about eunuchs not being able to interfere in court politics, or else what would happen? Judi's throat rolled, not daring to look directly into his father's stern eyes. His head lowered, his voice trembling. Eunuchs interfering with the government should be beheaded. After that, Judi closed his eyes in despair and wailed in his heart, "It's over. Now, it seems that I'm a fainting monarch after all." In this void, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes turned red as he stared dead at Judi. And it wasn't just anger, but murderous intent surging through him. Eunuchs interfere in politics, which touches one of the most sensitive taboos in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. In the early years of the founding of the country, he drew lessons from the demise of the previous dynasty and laid down 3 iron rules, which were engraved on his ancestral training. The first of which was that eunuchs were strictly prohibited from interfering with the government, and those who violated the rules were severely punished. Judi's behavior was undoubtedly a complete betrayal of his father's original intention, first secretly restoring the chancellor system in the name of the cabinet. Now there was eunuch interference, stepping on the taboos set by his father at every step. Well said, senior, well said. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, his entire body radiating the biting majesty of an emperor, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhu Yuanzhang walked with his hands behind his back, each step calm and strong, until he came to a violent stop in front of Judi, his eyes sharp as a knife. "We knew that your path to the throne would not be easy, but we did not realize that your heart would be blinded to this extent. If I give you the kingdom of the great Ming, I'm afraid that it won't take 3 generations for the pure bloodline of our Zhu family to disappear." His words were as loud and furious as thunder, his whole body trembling in anger, his roar laced with deep disappointment. "Did you see that? This is what happens when old Four ascends to the throne." Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Biao, his voice full of indignation. "The rules we have painstakingly established, but he turns a blind eye to them and breaks them one by one. The eunuchs play with power, supervise the army, garrison, and do everything. Next, are they going to be allowed to hold the power of the state? Crown Prince, are you convinced now? Still think old Four is more suitable to take over the throne?" The series of questions left Zhu Biao speechless, and although he wanted to defend Zhu in his heart, he couldn't say a word. Zhu Biao never thought that Judi would dare to go against the reason of heaven, not only letting eunuchs meddle in the imperial government, but also giving them heavy power to spread all over the 4 directions and supervise the army. This is like inviting the wolf into the house. Old Four may have unspeakable bitterness. Zhu Biao still stubbornly defends Judi, even if the reason is not clear, even if he knows that it is wrong. Flesh and blood makes him unable to sit back and watch. "Good. You two are going against us, aren't you?" Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. He came this time originally wanted to use Judi's example to inspire Zhu Biao. Do not easily give up the position of the crown prince. Now see, but instead, it makes his heart ache. Looking at the absurdity of Judi's governance, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart is angry. but there is also a subtle hint of relief. That was to prove that Judi was indeed unfit to be a bright ruler, thus preserving the legitimacy of succession for Zhu Biao. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not expect that the ever-meek Zhu Biao would be so adamant about his ideas, and in the face of the facts, still favor his younger brother against all odds. In the void, Zhang Haoyue smiled, his posture floating, his gaze traveling through time and space, looking at the elderly Zhu Di and the teenager Zhu Zhanji, and said faintly, "Old Zhu, don't be too angry. Emperor Yongle's indulgence of eunuchs may seem accidental, but it's actually a historical necessity." Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head sideways, his voice cold and hard. "What do you mean by that? We don't understand." Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly and lightly opened her vermilion lips. No matter how the previous dynasty changed, or what was done under the Yongle emperor, it all boils down in the end to power. Zhu Yuanzhang pursued doubtfully. Yes, it's the power. It has to be centralized. Whether it's abolishing the prime minister or banning eunuchs and harems from interfering in politics, in the final analysis, it's all about strengthening imperial power. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted. "You're saying Lao Si did this to consolidate imperial power as well?" Zhang Haoyue nodded. "Exactly. Ridiculous." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand in rebuke, finding Zhang Haoyue's words illogical. Zhang Haoyue, however, was unimpressed inside, pointing at the duster underneath and explaining, "Old Zhu, look at that duster. It's like the power of the world. The threads of the duster are like the dispersal of power. And if the emperor wants to control the power alone, he has to hold these thousands of threads in one hand. This powerful fist symbolizes the emperor's iron rule. You, the founding emperor, have gone through hardships and defeated the great and powerful from all sides to finally rise to the pinnacle of power. Though your authority is unrivaled, and all your ministers obey you, every order is like a thunderbolt that shakes heaven and earth. But have you considered that strong monarchs are rare for 1,000 years, while mediocre emperors are as common as the river? The dynasty continues. The emperor's hand-holding power weakens, and those powers that slip through his fingers are quietly taken away by others. A little bit eaten away." Zhu Yuanzhang's brows twisted into a pimple, and from Zhang Haoyue's words, he tasted a reasoning that was beyond the norm. The power in the world, like the dust in the air, and like countless hair, messy, in the hands but always not understand the bottom of the details. How can the emperor alone rely on those tactics to capture the thousands of things? If the emperor is skillful in his wrists, every hair in the world is clutched in the palm of his hand. If the emperor is weak, the strands of hair that symbolize power slip through his fingers one by one and run into the hands of others. The power comes and goes, and the doors are deep within. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze unmovingly crossed Zhang Haoyue, a hint of unhidden surprise and admiration flashing through his eyes. This power metaphor is so alive and appropriate. He hadn't realized that a small duster could speak so much about the nature of power. Zhu Biao also looked at Zhang Haoyue with respect and nodded his head vigorously. "A word from you, sir, is more useful than reading for 10 years. You really see through the world. The power this and that directly reflects the strength and weakness of the imperial power, which, like the two oars of a ship, propels the ups and downs of the great ship of the dynasty. And the mystery inside is." Speaking to the crunch, Zhu Biao's tone could not help but be excited, as if he had already touched the feeling of that supreme power, and his heart was rippling. Zhu Di, however, laughed bitterly. "You say so much. What does it have to do with me reusing eunuchs in my old age?" Zhang Haoyue replied unhurriedly. "The connection here, it's not small. Or take the analogy of the duster. The emperor's hand grasping the threads of power gradually ran out of strength, and once these strands of hair were out of the emperor's grasp, they left a void of power. Who, then, outside of the emperor, could be in a position, who would have the ability to fill this void of power? The obvious answer is the stalwarts." Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. This view is hitting on the 7 inches. Indeed, in order to suppress the power of the scholars, he abolished the prime ministerial system, lest the rules of the civil ministers should tie up his hands and feet every day and upset him. Zhang Haoyue went on to say, "But whoever sits on the dragon chair would be stupid. Even if I don't have enough strength, I'm still not willing to have the royal power easily fall into someone else's hands." It was a contest of vastly different strengths, with the emperor, alone, against thousands of scholars. Tough emperors, such as you, old Zhu, can single-handedly defeat them one by one, even if there are many scholars. However, most of the later emperors were mediocre in talent. Their wrists were not hard enough, and their energies were even far less than yours, old Zhu. So, it's hard to fight the group of Shirshu alone. They have to get help. For later emperors, There is nothing they trust more than the chamberlain they grew up with or the matriarch who raised them. This, then, is the reason why the two forces of eunuchs and foreign relatives have come onto the stage of history. Old Zhu, you are gifted, energetic, and strong-willed, and even without the help of eunuchs and foreign relatives, you are able to take on the challenge of the scholar advocate with 1 against 100, and the later emperors, who did not have your talent. Old Zhu could not support them alone, so they had to bring in eunuchs or relatives to deal with their enemies together. The Yongle Emperor reused eunuchs, and the root is here. Even without the example of Yongle, later emperors will surely go against the rules of the previous dynasty, and those mediocre monarchs, who neither want to give up their power, will go down this path. That's what I call the inevitable trend of history. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue gently waved his sleeve, and the surrounding scene changed once again. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, however, did not notice, completely immersed in the shock of Zhang Haoyue's words, the waves in their hearts rolling over, unable to calm down for a long time. The palace, the relatives, and the scholars. Since ancient times, the relationship between these three power groups has been so intricate that no one can say it clearly. Even Zhu Yuanzhang had not understood it so thoroughly before, and Zhang Haoyue, a seemingly ordinary fortune teller, was able to compare power with a duster. Even turning abstract power into something that can be seen is ingenious and brilliant, allowing one to see right through to the essence and core of power. Then, Zhang Haoyue drew out the threads and made Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao and others deeply feel that the strength of imperial power actually depended on the emperor's ability to rule the country. The stronger the ability, the more prosperous the imperial power, the weaker the ability, like the countless strands of hair, quietly slipping away, and finally controlled by the most capable people, that is, the group of scholars. In order to prevent the loss of power, emperors had to rely on eunuchs or relatives to fight against the power of the scholars. The essential connection and dynamic balance between these three is, at this point, as clear, simple and efficient as lifting the clouds to see the sky. Zhu Yuanzhang's palms itched and almost clapped and applauded the pairing. Zhang Haoyue's words directly touched the deepest part of the human heart, depicting the complex political struggles and inescapability in the palace vividly. Elderly Judi's scheming and choices, analyzed by Zhang Haoyue, are no longer merely expedient, but become the struggles and concessions made by an emperor in the long course of history in order to hold on to his imperial power. Anyone who isn't too stupid can see through this. Zhang Haoyue uses such analogies to make everyone feel like they personally experienced the difficult choices of that era. Elderly Zhu just want a long power. After all, imperial power was beginning to show patches in his hands. Chapter 87 Eternal Bliss. 10,000 nations come to the palace, so it's a smart move to rely on others to solidify the foundation of royal power. Zhang Haoyue's words elevated the creation of the East Chamber and the Brocade Guards to the level of historical inevitability, shocking everyone present. It's brilliant. It's really wonderful. Zhu Biao's applause was very loud, and his eyes glittered with unprecedented admiration for Zhang Haoyue. Mr. Zhang's words are more inspiring than reading 10 years of books. I admire them. Zhu Yuanzhang was also watching quietly from the sidelines, his deep eyes showing his approval of Zhang Haoyue's viewpoint. Judi suddenly came to a realization, a bitter smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Originally, this is also the arrangement of fate. Father, child helpless, only because I did not inherit the same majestic power as you. We will all grow old, and power will ultimately be difficult to grasp. His gaze was filled with helplessness as he looked towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang just hummed softly, but his heart was in waves. Zhang Haoyue, this young man, was indeed unique, presenting issues that he had never thought about from an angle before. When we go back this time, we also need to carefully consider how to lay out the East Chamber. The Brocade Guards may be able to become a balanced force through the management, is not a good strategy to maintain imperial power. He was secretly calculating in his mind, and a grand plan was already slowly unfolding in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the scene changes. Suddenly, everyone suddenly found themselves standing on a sandy beach, with a vast blue sea and sky in front of them, and a huge ship solemnly moored in the harbor. Everyone marveled at the spectacular sight. Judi was even more unable to hide his excitement and shouted, "Such a spectacularly huge ship! I don't know how many times bigger than Chen Youliang's warship." Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized this behemoth. A hint of surprise swept across his eyes. A huge ship of this size surpassed all the ships built during the Hangu era, and its massive body made the people carrying goods around it seem as tiny as ants. Zhang Haoyue, what's the deep meaning of bringing us to see this ship? Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. with a few amused looks in his eyes. Zhang Haoyue's smile hid a deep meaning. This is not an ordinary giant ship. It is a symbol of a new era. Old Zhu, don't you and all of you want to witness this historical moment together? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes rolled and he smiled wryly. Interesting. How can one miss an epic-making symbol from the mouths of you fortune-tellers? After saying that, he slowly walked towards the giant ship with his hands behind his back. Judi and the others followed closely behind, and the family marched forward in great numbers. Mother, let's go check it out too, Zhu Bei said with a smile on his face, assisting Empress Ma, with Su Miaoyan accompanying him and slowly following along. Arriving at the docks, the sheer size of the giant ship once again made everyone's jaws drop. Looking up to its top, which seemed to be beyond reach, Zhu Yuanzhang estimated its height and could not help but sigh. I'm afraid that if we use it for grain, we'll be able to empty the treasury. Zhang Haoyue smiled without saying anything, understanding in his heart that even though Zhu Yuanzhang came from a farming family, his vision had its limitations. Just as the crowd marveled, a roar came from the waves rolling in and lapping against the shore, and everyone followed the sound. Just a never-before-seen spectacle unfolded, shaking every soul. On the turquoise blue ocean, 25 imposing sailing ships broke the waves, like sea giants slowly approaching the harbor. They were arranged shoulder to shoulder, covering the sky, like a moving city on the sea, and the mighty strength hit the heart. Zhu Biao's eyes widened, filled with shock, and he unconsciously chanted in a low voice. Is such a spectacular scene a display of the power of the eternal bliss? Shangshi? These two words drilled into Zhu Yuanzhang's ears, and his heart jolted as an unprecedented feeling tumbled through his chest. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, this kind of row was really something that only a pomp and circumstance could create. How could a fleet of this size have been created if the country had not been prosperous and strong? You know, in the Hangwu years, even if he himself, it is difficult to plan the construction of so many large ships, which not only requires a lot of money, but also countless artisans' wisdom set. The sea breeze blew gently, carrying a salty flavor, and the corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth turned up, a proud smile on his face. Our great Ming is strong. It's really changing day by day. At the same time, on the deck of one of the large ships, a handsome, beardless middle-aged man walked out slowly, his voice shrill but permeated with irrefutable authority. Gentlemen, get ready quickly. His Majesty has ordered that the trip to the east must set sail at once. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's smile instantly froze. Going to the Orient? And have a eunuch to navigate? Lao Si, are you trying to make us look bad and have to rub it back and forth? Zhu Biao also shook his head repeatedly and laughed bitterly. What nonsense! During the Hangwu years, Zhu Yuanzhang had explicitly legislated for a strict sea ban policy, forbidding the subjects of the Ming Dynasty to engage in commercial exchanges with foreign countries, and severely punishing those who violated the law. Just a month before the 14th year of Hangwu, Zhu Yuanzhang also issued a strict order re-emphasizing the importance of the sea ban, and his distaste for invigilance against maritime activities was obvious. His purpose was not only to prevent the maritime trade from threatening the imperial power, but also because the Japanese invasion along the southeastern coast was getting more and more serious at that time. Land can be suppressed with thunderbolts, but in the vastness of the sea, it becomes an unmanageable void. Lacking experience in naval warfare, even famous generals like Su De and Shang Yuchun were at a loss. Facing the ocean, Zhu Yuanzhang could only look at the ocean even if he had more plans. Therefore, a total sea ban became a desperate measure to protect the lives of the coastal people. Once the sea ban is lifted, according to past experience, the treacherous merchants along the southeastern coast are likely to collude with the Japanese invaders, creating a scourge that will be difficult to eliminate, exacerbating the suffering of the people and threatening the security of the Great Ming. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang's sea ban policy actually implied far-reaching considerations. In contrast, Judi not only abolished the prohibition of the sea, but also led a eunuch to take on this big task. This move has stirred up a huge wave, touching the two bottom lines of Zhu Yuanzhang. No wonder he will be furious. Father, my son really didn't mean it. There must be a reason for this. Zhu awkwardly smiled, hurriedly hiding behind Zhang Haoyue and urging in a low voice. Mr. Zhang, come and help me explain. Brother, my own big brother, help me. Judi's heart was in turmoil, almost collapsing, feeling that he had been pushed to the brink of tyranny by Zhang Haoyue. This series of behaviors against the wishes of the late emperor, how to look at it, is the opposite of the image of the Shangshi monarch. Zhang Haoyue laughed and said, Old Zhu. In fact, what Yan Wang said is true. Yongle Emperor lifted the sea ban, indeed has an extremely important reason. Zhu Yuanzhang was already burning with rage and questioned. Zhang Haoyue, what favor did Lao Si give you that you are so biased in his favor? What a scene! What a new chapter in history! We think it's all a sham. Tell me the truth. Will the great Ming be destroyed in his hands? Zhang Haoyue shook his head and said, nonetheless, behind Yongle the Great's doing this, there is actually a profound meaning hidden for two reasons. One is for fame, and the other is for profit. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted in disbelief. Forget it. How can you speak of fame and profit when it's just sending ships out to sea? We don't believe he can make any big waves. When he said this, a look of suspicion passed between his eyebrows, despite the toughness of his mouth. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang came from a poor background, starting from a commoner, and started from a bowl of rice, and among those founding emperors, his entrepreneurial road was the toughest. The splendor of the Ming Dynasty has undoubtedly proved that he is a bright ruler for 1,000 generations. When he sat on the throne of the emperor, he still studied diligently and made progress day by day. But, all these achievements could not hide the limitations of his insights. Like a farmer who only cared about the field in front of him and could not see the wide world outside. It is not that Zhu Yuanzhang did not want to be farsighted and plan a grand hegemony. It is really that his understanding of the world is limited. Like a blind man in the night, unable to see the colorful outside world. If there are still questions in your mind, let me take you all to see the full extent of the bloom. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue gently waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. When everyone opened their eyes again, they were already standing in the Fengtian Hall of the palace. In the splendid hall, civil and military officials stood respectfully. The aged Judi wore a dragon robe and sat on the dragon chair, revealing in his majesty an imperial aura that could not be underestimated. On the side, the middle-aged imperial grandson, Xu Zhangji, stood straight, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Call Zhang He in, Zhu ordered in a low but irresistible voice. Xu Zhangji complied and took a step forward, announcing loudly, declare Zhang He to the throne. Outside the door of the hall, the white-faced eunuch who had once given Zhu Yuanzhang a sideways glance on the pier, walked into the hall with his head held high, followed by many foreign emissaries in strange costumes. Zhang He walked to the center of the hall, knelt down and kowtowed, saying, my humble servant Zhang He, after 3 years of traveling around the 4 seas, has finally lived up to his mission to make the mighty name of the great Ming spread far and wide overseas. Then, a middle-aged man with an outstanding temperament stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My humble servant, the king of the Painai kingdom, greet the emperor of Daming. Our country is willing to ally with Daming forever and be your vassal state. I hope your majesty will grant it. Then, another king spoke up. The king of the Sulu kingdom is also willing to be friendly with the great Ming for generations and submit to his majesty the great Ming. Please approve. Your majesty. For a while, monarchs from overseas countries came forward, saluted Judi and expressed their willingness to return to the throne. Finally, all the kings knelt down together and shouted in unison, hooray! In the great hall, the ministers were moved, and even some of the old ministers of the Hangwu years, old tears, sighed. I didn't expect that Daming could actually revive the splendor of the Tang dynasty. If the great ancestor is resurrected and sees this scene, he will surely feel relieved. Your majesty's prowess will shock the 4 seas, and the glory of the great Ming will spread throughout the world. At this moment, looking at this shocking scene, Zhu Yuanzhang and the others were shocked and their scalps went numb. A time of prosperity is coming, and all the nations are coming to court. Such a scene has never been seen even in the Hangwu era. Chapter 88, Sailing? Shocked Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Biao was excited in his heart and walked to Judi's side, heavily patted his shoulder and smiled. Lao Si in fact, I have known for a long time that you will become a generation of bright ruler. Judi awkwardly scratched his head and said politely, Big brother complimented me. All of this is due to Emperor Yongle's work. It has nothing to do with me. In fact, he is very afraid in this heart. This old age Judi does things too boldly. He is worried that there will be some kind of storm. He will also be involved. Zhang Haoyue looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, who had a complicated expression, and faintly asked, You, old Zhu, does such a prosperous world meet the expectations of your heart? The corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's mouth rose slightly, and he almost laughed out loud in excitement. But when he thought of the various behaviors of the elderly Judi, he then snorted coldly. What is there to like about wasting the people's energy and depleting the treasury for nothing? Zhang Haoyue smiled. Oh, then please continue reading. In the main hall, Zhang Yi told in detail about the wonders of the journey to the West Ocean and the exotic flavors of the country. Even in midair Zhu Yuanzhang also listened to the fascination. Speaking to the wonderful place, cannot help but openly laugh. Finally, Zhang he stated the heart of the voyage. Your Majesty, on this voyage, I have brought back a generous gift for you. Please move outside the palace to view it. The elderly Judi on the dragon chair stroked his beard and agreed with a smile. Good. I will give you this face. Elderly Judi slowly walked into the vast square in front of the palace with the energetic Zhu Zhangji and a group of civil and military officials and foreign emissaries. And the gazes of Zhu Yuanzhang and the others in the void crossed the void and focused on this solemn place. On the plaza, dozens of large crates were quietly placed, interspersed with a wide variety of exotic Western technological items, such as telescopes and small compasses. Zhu Zhangji, a childish man, showed great interest in these foreign treasures. He waded through these treasures, touching and playing with each one, even the foreign language books, which he perused. Oh Zhang he, did you make me come all the way here just for these little things? Zhu's face was as calm as water, and he didn't look like he felt anything special. With a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Zhang he waved his hand and gave the order. Open them all. In an instant, the surrounding guards moved at the sound of their voices, and one by one the lids of the boxes were removed. A blinding silver light suddenly dispersed, and boxes full of gold and silver treasures came into view, shining with a brilliant light that made people's eyes blink. On the square, the civil officials and military generals, Zhu Junji, Zhu Gaoqi brothers 3, all were stunned and speechless. The wealth in these chests added up to at least 30 to 40 million taels of silver. In the void, Zhu Yuanzhang was also amazed, his eyes staring at the chests filled with treasures. It was hard to take his eyes off them. Looking back to the Hangwu years, Zhu Yuanzhang used to be so poor that even though he had established the Great Ming, there were constant wars and the people suffered a lot. After all, the big hole left by the Yuan dynasty is not so easy to fill. Hard governance for more than 10 years. The treasury is still empty, both the relief of the people affected by the disaster, but also to engage in national construction. The northern expedition remnants of the Yuan is a huge cost. What could be done without money? Zhu Yuanzhang usually live a simple life. Even extra buns cannot afford to eat. Queen Ma is personally sewing clothes, just to save a few points of copper plate, used in the country's major events. Because of this, it is not surprising that when Zhu Yuanzhang saw the huge amount of wealth that Zhang he brought back, the shock and disbelief displayed on his face. A trip to the West can reap such riches? It was like pushing open a door to a new world, and a completely different and brilliant scene unfolded before my eyes. Zhu was also so surprised that he couldn't help but ask, Zhang Haoyue, how could Zhang he, a eunuch, have so much silver? Tell me about it, and when we get back, we'd like to do the same. When he finished, there was a twinkle of longing in his eyes. Whether it's the emperor or not is secondary. The charm of money is something no one can resist. With such wealth, what is the North Dollar? For many years to defend Beiping, Judi because of the treasury is empty, cannot support long-term large-scale war, resulting in many times the success of the failure. Had to withdraw the troops back to the capital. The heart suffocates very much. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his head, his gaze deep, as if he saw the shadow of the god of wealth in Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, had a calm face and slowly said, the method is simple, overseas trade. Trade? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. He had always been a bit displeased with business deals. When the time came to fight the world, many treacherous merchants took advantage of the chaos to make profits. Shen Wansan is an example, which made Zhu Yuanzhang extremely disgusted with merchants, almost to the extent of contempt. If it wasn't for the lure of this huge amount of silver taels, he might not have wanted to listen to what Zhang Haoyue had to say anymore. Overseas trade? What is this? Can Mr. Zhang tell us more about it? Zhu Biao's curiosity was also piqued. As the supervising crown prince, he knew the financial situation of the court like the back of his hand. Anything he could do to fill the treasury, he wanted to try. Zhang Haoyue was silent for a while and slowly spoke. To put it simply, it is to utilize what we have in Daming that other countries don't have, such as porcelain, silk, tea, etc., which are quite commonplace to us, but in foreign countries they become treasures that rich people rush to get. To us, these are everyday knickknacks, to others, they're unbelievable luxuries. So yeah, as long as we can sell these things in large quantities, we can keep sucking in foreign money and keep our treasury full, and that's how Zhang he makes money. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and asked in a bit of confusion, how can those desolate places overseas compare to the prosperity of Daming? Where do those small countries get so much money? Zhang Haoyue replied unhurriedly, you, old Zhu, can't generalize. There are poor and rich in any country, and there are some nobles overseas who are so rich that they are not something we can just think about. Moreover, Although Daming is large, it is only a small part of the whole world, and there are still many unknown places waiting for us to discover. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang brightened up, feeling like opening the door to a new world and growing a lot of insight. So the world is so big, beyond imagination. As the ancients said, there is a heaven beyond the heavens, and there are people beyond the people. This is really not a bad saying at all. Zhu Biao was shocked and emotional. After Zhang Haoyue explained this, Zhu Biao's mind became broader and his vision greatly improved. When I return, my son would like to gain a deeper understanding of overseas trade in the hope of helping the great Ming and making father's kingdom more secure and strong. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Oh, no longer sticking to your previous idea?" Zhu Biao smiled and didn't say anything. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and agreed, "Good. As long as you are no longer entangled in a single muscle. How do you want to do it? We will never stop." Zhu Biao was overjoyed. "Thank you, father." At this time, Zhu also came over. "Big brother, can you take me one? I also want to learn." Zhu Biao agreed with alacrity, then looked at the eunuch named Zhang He and said with a bit of regret, "Let's just hope that this man is really in our dynasty and that his talents can be of use to us." Zhu smiled wryly. "What's so hard about that? Just ask Mr. Zhang. He knows everything." Zhang Haoyue said indifferently, "King Yen, you should know this person better." Zhu was puzzled. "I've never heard of this man's name," Zhang Haoyue revealed. This man was not originally called Zhang He. His real name was Ma Sanbao. Zhu was instantly surprised. "Sanbao?" His reaction caused both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao to turn their heads to look over. Zhu Biao asked curiously, "Old Four knows him?" Judi nodded. "Yes, he was my personal eunuch when he was in Beiping. I saw that he was resourceful and smart, so I took care of him a bit more. I didn't realize that he's such a big shot now." Zhu Yuanzhang walked back and forth with his hands behind his back and said jokingly, "If you can be an emperor, why can't people be successful?" Zhu didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Zhu Biao softly laughed, easing the atmosphere. "This is quite good. When we have responded to Yingtianfu, we will send someone to Beiping to get Sanbao back, and discuss the grand plan of maritime trade together at Yingtianfu." Judi had a joyful expression on his face and nodded his head in agreement without saying a word. While the two brothers were discussing heatedly, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Haoyue with deep eyes. "Mr. Zhang, we did notice that in what you just said, you mentioned a move that could change the times. With your knowledge and ability, the high opinion of Zhang He's journey to the west, it is obvious that it contains significance far beyond what we have seen and heard so far. Can you reveal a little bit of the deeper idea here to us?" When these words were said, Zhu Biao, Judi and the others could not help but feel respect. Ginger is still hot. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang's wisdom is deep and long, and easily broke through the meaning of Zhang Haoyue's words. They followed Zhang Haoyue to witness the splendor of the reign of the Yongle Emperor, and gradually understood this young man's extraordinary vision and outstanding talent. Every word of Zhang Haoyue's was like a heavy hammer beating a drum, reverberating in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind and inspiring unprecedented waves of thoughts. Zhang Haoyue's recognition means that the words epic-making are not just empty words. Zhang Yi's feat, the hidden significance behind it, far more than just the countries to the dynasty and the accumulation of wealth so simple. That is a great feat destined to be recorded in history, the value of which I am afraid will be beyond imagination. Exactly, Zhang Haoyue replied calmly. Zhang He was the first to set sail and open the maritime Silk Road. Perhaps even Zhang He himself never imagined that this move would inspire the West to explore the oceans in droves more than 100 years later, inaugurating the global age of sail. At that time, whoever could control the sea routes would be able to obtain endless wealth and master the boundless treasure of the ocean, which was called sea power. It replaced the hegemony of land as the new focus of world competition. With the power of the sea, prosperity can be expected, and the light shines in all directions. Chapter 89, The Yongle Canon? It's just a book. Zhu Yuanzhang listened with fascination. His eyes glittered with luster, and his heart raged. Those unheard of concepts, the maritime Silk Road, the age of sail, the shift from land power to sea power, were like stones in the water, sending ripples through the layers. As a bright lord of his generation, Zhu Yuanzhang had remarkable understanding. He immediately realized that there were endless opportunities beneath the vast ocean, and even more importantly, the key to determining the fate of the country. This insight from Zhang Haoyue was like a beam of strong light that illuminated his vision that was originally only staring at the northern grasslands, making it seem as if he was reborn and opening his eyes for the first time to look out at the vast and boundless sea. Previously, the nomads of the northern steppes were the only imaginary enemies in his mind. Unbeknownst to them, The seemingly calm sea to the east of Yingtianfu was pregnant with the power to rewrite history. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang, the goal in mind is no longer just the northern expedition to the grasslands, but has a more ambitious plan: occupation of the sea. Let the splendor of the great Ming spread over the four seas, achieve eternal greatness, and shine brightly for 10,000 generations. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Zhang Haoyue, do you think that those future emperors of that great Ming will really, as you said, keep sailing far away and exploring the sea now? Zhu Bei and Judi's eyes followed suit and focused on Zhang Haoyue. They also wanted to know the answer. Zhang Haoyue waved his head, a hint of pity hidden between his eyebrows. Hey, unfortunately, that's not how history works. Zhang Yi's 7 voyages to the Western Ocean became a rare heroic deed at sea for the Ming Dynasty, inscribing a unique and glorious page in the scroll of our Chinese history. But it's just a flash in the pan. Our country missed sailing and becoming a sea lord. It's just a pity that at that time, the ships built by the great Ming and the experience in navigation were among the best in the world. But such a large area of the ocean, no one has bothered with it since. By the time we slow down, the sea will have long been ruled by others, and the land under our feet will have been invaded. What we have lost is not just maritime supremacy, but a golden age that could have changed our destiny. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists and was furious. How can this be done? How can you just throw away such an important sea right? He's never been one to take a half measure. The thought of his children and grandchildren not taking the sea seriously, that feeling, like 10 million taels of silver down the drain, made his heart ache. Zhang Haoyue, however, laughed and spoke with a bit of a joking flavor. Old Zhu, isn't this still according to your orders? You gave the order for a sea ban, and of course future generations must do what the old fathers wanted. So where is the fault? Zhu Yuanzhang was unconvinced and retorted. Times have changed. Don't you always say we should follow the times? Why are they so deadhead? On one side, Zhu skimmed his lips and muttered in a small voice, I also followed the situation, but not the same as you scolded the dog's head? Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him and shouted, shut up! By this time, Zhu Yuanzhang already had plans in mind. When he returned to Daming, he would not only stabilize the grasslands in the north, but he would also move towards the sea in the east, bring this into first gear. As for how to do that, more on that later. In addition, Zhu Yuanzhang was inspired by the creation of the East Chamber and the Brocade Guards by the elder Judi. While he may not be too happy about a lot of things, the uniqueness of these systems is something that even he himself has to admit is really quite appealing. Zhu Yuanzhang had always wanted to get a special organization to serve as his eyes and helpers, and those prosecutors around him were the beginning of such an idea. Now, Zhu's approach just gave him a ready-made look, a model of an institution that could still work well outside the court. Even better, the East Chamber and the Brocade Guards can still watch each other's backs, ensuring that the Emperor's power is secure, which is simply the perfect arrangement. Zhu Yuanzhang decided to get this system right after he went back. A smile appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he thought of this. This time it was not in vain. The way of governing the country during the Yongle years opened his eyes. He could not wait to go deeper and bring all these new things back to the Hangwu years. Father, what are you laughing at? Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking blindly there, Judi leaned over and asked, his expression like a curious husky. Zhu Yuanzhang's good mood was immediately disrupted, and he said unhappily, get lost. He turned his head to Zhang Haoyue again, speaking with a bit more of a joking tone. Zhang Haoyue, keep watching. We'd like to see how this kid tossed Daming out of existence. Zhang Haoyue smiled without saying anything as he waved his hand and everything around him changed again. Everyone opened their eyes again and realized that they were still in the Fengtian temple, but the atmosphere seemed a bit different. On the dragon chair, the old Judi, who had always dressed simply, changed into a red dragon robe and looked especially solemn. Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Gaoxiu, and the teenager Zhu Zhanji, all stood neatly as if they were preparing for a big battle. All the ministers were present, with grandeur, as if preparing for a great celebration never seen before, waiting for a momentous occasion. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhu Yuanzhang was also very curious in his heart. He clearly saw, sitting on the dragon chair, that the age of Judi, the depths of the eyes flashed a trace of elusive nervous fear, which is extremely rare. You know, even in that earth-shattering battle of Jingnan, Judi's eyes did not show half a bit of nervousness and fear. This unusual tension signaled that what was to come was feared to be even more serious than the Battle of Yasukuni. An indescribable, indefinable sense of urgency spread quietly in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Finally, there was movement in the Fengtian Hall. Along with the temple door outside the horn rumbles, has always been the city of very deep old man Judi, The body was slightly trembling up, almost cannot stand on his feet. Have to rely on the young man Zhu Zhanji to help to barely stand still. This scene not only made Zhu Bei and Judi, who were watching from the sidelines, raise a big question mark in their hearts, but also added a few more points of surprise. Even life and death can be calmly dealt with, people. In the end, what is it that can make the heaven and earth fearless Judi show such scorn? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were like sharp swords, staring tightly at the door of the hall, trying to take everything in. Just then, outside the Fengtian Hall, 2 rows of palace people came in like a stream of water, stepping on the gorgeous carpet. Each held a heavy book in their hands and slowly walked up to the dragon chair and knelt down, raising the book above their heads. Then, an official wearing a big red official uniform rushed in quickly, knelt down in front of Judi, and reported loudly, "My humble servant, Xia Jin, is honored to live up to his mission. The compilation of the Yongle Dictionary is completed today. Please read it, Your Majesty." The words just fell. The civil and military officials in the temple all fell on the ground and shouted, "Long live together." The elderly Judi was so excited that he almost forgot himself, pushed away Zhu Zhanji, personally walked down the steps, walked back and forth between the rows of scrolls, full of joy cannot hide. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw the scene, his brows furrowed in disbelief and he muttered in disbelief, "The Yongle Canon? That's it? It's just a book. How can it make old Four so happy?" Zhu Biao and Judi also looked at each other, unable to guess the mind of the elderly Judi. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhang Haoyue slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you know the true meaning of the Yongle Canon, I'm afraid your views will be different." Queen Ma became interested and hurriedly asked for details. "Mr. Zhang, can you tell us more about it?" Zhang Haoyue pointed to the scrolls in the hands of the palace men on the kneeling ground and asked, "Do you know what they are holding?" Zhu answered without even thinking, "It's just some books." Zhang Haoyue gently shook his head. "Your Highness, you've only seen the surface. Technically speaking, what they're holding isn't a book, but a book record." As soon as these words were said, Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi hadn't felt anything, but Zhu Biao's face suddenly changed. "What do you mean? These are bookends?" Shocked, he looked at the booklet as thick as a stone slab in the palace man's hand and couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Zhu Yuanzhang asked suspiciously, "Prince, what's going on? What's wrong?" Zhu Biao, who was overly intelligent and learned, saw more deeply than Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi about the meaning behind this matter. He thought for a moment and said in a heavy tone, "Father, Lao Si, this Yongle Emperor's ambitions and plans are far beyond our imagination. Mr. Zhang is right. These are all book records, meaning that the real books aren't here. What they're holding in their hands is just a list of titles." Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were both surprised as if they had been electrocuted. The book record alone requires so many and so thick booklets, that the number of books contained in the Yongle Daji is truly unimaginable. Want to know? This unprecedented pomp and circumstance? The corners of Zhang Haoyue's mouth rose slightly, and without waiting for the people around him to come to a sudden realization, he gently waved his large hand, and the scenery around him instantly changed in a million different ways. Today's crossing is considered to have subverted the cognition of Zhu Yuanzhang and others, and when they go back, they really don't know what rewards the system will have, so they are really looking forward to it. By the time everyone came back to their senses, they were already standing in a huge collection of books. This building was so spacious that it could be almost as spacious as 10 Fengtian halls put together. In the library, the bookshelves stood in rows, reaching up to the sky, almost 10 stories high, like towering trees in an ancient forest. Each row of shelves is heavy with knowledge, books piled high and dense. Zhu Yuanzhang and his entourage seemed to be floating in an ocean of books. In the face of such a large-scale collection of books, they appeared as small as grains of sand, submerged by the ocean of knowledge, a scene that shocked and marveled. In the midst of Zhu Yuanzhang's shock, his body couldn't help but tremble, his scalp tingled, and his entire body was covered in goosebumps. Is this the Yongle Canon of Lao Si? His heart was enlightened, and he finally understood why Judi in his later years was so excited and uncontrollable when he heard that the book was completed. This book has been more than just an ordinary editing job, it has been an unprecedentedly huge undertaking. What amazing human and material resources must have been invested behind the scenes to accomplish such greatness. Without turning over the contents, the mind-blowing spectacle in front of us alone is enough to convince people that Yongle flourished, true to its name. Chapter 90. What you expect, old Zhu, will not happen in the latter days. Zhu looked at the sea of wonders in front of him in fascination. A fine cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. Even he himself could not believe that after a few decades he had managed to create such a brilliant achievement. At this time, Zhang Haoyue's voice echoed lazily in the library, like a fine stream of clear water. The Yongle Grand Dictionary, starting with ancient written records, includes the scriptures, history, suns, collections, various academic schools, astronomy, geography, yin and yang, the five elements, medicine, divination, Buddhism and Taoism, skills, and much, much more. In the 5th year of Yongle, the book was completed, and Judi himself named it the Yongle Heavenly Codex, and a celebration was held. This is the largest encyclopedia in history, totaling nearly 370 million words. From the Ming Dynasty to the early Ming Dynasty, more than 7,000 or 8,000 types of books were cited. Precious documents were preserved, and the selected books were not abridged or tampered with, which is a feat of culture and the pride of China. The Yongle Dictionary is even a collection of the wisdom of 1,000 years of sages, which has been passed down through the ages and is a priceless treasure of China. When the book is completed, Yongle will be the great emperor, shining through the ages and remaining famous for 10,000 years. In the library, it was deathly quiet. Only Zhang Haoyue's words, like the sound of a loud bell, echoed clearly and passionately in everyone's heart, inspiring infinite shock and admiration. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, Judi, Queen Ma, Su Miaoyun and others faced that vast forest of books. The shock in their hearts was hard to express. Zhu Yuanzhang, in particular, did not expect the Yongle Dictionary to reach such a brilliant height. What an ambitious project just to have those 370 million words in tens of thousands of volumes. Each volume, each word, needs to be carefully transcribed by hand, one stroke at a time, full of countless efforts. Behind this, how much manpower, how much time and how much wealth must be consumed. It is really the ultimate of the Shangshi book repair. Once this book is released, there will be no other book like it in the world. Whether the future is 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years from now, when people explore knowledge, the Yongle Dictionary is like a lofty monument, standing forever on the land of China and in the heart of every scholar, becoming a classic of their pilgrimage. And the creator of it all, Judi, the great emperor of Yongle, will leave an indelible chapter of splendor in the annals of history. As Zhang Haoyue said, the achievement of the Yongle Canon made all of Zhu's controversies, whether or not there was a moral argument in taking the throne, or whether his decision to kill was judged cruel, or even all the other merits and demerits of. It's all overshadowed in the light of this volume. With this book alone, Judi has transcended the mundane, ascended to the altar of the gods, and achieved the status of a great emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang heart mixed feelings, have to admit. In a sense, this late son, its insight and vigor has long been far more than as a father himself. He never expected to perform a miracle by fixing the book, but it turned out to be his own son who accomplished the feat. At this moment, an amazing idea quietly sprouted in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. It doesn't seem impossible for this fourth son to take the position of emperor, does it? But it was only a fleeting thought, and Zhu Yuanzhang quickly snuffed out the seed. He didn't allow himself to think that way. If there could really be two emperors standing side by side in this heaven and earth, he would have surrendered one of the thrones to Judi without hesitation. Unfortunately, there can only be one king of the world to bear. Zhu Yuanzhang knew in his heart that no one but Zhu Biao would be able to inherit the great lineage, and even if Judi was too valiant, he could not cross this line. On the side, Zhu Biao was immersed in incomparable excitement, hugging Judi fiercely, patting his back with both hands, his voice trembling slightly. Senior, having a brother like you is my greatest good fortune. Judi froze for a moment. A flash of embarrassment swept across his face. Then he covered it with a smile. Big brother, why do you have to say that? To have an elder brother like you is the happiest thing in my life. Zhu Biao loosened his hand and gently shook his head. His eyes were resolute. No, just a copy of the Yongle Canon. You have already beaten me by many chips. These words were indeed from Zhu Biao's heart. His realization that he, as the heavenly destined successor of the great Ming, Zhu Biao had foreseen his destiny from birth. After Zhu Yuanzhang's death, he would naturally become the 9 to 5. And everything seemed so logical. He was confident that once he became emperor, he would be able to rule as diligently as Zhu Yuanzhang, not daring to slacken off in the slightest, and become an impeccable model king. But that's just about it. The so-called exemplary, in fact, is to follow the rules and follow the path of Zhu Yuanzhang's governance of the country, and to be careful for the rest of one's life. It may eventually win the pity and good name of the courtiers, but the life is uneventful and undisturbed. Until today, Zhu Biao witnessed the great feat of Zhang, his voyage to the west, which left a colorful mark in human history. After seeing with his own eyes again the glorious chapter left by the Yongle Dictionary in the history of Chinese culture, he realized that it was not just any emperor who could do it. In other words, it was beyond Zhu Biao's ability, even as an emperor, to accomplish such monumental feats. One needs to have a vision beyond the ordinary, to have excessive courage, and to dare to face the strong opposition of the civil officials. People said that Zhu Biao was the ideal crown prince and would be the perfect emperor after ascending the throne. However, perfection is sometimes a limitation. A perfect person who lacks the urge to break through and just goes through life by the book, without wind or waves. He couldn't be like Judi, who left a unique historical imprint at every step, that of heroic glory and a unique spectacle of pomp and circumstance. Zhu Biao deeply understood this, so he said that Judi had surpassed himself. Looking at this pair of brothers' deep friendship, Su Miaoyun had long been in tears, perhaps proud of her husband's monumental achievements, or perhaps relieved that Zhu's brilliance had been recognized by the crown prince. Empress Ma's eyes were also full of love. She couldn't help but sigh softly. To her, whether it was Zhu Bei or Judi, both were her heart. The future ownership of the throne would always make her heartache for another. Good. With the Yongle Canon, the path of learning for future generations will be much smoother. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had thousands of feelings in his heart, in the end, he only turned them into this sentence, which is considered to be a subtle appreciation of Judi's achievement. Zhu Biao understood his father's mind, and he knew this father who had a hard mouth and a soft heart. Old 4, even father can't ignore your accomplishments anymore. When Judi heard this, the corners of his mouth rose and his heart was filled with sincere joy. Even though he was not yet an emperor and did not yet have his own great achievements, to be recognized by Zhu Yuanzhang was already an extremely high honor for him. He couldn't help but look at his aged self outside the temple and think, wouldn't he rejoice just as much if he knew that father didn't actually hate him much in his heart? Just then, Zhang Haoyue opened his mouth, and his words carried the slightest hint of regret. Unfortunately, the subsequent history did not go according to what you wished for. Old Zhu. As soon as those words left his mouth, all eyes switched to focus on him. Zhu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed and his voice trembled as he asked, what does that mean? Hasn't the Yongle Canon been passed down through the ages? Zhang Haoyue nodded slightly. 300 years later, 1 out of 10 of the Yongle Dictionary was lost, and of that vast 110, 095 volumes, less than 100 remained, with the rest either lost or destroyed. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face instantly turned white, his heart hurt like a knife twisting, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Zhu Biao and Judi were even closer to collapse and almost fainted. This Yongle Dictionary not only brings together thousands of years of Chinese wisdom and spirit, word for word, the value is incalculable, is really the supreme treasure of China, but after countless winds and frosts, tens of thousands of volumes of canonical books, there are only a few pages left? This is not only the destruction of the Yongle Canon, but also the shaking of the foundation of China and the trampling of the national spirit. Who in the world, whose hands dare do such evil? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was cold as ice and murderous, and even Judi, who had been through 100 battles, couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. As the only emperor who restored the orthodoxy of China in the past 600 years, he once heard Zhang Haoyue's evaluation of him, remodeling the clothes and crown, recreating China. It was these words that a sense of mission quietly took root in his heart. He was not only an emperor, but also a bearer of the revitalization of China. The establishment of the Great Ming was his attempt to rebuild the flesh and blood of the Chinese nation, and the Yongle Grand Canon was his attempt to recast the soul of the Chinese nation. How can words say enough about this pair of father and son, and their achievements to China for thousands of generations? The destruction of the Yongle Grand Canon is tantamount to burying the soul of the nation that Judi painstakingly reshaped. Zhu Yuanzhang's anger was naturally self-evident. Any Han Chinese scholar would be filled with righteous indignation upon hearing this terrible news. And even women like Empress Ma and Su Miaoyun had trouble concealing their anger in their eyes. Zhang Haoyue sighed deeply. 300 years later, the Great Ming tumbled down. The northern invaders culturally invaded, and disaster struck again. Shenzhou land sinking. Chinese Qi no longer. Up to 300 years of darkness. The children of China was tightly suppressed. Can only watch the Western powers bullying and trampling. The land was cut off and blood was shed. The mountains and rivers were torn apart, and Japanese invaders were rampaging. The civilization and backbone forged by the sages in the past with blood and sweat were broken hard and became a stepping stone for foreigners to climb to the peak of power. The people of China have lost their dignity and are like cattle, barely surviving. What is even more outrageous is that the emperor pursued the banning of books and the destruction of learning, and reduced the heartfelt wisdom accumulated by the sages over thousands of years, overnight, to nothing, only to enslave the people more thoroughly. In the library building, there was a deathly silence, and only Zhu Yuanzhang's heavy breathing could be heard, as well as the violent beating of his heart, which seemed to be telling of unwillingness and anger. Chapter 91, Elderly Judi's Idea. Zhu Yuanzhang agrees. Finally, at some point, Zhu Yuanzhang roared out of control, his eyes red and his veins bulging, like a wild beast driven by rage. Judi, who was standing on the side, had his face twisted into a ball, his teeth clenched tightly, and his whole body was permeated with an unstoppable rage. Zhu Biao, who had always been gentle and courteous, was at that moment turning blue, like a dark cloudy night before a rainstorm. The storm hidden in his eyes was almost as if it was going to swallow up everything around him, gloomy as the sea. The father and son were so angry. Naturally they had their reasons. Established the great Ming Dynasty and revitalized the Chinese bloodline in the world. He wrote the Yongle Grand Dictionary, which reshaped the soul of China. Who would have thought that 300 years later, the disaster would repeat itself, the great Ming would decline, and countless classic books would be reduced to ashes. The people of Huaxia were bullied, and the spirit of Huaxia was beaten into a bottomless abyss. Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi, 2 generations of people's heart and soul, that desire for a strong Chinese heart, and finally can only watch everything in the hands of foreigners was spoiled. Who is it? Who in the end? Who destroyed my Ming Dynasty, burned our cultural treasures, stepped on our Chinese dignity, and took away our Chinese soul? We, Zhu Yuanzhang, vow not to be a human being if we don't know this strange shame. His gaze was sharp, pointing directly to the north, and Zhang Haoyue calmly said, north of Liaodong, the female tribe. Zhu Yuanzhang roared, his voice carrying an undeniable majesty. Father, my son is here. Zhu responded by stepping forward and standing in front of his father. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly turned around, with firm footsteps, walked to Judi, pressed his hands hard on his shoulders, and said in a deep voice, word by word, Old 4, remember, that place, that tribe. When we go back, we'll make them disappear from this world. Judi nodded heavily. The firmness in his eyes could not be questioned. Don't worry, father, even if my son chases them to the end of the world, I will make them pay the price of extermination. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction, took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, and turned to Zhang Haoyue, his tone filled with anticipation. Go on, we still want to know if there are any other amazing deeds of the Winged Emperor. Zhang Haoyue didn't say anything, gently waving her sleeve, and the scenery around her changed once again. All of a sudden, everyone suddenly realized that they were already standing in the glorious Fengtian Hall. The elderly Judi, sitting on the high dragon chair, had a displeased face and coldly swept his gaze over the ministers below. I will ask you again, will you or won't you? In the void, Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes and listened with interest to the words of the elder Judi, knowing full well in his heart that another storm was about to rise. Old 4, you've been naughty since you were a child, and to my surprise, you've become even more stubborn in your old age, Zhu Yuanzhang said half-jokingly to Judi at his side. In fact, after he finished reading the Yongle Canon, his dissatisfaction with Judi had quietly disappeared, at least until now. Judi's path to empire was better than Zhuyanzhu's. Father, it is not in my nature to be comfortable, and to be honest, I am more suited to be a general who fights in all directions rather than an emperor who stands tall. Judi scratched his head awkwardly, a simple smile on his face. At this time, in the Fengtian Hall, the ministers bowed their heads and bowed, and a few leading officials wept bitterly and persuaded together. Your Majesty, moving the capital is not a small matter. It affects the whole body. We must not be hasty. Yes, Your Majesty, Beiping is close to the border, close to Beiyuan, and is full of dangers. How can it be our Ming's Yingtianfu? Please think twice. Your Majesty, be sure to think twice. All the officials spoke in unison, and that neat and unanimous exhortation echoed in the Great Hall for a long time. With so many high-ranking officials working in unison, the momentum and pressure would move even those with hearts as hard as iron. Move the capital? Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows, surprise flashing in his eyes. Father, isn't this the same thing you used to talk to me about? Zhu Biao was also shocked when he heard this. Apparently he was quite surprised by this. Hanggu 13 years that will. Father and son had a heart-to-heart talk. Said Yingtianfu in the end is not suitable to be used as the capital of the Ming Dynasty. At that point, the two of them were surprisingly in agreement. Ying Tianfu. Not the best choice. That's right, Ying Tianfu is a feng shui treasure, with a lot of talents, convenient transportation, sitting on the fertile land of the Central Plains, and next to Jiangsu and Zhejiang, it is like a big vault, rich and prosperous. But it is precisely because of this unique condition that it has instead become a source of worry. Zhu Yuanzhang's worry was that later emperors might become so engrossed in this prosperity that they would forget about the dangers outside. And when trouble came over like waves, the Ming Dynasty might not be able to cope with it and collapse all at once. Also, although Ying Tianfu was in the hinterland of the Central Plains, it was separated from the Yuan Dynasty to the north by thousands of mountains. If a war started in the north, Ying Tianfu couldn't react, and it would take days for the news to get through. Strategic time would be wasted. As an emperor on horseback, Zhu Yuanzhang knows too well the importance of time on the battlefield. The difference of 10 days can change the situation of the war, and half a day's sluggishness may make the situation completely overturned. That's why he's always had a knot in his stomach, trying to find someplace else to be the capital, lest we all get so comfortable in our lives that we forget about the danger. Father, so you've wanted to move the capital for a long time? When Judi heard this, he was also stunned, remembering how apprehensive he was in his heart when he proposed to move to Beiping in his old age, for fear of upsetting his father. It is only now that I realize that the idea of moving the capital has long been planted in my father's heart. Zhu Yuanzhang saw that the words were already here, so he just opened up. Yes, I have thought about it, but the situation at that time did not allow it, so I did not say it explicitly. Ying Tianfu is too busy. It is easy to get lost, and it is too far away from the northern border. It is not a long-term solution. We have several places in mind to consider. Xi'an, Kaifeng, and, of course, Beiping, which you're holding, are all in our thoughts. When Judi heard this, he could not help but be happy, and asked after him, in that case, although I gave you a headache in my old age, I did something to make you comfortable, didn't I? Zhu Yuanzhang face aboard. Teaching, less poor mouth. You're those things. We do not smoke. You are already fortunate. Still want to take credit for it? How about another reward? Judi heard. Neck shrinkage. Quickly waved his hand. Dare not dare. Our father and son. Hu with Hua. On the side, Zhu Biao, Queen Ma, and Su Miaoyun looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were all helpless, and they had long been accustomed to this matter of their father and son fighting. At this time, roars suddenly rang out from the Fengtian Hall. In the temple, the elderly Judi was furious and shouted, "Old man, I'm not dead yet." He bent down slightly, and step by step he eased down the steps, passing through the kneeling ministers, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. You guys always think that I, Judi, am easy to bully, to talk back like this in front of my father during the Hangwu years. One of you will be counted. None of you will be left behind. In mid-air, upon hearing the words of the elderly Judi, Empress Ma, Su Miaoyun, and Zhu Biao all coincidentally looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a bit embarrassed and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. This old four, he's full of nonsense. When did we get so angry? On the side, Judi whispered, "Father is right. Hu Weiyong that case, 30,000 officials were killed overnight. Which time did father blink?" "Shut up," Zhu Yuanzhang shouted. The people next to him covered their mouths and snickered. The atmosphere became subtle for a moment. After scolding Judi, Zhu Yuanzhang moved his gaze to Fengtian Hall and said contemplatively, "Moving the capital is no small thing. Where are the tens of millions of dollars that can be counted for the labor and financial resources involved in building a new capital city from scratch? If one succeeds, one can naturally lay the foundation for 10,000 generations, but if one fails, even a small mistake is enough to carry 1,000 curses. Only those with extraordinary guts and vigor who dare to take the risk of moving the capital can be considered truly good emperors." Speaking of this, Zhu Biao and Judi nodded their heads silently. They also both realized the risk of moving the capital. Especially after the Battle of Jingwu ascended to the throne of the elderly Judi. He was challenged because of the legitimacy of the throne of the pressure he endured. Absolutely no one can understand. Once the move to the capital didn't go well, the accusations and the belittling from inside and outside the court, as well as the stains of that unpleasant history, would be magnified indefinitely. Elderly Judi could have chosen to be at ease, enjoying imperial bliss in Ying Tianfu and being a peaceful emperor, but he did not, and in the face of much opposition, he resolutely chose to move the capital northward, regardless of whether or not Beiping was suitable to be the capital of the empire. This courage and determination alone had already caused a few moments of admiration to flow from Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Old four, It's getting more and more like us back in the day. Zhang Haoyue, do you think Beiping can carry the splendor of the great Ming? He turned around and looked at Zhang Haoyue next to him. Sometimes, the feeling that Zhang Haoyue gave Zhu Yuanzhang was more like an existence beyond age. Zhang Haoyue didn't answer directly, but only said, 1,000 words are better than seeing it with your own eyes. Go, please come with me to witness this history. After saying that, he gently waved his sleeve, and the scenery around him unfolded like a scroll, changing instantly. When they opened their eyes again, everyone was already standing in front of a majestic palace. Red walls and green tiles, alabaster stone bridge, the momentum of solemn, majestic, straight into the sky, and full of snow intertwined with a tragic beauty. Peking? Judi looked at the sight that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and was surprised to say the least. He is too familiar with Beiping, and every blade of grass and tree here carries his memories. That's right, it's called Shun Tianfu, and the palace is called the Forbidden City. This is the center of power in the empire after Emperor Yongle moved the capital. Zhu Yuanzhang stood on the alabaster bridge with his hands behind his back, gazing at this magnificent palace group. The satisfaction in his eyes is difficult to hide. Indeed, it is more grand and magnificent than our palace. Seeing this, the last trace of hesitation in Zhu Yuanzhang's heart completely disappeared. Beiping, without a doubt, is the most suitable choice for a new capital. The boldness and expansiveness, tolerance and depth of this place all show the unique charm of a great capital. Zhang Haoyue walked up to the bridge and stood side by side with Zhu Yuanzhang, looking at the imperial palace in Xingdu, and said aloud, in my opinion, Beiping is indeed the destined capital of China. Chapter 92, The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes gleamed, looking interested. Oh, how do you say that? Why are you so confident in Beiping? Zhu Biao and Judi also listened with bated breath. The land of Yan, bordered on the east by the Bohai Sea, on the west by the Taihang Mountains, on the south by the Yellow River and the Jishui River, and on the north by the Juyang Pass, with hundreds of other passes. Zhang Haoyue's tone was firm. Juyang, Zijing, and Shanghai are surrounded by all kinds of dangers, and with the convenience of water and land transportation, the location is unique, coupled with the fact that the Yanzhou region has produced many heroic and loyal souls since ancient times. This is the place where the dragon vein has risen, and it is enough to support the prosperity of the dynasty. Speaking here, Zhang Haoyue suddenly paused. Zhu Yuanzhang was listening intently. Seeing Zhang Haoyue pause for a moment, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "There's more?" With a serious expression, Zhang Haoyue replied loudly, "Since moving the capital, the great Ming has not only written its own glorious history, but also forged a legend that has been celebrated for thousands of generations. That is, no vassalage, no tribute, no peace. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the country." Thinking back over the 5,000 years of Chinese history, dynasties have changed and changed, emperors have changed and changed, and there has never been a dynasty that has shown this backbone so thoroughly. This forbidden city, this monument to the Ming Empire, bears the imprint of all its splendor and glory. Even after 600 years, the Yanhuang children are still proud of the great Ming and full of reverence for the forbidden city. Outside the forbidden city, there was a blizzard, but Zhang Haoyue's words made Zhu Yuanzhang's heart pound and his blood boil. He turned around and stared at the glorious forbidden city in front of him, and suddenly threw back his head and laughed with great pride. Good, good, no vassalage, no tribute, no peace. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods. This is exactly what Daming looks like in our hearts. If our children and grandchildren in future generations can carry on this ambition, we will be smiling in the 9 springs even after we die. Speaking of this, the corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes were moist, tears of emotion and satisfaction. It was clear to him that his life's efforts had not been in vain, and that someone in his offspring would be able to carry on his beliefs and accomplish the great work that he had not accomplished. He couldn't have been more sorry to see this moment. Zhang Haoyue, however, smiled faintly and said, "Old Zhu, it might be earlier for you to be happy." Zhu Yuanzhang put away his smile, his heart filled with questions. What does that say? Without waiting for an answer, Zhang Haoyue waved his hand, and the wind and snow around him suddenly intensified, and it was as if heaven and earth were covered by a mysterious veil. The wind and snow slowly stopped, and a sharp sound of war drums broke the calm and shook the people. When everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves standing on the walls of the forbidden city. Ministers gathered around, and the aged Judi sat on the dragon chair, refreshed and majestic. Looking around, There were still 20 to 30 kings of countries clustered around him, and thousands of emissaries stood behind the kings of the countries, looking on from afar, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation. In the distance, the horn sounded, and Zhu Yuanzhan's gaze once again turned to the square outside the Forbidden City. There, more than 100,000 troops were ready to go in full force. The 5 Armies Battalion, the 3,000 Battalion, and the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Their iron armor shone, their will to fight was high, and their sharp gazes pointed directly at the city walls. Zhu Yuanzhan was surprised at the sight before him and asked in disbelief, "Zhang Haoyue, what does this mean?" Judi frowned and thought, could it be that Northern Yuan is going to violate our borders again? Zhu Biao also had a heavy face when he heard it. Zhang Haoyue shook her head and said, "No, this is a military parade." Parade? Zhu Yuanzhan looked puzzled. Zhang Haoyue explained, "Daming has just been established and is in a state of flux. The remnants of the Northern Yuan are still around, and many countries have misgivings about us. In order to solve the problem once and for all, the great Emperor Yongle made elaborate plans to invite the monarchs and ministers of various countries to come to Daming to watch a military parade, to demonstrate the military power of Daming, to convince people with strength, and to stabilize the hearts of the 4 quarters of the world." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhan came to a sudden realization and nodded his head in praise. "This is a brilliant move. Without having to fight, we can make the enemy submit, save food, and demonstrate our strength, so naturally no one will dare to act rashly." Zhu Bei excitedly patted Zhu's shoulder and smiled. "Old 4, your schemes are really endless." Zhu was so proud in his heart that even though he knew it was his own masterpiece in his old age, that pride was still there. At this time, upstairs in the Forbidden City, Xu Zhanji, who had already grown into a teenager, dressed in armor, walked to the elderly Judi with a vigorous pace and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, the army is assembled. Please instruct." The elderly Zhu smiled in satisfaction and said, "Good. It's up to you to lead the way. So let's get started." Xu Zhanji was so emotional that he bowed deeply to the elder Judi. Then he quickly descended the city wall and leapt onto his steed, suddenly appearing at the forefront of the 100,000 Iron Horsemen. Above the city walls, the monarchs of various countries vied with each other in offering congratulations to the elder Zhu. "Congratulations! With children and grandchildren like these, 3 generations of prosperity are just around the corner. Your Highness, with your dragon and phoenix and your aristocratic temperament, you will surely become a bright ruler in the future and leave a mark in history. The continuation of the royal bloodline of the great Ming is beyond the reach of our small countries. Truly admired from the bottom of my heart." Although the elderly Zhu waved his hand again and again, his mouth said modest words unwilling to accept, but the face full of smiles cannot be hidden. Such a wonderful royal grandson. Who can hope to have a pillar of strength in their family for 3 generations? At this moment, the feelings in the heart of the elderly Zhu Yuanzhan can certainly deeply appreciate, for he too had once had high hopes for Zhu Xiongning, hoping that he would carry on his and Zhu Biao's legacy and make the glory of the great Ming shine even brighter. Woo! The trumpet blew sadly again, and outside the Forbidden City, the war drums thundered. Under Zhu Zhanji's calm command, the 100,000 strong army is unstoppable. Like a mountain torrent rushing, the infantry squares at the head of the platoon moved in unison and with strict precision and without the slightest confusion in accordance with the complex orders. The monarchs of the countries on the citadel were dumbfounded, unable to believe how many times such tacit understanding needed to be honed to achieve. Not only them, even Zhu Yuanzhan on the clouds was shaken inside. He knew that it would never be easy to train tens of thousands of soldiers into such an indestructible state. Every person, every hot blood, is a collection of independent wills, and to be able to unite them into a force strong enough to shake heaven and earth is the style of a true iron army. Then, the infantry maneuvers were completed, and the iron cavalry led by Zhu Zhanji galloped out like a sweeping wind. It was an elite cavalry with excellent equipment and high morale. 50,000 horses and distinctive armor. As they sped by, the strong will to fight almost became solid, like a beast of the sky with its bloody mouth open. Seeing this scene, the monarchs on the citadel, who had been calm and collected before, were all in a cold sweat at this moment, their faces pale. The strength displayed by the great Ming Dynasty far exceeded all their imaginations. In the void, Zhu Yuanzhan, facing the majestic army outside the Forbidden City, was unexpectedly silent and did not cheer. He recalled in his mind his dramatic life, how much hardship he had experienced from a grassroots to a founding emperor. All this in front of him was the era he himself had started, and he was the founder of this empire. Sentiment, excitement, sadness, and relief. All sorts of emotions were intertwined in his chest, making him momentarily mixed feelings, not knowing what to say. Seeing that the empire could be so strong, Zhu Yuanzhang had no regrets in his heart. The elderly Judi's one-time achievement proves that his controversial and misunderstood decisions in the past have ultimately led to the great Ming Dynasty of today. He didn't say a word, just gently patted Zhu's shoulder. Zhu was immersed in shock when he suddenly felt a light tap on his shoulder and was surprised, not understanding what it meant. Zhu Biao stepped forward and said with a smile, "Lao Si, this is father encouraging you in his own way. He's just not good at expressing it in words." Zhu scratched his head, looked at his father's serious face, and murmured, "Is that so?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the parade ground outside the city from afar and said faintly, "Don't get too cocky, you kid." Going to the west, compiling and repairing the Yongle Canon, moving the capital to Beiping, and the grand military parade. You did do a lot of great things after you became emperor, and we recognize your achievements. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his tone, but to get our complete approval, that's still a long way off. Zhang Haoyue was on the side, smiling and silent. He knew in his heart that Zhu Yuanzhang was just a dead duck. Chapter 93, The Deeply Sincere Zhu Yuanzhang. Time rushes on and night comes. It was the right time to present that final scene for Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Haoyue's mind flicked with a thought, and the scenery around him changed once again in a million different ways. The night is as deep as ink. In the Forbidden City, the Qianqing Palace shone brightly, its golden light brilliant and eye-catching, but the surrounding area was empty and cold, with only one old figure standing alone. Elderly Judi unprecedentedly put on heavy battle armor, his shadow reflected on the brilliant palace walls, looking particularly lonely. Before the bookcase he gazed long and hard, his eyes resting dully on a scroll on the wall. The painting is a portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang. In the void, Empress Ma quietly looked towards Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Yuanzhang, his brows furrowed, quietly surveyed this old son, his heart rippling. "Father, my son is back." Elderly Zhu's voice slowly echoed in the palace, that hoarse and low voice, as if it carried all the frost and suffering in the world. Every word seemed heavy. He sighed deeply, his eyes filling with tears and sadness. "Father, my son understands that from the moment I stepped into the Yingtian mansion, I became a rebel scorned by the ages. During the Yongle years, my son, despite his faults, also made a monumental achievement. For decades, day by day, as if walking on thin ice, not a day of peace and quiet. Some have called me a usurper and a thief, and some have reproached me for militarizing and neglecting the people's plight. But posterity does not know that my son was diligent and tireless, charging ahead and clawing his way through the snowy battlefields." Speaking of the excitement, tears slid down Judi's aged cheeks, his words gradually elevated, even wanting to let out a roar, releasing the long-suppressed emotions in his heart. "Father, my son is sorry for you. Since ascending the throne, every day is like walking on thin ice, fearful and uneasy, and in my dreams every night, I always see you holding a sword and looking angrily at me, vowing to punish me as an unfilial son." The night, heavier and heavier. In the empty palace, only Zhu's choked voice echoed, sad and mournful. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at all this, a burst of sourness in the heart, as if by 1,000 pounds of stone pressure cannot breathe. Affection, after all, he cannot cut off the weakness. After all, the elderly Judi, who was reflecting on his portrait in the Qianqing Palace, was also one of his beloved sons. Queen Ma sensed Zhu Yuanzhang's inner fluctuations and gently walked over. Gently, "Changba." Zhu Yuanzhang hastily blinked and used a smile to hide his inner panic, waving his hand and laughing. "I'm too old to see my son shed tears. Father, you punish me for a beating. My son is unfilial and has made you angry." Judi hurriedly knelt in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. Su Miayan cried so much that she couldn't speak, heartbroken for her husband and not wanting to make her father-in-law even more worried. Zhu Biao turned his face sideways, his shoulders shaking slightly as he tried his best to restrain his emotions. Only Zhang Haoyue, quietly standing on the sidelines with a calm face, calmly observing this scene of sorrow and joy. The atmosphere became more gloomy. Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted Judi's shoulder and said in a gentle tone, "Forget it, get up, don't cry, we never blamed you." With Su Miaoyun's assistance, Zhu stood up, his face full of shame. At this moment, inside the Qianqing Palace, Judi took a deep breath, looked at the portrait of Zhu Yuanzhang, and continued, "Father, sometimes my son really wants to die, not wanting to worry and labor like this anymore. It's just too exhausting. But my son can't just leave the world like this. There are too many things left to accomplish. The bureaucracy needs to be reformed. The Yongle Canon still needs to be renewed, and the Alutai tribe needs to be pacified, at least, for 50 years of peace and stability for future generations. When he finished speaking, he braced his hands on the portrait with a determined gleam in his eyes. So, father, my son will need to tough it out for a few more years, and will still have to mount his warhorse, take up arms, and clear the way for future generations. After the words, the elderly Judi's eyes steeply became sharp and incomparable, full of determination and conquest breath. And just a moment ago the tenderness of the judgment of two people. Outside the window, thunder rumbled and heavy rain fell. The elderly Zhu turned nimbly, striding toward the palace gate, pushing it open violently, and stepping into the rain. Outside the palace gates, in the darkness of the night, hundreds of warriors in armor stood under a torrential downpour that, the leading three, with their glowing eyes and solemn expressions of, they were Zhu Gaoxiu, the second son of the elder Judi, Zhu Gaoxiu, the third son, and Zhu Zhanji, the much-loved grandson. In the midst of the storm, they stood by. Elderly Zhu's footsteps were steady, and the long knife in his hand shone with a cold light under the dimly lit corridor as he said in a deep voice, "All set? There." The generals responded like spring thunder rolling through the night sky. At this time, a soldier brought a majestic war horse to his front. Judi's hands are still strong. A leap onto the horse. The action does not reduce the valor of the past. Shoo! In the rain, thousands of warriors surged like a tidal wave, mounting their war horses in neat movements. In a flash, Zhu drew his long knife. The blade was even colder in the lightning and thunder, like a dragon roaring and a tiger whistling. "Depart. Run with me to the north of the desert and sweep away the enemy's nest." Expedition to the north of the desert. Swing the enemy camp. Magnificent words that shake the heavens and the earth. On the other side, Zhu Yuanzhang and Judi, father and son, seemed to have resonance between their souls, crossing the boundaries of time and space, immersing themselves in the passionate passion of the coming war. War, the eternal poetry of men, is for them more than ever a call that runs in their blood. Seeing this, Zhang Haoyue smiled helplessly and waved his big hand. Space instantly shifted, and the scene in front of everyone's eyes instantly transformed. "Open your eyes again," has been standing in the desert north of the vast snowy plains, 500,000 troops standing in the snow. The face of the stormy snow does not waver, solid as a mountain. The elderly Zhu steered his horse on his rounds, and his voice, though not high, was especially striking in the wind and snow. 20 years of conquest, 10,000 miles of running. Today, we meet the enemy's main force head-on. I look forward to being side by side with you, where the iron hooves go, so that the enemy has no place to hide. I long to be side by side with you, blood-staining my armor for the peace of future generations. Having said that, the elder Zhu seemed to be rekindled by the fervor of 20 years ago, and he raised his battle sword high and shouted to penetrate the wind and snow. "Great Ming army! Mighty! Great Ming army! Mighty!" 500,000 soldiers responded with fighting spirit, their voices overpowering the north wind whistling and rising straight into the clouds. "Never return home until the enemy is defeated." This oath is like a bell, knocking in the heart of every soldier, through the heavy landscape, echoing in the vast desert grassland. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists and was overwhelmed with excitement. The eyes were filled with both fatherly pride and longing for war. Judi is even more difficult to hide the excitement inside. The urge to fight if you want to break out of the chest. The same was true for Zhu Bei. As the gentle and refined crown prince, the desire for battlefield was boiling inside him. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, revealed a look of despondency. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at this and slowly said, "You kid, you have an emotional side too?" Zhang Haoyue shrugged her shoulders and pouted. "Old Zhu, I'm a human being too. Everything has feelings, how can I be an exception?" Immediately afterward, the scene shifted, and old Judi was already like an arrow off the string, taking the lead in the charge. When the Ming soldiers saw the old emperor leading the way and rushing to the front line, every one of them was as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, and they lunged at the enemy like a giant wave. Years of battlefield honing allowed Zhu Zhanji to finally grow into a pillar of the state. Riding on a warhorse and holding a lance in his hand, he galloped through the battlefield like a fearless god of war on the battlefield. The two brothers, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu, were even more valiant, leading their troops straight to the heart of the enemy and penetrating deep into the enemy's rear. It was a battle with a clear difference in strength. The Tartar army was scattered at the touch of a hand, and it turned into a lamb to the slaughter in its own northern steppe territory. And those valiant Ming troops, like lions, are highly demoralized, indestructible, and die fighting. The battle did not last long, but being in the northern steppes, The Tartar cavalry superiority forced the battle of positions into a wilderness chase. Old Judi's ambition was undiminished, and he made a bold statement that he was determined to completely destroy the Tartar fighting force. He decisively left the burden of provisions and took Shu Gaoshu, Shu Zhangji and a group of elite soldiers and strong generals to cross thousands of mountains and rivers like a storm, and finally made the Tartar army fall apart. Watching the elderly Judi achieve a great victory, Zhu Yuanzhang claps his hands and praises him. Good. What a good son we have. He could hardly hide his inner excitement, and in front of Empress Ma, Su Miaoyun, Zhu Biao as well as Judi, he did not mince words in praising Judi's illustrious battle achievements. Empress Ma and Zhu Biao looked at each other and smiled, understanding that Zhu Yuanzhang had gradually accepted Judi's position in his heart. From his initial anger and murderous intent, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger gradually dissipated later after witnessing a string of great achievements such as Zhang He's voyage to the west, the Yongle Canon, the Yongle Parade, and the relocation of the capital to Beijing. In its place is a feeling of mutual admiration between heroes. In the northern grasslands, the sky is low and gray. Elderly Judi, Shu Gaoshu, and Zhu Zhangji each rode a warhorse and stood on top of a small hill, facing the biting north wind. Snowflakes fell, but could not cover the joy in their hearts. Such a scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of Zhu Yuanzhang, Judi and Zhu Biao. Zhu asked, "It's so cold. Where are they now?" Wolf Jushu Mountain, Zhang Haoyue replied. At those words, all three men stared at the ordinary-looking hill in disbelief. It was just an insignificant dot on this wintry plain, but the honor it carried was the highest symbol that all military generals could only dream of. Recall that in 117 B.C., about 300 years ago, Hua Daizi, a young hero of the Western Han Dynasty, swept across the northern steppes and sent chills down the spine of his enemies. He achieved the highest honor a military general can dream of, drinking from the sea, sealing the wolf's fate. From then on, the sealing of wolves became the highest honor pursued by warriors, but in the course of 1,000 years, very few people were able to achieve this honor, and even the emperors rarely achieved such glory. The old Zhu, however, has achieved such greatness that it is astonishing. At this moment, on Wolf Jushu Mountain, the wind and snow had stopped and the sky was clear. Chapter 94, I, the Crown Prince, am indeed inferior to Lao Si. The sun sets like gold through the clouds and spills over the mountain tops. The four knights of valor stood proudly on the summit, enjoying the peace and beauty of their victory. Elderly Zhu's voice, which had experienced countless storms and frosts, slowly resounded from the top of the mountain. Life is short. How can you not be impressed by such spectacular mountains and rivers? When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his heart was in waves. Yes, life is indeed short. In the blink of an eye, he has also reached the age of knowledge. But in a limited life, it is enough to be able to practice what you think is valuable in this life, he said softly as he stood with his hands behind his back in the setting sun. Senior, you've done a great job of exceeding our expectations. In the past 500 years, you are the only emperor who has been able to reach this place. Judi received such a compliment. His heart was happy, and he could not help but be overjoyed. And Zhang Haoyue suddenly interjected from the sidelines. Old Zhu, be more confident. In the next 500 years, there will only be one emperor who can stand here, the Yongle Emperor. Hiss. When these words came out, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao coincidentally sucked in a mouthful of cold air, their shock overflowing. Judi, the great emperor of Yongle, pioneered unprecedented feats that will be difficult for future generations to surpass. Zhu Biao stared wide-eyed and looked sideways at Judi, as if he was really looking through this younger brother for the first time, with mixed feelings in his heart. Senior, it wasn't until today that I realized with a jolt that I had been far too conservative in my assessment of your extraordinary accomplishments. You, being a good material to be an emperor, are more suitable than me to sit in that position of the 9 to 5. Judi was just about to explain something when he was interrupted by Zhu Biao. I only saw Zhu Bei's eyes deep and said slowly, "What you want to say is that as the crown prince, since I was a child, my parents have expected me to ascend the throne smoothly and be an emperor who rules the country well." That's right. I believe that I can be a good emperor who is diligent and loves the people, who accepts loyal advice, who learns from the sages, and who blesses the people. But such an act is possible for any emperor whose heart desires it. I, on the other hand, may be able to become a bright ruler, but I cannot match your grandeur of opening up the heavens and the earth, and I cannot do what you have done to build a glorious empire, with the feat of going down to the west, the compilation of the Yongle Canon, the moving of the capital to Beijing, the grand parade, and the sealing of the wolves. Each and every one of these things required a great deal of pressure against the world's disapproval, and you, with courage unmatched by any other, have achieved them one by one. Father is right. I have an overly anxious personality and care too much about what others think, and often hesitate because of it. But a true emperor must not only pursue perfection, but also have the kind of courage to go forward, even in the face of questioning and reproach, to insist that the justice in his heart does not waver. As far as the governance of the country is concerned, you, King's Landing, are indeed too much better than me. Your decisiveness, that kind of vigor, is not something I can achieve. These heartfelt words left Judi speechless for a moment, unable to find the right words to retort. Zhu Yuanzhang, on the other hand, stood silently with his hands behind his back, his heart in turmoil. What was seen and heard in one day was so varied and complex that it was difficult to fully digest it for a while. Never mind, we'll talk about this later. Let's just continue to look at the life of Yongle the Great. Zhu Yuanzhang does not want to argue more on the crown prince position. This matter is 1,000 things, not a moment to decide. Moreover, the veteran ministers in the court would never easily accept Zhu Biao giving up the position of the crown prince. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's gesture, Zhu Biao was no longer stubborn and the atmosphere eased slightly. Thus, Zhang Haoyue once again guided the crowd and continued to witness the continuation of that legend. In the late spring of the 8th year of Yongle, Judi personally led an army of 500,000 men northward to attack Tartary. In the summer, the enemy was defeated by the River of Good Offices, and the enemy's chief, Benjamin Yaziri, fled in disorder with only 7 cavalrymen. Soon after, Arutai's clan encountered the Iron Horsemen of Ming Dynasty in Xing'anling, and was defeated in a battle. Arutai fled, and the Ming Dynasty won a great victory and crowned Arutai as the king of Honing. In the 12th year of Yongle, Judi went on his second northern expedition, targeting Walla. In June, at Mainland Kulanwan, the two armies fiercely fought. The 3 chiefs of Warat led the elite cavalry into a 3-way formation, and they came in force. However, the clever layout of the Ming army, artillery roar, cavalry courageous charge, and eventually made the Walla army routed. Their princes and many generals died in battle. Walla defeat, fled to the Tusi River. In the following year, Vera softened and sent an emissary to thank him and restart the tribute. In the following 2 years, Judi went on 2 more campaigns in the desert north, winning consecutively and displaying his Gaijin demeanor. The 20th year of Yongle, the 21st year of Yongle. In the void, looking at the elderly Judi's heroic posture, Zhu Yuanzhang's inner excitement was hard to be pacified, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. After several glorious battles, he developed an unspeakable admiration for the great Emperor Yongle. Zhu endeavored to learn a great deal from the past battles, with the thought in his mind that when he returned to Beiping, he could find a good opportunity to head for the northern desert and continue to write about glory like sealing the wolves. Soon, the fall of the 22nd year of Yongle. This northern expedition, I did not expect the war to reach a stalemate. No one won. The old Judi cannot find the enemy's main army. Full of ambition cannot be realized. After months of confrontation, it was like his body was on the verge of not holding up. When he walked to the Yumu River, he finally collapsed from exhaustion, and the army had to stop and set up tents as forts. When Zhu Yuanzhang saw the scene, his eyes flashed with a hint of panic that he couldn't hide. His keen senses told him that the legendary life of his own son, that Yongle the Great, was coming to an end. In the general's tent at Yumukawa, old Zhu was lying on his bed, breathing heavily and looking haggard. The cold wind passed through the tent and lifted the curtain, and Fan Zhong, the governor of the imperial camp, helped Yang Shiqi, the chief minister of the cabinet, to walk in. I, Yang Shiqi, pay my respects to your majesty. After saying that, Yang Shiqi knelt by the bedside. The elderly Zhu struggled to get up and sat down on a chair with Fan Zhong's help, both hands hidden in his wide sleeves as he looked at Yang Shiqi. This scene made Zhu Yuanzhang and the others hush and the atmosphere was heavy. Hey! Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply. The sound contained too many words. Zhu was also rarely silent, quietly watching the final chapter of his destiny. Queen Ma had tears in her eyes. No matter how time and space changed, this old man would always be the flesh that fell off her body. And in the face of the impending separation, the kind heart of her ached as if cut by a knife. Zhang Haoyue stood quietly, wordlessly witnessing this moment. Tent. Judi looked at Yang Shiqi and smiled with a few moments of experience. Old thing, only 1 year of light. Your beard hair is white. Yang Shiqi replied with a bitter smile. Time is like an arrow. The years are like a shuttle. How can there be a reason that never grows old? Judi nodded and smiled. Indeed, the years are unforgiving, old geezer. Yang Shiqi, I am in a hurry to call you here because I have something important to give you. Yang Shichi immediately knelt down to hear the decree. The older Jew paused a little and slowly said, the boss's body is already failing. He may not live for more than 2 years. The second and third fought bravely, and the other sons were no match for them. In order to avoid the bad reputation of usurping power that I carried during the Yongle years, so that future generations would follow suit and brothers would kill each other and become a joke for the ages, so I decided to let the second one inherit the throne. When these words came out, Zhu Zhang was the first to frown. The alternation of royal power is often accompanied by strife and betrayal. Zhu Zhang, early Zhu Biao as the crown prince, is trying to stop the tragedy of fratricide, but the reality is snapped in his face, which ultimately worried about the future generations of children and grandchildren fell on. We remember that Lao Si's son, Gao Qi, was quite accomplished when he was the crown prince? Zhu Zhang suddenly asked. Zhu Biao nodded his head and said, that's right, at least from what we've seen. Although Gao Qi is physically weak, he has a good heart and is very dedicated to his position as crown prince. Without his help, Yongle's prime would have been much less colorful. Zhu Zhang turned his head to look at Judi. His tone flat, we have a son who is really cool. Someone who has done his best for him and fought to the death. But he wants to pass the throne to someone else. In fact, the problems faced by Judi were exactly the pain and helplessness of Zhu Zhang back then. The elder Judi and Zhu Zhang, both of whom had a brilliant older son. But Zhu Zhang's affection for Zhu Biao far exceeded Judi's affection for Zhu Gaoqi. Perhaps it was precisely because of the similarity between Zhu Biao and Zhu Gaoqi that touched a deep pain point within Zhu Zhang, making him feel involuntarily as if his eldest son seemed to have been wronged. Facing Zhu Zhang's jokes with a hint of reproach, Judi's face turned red with shame. At this point, Empress Ma stepped forward to say a fair word. Lao Si also has his own hardships. She mentioned that Judi's other 2 sons in his family. Each of them is a dragon and phoenix in the people. Xu Zhanji wants to control these 2 uncles is not easy. If the power to Zhu Gaoxiu, at least it can ensure the stability of the situation. Su Miaoyun's eyes glistened with tears, and her heart was a mixture of sadness and joy. Zhu Gaoqi, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Zhanji are all her flesh and blood, but they are not immune to being caught up in the crossfire at the crucial moment of the transition of power. Zhu Zhang did not say anything. As an emperor, he knew that there was no absolute right or wrong in the inheritance of power, and only the strongest could have the last laugh. Power is tantalizing, but it also comes with hard-hearted cruelty. In the tent, Yancy received orders to exit. Zhang Haoyue suddenly proposed, Old Zhua, are you guys interested in going with me to see how that saint's son reacts now? Zhu Zhang nodded his head in agreement. Go, let's see how much this kid can do in a pinch. Zhang Haoyue didn't speak again and led Zhu Zhang's group of people to quietly leave the main tent. And in the other tent, Yang Shichi told Zhu Junji word for word what Judi had just decided. The dim candlelight swayed and shone on Zhu Zhanji's resolute face. Light and shadow intertwined. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. But what is remarkable is that he neither lost his temper and went mad nor was engulfed in anger, and remained unusually lucid. Except for a trace of imperceptible grief. Zhu Zhang, who was watching from the sidelines, nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, decent. Even though he knows that the throne is not meant for him, he can still be so calm. Chapter 95, Lao Si. Don't cry. Since Judi ascended the throne, Zhu Gaoqi has been overseeing the country as the crown prince for 22 years. Both inside and outside the court regarded him as the future emperor. And Zhu Zhanji, who was regarded as the holy grandson, naturally became the right choice for the 3rd generation of emperors. 22 years of hearing and seeing, Zhu Zhanji deeply engraved in his heart the belief of becoming an emperor. At this time, suddenly learning that the dragon chair had a new owner, ordinary people were afraid that they would not be able to withstand it long ago. However, Zhu Zhanji's reaction was brilliant. Tent, he quickly regained his composure and saluted Yancy. Thank you, Your Excellency, for informing me, and I will be sure to thank you again in the future. Between the words, the meaning of pulling the strings was clearly revealed. Yang Shichi's face was expressionless as he asked back in a deep voice, Does your highness think that I am the kind of person who sees the wind in his favor? If that were true, why would I need to come to your highness? Wouldn't it be better to directly join the Han King and become the minister who helped him ascend to the dragon throne? Your highness should be well aware that the reason why the old minister is telling you this is because he hopes that your highness will think deeply before acting and find a way to restrain the 2 princes. If it can't be done, let the crown prince and his highness live a peaceful life in Yingtianfu, which is also considered a strategy for a lifetime of wealth. How can your highness easily see through the undercurrents of this? This conversation caught Zhu Yuanzhang's attention. This man is truly a pillar of the state. His talents are no less than those of my dynasty's chancellor, Li Shanchang, and far more than those of Huang Zicheng, Qi Tai, and others under Yunwen. He scrutinized Yang Shiqi, a hint of imperceptible longing flickering in his eyes. Next to him, Judi seemed to have read his father's mind and directly discouraged him. Father, this man is the prime minister of the Yongle Dynasty, so you must not think of anything else. Judi directly demolished Zhu Yuanzhang's mind and dispelled this thought in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. Hey, you're a quick thinker, kid. Zhu Yuanzhang, whereas the average person can guess through. Open eyes say blind, face calm as water. The heart is also steady as Mount Taishan. Even the eyelashes did not shake a little. Really cunning with the fox. On the side, the corner of Zhang Haoyue's mouth rose slightly. 2 comedians, 800 hard eyes. Frankly speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang in the abdominal darkness science is the ancestor level. Change face faster than turning over the book. The promise is like a fart. Turn your head and forget everything. That shamelessness. Even Judi recognized himself as inferior. Just as the father and son were playing mind games. At the head of the tent, Zhu Zhanji's eyes were getting colder and colder, and his voice was like an ice blade as he shouted coldly. Let me hide in Shun Tian and grow old in vain? Don't dream of it. A great man should return with his body wrapped in horse leather. How can he stay sick like a woman? My blood is still alive. How can I not fight? How can I live without honoring my royal lineage? These words of bravado resounded throughout the tent. These words made Zhu Yuanzhang, with a flash of his eyes, feel more and more that this heady grandson was not a pool animal. At this time, Fan Zhong rushed into the tent and hurriedly reported that old Judi had urgently summoned Yang Shiqi. Zhu Zhanji understood in his heart that the situation was not right and insisted on going with Yang Shiqi. Zhang Haoyue, on the other hand, led Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, and also hurriedly rushed towards old Judi's camp. In the tent, Zhu Zhanji insisted on his own ideas. Half a bit of retreat meaning not, or else they will kill themselves in martyrdom. Old Chu had no choice but to agree. It's all settled, so stand down. He waved his hand wearily, as if he had shaken off a 1,000-pound burden. Zhu Zhanji hesitated a little, but finally took Yang Shiqi and left the tent, calculating in his heart to seize power and suppress the second uncle Zhugashu and the third uncle Zhugashu. In the tent, there was no one else but old Zhu lying on the bed. He murmured in a low voice, before I can establish my career on the battlefield, my body can't carry it first. Alas, the night was deepening, and old Zhu slowly entered the land of dreams. In his dream, he rode his horse across the grasslands, between the rivers, where the sun was setting like blood, and the golden afterglow spread across the sky, where there was both battle and evening sun. As night fell, old Zhu and his horse walked further and further away in their dreams, leaving only a lone figure in the vast wilderness. The sky suddenly fluctuated, like a flag flapping in the wind, with vast rivers and mountains painted on it. In the center of the map, a golden word appeared. Ming. Old Judi looked up at the sky, his eyes piercing through the clouds and mist, focusing on the picture of the canopy, staring at the word Ming. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but it was laced with tears. Throughout the ages, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Could it be that the merits of my life could not wash away my guilt? Just then, a distant yet familiar voice rang in old Zhu's ears, as if it had traveled through the long river of time. Lao Si, your life's merits and achievements, we've all seen it in our eyes. You do have the ability. Old Judi was stunned and thought that he had misheard Zhu Yuanzhang's voice. But soon, a face that was both majestic and gracious truly appeared before him, leaving him in disbelief. Zhu Yuanzhang, with his hands behind his back, stood leisurely in front of the old Judi's warhorse, a seemingly thoughtless gesture that exuded an irresistible kingly aura that made people involuntarily respect. Old Judi completely broke down. He rolled over and dismounted his horse, staggered in the river, and finally fell on his knees at Zhu Yuanzhang's feet, hugged his legs tightly, and wept bitterly. Father, my son is unfilial and has let you down, and I'm even more sorry for big brother. Zhu Yuanzhang looked down at the son, who was old but still childish, and had mixed feelings in his heart. He stretched out his big rough hand and gently stroked the old Zhu's face, which was covered with signs of age, and said tenderly, "Good boy, you did the right thing and we are very pleased." The old Judi felt like wandering in a dream, and when he heard Zhu Yuanzhang's words, the grievance and guilt that had been pent up in his heart for decades was released at once like a dam collapsing. Like a little waif, he hugged Zhu Yuanzhang's leg to death, tears mixed with whimpering, unable to stop the flow. Old Ford, don't cry. Father and I know exactly what you've done. Another familiar voice touched the heartstrings. Squinting his old eyes to see that it was actually the young Zhu Biao. With a warm smile, exactly the same as before. That calmness and dependability, like a shield that can carry one's load even when the sky is falling, stood, at that moment, in front of the eyes again. Big brother. Judi pounced on Zhu Biao and hugged tightly, sobbing and whispering, "Big brother, Lao Si misses you so much that his heart aches." Zhu Biao's eyes are also red. He knows that these long years in the old heart pressed down the weight of the burden, a burst of sourness in the heart, heartache, all written on the face. Old it's really hard for you to endure all these years. Empress Ma's voice suddenly drifted in, causing Judi's body to tremble. Turning his head, the kind face that he had longed for day and night reappeared, and happiness surged like a tidal wave. "Mother!" He kowtowed several times in a row, crying so hard he couldn't speak. And how many midnights he woke up from his dreams, the gentle face always making his pillow wet. "Child, it's all in the past. Mother knows your pain." Empress Ma finally couldn't help herself and hugged Zhu's head, and mother and son hugged and cried. This scene made Zhu Yuanzhan's eyes also glisten with tears, and unable to look at it, he said softly to Zhang Haoyue, "Zhang Haoyue, let's go back first." Zhang Haoyue nodded his head and waved his big hand, and suddenly the winds became violent, and the surrounding scenery instantly changed in thousands of ways. "Father, mother!" Zhu opened his eyes as hard as he could and shouted into the wind, but all he could hear was the whistling of the wind and no one answered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully influencing Zhu Yuanzhan's state of mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heart Sutra, 8 Heavenly Dragons Heart Sutra. Congratulations to the host for successfully bringing the elder Zhu back to the present-day Ming, rewarded with X 10,000 points. Present-day de Ming. Qin Hui Bei Yuan. Old Zhu awoke with a start and shouted like a madman. "Father, mother, big brother, don't leave me." King Zhu Bai of Xiang happened to walk in, and when he saw this, he rushed forward and grabbed his hand that was waving about. "Fourth brother, calm down." Judi slowly came back to his senses and looked at Zhu Bai, surprised. 12th brother? Could this be the underworld? In his memory, his 12th brother, Zhu Bai, had long ago killed himself in the storm over the cutting of the clan, and with his own illness, he assumed that this was a reunion with Zhu Bai in the netherworld. "Fourth brother, this isn't the underworld, it's the earth, and it's the 14th year of Hangwu." Zhu Bai's words made Judi's whole body tremble. He eyed Jubal suspiciously, almost suspecting that he was a demon in disguise. Jubal read his mind and reached out with a smile. "Fourth brother, feel me, am I warm?" Zhu frowned, feeling the warmth coming from his hand, but still half-heartedly slapped himself hard. Pop! A crisp slap rang out and pain rocked every nerve. True. Zhu was shocked and his hands clutched Zhu Bai's arm. 12th brother, you're still alive? Back in the 14th year of Hanwu? What the hell is going on here? Zhu Bai recounted in detail how things came about, and how all the reversals were because of Zhang Haoyue's incredible means. If it wasn't for him, maybe old Zhu would have died long ago. After hearing this, the elderly Zhu's face became even more miserable, not unlike listening to a mythological story. Amidst the shock, his mouth moved and he whispered, "Jumping out of the spatial limitations? There's such a powerful character hidden in this world?" Speaking with a mixture of surprise and awe, Jubal smiled, with a bit of mystery in his eyes, and comforted him. "Fourth brother, let's not get too busy talking about this. Since you're already awake, why don't you come with me to meet that fairy?" After saying that, Jubal stood up and walked out with steady steps. On the bed, the old Zhu hesitated slightly, the memories of his past sickness and suffering almost making him not want to try to stand up again, but an indescribable force pushed him, and miraculously, not only was he able to stand up easily, but he walked with such a lightness that he felt like he was back in his youth. This scenario is unbelievable. With a myriad of amazement churning in his heart, old Judi couldn't wait to get out of the room, wanting to see with his own eyes the strange man that Zhu Bai was talking about. Chapter 96. There is only one word: hate. Walking up the corridor, the old Zhu stared blankly at the front, the other courtyard quietly lying in a green, small bridges and rivers, birds and flowers. The whole place is like a fairyland detached from the mortal world. Outside the courtyard, you can vaguely hear the lively atmosphere of the city. In front of the gate of the Bai'an, the big sycamore tree stood, with dense foliage and golden leaves intertwined to form a natural waffle, and when the breeze blew by, the leaves rustled, like heavenly music. Taking a breath of cool air, Zhu felt his mood opened up, and all the fatigue seemed to be blown away by the wind. Great place. Just at this time, Zhang Haoyue appeared in front of him, and old Zhu woke up as if from a dream. the old master is awake? The Xiao Dao is courteous. Zhang Haoyue arched his hand. Fourth brother. This is Zhang Haoyue, he's the one with the divine ability. Xu Bai followed beside him, his words full of admiration for Zhang Haoyue. After all, the first time he heard Jubilee tell him that, he was dreamy too. Although the old Judi nodded his head, the doubts in his heart still unresolved, but looking at the Zhu Bai in front of him, he could only suppress his doubts and try to accept this incredible fact. I didn't expect my old bones to be able to survive in extremis. Thanks to Mr. Zhang for saving my life. He bent down slightly in respect. You're too kind, Gramps. It's just what I'm supposed to do. Zhang Haoyue was gentle and elegant and replied lightly, his kind of transcendent look making Zhu secretly wonder. Immortals, it really is like the gods have come down to earth. Ha ha, old four, you're awake. That's great. We've been worried sick. A familiar and somewhat distant voice suddenly came. Zhu's whole body trembled. His heartbeat accelerated. And following the voice, he saw the figure that repeatedly appeared in his dreams slowly approaching. The face that has weathered the storm. The eyes that are stern with love. And the imperial might that you don't have to look at to know. Are the things that old Zhu remembers the most? Father, you're alive? He couldn't help but fall to his knees and look at Zhu Yuanzhang incredulously. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We've lived a long life. How could we die? We just went to the future and witnessed the glorious life of your Yongle Emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up old Judi. Seeing your accomplishments, we couldn't bear to see you die early. So we begged Zhang Haoyue to bring you back to us. Father, you've seen my whole life? Zhu's eyes sparkled with complex emotions mixed inside. There is a mixture of unease about what he has done in the past, a desire for recognition, and an unspoken understanding between father and son that doesn't need to be spoken. Father and son are connected by heart. How can we not understand your troubles? Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted Judi's shoulder and turned his head to look at the sycamore tree in the other courtyard, his tone deep and gentle. Old fourth, you don't have to blame yourself and feel guilty. Your accomplishments are worthy of the name of a great emperor. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang say this, the old Judi's lips slightly trembled, tears rolling in his pale eyes, and the big stone in his heart that had been pressed for many years was finally put down at this very moment. He clenched his hands, his nails sinking deep into his flesh, and the congenial pain, like sharp carving knives, chiseled reality over and over. It's not a dream. This scenario, it's real. The Battle of Jingwu has always been the old Judi's nightmare, becoming a cloud in his heart that can never be erased. Since sitting on the throne of the emperor, he has been carrying the burden of usurpation. Inwardly, shame as a shadow, both sorry ancestors, but also afraid of death to the netherworld. No face to see Zhu Yuanzhang. It was this apology that made Judi almost frantic in his pursuit of merit, longing for Zhu Yuanzhang's affirmation and hoping that history would give him a fair evaluation. Let him be remembered not only by posterity as a power grabber, but as someone who wanted to prove that he could be a wise king. And the wish of a lifetime has finally come true today. Good boy. Stop crying. It's all in the past. In this touching moment, a gentle, kind voice rang in his ears, and Queen Ma came smiling. For a moment, Zhu's tears were like an open flood. Mother! Old Zhu fell to his knees with a thud, clutching Empress Ma's skirt and crying like a helpless child. For the son, to be able to see his late mother again, even if he had to trade his status as an emperor and his kingdom for it, he would not mind. At this moment, his heart was filled with unprecedented happiness. He never thought that it would be a miracle to see his parents on Earth in this life and to re-encounter Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. Well, don't cry. Mother knows everything you've done. And boy, do you deserve praise? Empress Ma's eyes were also glistening with tears, gently touching Zhu's head, full of relief. Hearing this, the old Judi cried even more, looking at Zhang Haoyue next to him with eyes full of gratitude, the gratitude in his heart unable to be expressed in words. All of this was made possible because of this teenager. If not for Zhang Haoyue, how could he have escaped the cycle of life and death? How could he have seen Empress Ma and Zhu Yuanzhang again? And how could he have untied the knot in his heart? Thus, old Zhu walked towards Zhang Haoyue and solemnly made a big salute. My old bones haven't been bent for a long time, but today, I must give Mr. Zhang this big salute. Many thanks for the gift of rebirth. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. Old master is talking too much. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed loudly. All right. It's rare for a family to get together. Don't always cry. Old four, come and sit here. Miao Yun, serve tea. Before the words fell, Zhu Yuanzhang had already pulled up the old Judi and sat together on the stone bench under the sycamore tree. But at the mention of the words myriad clouds, Old Judi's face suddenly changed and his whole body stiffened. In the kitchen, an elegant figure slowly walked out, and old Zhu immediately felt his whole body shivering and goosebumps rising. That was the love of his life, Su Miaoyun. Soon after he ascended the throne, she died of illness, leaving the old Judi with endless sorrow and emptiness. And thereafter there was no empress. For decades, the old Judi has been thinking about his late wife all the time. At this moment, the Su Miaoyun, who was still magnificent and in the prime of her youth, seemed to have traveled through time and space and stood in front of him once again, just like meeting for the first time. Wonderful! The old Judi was so excited that he could not help himself, and 1,000 words were blocked in his throat, not knowing where to start. Your Highness, you've worked hard all these years. The corners of Su Miaoyun's eyes were also flooded with warm tears, filled with heartache for the old man in front of her. Hearing these words, the old Judi no longer had any half-regrets in his heart. He laughed heartily, reunited with his parents, his beloved wife in front of his eyes, understood and forgiven by all of them. What more could he ask for in this life? However, a hint of concern still lingers. Those children and grandchildren, and the youngest grandson, Zhu Zhangji. What was the outcome of the fight between Zhu Zhangji and Zhu Gaoshu while they were unconscious? How about victory or defeat? Who's sitting in the dragon chair now? Old Chu couldn't help but worry. At this point, Zhu Yuanzhang's words were like the sound of a drum, violently interrupting the old Judi's contemplation and dragging him back from his memories to the edge of reality. Lao Si you'll rest well in this other courtyard. It's getting late. We'll go back to deal with the imperial government first, and when things are done, we'll come back to see you. After saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang got up to go, not waiting for the old Judi to say goodbye. His figure has slowly disappeared outside the door, leaving the room full of silence. Father is still so decisive and resolute, and time has not smoothed his edges. Old Zhu smiled bitterly with a few moments of relief. His heart had fully accepted this strange encounter of traveling through time and space, but the worries in his heart were also difficult to calm down. Forget it, Lao Si. You and Mr. Zhang can talk more. Nyan and I will go to the kitchen and make you a few home-cooked meals, and let the aroma of wine add some warmth to the afternoon. Queen Ma smiled and led Su Miaoyun into the kitchen, her heart filled with deep motherly love for her son who had been reunited after a long time, wanting to use her cooking skills to retrieve that warm flavor of the past. The leaves of the sycamore tree gently swayed, and under the shade, only old Zhu and Zhang Haoyue were left to silently face each other. Mr. Zhang, I have an ungrateful request. I wonder if you can grant it. Old Zhu was the first to break the silence, a hint of pleading in his eyes. Zhang Haoyue picked up the teacup and gently sipped the tea, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, the old master is trying to foretell the future, right? Old Zhu nodded his head silently, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Every one of my children and grandchildren is handsome, and even the great-grandchildren are not ordinary. But how is it not a sweet and bitter trouble at the same time? There's only one throne for the emperor, and all three of them have ideas, and for years I couldn't come up with the best of both worlds. Old Zhu smiled bitterly and shook his head softly, seemingly lamenting the impermanence of the world. It is naturally good to have illustrious descendants, but there is also a lurking crisis. Zhang Haoyue gazed at the old Zhu, slowly nodded. This is not difficult, but, hearing this, old Zhu quickly asked, does Mr. Zhang have any scruples? Feel free to speak up. Zhang Haoyue laughed. It's not a scruple. It's just that I wish I could join old Zhu and go together. Otherwise, I'm afraid that new troubles will arise. Old Zhu? A mount. The old Judi heard, first froze, then released a big smile. Dare to call his father old Zhu so? It is estimated that only this teenager. Good. It's more than appropriate to have father along for counsel. Meanwhile, inside the palace, on the Hall of Honor, the wind was rising. With his hands behind his back, Zhu Yuanzhang stood pacing and contemplating in the great hall, while his two sons, Zhu Biao and Judi, stood respectfully. What are your feelings about the governance of the young emperor? Speak forthrightly. After the words were said, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the dragon chair, his gaze slightly converged, as if he wanted to see through the hearts of the people. Judi grabbed the front. The pent-up emotions in his heart is extremely waiting to pour out. Since the return from the Yongle Dynasty, this anger is like a volcano is about to erupt. The way I feel, there's only one word, hate. Zhu Yuanzhang revealed a surprised look and looked at Judi, who was full of anger. A different person from the twilight old man in the other courtyard. Who would have thought that the once rugged martial artist, baptized by the wind and rain, would become an emperor admired by all the world? The hatred of the Yongle Canon may have been forgotten by my father, but my child does not dare to forget it. Do you still remember the words of Zhang Haoyue in the book depository? The Yongle Dictionary, the treasure of China, brings together the wisdom of the ancient sages, nearly 100,000 volumes of vast books, but was destroyed, now surviving but a few dozen volumes. Every time I think of this, my heart feels like a knife and it's hard to let go. If I don't get this revenge, I'll never give up. Chapter 97, Daming, it's going to change. Speaking, Judi's emotions are getting more and more excited, the whole body trembling. Cannot wait to raise the sword on the horse, flatten Liao Dong, to wash away the humiliation of the heart. Lao Si has a point. According to what Mr. Zhang said, Daming may face extinction in the future, especially that female tribe, the bane of the fallen nation. How about preventing it in advance, striking first and eliminating the aftermath forever? Zhu Biao's eyes rarely show sharpness and firmness, the former gentle and elegant, now all turned into iron blood and heroism. The world knows that he is a gentle gentleman, but they don't know that Zhu Biao also has a fierce side. A person with a gentle character could never have gotten into Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Hearing his son's words, Zhu Yuanzhang's face relaxed and opened up with a big smile, nodding his head in praise. Good. You've remembered these important things in your heart too. What a good son of ours. The female tribes, naturally, are to be removed, but this matter does not require you to do it personally. Su Da, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, these veteran generals are still around, so it's okay to let them go and exercise. We've already ordered this to be dealt with, so you don't have to worry about it. That said, do you have any other epiphanies beyond that? Hearing this, Shu scratched his head, his heart in turmoil. Although there were many thoughts in my mind, I could not say anything for a while because of my limited learning. As for Zhu Biao, who has always been known for his talent and wisdom, he opened his mouth unhurriedly and said, Father, the line of Yongle has benefited my son greatly. Zhang he made 7 trips to the west, ostensibly to show the majesty of the country, but in reality to lay the cornerstone of the future for the great Ming. As Zhang Haoyue said, the ocean will be the source of power in the future situation. Those who hold the power of the sea will dominate the future. So why not take advantage of the present to get a head start so that you don't regret it in the future? Zhu clapped his hands. Big brother is so right. I think so too. Zhu Yuanzhang was very happy to hear this, leaning back in his dragon chair with a leisurely posture. You think so too? What's your good idea? Being asked this question, Judi was directly dried out. Instead, Zhu Biao spoke again. Father, if we are to hold sea power, a strong fleet comes first. Not only the fleet, but the technology of sailing needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. This is one of our weaknesses during the Han Wu years. Therefore, I would like to ask Lao Si to help me by asking Zhang Haoyue to take him back to the past and bring back the sailing technology, the method of building warships, and Zhang He himself, all together. Zhang Haoyue said that after Zhang He, no one else could do it. In that case, instead of leaving Zhang He's name empty in history, why don't you give me the heavy responsibility of maximizing his extraordinary light? Shu once again applauded in agreement. Big brother's idea is just what I want. Looking at Judi's little brain shortage look, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed in anger. However, Zhu Yuanzhang was very pleased with Zhu Biao's unique insights and thorough planning. Let's just say, boss, you're a brain that can't be compared to the average person. This wisdom is essential to being an emperor. You don't have to look at the 4 sons when Yongle was in full bloom to see that they seem to be in the limelight, but in reality a lot of the governmental affairs were handled by that fat son, so you don't have to feel that you can't compare to him. Obviously, Zhu Yuanzhang was worried about Zhu Bei's lack of self-confidence. Zhu Biao smiled bitterly. Father, this only shows that I have the ability to assist the country. When it comes to being an emperor, I am far inferior to Lao Si. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yuanzhang's blood pressure rose violently, and he almost wanted to slap Zhu Biao, who really hated his iron. Zhu, who was on the sidelines, also felt embarrassed and said angrily, Big brother, say something like that again and I'll disown you as a big brother. The position of the crown prince is yours. The path of the emperor is for you to take, no matter what the outside world thinks. In Daming, you are the future son of heaven. I'm content just to be a great general of the northern expedition. You preside over the situation in the court, and I lead the army outside, matching the civil and military. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Zhu Biao smiled blandly and didn't say anything. Obviously, Judi still appears to be politically naive. Power struggles have always been brutal, and brothers are no exception. Selfless today, personnel may change tomorrow. What will it be like 5 or 10 years from now? The final outcome, God only knows. In the Hall of Honors, the candle flame swayed, reflecting Zhu Yuanzhang's face. He gave a sharp wave of his hand, his words laden with unquestionable determination. That's enough. Don't talk nonsense. Our Ming Dynasty is not on the verge of collapse. The matter of who will take over will be discussed after we die. Now, there are 3 great things that urgently need to be done. First priority, sweep away Liaodong, so that not an inch of grass will grow, and to stabilize the northern border of our great Ming. Secondly, lifting the sea ban and opening up our strategic horizons, which is the trend of keeping up with the times. Can't be delayed. And then, to go all out to create an invincible fleet to control the 7 seas, so that the great Ming will be mighty and unrivaled in the 4 seas. You too, you're our right-hand man now. These 3 major tasks, I'll leave them to you. You must keep them in mind. Zhu Biao and Judi heard. Feel the burden on the shoulders of the heavy. The heart also ignited a magnificent ambition. Their eyes meet, full of determination and expectation. These 3 things, related to the future of the great Ming, have a great responsibility and a long way to go. At this time, the eyes of the great Ming turn from the war in the north to the vast seas of the southeastern coast. This is not only a bold adjustment of strategy, but also a magnificent leap in the course of history. It's already dawn. The morning court can't be delayed. Let's go. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and led the 2 imperial sons to step towards the Fengtian Hall. Early morning, just after Zhu Yuanzhang's decree was issued, it caused a huge reaction. He announced one by one the new strategies he had planned with Zhu Biao and Judi, and the court was shocked. Each of these 3 decrees affects the whole situation and has far-reaching implications. In the past, Daming's strategy centered on destroying the remnants of the northern Yuan dynasty. It even took 14 springs and autumns, and a great deal of manpower and material resources were invested in the northern border, constructing an impregnable defense line that could be used for both offense and defense, condensing countless hours of hard work and sweat. Today, however, Zhu Yuanzhang has resolutely subverted his own handmade state policy, and has instead set his sights on the seemingly insignificant Liaodong. This shocked the court and found it unbelievable. As we all know, Emperor Hangu had a rigid character, and once he made a decision, he would never turn back. And now, he made this big shift, causing everyone in the Fengtian Palace to be so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. Facing the shock of his subjects, Zhu Yuanzhang gently swept his eyes, and his invisible majesty instantly filled the entire hall. What? Anyone else have a problem with that? The ministers were all frightened, kneeling down and shouting long live, and no one dared to raise any objections. Judi secretly smiled, remembering that during the Yongle period, no matter what he decided in his later years, someone always tried to dissuade him, which was very different from the situation during the Hangu period. In the Hangu dynasty, the emperor's order is unshakable, whether it is a decision to kill, or the 9 families, Zhu Yuanzhang's order. No one can resist. Kill if you say so. Say exterminate and exterminate. This is an iron-fisted emperor like no other in history. In the face of such a monarch, who else would dare to easily question and challenge the survival of an entire family? Anyone with a clear mind would not dare to confront Zhu Yuanzhang directly. Eliminating the remnants of the northern Yuan was originally a top priority of the Ming for many years, and one of Zhu Yuanzhang's proudest achievements. Another state policy is to pay attention to the people's hardships, maintain the safety of sea defense, prohibit the harassment of Japanese invaders, and ensure the calmness of the southeastern coast. In order to achieve this goal, Zhu Yuanzhang once issued a strict order that no ships were allowed to go out to sea, and violators were immediately executed without mercy. Until today, Zhu Yuanzhang has once again taken it upon himself to break the iron rules he himself set. This was not just the lifting of the sea ban, but even more unexpected was his decision to build a large-scale fleet of ships in preparation for a far-flung war. In the court, the civil and military ministers looked at each other with uncertainty. They couldn't guess Zhu Yuanzhang's real intention of doing so, and it was even more difficult to predict what powerful enemies there would be in the vast ocean. But once the emperor's order is given, even if there are many doubts in their hearts, the ministers can only obediently comply with it, and do not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the 2 brothers, Zhu Biao and Judi, were like waves turning over in their hearts. They, as witnesses to the life of the great Emperor Yongle, deeply understand that as emperor, many of the things you want to do, you simply can't do. For example, when old Judi wanted to move the capital, there were many opinions in the court. Even the expedition to the northern desert, the formation of a strong cavalry, the compilation of the Yongle Grand Dictionary, These national events have suffered from criticism and difficulties, and every step forward is like making a path through the thorn bushes. But during the Hangwu years, under the strong rule of Zhu Yuanzhang, such troubles never seemed to exist. The ministers did not even have the courage to look up at him in the presence of His Majesty. That's how the sky is the limit between kings. Even the Yongle Emperor, who could be called the first emperor of the ages, his means and power paled in comparison with Zhu Yuanzhang. Speaking only of that waving the sword to cut off the water flow, the execution of 30,000 officials, such an unprecedented move, from ancient times to the present day, in addition to Zhu Yuanzhang, who has such a heart of stone boldness. At this time, Zhu Biao and Judi realized more and more clearly that their father, Zhu Yuanzhang, was far more terrifying than could be imagined. Under his authority, the difficulties of reform, the obstruction of vested interests, and the powerful aristocrats were all reduced to dust with a mere word. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's careful planning, a series of major initiatives moved forward as fast as lightning, encountering almost no obstacles. In the afternoon of that day, 12 founding generals, including Su De, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, and Fu Yud, were urgently summoned to the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang is obviously determined to win this time, and has used almost all the power of the Ming Empire for one purpose: realize the destruction of the Hanwu Plough Court, completely sweep away Liaodong and make it barren, even exterminate the clan. Chapter 98. The eve of the expedition. Chaos. Su De, Lan Yu, Li Wenzhong and the others were shocked to hear this news. There was no warning of this military action and they knew nothing about it until they received the order. Zhu Yuanzhang personally commanded and appointed Su De as the commander-in-chief, leading an army of 100,000 men, who immediately set out within 3 days. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire Yingtian province. When the high officials and nobles in the city heard about this, they were all nervous and surprised. With mixed feelings, no one could speculate on the true intentions of the Hangwu emperor, but everyone could sense that an unprecedented upheaval was coming. Of the 12 founding generals, all were ready except Li Shanchang and Chang Yechen. 28 of the 36 founding military lords would commit themselves to this battle, which was literally a war for all. Crazy, utter madness. No one knows what Zhu Yuanzhang has in mind. The entire Yingtianfu was thus abuzz. In the residence of the Duke of Korea, the white-haired but energetic Duke of Korea, Li Sunjang, sat in the main hall, surrounded by many high-ranking officials and noblemen who had come to seek insights. The hall was bustling with people and heated discussions. What the hell is going on here? Has anyone heard anything? What is your majesty doing this for? Is Liaodong really that powerful of an enemy? 4 dukes of state, 28 marquises, plus many highly decorated generals. Is this to wipe out a country in one fell swoop? Duke of Korea, tell me something. The crowd turned their expectant eyes to that stoic Li Shanchang. Li Shanchang sat steadily like an ancient tree, waiting for the surrounding noise to slowly subside before he slowly opened his mouth. What? Are you all quiet? Keep yelling. I'd like to see what kind of tunes you guys can buzz. The officials looked at each other, laughing and talking. Most of those present were the meritorious nobles of Huaishi, and they obeyed Li Shanchang's words. Li Shanchang gently stroked his long beard, his eyes slightly closed, his gaze far-reaching. Truth be told, that sudden news made it difficult for even someone as stoic as he was to completely hide his surprise. Zhu Yuanzhang, this action. There is no doubt that the court inside and outside to set off a shocking wave. The impact of the great, then Hu Wei Yong case ever. Gather all the founding generals and lead an army of 200,000 men in an expedition to Liaodong. Just this momentum, smart people have already seen. Zhu Yuanzhang, this go, is the determination to break the boat. Liaodong. What secrets are hidden, so that Zhu Yuanzhang regarded as an archenemy and hated deeply? In addition, the lifting of the sea ban and the construction of warships took Li Shanchang by surprise. As the earliest core minister to follow Zhu Yuanzhang, he knew the emperor's character like the back of his hand. Although Zhu Yuanzhang is the true son of God, but the bones of the small peasant ideology is very solid, insisting on agriculture as the basis of the founding of the Ming Dynasty, which is so easy to change. And the policy of the sea ban is the embodiment of this agricultural ideology in the outside world. Now Zhu Yuanzhang has gone against the norm, without any warning, and directly lifted the sea ban, and has to build warships. What does this mean? It represents that Zhu Yuanzhang's heart and concepts have undergone a radical transformation. Li Shanchang was not an ordinary person, and just by thinking about it, he was able to see through the essence of things, and so the question naturally arises. What kind of person can make Zhu Yuanzhang, who is stubborn to the extreme, produce such a drastic change? Or is there some force that makes Zhu Yuanzhang seem like a new person? Even his deep-rooted beliefs are shaken? Thinking about it sends chills down your spine. As his thoughts fluttered, a name crept into Li Shanchan's mind. Zhang Haoyue, the fortune teller. You guys should step back first. Let the old man think about it. And naturally, he'll have an answer. Li Shanchang waved his hand, not wanting to waste any more time on words with this group of mediocre people. Seeing this, the meritorious nobles of Huaishi also knew that it was not good to stay, and they saluted and withdrew. On the other hand, in the residence of the Duke of Wei, there was also a lot of discussion. Su Da's son Su Huizu heard that the court even made a heavy blow. The heart shook, anxious to find his father, who was about to go on another expedition, wanted to ask for clarification. Father, what is the great event that made His Majesty suddenly whimsical and make so many amazing moves? There was no sign of it at all before. Su Huizu was puzzled as to what kind of excitement Zhu Yuanzhang had encountered that led to the successive release of these measures that shocked the world. Liaodong, that distant and unfamiliar place, has not even been mentioned a few times in the court for more than 10 years. That bitterly cold land, thousands of miles away from the capital. No one cared, let alone what secrets were hidden inside. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang even gathered the strength of the whole country, pointing to Liaodong, and even put out the word to Hanwu plowing court, to make it extinct. All of this made Su Huizu even more confused, but his intuition told him that there seemed to be an unknown hatred between Zhu Yuanzhang and Liaodong. How is this possible? They have nothing to do with each other. So where's the grudge? Su sighed, looking a little impatient. If I knew, why would I ask you? From what I saw today, His Majesty's determination is rock solid, even more resolute than during the northern expedition against the Yuan dynasty, with an air of not giving up until the goal is achieved. Su Huizu's eyes rolled. Father, why don't we go ask big sister how about it? Su De raised his eyebrows and shared the same feeling. This idea had also occurred to him, but he just didn't say it out loud. Seeing Su Da's silence, Su Huizu understood, then quickly turned around and called Su Miaoyun, who had just entered the mansion. My child greets his father. Su Miaoyun walked up to Su Di and bowed, full of respect. Su De nodded slightly, still choosing to remain silent. Su Huizu stepped forward and asked eagerly, Sister, it's a matter of life and death, and the future destiny of our entire family rests on you. Su Miaoyun's mind was riddled with doubts. Why? What's wrong? Su Huizu recounted in detail the string of orders issued by Zhu Yuanzhang at the morning's court meeting, telling Su Miaoyun about them one by one. After hearing this, Su Miaoyun's face changed drastically as she cried out in surprise. His Majesty acted so quickly? Speaking of this, Su De and Su Huizu looked at each other and understood that Su Miaoyun must know something. Su De slowly got up and looked around alertly. There was no one else except his personal guards. Then he turned around and closed the door of the room tightly and whispered to Su Miaoyun, Son, tell father in detail, what's going on here? To Su De, Su Miaoyun did not dare to hide anything, especially when it was related to the rise and fall of the family. So he started from the causes and consequences, and told the whole story one by one, from the sudden deaths of Zhu Xionying and Zhu Biao, to the ascension of Zhu Yunju to the throne, to the campaign of pacification initiated by Judi, and finally Judi became the Yongle emperor. All of them were told like pouring beans. The words were said and the night had come. Even Su De, who had experienced countless battles, was so shocked that he could not speak for half a day after hearing this magnificent story of Su Miaoyun. Su Huizu was even so shocked that he fell to the ground, finding it hard to believe. How could this happen? I actually ended up so miserable? In the story told by Su Miaoyun, Su Huizu was a key character, always loyal to Zhu Yunju. Even when he was suspected because of Su Miaoyun, he did not change his original intention. His loyalty remained the same and he had no complaints. I have to say that Su Huizu is indeed a loyal person. Su Di ignored his son. His eyes turned to Su Miaoyun, frowning as he asked, So, that Yongle the Great, is now in the alibi? Su Miaoyun gently nodded. Su De laughed, laughing with a few moments of self-deprecation, but also seems to be a helpless acceptance of this absurd reality. The timeline intersects. The future emperor travels back, and in the same space and time, two Judis coexist. One is the emperor of his time, and the other is already an aging emperor. This scenario, rare in the world, borders on the absurd. If Zhu Yuanzhang's various abnormal behaviors were not so closely related to Su Miaoyun's words, even Su De would have a hard time believing that there could be such a strange thing in the world. After calming down a little, Su De said after contemplating, I understand. His hatred for Liaodong is so deep because 300 years from now, the great Ming will perish at their hands, and the Han subjects may become slaves once again, just as they did during the humiliation of the northern Yuan. Su Miaoyun responded, "That's what it means." At this moment, Su De completely woke up, whether it was Zhu Yuanzhang or himself. After countless bloody storms and sacrificing so many robes to fight the great Ming Dynasty, how could he let it be destroyed again in the hands of Liaodong? The hidden dangers of Liaodong. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Da's mouth. Good. Very good. Old me will naturally go and meet them for a while. Su Huizhu came to a realization and gripped Su Miaoyun's arm tightly as he asked excitedly. Sister means that His Majesty wants to seize the sea power. So he wants to build battleships? Su Miaoyun nodded uncertainly. Yes, but why are you so excited? Su Huizhu heatedly smiled. I was already particularly interested in water combat and have studied it since I was a child. But unfortunately I never had the chance to perform it. That's good. Since His Majesty needs warships, he must also be looking for good navy generals. On land I may not be able to match my father, but on the sea, I may not be unable to compete with him. After saying that, Su Huizhu patted his chest with confidence. Su De smiled, and in a rare moment, did not retort, seeming to agree with Su Huizhu's words. Knowing his son as his father, Su Huizhu's talent in water warfare, Su De recognized himself as inferior. In the East Palace, the candlelight was shaking and the atmosphere was very heavy. Lan Yu had just left the palace and hurried to meet Zhu Biao. The surprise and disbelief in his heart is exactly the same as Su Da's. All because of Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden talk of going to attack Liaodong. It came out of nowhere, like throwing a rock into a calm lake, sending ripples after ripples. In the face of Lan Yu's fiery look, Zhu Biao was silent for a while before finally deciding to spread out the secrets in Zhang Haoyue's moon. When he finished, it was like a bolt from the blue breaking the peace. King Yen, how dare he try to usurp the throne, to become the emperor himself? Horse asterisk 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 asterisk. What the? Hearing this, Lan Yu's entire body shook, her eyes glaring round, her finger pointing to the north, her voice laced with suppressed exasperation and dissatisfaction. Just by that King Yen, what is he capable of? Daring to move the throne? This world, it should be your world. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 99. Father, I want to cry. Unless I, Lan Yu, die, no one can take your throne from me. The words were hard and fast, and every word landed like iron. Zhu Biao's face slumped and said coldly, not to be questioned. Shut up. King Yen is my brother. Where is your turn to casually discuss it? Blue Jade, however, would not budge, her eyes shining with determination. Your Highness, no matter what you say, I swear to keep your seat. Zhu Biao gently rubbed his temples, not wanting to dwell on this topic, and turned to ask, speaking of Liaodong, how are the preparations going on your end? The corners of Lan Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Of course it's ready. It's easy for me to attack the city. If Great General Su agrees, just me, Lan Yu, is enough to make the enemy's blood stain the battlefield. Zhu Biao nodded silently. He knew that Lan Yu had this courage, but also had the problem of arrogance and impatience, often doing things regardless. Compared to his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, although Zhu Yuanzhang is also a proud and murderous person, but people are already masters of the game, courageous and resourceful. In comparison, Blue Jade is really far worse. 3 days later, something big happened. 200,000 troops followed Su De and other 30-odd great generals of the founding of the country, vast, and rushed straight to the front line of Liaodong. Zhu Yuanzhang gave an order that anyone outside the Han race who dared to run to Liaodong would be killed. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had experienced the war, had only one thought in his mind. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Getting rid of evil must be thorough, cutting out the roots. This is his unchanging rationale for governing the country. Su De understands Zhu Yuanzhang's meaning, and with what Su Miaoyun said earlier, he intends to show no mercy on this expedition. As for Liaodong, it's up to Lan Yu to see if this sword is sharp enough to tear through the enemy's defenses. On the other hand, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, under the personal leadership of Zhu Biao and Judi, joined together to set up the Department of Coastal Defense, specializing in those things that govern the sea, including the study of shipbuilding and navigational technology. Things went well, and the ability of the two sons pleased Zhu Yuanzhang so much that he let them go on their merry way, enjoying his own leisure. On this day, Zhu Yuanzhang cannot stay at home, quietly out of the palace, want to go to the Qinhui Beiyuan around. Inside the Aliyah, moss grew on the green stone slabs in the front yard, and Zhang Haoyue, wearing a white dress, slowly practiced the 8 Heavenly Dragon Heart Sutra. Old Judi and Zhu Biao, 2 people, followed him, although the movement is clumsy, but also learned a little bit. With these few days of conditioning plus practicing, old Zhu's body was getting stronger and stronger, and his spirit was especially good, as if he had returned to his younger days. After practicing boxing, Zhang Haoyue slowly descended from the stone slab with a relaxed face. Beads of sweat rolled on old Zhu's head as he looked at Zhang Haoyue and said with emotion, "This kung fu, Mr. Zhang, is really effective. After I practiced it, my body is good and my spirit is great, as if I had lived again." Zhang Haoyue smiled lightly and said, "The 8 Heavenly Dragons Heart Sutra is originally a heart sutra to nourish one's health. Practicing it diligently in the morning and at night can help one live a long life and not get sick easily." Just after the words were said, a bit of sadness appeared on old Zhu's face and he sighed softly. If the boss could learn this kung fu too, he might be able to live longer. He's really not well taken care of by me as a father with that body. He looked up at the sky, beneath the thick foliage of the sycamore trees, and was filled with apologies. The boss's weakness is because my old bones are dragging him down. I'm sorry. I wonder how those boys are doing now. Speaking of this, a hint of worry flashed in Zhu's eyes. At that moment, the air around us was like frozen. This heart heavy. Old Fourth, you miss those children in your heart. Why don't you let Zhang Haoyue go with you to take a look at them and settle your mind? A voice as loud as a brass bell, carrying an undeniable majesty spread out. Old Judi. His figure slowly turned towards the source of the sound, only to see Zhu Yuanzhan walking with a smile on his face and a steady pace. Father. Judi's words are full of respect. The years have passed. He has surpassed his father's age, but the reverence between the bloodline makes the scene seem particularly harmonious. Without the slightest twinge, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled faintly, a hint of depth flashing in his eyes. Both of us. It's the offspring that we care about the most. Zhang Haoyue, I'm going to trouble you to make a trip again this time. Zhang Haoyue shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand. This little thing is nothing to worry about. Go away. The surrounding scenery was changing rapidly, like a dream. Suddenly, the wind picked up and gusts rose all around. Old Zhu struggled to open his eyes, but found that this simple action was exceptionally difficult. When all was calm again, what unfolded before his eyes was the familiar but desert grassland, the outskirts of the Yamukawa camp. Revisiting old places, even if you experience them again, your heart still churns. How could such a spectacle be created if not by a god? Old Zhu couldn't help but praise Zhang Haoyue. Zhu Yuanzhang looked away with his hands behind his back, his eyes half closed, as if savoring this rare tranquility. This Zhang Haoyue, appeared during the Han Wu era. Lao Si, do you think that it was destined by heaven? The words are both amusing and deeply meaningful. Old Zhu understood and did not respond directly, but only laughed. Perhaps it was you, father, who governed well and made the Yongle years a succession of good fortune, and I seem inferior in comparison. You kid, you're getting better at talking the older you get. When Zhu Yuanzhang heard this, his cheerful laughter echoed in the grassland. Zhang Haoyue stood on the sidelines, smiling. Sometimes there is a hint of mischief in Zhu Yuanzhang's feisty personality, but it is just right and not too dignified. Old Zhu looked around the camp with a faraway gaze and said softly, "This is the Elm River, where I died." "That's right, old master. It was exactly the 3rd day after you passed away," Zhang Haoyue said. Looking at the marquee in the center, old Judi asked again, "This good holy grandson of mine, does he really want to confront his 2nd and 3rd uncles?" "Yes, the very night you passed away, Saint Sun had the whole situation under control, and Fan Zhong and the imperial camp were now under his control." A smile spread across the corners of old Zhu's mouth as he listened. This kid, he's got some tricks up his sleeve. In order to keep King Han and King Zhao at peace, Saint Sun forged an imperial decree ordering them not to return to the Yumu River and to continue their conquest to the north. Zhang Haoyue continued. Old Zhu frowned, looking far into the depths of the grassland, gently shaking his head and sighing. The oldest 2, the oldest 3, won't be so easily convinced. As soon as the words fell, dust flew over the horizon and a group of iron horsemen roared in. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu were listed, pushing straight into the camp. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men's armies had arrived in front of the camp gate, and the Lieutenant Yu Qian greeted them at the gate. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Zhu Gaoxiu condescended, his eyes filled with contempt. "Hey, isn't that Yu Qian who was hung on a flagpole for public display?" Zhu Gaoxiu's mouth even turned up at the corners and spoke coldly. "A little lieutenant is worthy to greet the 2 of us?" In the void, Zhu Yuanzhang's laughter was deafening. "Old Fourth, your sons, They are really arrogant and worthy of being the seat of our Zhu family. Old Judi laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Father is joking. These two boys usually don't let me worry less. The words were a mixture of complaints and deep fatherly love. At the edge of the camp, the wind was swirling and the atmosphere was tense. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu, their gazes skimmed over Yu Qian, and without half a stop, they went straight to the main tent. In the tent, a young figure suddenly appeared. It was the good saint-grandson Zhu Zhanji. Standing straight and with firm eyes, he curtsied, his tone calm. Two uncles, please stay. Imperial grandfather is now discussing a great matter with Pavilion Master Yang. In the void, old Zhu hooked up a meaningful smile, his voice mixed with a bit of teasing. This child is so resourceful that he dares to borrow my name and try to fool them. The plan is ingenious though, but unfortunately, the second and third are not easy to fool. On the side, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the old Judi. Look at this family of yours. So many twists and turns in your hearts, all flesh and blood. Why do you have to be so calculating? Old Judi smiled bitterly. It's all because I was improperly educated in the past, and used the throne as bait to ignite the fire of power lust in the oldest two's heart, which led to today's situation of hand-to-hand fighting. Zhang Haoyue stood quietly, not saying anything, but her heart was already clear. Thinking back to the Battle of Gingwan, when the battlefield was a line of life and death, it was Zhu Gaoxiu's heroic rescue that allowed the old Judi to escape from life and death. That sentence, World Sun Disease, work hard, simple yet heavy, it made Zhu Gaoxiu feel like he was pumping chicken blood. These words both inspired Zhu Gaoxiu and sowed the seeds of a hidden danger for the division of the royal family. Outside the main tent, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu only had each other's firm determination in their eyes, and completely ignored Zhu Zhanji stopping them. Striding into the tent, Zhang Haoyue followed Zhu Yuanzhang and the old Judi closely, walking in together. Inside the tent, separated by a yellow silk cloth into inner and outer parts, those outside could not see inside. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu glanced at each other. Their eyes glittered with determination. They were determined to see with their own eyes that Zhu was still talking, or else their hearts were not willing. Zhu Gaoxiu is bold and strides forward. Next to Fan Zhong's body is tense and his hand quietly touches the hilt of the sword at his waist. Yancy was so nervous he could barely breathe, and every sound step felt like it was choking him. And deep within the tent that hid the assassin, 500 elite soldiers waited quietly for orders, only waiting for Zhu Zhanji to give the order. Void. Old Judi watched this, his brows furrowed and his heart turned over. Before his death, he foresaw that there would be strife in the family, but he didn't expect it to be so intense and beyond expectation. Recall that on that final expedition, he forced his 4 sons to take an oath, promising family peace, no killing of each other, and that violators would not be allowed to enter the ancestral temple. At that time, the old Zhu, tears, almost out of the heart, but not in exchange for the children's understanding. That vow, in the eyes of future generations, was just a formality, a walk in the park. Zhu Yuanzhang knew this well and expressed his displeasure at the suffering of the old Judi. How can you be such a failure as a father? If you make the oldest the crown prince, then the second and third will be convinced? Look at us, let Zhu Biao be the crown prince. Which one of you brothers dares to disobey? Old Judi was speechless because Zhu Yuanzhang was telling the truth. Chapter 100, Old Zhu, do you miss your son too? If Zhu Biao was still around, the Daming kingdom would be as solid as a rock, and no one would dare to act rashly. Zhu Biao's prestige, ability and means were not comparable to those of other feudal kings, and even the young Judi was far behind. Zhu Biao was so confident because, in addition to his own eminence, he had the firm support of a father like Zhu Yuanzhang, a support so strong that it made the other emperors despair and dare not have any thoughts of rebellion. Suppose history is rewritten and Zhu Biao ascends to the throne and wants to reduce the power of the vassal kings. He didn't even have to say much. With just one move, strong clans like King Yin Judi and King Ning Juquan, for example, would voluntarily lay down their weapons and submit to his authority. In contrast, Judi's eldest son, Zhu Gaoqi, couldn't even manage his own brother. To know Zhu standard, he is in charge of more than 20 younger brothers. Each of them give him the rule of obedience. No one dares to grunt. At this point, the gap between Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu standard is simply a world of difference. In the marquee tent, the atmosphere was tense. Zhu Gaoxiu quietly slipped to the side of the curtain, while Zhu Zhanji's hand, apparently calm, in fact, has long been stopped in midair, ready to. As soon as Zhu Gaoxiu sensed that something was wrong, he immediately ordered action. But then the change came. The curtain flicked and a pamphlet flew out with a whoosh, followed by a deafening roar. Get out! Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu were so scared that their little hearts trembled and they backed up. They had been under tremendous pressure this whole way to break into the camp, enter the marquee, and run to the place where the emperor was resting. In case Pops is still around, under the wrath of the dragon's face, his own son will not be able to escape severe punishment. Stunned, how could Gao Su and Gao Sua have the heart to stay much longer? Hastily saluted and exited the tent. Inside the tent, the three men, Juniper, Shiki, and Zhang, sighed in unison with relief. Yu Qian walked out from the cabinet trembling. His face was pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead was straight. The void. Old Day laughed out loud when he saw that Yu Qian had appeared safely. This kid is very resourceful. I haven't misjudged him. He'll definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. Zhang Haoyue watched quietly from the side and secretly agreed in her heart. In the marquee tent, Xu Zhanji and Yang Shiqi discuss what to do next and decide to split up. Xu Zhanji immediately returned to the capital to tell Zhu Gaoqi the news of the death of the emperor, but also to preside over the enthronement ceremony to stabilize the situation. Yang Shiqi then stayed in the tent, keeping a close eye on the movements of Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu. The situation was urgent, and after the plan was made, Xu Zhanji set off immediately. Zhang Haoyue gently waved his hand, and the scene around him changed once again. Shun Tianfu. In the Forbidden City. Inside the imperial study, the night was already deep and the room was silent. A good-looking woman was lying on her desk, writing something quickly, giving her full attention to reviewing the papers. This scene, straight to Zhu Yuanzhang angry huffing and puffing. Fire. Old Four, are you deliberately trying to piss us off? He gasped and gritted his teeth as he looked at old Zhu. At the beginning of the founding of the country, he made a rule that the harem could not interfere in politics. He was well aware of the harm in it, and wrote it into his ancestral motto, just in case future generations of kings did not follow it. Unexpectedly, the defense came and went, but ultimately failed to stop the offspring to let the harem meddle in the imperial affairs. If only the next generation can still endure. But on the contrary, it is his own son, Yongle Emperor old Judi, even let a woman read the Zhangji, this and in front of the ancestors' graves popping. What is the difference between? Father, it's not my fault. With an innocent look on his face, old Zhu sighed and said, Father has seen it before. When I was in power, there were big events one after another. How could I be too busy by myself? Gao Qi labored day and night and finally fell ill from exhaustion. I am not willing to leave it at that. If I want to do something great again, I must let Gao Qi stay in the palace, manage the affairs of state, and prepare for the military expenses. Gao Qi really had no choice but to realize that his granddaughter-in-law had this ability, so he temporarily asked her to help review the Jingji. Speaking of which, Old Day looked towards the woman who was busy with her head down and praised her. Father, this heavy grandson's daughter-in-law, son, is truly a woman of honor. Reviewing the Jingji, word for word. On the side, Zhang Haoyue listened, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Inside the imperial study, the candles swayed gently. Zhang Haoyue's mouth also curled into a smile as he looked at the woman. That tiny curved arc happened to be seen by Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately wrinkled his brows. Zhang Haoyue, what are you laughing at here? Zhu Yuanzhang's words were mixed with curiosity, and his eyes were as sharp as eagles as he stared intently at Zhang Haoyue. It's just that I was touched by the old master's humor. Zhang Haoyue's tone was calm, and there seemed to be an ulterior motive in his words. Me? Humor? Old Judi was also confused by this sudden comment. Just now you praised the talent of Zhu Zhanji's son consort. I wouldn't dare to just agree. Zhang Haoyue was blunt. Oh, why? Old Zhu frowned, his eyes glittering. Lady Sun was later known as the demon queen of the generation. Her son, Xu Qizhen, was a famous daimyo war god in the history of the Ming Dynasty, but the merits and demerits of his life have literally shortened the fortunes of the great Ming nation by hundreds of years. Zhang Haoyue's words were cold and direct. Zhu Yuanzhang stared blankly, and old Judi was even more shocked and flatly denied it. Ridiculous. I know this child best. She grew up in the palace, gentle and virtuous. How can she turn into a scourge of the nation and the people? What's more, this child has a good mind, knows what's right and looks after the big picture. I don't believe what the demon queen said. I absolutely don't believe it. Zhang Haoyue didn't say anything more. He knew that the beliefs forged over the years were as solid as a rock, not easily shaken. It's almost like Zhu Yuanzhang, stubborn, headstrong. In the twinkling of an eye, Zhang Haoyue lightly waved his hand. Time and space were distorted. The scene changed instantly, and the three of them arrived at the Palace of Nurturing Heart. This is where the emperor rests. On the bed, Zhu Gaoqi, who was the crown prince, lay quietly, with unspeakable pain hidden under his tightly closed eyes, as he wandered on the edge of dream and reality. Seeing the obese body of his beloved son, the old Judi's eyes were moist, and his heart surged with remorse and helplessness for the past years. Mr. Zhang, I have an unkind request. Zhang Haoyue nodded his head slightly, and with a wave of his wide sleeves, the surrounding scenery changed instantly like a dream bubble. Old Zhu walked to the bedside, holding the bronze phoenix tightly in his hand, his eyes soft as water, quietly gazing at his sleeping son. Zhu Gaoqi woke up in a trance and met his father's gaze, surprised and more than incredulous. Father, what are you doing back here? Old Zhu smiled bashfully and gently patted his son's round and bulging stomach. Back, just wanted to see you. Son, how's the battle at the front? Is the fight over? Zhu Gaoqi asked eagerly, trying to sit up. Let's not talk about that. How about Dad does a little trick for you? Old Zhu spoke with childlike innocence. Zhu Gaoqi smiled like a flower and readily agreed. Yes, only to see the old emperor's hands spread out with nothing. Then with a twist of the wrist, a bronze phoenix magically appeared in the palm of his hand, like a time-traveling token. Hun antiques? Zhu Gaoqi was unusually excited, carefully stroking it, his eyes shining with a long-lost happy light. Old Judi looked at his son's contented expression and had mixed feelings in his heart. I have made you suffer all these years. It was my father's stubbornness that harmed you. It was my persistence that dragged you down. I was too obsessive. Zhu Gaoqi's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were glowing with the slightest hint of blood, filled with flickering tears. It was a moment he had been waiting for so long. More than 20 years of spring and fall, in the position of the crown prince step by step, like walking on thin ice. On the one hand, he had to be diligent and dedicated, and on the other hand, he had to beware of his brother's backstabbing and his father's suspicions, the heart of the pent-up aggression, sadness, sourness, like a 1,000-pound burden, and now finally can be put down, like a tidal wave like rushing out. Seeing his beloved son's sorrows, the old Judi's heart also followed the heartache. He tenderly put Zhu Gaoqi's forehead to his own face, his voice hoarse and full of the marks of the years. Son, the world thinks that our masters were born enemies, but how do they know? You and I heart, in fact, has always been tightly connected. You understand my heart. I understand your intention. This tacit understanding, how can outsiders understand? Speaking of this, Zhu Gaoqi could no longer control it. Tears slipped down like broken pearls. He couldn't wait to let out a loud cry, releasing the years of repression completely. Finally the understanding of father. All those years of hard work, all those years of grievances, at this moment are all like passing clouds of smoke. In this instant, all of them dissolved into nothing, disappeared without a trace. In the void, Zhu Yuanzhang stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the warm scene between the two masters and sighed softly. Ugh. On the side, Zhang Haoyue also stared at the master and two on the bed and smiled. Oh old Zhu, are you starting to miss your son too? Zhu Yuanzhang squinted his eyes and glanced at Zhang Haoyue, a little unhappy in his heart. This young man seemed to be able to read people's hearts. No subtle emotions could be hidden from him. What's not allowed? Thinking about your son isn't even allowed anymore? Zhu Yuanzhang asked rhetorically without any good humor, like a big boy who was in the middle of a fight. Me? Of course I wouldn't dare. Zhang Haoyue shrugged his shoulders, clearly happy to joke with Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang also then revealed a smile. No longer speak. Continue to watch the old Judi and Zhu Gaoqi master to love. Beside the bed, the old Judi gently stroked Zhu Gaoqi's face. Follow me, boss. Zhu Gaoqi stood up uncertainly and asked curiously. Father, where are you taking me? Old Zhu replied directly. You will soon ascend the throne. Zhu Gaoqi knew it was a dream and joked. Father, even if you want me to ascend the throne, you have to let me change my clothes, right? Which person wears pajamas to ascend the throne? Dad, wait for me. I'll be back when I'm changed. Zhu Gaoqi broke away from the old Judi's hand and excitedly turned around wanting to go back to change his clothes. I did not realize that his size is too big. Turnaround accidentally knocked over the vase next to the Yangshin hall. Click sound. Zhu Gaoqi surprised. When he looked back, his old father was gone. Dad. Chapter 101, is this an imperial decree? This is bull *********. Dad. Zhu Gaoqi wandered around the hall in confusion, but could not find the old Judi. On the other side of the room, the old Zhu once again appeared in the void, with warm tear stains still in the corners of his eyes. Thanks to Mr. Zhang's success, I have no more regrets in this life. He walked towards Zhang Haoyue and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Haoyue smiled faintly. No regrets? Old master. That seems to have been said too soon. Zhu Yuanzhang gave Zhang Haoyue a sidelong glance, feeling helpless at this strange talk of his. At this point, the Yosemite Hall became noisy because of the accident. Crown Princess Zhang broke in, followed closely by Crown Princess Huan's son. What's the matter with you? What are you doing up here in the middle of the night? Zhang was worried about Zhu Gaoqi, and her tone carried a few points of reproach. And as if Zhu Gaoqi didn't hear it, he just looked around anxiously in the Great Hall. Dad was here a while ago. I saw him. All three women were shocked when the words came out of their mouths. Zhang complained. Are you sleepy? We were all on guard outside. When did His Majesty come? Zhu Gaoqi was rarely angry. Nonsense. My father really did come. Right here. And he even spoke to me. Father. Father. Like a lost child, he called out from the Great Hall. A desperate cry that broke one's heart to hear. Zhang's eyes couldn't help but moisten as she looked at Zhu Gaoqi's lonely back. Like he thought of something, Zhu Gaoqi rushed violently to the bedside and impatiently swept all the pillows and quilts aside until the bronze phoenix was revealed under the pillow. He was so happy it was like he was back in his childhood, showing off to the three women in front of him, his voice full of excitement. You guys, look, what did I say? Dad must have come back here. Zhang had cried too much to speak, sobbing. This is just something he left behind when he returned from the battlefield a few years ago. Are you crazy for thinking about Dad? Zhu Gaoqi sat down powerlessly on the edge of the bed, his head shaking like a rattle drum, unwilling to accept this bitter truth. In the void, old Zhu saw this scene and sighed with a sour heart. Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Old Four, don't be sad. The children have their own blessings, and you don't have to be too relieved. Old Zhu nodded heavily and said softly, Yes, Father. At this time, outside the Palace of Nourishment, a sturdy figure rushed in like the wind, directly in front of Zhu Gaoqi. Dad, I'm home. This man is none other than Zhu Zhanji. Zhu Gaoqi was shocked and delighted, and blurted out, How did you come back? Shouldn't you be at the front with Grandpa? Zhu Zhanji hugged Zhu Gaoqi's leg and said in grief, Father, Grandpa, he's died. When these words came out, Zhang, Hu, and Sun were all startled. Zhu Gaoqi was even as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes went black and he almost fainted, barely keeping the last vestiges of his consciousness. He asked with difficulty, Did Grandpa have any last words before he died? Zhu Zhanji's voice trembled as he said, Grandfather hopes that second uncle will succeed the throne and allow our family to respond to Tianfu. Zhu Gaoqi froze, then smiled bitterly and nodded. It seems that Grandpa still cares for us after all, and has even arranged a retreat for us. This throne, don't want it. I did not expect. Zhu Zhanji firmly opposed. How not willing to respond to the heavenly palace? Zhu Gaoqi tried his best to persuade. Enough! Zhu Zhanji stood up violently, slapping the edge of the bed with force and roaring. No way! No! I just would rather die than spend my life in vain in Shun Tian. The void. Old Zhu sighed deeply and closed his eyes in despair. A great battle for the throne of the emperor seems inevitable. This is far more than a children's quarrel. It is a matter of life and death. A matter of the imperial throne being contested. No matter who wins or loses in the end, there is always a party that has to pay a terrible price, which makes the old Judi's heart like a knife. In front of the bed, looking at Zhu Gaoqi's excuses, Zhu Zhanji took out the last killer app. He took out a jade seal from his bosom and placed it steadily in front of Zhu Gaoqi's eyes. His deep, slow voice seemed to penetrate time and space, shaking people. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. As soon as these words were uttered, the coldness in Zhu Gaoqi's eyes gradually disappeared. He was not the only one. Even the hearts of the old Judi and Zhu Yuanzhang in the void were rippling. By the mandate of heaven, both live forever. These 8 words represent supreme imperial power, symbolizing the glory of conquering everything and standing alone in the world. Any hot-blooded man cannot resist this fatal temptation. Zhu Gaoqi is no exception. Finally, at the insistence of Zhu Zhanji, Zhu Gaoqi reluctantly agreed to assume the throne and ascend the throne, although he appeared extremely reluctant during the ceremony. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at all this and suddenly laughed and joked. There are so many strange things in the world. I've heard of people fighting to be emperor, but I didn't realize there was one who was invited to the throne by his son with a reluctant look on his face. Old Four, your family's children and grandchildren. One is more interesting than the other. Old Judi responded with a bitter smile. Father is joking. Zhang Haoyue slightly swung his sleeves as the scenery shifted. In the deepest part of the steppe, near the northern edge of the desert, the Elm River, Zhu Gaoqi is preparing for the enthronement ceremony, while his 2 foolish younger brothers, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu are deep in confusion and suspicion. Questions swirled in their minds about the puzzling behavior of their father, the old Judi. Finally, these questions drove the hapless brothers to lead an army to surround the old camp of Elmwood River to find out what was going on. In front of the camp gate, it was still Yu Qian, under the name of old Judi, making up lies to Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu. His Majesty's message, specially inviting King Han and King Zhao into the camp for an audience. Zhu Gaoxiu's brows were tightly locked together, full of worry, and hesitantly asked, "Ergo, should we go in?" Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes were dark and deep, and after a moment of contemplation, he said firmly, "Get in. You have to get in. Otherwise, what will the world think of us? If father is still around, we might be in deep." Although there were countless lumps in his heart, Zhu Gaoxiu ultimately did not dare to take the risk and followed Zhu Gaoxiu as he dismounted and walked into the camp. In the void, old Zhu gently rubbed his temples, his eyes complex. These two silly boys. Zhu Yuanzhang on the side of the mouth hung a trace of ridicule, but did not say much. After all, the strife between the children and grandchildren, it is not appropriate to over-involvement, lest you lose the balance. Unsurprisingly, as soon as he entered the camp, Yang Shiqi, holding an imperial decree in his hand and with a high and cold voice, announced the posthumous decree that the old Judi had died and that the crown prince would succeed to the throne. This news is like a bolt from the blue. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu were furious on the spot. Their painstakingly planned plan to seize the power, and finally became an empty? The decree? That. It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that an insult to their intelligence? What posthumous edict? I don't believe it. I want to see father. Zhu Gaoxiu stood up angrily and roared. With a wink from Yang Shiqi, the soldiers who had been preemptively ambushed immediately took action, and Fan Zhong led the elite soldiers to surround the two men. It must be said that surrounded by hundreds of people, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu did not show the slightest fear. Their courage was extraordinary. Mother asterisk 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 kill it. With an order, Zhu Gaoxiu swung his sword and charged, followed by Zhu Gaoxiu, and his own soldiers also went forward valiantly, surprisingly killing their way through this brick wall and running out of the camp. But the light of hope that had just been kindled was soon extinguished. At the entrance of the camp, Xu Zhanji rode on his horse and led the elite cavalry to block their way. Mother asterisk 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 little brat, you want to rebel? Get past your second and third uncles first. Zhu Gaoxiu looked at Xu Zhanji menacingly. What is third uncle saying? Now that the crown prince has assumed the throne in front of the spirit, the year is called Hongxi. The big picture has been decided. I hope that the two uncles will stop making unnecessary struggles and quickly respond to the heavenly mansion. Xu Zhanji's words were sharp, revealing his confidence in controlling the whole situation. Military power had changed and resistance seemed pointless. Facing an unchangeable situation, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu smiled bitterly at each other and finally decided to put down their weapons and surrender on their knees. In the void, the old Zhu witnessed all of this, his tense body slowly relaxing as he let out a long breath. His heart finally calmed down when he saw that the crisis of the flesh and blood was resolved. The oldest did a good job. I had planned hundreds of schemes for him, but I didn't think he would be able to check the second and third so skillfully. Zhang Haoyue smiled, without giving old Zhu a chance to catch his breath. All of a sudden, time and space shifted. The Forbidden City, the Great Hall of Spirits, the death of Yongle the Great set off layers of waves. Clan kings from all over the Ming Dynasty rushed back and gathered in the capital to come and mourn together. Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu were among them, with mixed feelings in their hearts, not knowing what to say. Behind the Great Hall, at the head of the alley, Zhu Zhanji's face was gloomy. He quietly arranged for 500 of his best men, intending to get rid of his uncle in one fell swoop and clear the way. But then, Yu Qian stepped forward and blocked his way. Your Highness, if we act rashly now, in less than 3 months, I'm afraid all of Daming will turn against us. The expression on Zhu Zhanji's face didn't change at all, and he replied coldly, you know what I hate doing? It's the honky-tonk. Xiang Yu failed in the end just because he let Lu Bang go in a moment of weakness. I will never follow his old path. This scene made the string in old Zhu's heart taut and a feeling of despair arose. This kid, he's so heartless that he's not even willing to give his uncle a way out? Zhu Yuanzhang was also overwhelmed with emotion. Lao Si, look at what you've done. How did the children and grandchildren become like this? Indeed, you are the great emperor of eternal bliss, and have merited and cleansed yourself of the stains of the past. So what? It's only good if you can handle the aftermath. Look at us. How come you haven't learned a little bit? Zhu Yuanzhang chopped his head and gave a bad scolding. Affection is his weakness. there's no doubt about that. This battle for the throne is full of bloodshed, and no matter who wins or loses, there is actually no real winner. Chapter 102 Compliments from Old Zhu. Old Judi sighed deeply. Father, I know I'm wrong. If I was given another chance, I would never do this. Everything that happened because of me. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt guilty in his heart, tracing back to the roots. This tragedy can actually be avoided, all because of his own stubbornness. Had to set up an incompetent grandson as the emperor, which led to the subsequent Battle of Jingyan. Flesh and blood. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh at the thought. Lao Si, the responsibility for this is not all on you. The root cause is actually on us. Old Judi quickly said. Father, do not need to blame yourself. I am far worse than you, especially in the aspect of educating children. I am even more out of my reach. Zhu Biao is as calm as a mountain. No one dares to shake his position as the crown prince. Zhu Yuanzhang and him can be said to be the model of the ancient emperors and princes. The old Judi admitted that he could not compare. Inside the hearth, Xu Zhangji is desperate to get rid of his two uncles. Fortunately, the very sick Xu Gaoqi barely managed to support himself and came, using his own body to stand in front of his two younger brothers. This made Xu Zhangji's plan unsuccessful, and although he was not willing to do so, he could only close his hand in indignation. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue, do you remember how you said this kid was an all-around warrior and rated him highly? But let's see, he seems to be a little less humane? When old Zhu heard this, he found it quite interesting. An all-powerful warrior? What does that mean? Zhu Yuanzhang slowly explained. Zhang Haoyue said before that you, Saint's son, are the most well-rounded monarch in our daming, both in literature and martial arts, and can do everything, which is known as all-around warrior, meaning that all aspects are well-balanced, and there is nothing that you are not proficient in. Old Zhu understood at once, so it seems. This child is indeed so. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said in a deep voice, a capable man is naturally capable, but he's also got a lot of tyranny in him. Old Zhu suddenly laughed, not because he was happy, but because he felt strange. From the mouth of a tough emperor like himself, who had bloodied the hands of tens of thousands of officials, to talk about the cruelty of his grandson, the scenario was so absurd that it made one laugh and cry. Zhang Haoyue slowly opened her mouth. Old Zhu, people aren't born perfect. They all need to be tempered by years and difficulties before they can truly see through the nature of world affairs. This Xu Zhangji is no exception. After saying that, Zhang Haoyue gently waved his hand. The scenery around them changed instantly. After the spiritual ceremony, Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu understood that it was not advisable to stay in the capital for a long time, so they quietly fled southward for more than 1,000 miles with the help of outside forces, and finally erected a rebel flag on the land of Qilu, and they rose up in rebellion. After his accession to the throne, Zhu Gaoqi used a policy of softness, hoping to resolve the grudges with his two younger brothers. But Crown Prince Zhu Junji was young and determined to fight with his second and third uncles, and did not allow any concessions. Looking at Zhu Zhangji's increasing anxiety, old Judi frequently shook his head and sighed, while Zhu Yuanzhang spat on the sidelines. Finally, Zhu Gaoqi, patience to the limit, ordered Zhu Zhangji south to Yingtianfu study. The storm temporarily subsided. As for himself, he dragged his sick body to insist on 10 years. A generation of bright ruler, after all, cannot defeat the natural law of old age and disease. In the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Gaoqi, who was seriously ill, stepped into the courtroom for the last time. The ministers seemed to have a premonition of what was to come, and all kept their heads down and did not speak, the atmosphere heavy. I have only one decree for this morning's court. With a wave of Zhu Gaoqi's hand, the decree was read out by the attendant, and the content was simple but shocking. Amnesty for all Yasukuni orphans. When old Judi heard the news, his smile blossomed and his heart was filled with comfort. Boss, having a son like you is the greatest honor in Dad's life. This decision to pardon was the very wish that old Judi had failed to fulfill during his lifetime. On his deathbed, he was remorseful, regretting his youthful impulsiveness, and because of his momentary anger, he implicated many loyal and good people, and thousands of innocent souls were burdened with humiliation and suffered undeserved calamities. Where is justice? Where is justice? Zhu Gaoqi's action was like sweet rain and dew, moisturizing the old Judi's parched heart and giving him great comfort. Nice. Zhu Yuanzhang was also appreciative, looking at this grandson with pride in his eyes. As night fell, Zhu Gaoqi's condition suddenly worsened, and he lay in bed with a weak breath. With a wave of Zhang Haoyue's sleeve, the scene changed to Yingtianfu, the crown prince's residence. Under the candlelight, Zhu Zhanji held the Zhang Biao in his hand and read it with full attention. A few months behind closed doors, concentrating on the study of Yongle years of political affairs. The more I read, the more I realized that I shoulder the heavy responsibility is far more than initially imagined. That's when Yang Rong sobbed and brought bad news. Your Highness, I'm afraid the Emperor is dying. Thunder rumbled as if heaven and earth were grieving together. Zhu Zhanji was struck by lightning. His face was pale, and he wanted to rush out of the door to see his father for the last time. But Yang Rong clung to his leg and said with tears streaming down his face, Your Highness can't go. His Majesty has ordered that no matter if you live or die, Your Highness cannot go back. Your Highness is here so that the situation in Jiangnan can be stabilized and the general situation can still be controlled. I beg Your Highness to sympathize with His Majesty's pain. Speaking of emotional places, Yang Rong also sobbed uncontrollably. Grief is difficult to contain. Zhu Gaoqi is a good emperor, his subjects in the bottom of their hearts to remember, not only the favor he gave, but also that a deep emotion that is difficult to express in words. Zhu Zhanji, too, was dumbfounded, because the last time we parted, it turned out to be forever. Your Highness, what else is there to say? Write it down quickly. I want to go back and show it to His Majesty. Yang Rong's grief-filled urging left Zhu Zhanji speechless, only feeling that the world around him had become blurred and empty. He stumbled toward the study, the small space that was about to become the last place of emotional communication between him and his father. The pen is as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and every word and sentence seems to be engraved in the heart. Tears mixed with ink recorded his endless nostalgia and belated understanding of his father. Father, my son is unfilial, failing to serve you at your deathbed. And I didn't understand your good intentions until now. Thinking back, it was a confusing time when my grandfather passed away and the royal power strayed, weighing the pros and cons more than the rights and wrongs. The path to empire leaves one feeling bewildered and unconsciously lost. Ask this world of power and influence, but forget what is the right way. My son regrets that in the past I was arrogant and did not always accompany my father. And this regret stretches like flowing water with no end in sight. My son hereby swears that if he ever so much as holds power, he will follow his father's example and take the people as his core. May history remember us as 2 generations of masters, not for the sake of making a name for ourselves in history, but only for the peace of the world. The void. Old Zhu stood silently, tears slipping silently. That was relieved. And Zhu Yuanzhang, the monarch who had laid the foundation of his country with iron blood, had tears glistening in his eyes and clenched his fists in excitement and release. Their bloodline, across the time limit. Even though Zhu Gaoqi reigned in October, he was able to laugh at the future generations. The Forbidden City, the Palace of Yangxin. Zhu Gaoqi read the letter of the family. The heart of the stone finally fell. His son's growth let him see the future dawn. That had been troubled by worries of the heart was comforted. He smiled and waved everyone around him to step back and enjoy the moment of peace. Finally some time to rest. After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes. Boss. But in the folds of time, a familiar voice rings out. Dad? Zhu Gaoqi was surprised to see his father, Judi, Sr., who should not have been here, and his grandfather, Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a formidable and fearful man. Terrified and delighted, he fell to his knees, trembling, in the face of this incredible reunion. Brat, you only call daddy, not grandpa? Zhu Yuanzhang pretended to be stern, but he couldn't hide the kindness in his eyes. Grandpa. Zhu Gaoqi's awe and fear was a sign of his immense respect and fear for this founding emperor. When he was a child, he always heard about Zhu Yuanzhang's information. Either killed Hu Weiyongli Shanchang or slaughtered Lan Yufengshang. These men, not the common people, were the founding generals. Zhu Yuanzhang killed them all like pigs. So this led to Zhu Gaoqi's instinctive fear when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang. Bastard, are we that scary? See how scared you are. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but frown as he watched his fat grandson shiver all over. Grandchildren don't dare. Zhang Haoyue interjected. Old Zhu, it's only because your imperial might is so sharp that you can't even stop your own children and grandchildren. Zhu Yuanzhang hummed. This little bastard, flirting with us again. Old Judi smiled faintly, slowly shook his head, gently picked up Zhu Gaoqi, patted his son's shoulder with his thick palm, his eyes full of praise and said, Boss, I've seen all those burdens you've shouldered. Dad has seen them all. You've done a great job. Dad is proud of you. Zhu Gaoqi's eyes were filled with questions and asked in a small voice, Dad, what's going on here? Old Zhu slowly spoke about how Zhang Haoyue had saved him back with his extraordinary ability, and the story was twisted and very fascinating. Hearing this, Zhu Gaoqi was so surprised that he exclaimed in admiration, and his disbelieving gaze turned to the handsome young man next to him. There really are immortals in the world. Mr. Zhang, please accept my obeisance. Zhang Haoyue smiled and bent over, politely replying, Emperor Hongxia is too kind. Zhu Gaoqi, who was full of worries, walked to the old Judi and whispered with a guilty heart, Father, as the eldest brother, it was I who failed to do a good job, to the extent that I allowed the second and third brothers to come to the point of rebellion. Old Zhu nodded gently and said somberly, It's not your fault, the fault lies with me. It's because I started the rebellion in the first place that they followed suit. Zhu Gaoqi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up, Grandfather, Father, Mr. Zhang, can I see how Junji and second and third brothers are doing now? Zhu Yuanzhang didn't say anything, only looking deeply at Zhang Haoyue. Zhang Haoyue gently waved his big hand and said with a light smile, Little things. Chapter 103, Turning the Tides. Is everything a foregone conclusion? Suddenly, the gale force winds were so strong that they obscured Zhu Gaoqi's vision. When the wind stopped, he opened his eyes and a spectacular picture of the battlefield unfolded before him. On the battlefield, the two armies faced each other, and the vast army was divided into two columns, with Xu Zhanji leading the army on one side, and Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu standing side by side on the other. The tragedy of flesh and bone seems to be unavoidable. Seeing this scene, Zhu Gaoqi's face twitched with heartache. Don't be afraid. With us and your father here, we and your father can take care of the sky when it falls. Zhu Yuanzhang stood with his hands behind his back, his words rough but powerful. Strangely enough, Zhu Gaoqi's apprehensive heart found solace in Zhu Yuanzhang's words, and his heart gradually calmed down. As a rival, Zhu Yuanzhang is frightening, but as a family member, he was the most solid support in the world, as if any storm could be weathered safely if he was there. On the battlefield, Zhu Gaoxiu stood arrogantly in front of the group, holding a small telescope in his hand, his face all smug, looking at Zhu Zhanji's figure from afar. And Zhu Zhanji, wearing armor and riding on a warhorse, stood at the front of the army, his eyes closed and focused, looking calm, in contrast to the kind of tense atmosphere around him where swords were drawn. In mid-air, old Judi nodded his head in appreciation. This child is marvelous. Ever since he became emperor, he is simply like a different person. Zhu Gaoqi's heart is also full of relief. His hard work to cultivate finally not in vain. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted his eyes and carefully observed. Every bit of movement on the battlefield was within his grasp. Seeing his second brother's lightheartedness, Zhu Gaoxue hastened to remind him, Be careful, second brother. The visitor is not good. Zhu Gaoxiu tilted his head, looked disdainfully at the distant army, and sneered, I can't even look at Vala or Tartar, let alone this boy. If he wants to compete with me, he's not even close. When he finished, he waved his hand violently in command. Riflemen, charge! In an instant, thousands of gunmen answered the call and rushed towards Zhu Zhanji like a tidal wave. The corner of Zhu Gaoxiu's mouth rose slightly. Third brother, don't be in a hurry. Let the gunman try his strength first. Speaking of which, the two of us haven't properly fought this great nephew yet. This battle, I'm going to make him lose convincingly. Zhu Gaoxiu was full of bravado. Zhu Gaoxue was affected by his words and also revealed a smile. That's right, when this kid was still wearing open pants, we were already galloping on the battlefield. To fight against us, he's still too young. Just as these two confident brothers were immersed in self-indulgence, the scene that happened in front of them made their eyes widen in disbelief. When that group of spear soldiers came up like a flood, Zhu Zhanji's side was very quiet. There was no intention of resistance, and no one stood out. The scene was strange and puzzling. What is this song? As Zhu Gaoxiu watched the situation, his eyebrows twisted into a ball, a hint of disdain hanging at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the kid was scared silly by the aura of our army and went haywire? Old Zhu almost laughed out loud when he heard this, and Zhu Gaoqi had already laughed his ass off and hurriedly covered his mouth with his sleeve, trying to stifle the ill-timed merriment. At this time on the battlefield, the sky suddenly changed. Those spearmen who rushed ahead, only one step away from Zhu Zhanji's group, threw down their spears and opened their arms, and one by one, Zhu Zhanji's men took off their armor, put down their weapons, and with smiles on their faces, they embraced their former comrades deeply. This scene was so absurd that the brothers Zhu Gaoxiu and Zhu Gaoxiu stared blankly, unable to speak. What exactly are they playing at? Zhu Gaoxiu was filled with doubt and opened his mouth to ask. Zhu Gaoxue squinted his eyes, also confused, and shook his head in confusion. In the blink of an eye, on Zhu Zhanji's side, the heads of those spearmen knelt down together in front of Zhu Zhanji, their heads touching the ground, begging for forgiveness and pardon. Fan Zhong, who was beside Zhu Zhanji, seemed to have expected it and shouted, "Exonerate!" The forgiveness, all at once, echoed throughout the camp in a deafening response. Exonerate! 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 This high shout went straight up into the sky, reaching the ears of everyone in Zhu Gaoxu's ranks. Their soldiers looked at each other, the determination in their eyes beginning to disintegrate, their confidence faltering. Zhu Gaoxu's faces became ugly, and it dawned on them that Zhu Zhangji had set up the bureau like this. Second brother, the situation is not right. If this continues, I'm afraid that the military's heart will be shaken. Zhu Gaoxu felt an unprecedented danger. There was no justification for their uprising, and now Emperor Zhu Zhangji not only did not come down hard on them, the rebels were even spared on the spot, which meant that by laying down their arms, all sins were forgiven, not to mention sacrifices. In that case, who else would be willing to lose their lives for their brother's arrogance? Before Zhu Gaoxu could think of a good countermeasure, the sound of horses' hooves came sharply in the distance. Zhu Zhangji came single-handedly with a big flag and went straight to their position. Is this kid crazy? Zhu Gaoxu looked at his nephew who was getting closer and closer in amazement. Ignore him, here's your chance. On my command, kill. Seeing Zhu Junji rushing over alone, Zhu Gaoxu was ecstatic and immediately ordered the whole army to attack. However, to our surprise, once Zhu Gaoxu gave the order, the surrounding area was quiet. No one responded, and everyone stood still. What are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear my order? Get him! Zhu Gaoxu was furious and yelled at the generals behind him. The soldiers, however, acted as if they were deaf, paying no attention to what he said, and still didn't move. Just then, Zhu Zhangji had broken into their queue as if he had walked into no man's land, weaving freely. The surrounding soldiers just watched quietly, as if what came was not the enemy, but Zhu Zhangji reviewing his army. Zhu Gaoxu completely collapsed and shouted, "Don't stop me, I'll kill him myself." This time, the people around him did move, but instead of carrying out his orders, they all came together to hold him down and speak bitterly. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Zhu Gaoxu was tightly pressed and his mouth was still cursing. I'm going to your grandmother's devil. My millions of troops, losing just like that? Upon hearing this, old Zhu covered his face and couldn't bear to watch the scene. Shame on you. This is a real shame for the oldest too. Rebel with 1,000,000 men, only to be tied up by his own soldiers without firing a single shot. Boss, this move doesn't look like that kid's style. It's rather like your tactics. Old Judi looked to the side, and Zhu Gaoxi's face was filled with a satisfied smile. Zhu Gaoxi smiled faintly, not answering positively. Father, isn't this good? Brothers not killing each other. No bloodshed. Isn't this the most perfect ending? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed out loud and couldn't help but pat Zhu Gaoxi's shoulder in praise. This grandson of ours, truly a dragon among men. Although he usually acts in a low profile, he is much better than you boys. Old Zhu also laughed freely. The stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. The second and third are safe and sound. The civil war has been stopped, and the excellent royal grandson is even more rejuvenated and on his way to becoming a perfect monarch. Everything went so well that old Zhu happily agreed. Father is right. Right.